Chapter 151, I'd advise Ornic's expression didn't change when he saw this, but he inwardly sneered. Ornic wasn't the kind of person to actively condescend. Or it was more accurate to say that most who went to the Void Palace had had their arrogance beat out of them long ago. The focus of the Void Palace was presenting a single shield to the outside world. There was no individuality, no room for self-esteem and pride. There was only the task at hand and your role in said task. Despite its name, and despite the prestige that came with being a part of them, the Void Palace was essentially the military. Nothing more, nothing less. To see all of these people being so excited already filled Ornic with one layer of disgust, as he too had once been one of them. But seeing them actually pine over a reward as exclusive as the amethyst token was enough for him to want to vomit. Did they have any idea what kind of monsters had the right to grasp such a token? Even if you really did defeat everyone in your sector, if your competition was too weak, the Overseer would never grant you such a badge. What good was it in being the best out of a group of trash? This was a sixth-dimensional sector, and they actually thought they were worthy of such a thing? Was this a joke? Despite his feelings, Ornic remained silent. His force surged and he waved a hand. At that moment, an enormous billboard formed of motes of light appeared in the skies. It was entirely blank, but what was fascinating about it was that no matter what angle you looked at it from, it would feel as though it was matching your gaze dead on. Leonel's eyes lit up when he saw it. It was yet another fantastic application of force arts, and it left him fascinated once again. These days, he seemed to be finding crafting and the underlying force art mechanisms of it more and more amazing. Those who will be participating, send out a strand of your force toward this construct. If you cannot do at least this much, Ornic didn't bother to finish his words this time. He had used this line of reasoning numerous times already. He was sure that those present understood that he wouldn't be here to listen to their complaints and nonsense. Leonel's brow raised. Controlling force outside of yourself, or at least projecting your internal force outward, could quickly become very difficult. The billboard might have seemed close, but in order for it to be so large, and yet appear in everyone's vision so clearly, it had to be at least a few hundred meters in the air. Leonel could have never imagined projecting his force out so far before he grasped level 2 spear force. At least that was the case if he wasn't using his bow. Of course, since then, he had become far more skilled. In addition, after learning many of the Luxnix family's techniques, he had grasped many force manipulation techniques that would make this not too hard to accomplish. But this simple test made Leonel realize just how large the gap was. At that moment, an arrow shot into the skies. It streaked upward with a blazing speed before it pierced through the billboard above, while the arrow continued to fly higher before eventually rushing down below and crashing into the protective force arts that safeguarded the observers. The force that had coated it was completely stripped away. The billboard began to flicker and a long string of numbers appeared. Source 0001. There was no name assigned to the number, but this didn't seem to matter. To the Void Palace, your name was meaningless until you became one of them. All the billboard checked for was your dimension and then tied you to a number. Haha, number 1 it is. A youth with a boisterous laughter held up his bow proudly. He didn't seem to be from one of the 3 main families. In fact, he was from a family just beneath the main 3 and, on the surface, at the same level as Raya's sage family. His actions seemed to result in a cascade of events, numerous streams of attacks rushing toward the billboard as many hurried to get their spots. One number after another began to appear in the sky, each with their own unique force signatures. It seemed impossible for one person to impersonate another, even when they used the same exact force. Ornic's internal sneer only grew fiercer. He could sense many 6th-dimensional experts trying to squeeze themselves in. Though they masked it by using 5th-dimensional force, how could the Void Palace be so easily fooled? By now, dozens had tried, but each time the billboard treated them like they were thin air. However, Ganor didn't have such patience. At that moment, a sweeping pressure suffocated the arena. Ganor, who had been lazily reclining on a throne-like chair on the ground floor of the arena, suddenly allowed his eyes to snap open. His palm reached out in a certain direction, and the shrill scream of a middle-aged man pierced through the ambience of the arena. Before this middle-aged man could react or even fight back, they found their neck firmly grasped by Ganor's hand. Ah, no, I'm sorry. The middle-aged man could barely squeeze out those words, but the moment they did, Ganor clamped down. Many of those spectating had never seen something so horrible. A gushing rush of blood shot up from the middle-aged man's neck, his eyes popping out and his face doubling in size before his head imploded. Blood and gore sprung out in every which direction, but not a single piece seemed to land on Ganor at all. The galaxy-ranked disciple tossed the corpse to the side and sat back down, yawning and closing his eyes. Orinic shook his head and sighed. If you want to keep your lives, I'd advise you, stop trying. Chapter 1152, Mark. Chapter 1152, Mark Leonel's gaze narrowed, but he didn't say much. In truth, he thought it was a bit unfair. Not everyone had the ability to be aware that they should restrain themselves within the fifth dimension, and even less knew of the diverging paths upon reaching the pinnacle of the fifth dimension. The difference being laid out before them now wasn't one of greed or overestimation, it was just one of class differences. These people simply weren't lucky enough. This was the first time the selection had been so open, and many of those who had tried just now were geniuses in their own right who never got a chance at a quota. Now that things had suddenly been open when they thought their turn would never come, Leonel could understand how they felt. If he wasn't born to such parents, at the perfect time would he have this chance laid out before him? If the Void Palace was so interested in gathering talents, shouldn't they have made a better effort? Why were there quotas, and why did they allow powerful families who were inherently selfish to begin with control them? As Leonel was thinking this, there was another individual with a dark expression. If Meal didn't realize by now that what he had done was unnecessary, he would be too much of a fool. He had only gone so far because he had been present during previous selections, and even with his talent often being clearly better than that of those who participated, he never got a chance himself. He didn't want his daughter to go through the same thing, but how could he have expected that this year would be so open and free-for-all? Despite his fury, Meal's expression gave nothing away. He didn't cast any enraged glances, nor did he lose his cool. With things being this way, it was even better for Ina. Even if she would take on a small stain, so long as she performed, there would be nothing the Viola family could do to her. At the same time, Meal marked this memory in his heart. It wasn't easy for everyone of Earth to complete this task. Some even required a few pointers from Roesia before they managed to succeed. Leonel could tell that this had taken a toll on many of them. They had been so eager previously, but seeing how thousands had accomplished something they all struggled mightily with, whatever eagerness they had had was tempered down dramatically. They suddenly felt that the odds of them making it to the second day had gone down significantly. This sort of competition, maybe it was too soon for them. Didn't it take decades for many to make it through the fifth dimension? They had just entered. Maybe they were in over their heads. Leonel fell silent as he felt the shift in the atmosphere. As a leader, there was a lot of things he could do, but giving people confidence they didn't or shouldn't have wasn't one of them. Something like self-belief had to be earned and trained. Often, those who had it without putting in such effort were simply overestimating themselves. A lot of things had gone too smoothly for the people of Earth. Compared to the people of the Milky Way, their talent was so much greater that how strong their foundations were never really mattered. And even when the people of other galaxies invaded, much of the brunt of the work was honestly handled by Leonel, Noah, and the other preeminent talents. Being faced with the reality now hit them all hard. Even Leonel's own brothers hadn't found the task easy to complete. Only Drake had a relatively easier time, but that was only because he was a marksman to begin with. This time, Leonel chose to remain silent. He didn't give them encouraging words, nor did he try to cheer them up. Sometimes, a person would only be able to convince themselves of what they needed. Leonel's gaze shifted and landed on Elthor. Even compared to Noah, Elthor had been greatly silent during this whole journey. After all, this was his first time hanging out with so many humans at once. It only made it more awkward that the Void Palace was meant to be the protectors of the human domain. So how exactly did he fit into all of this? Of course, Leonel had already thought of this and asked his grandmother about it. According to Roesia, the Void Palace wasn't completely devoid of non-human species. There were many guardian beasts and the like, as well as a few rare humanoid species like the Oryx. Though it wasn't common, it wasn't unseen either. That much allowed Leonel to rest easy and worry about Elthor a bit less. Right now, though, Elthor seemed to be in his element. Seeing so many powerful enemies before him, and seeing such a tall mountain to climb, his heart beat wildly, his gaze locking onto the stages ahead as though he couldn't wait to hop on. Right then, the billboard formed of motes of lights calmed. The instant this occurred, the numbers began to flicker, rearranging themselves swiftly until several columns were formed. Then, a large number of numbers dimmed while a single group of them glowed brightly. Those who can sense their auras glowing above, step forward. The first group match will begin now. Elthor stood almost too quickly, a bestial aura rolling off of him in waves. His excitement was practically palpable, his handsome, almost otherworldly features gaining a menacing and devilish charm to them. He shot forward, appearing on the arena. At some unknown time, an enormous saber had appeared in his hands, a pervading aura of thick darkness hanging around him. This was what Elthor had always dreamed of. While others thought it might be nice to win the amethyst token, he wanted it and was willing to give up anything to get it, even if he had to cut his heart out of his chest. There was nothing he wanted in life more than to become the greatest general there ever was. Today, he would leave his first mark on the world. Chapter 153 drawn. Chapter 153 drawn. The appearance of Elthor and his bloodthirsty aura seemed to cause something in the surroundings to shift. Even with how human Elthor's face seemed, his tall and branching white horn stood out like a sore thumb. However, he didn't seem to care about it all in the slightest. Within the Oryx there were two things a man could take pride in. The first was their smell. Out of consideration for the humans around him, Elthor had always restrained his own and even masked it quite well. However, this second pride was one thing he had absolutely no intention of hiding. The mark of an Oryx male, the pride of a prince of the Oryx kingdom, his horns. The stage slowly filled with participants. After the initial shock of Elthor's appearance and his momentum, many calmed. Right now, Elthor was only at tier 1 of the 5th dimension, even a step or two behind a few of Earth's geniuses, let alone those that were here. Even the weakest of the participants were tier 4 and 5. Elthor quickly fell to the bottom of his bracket. The greatest shame was that there was no one else of Earth chosen with him. Though the odds were low considering the sheer number of participants, it was now certain that Elthor would be on his own. Hey, what exactly are you? Did your mom fuck a deer or something? A familiar young man stood forward, curiously observing Elthor from top to bottom. He was none other than No-001, the archer who acted first. Being a member of the Arundo family, he was quite confident in himself. Much like every other genius from a family just beneath the heel of the Viola, Montex, and Luxnix, they all believed they only needed just a single chance to shoot by them in a single step. He wasn't the strongest genius of the Arundo, but he was definitely up there. If an equivalent rank was made, he would be like the rankers of the Luxnix arms, probably in the top 100. Of course, that was only if the Arundo were taken into consideration. Whether he could replicate such a feat if he was a Luxnix, what did you just say? His saber hovered just above the platform they all stood on. However, if one looked closely, after Osron of the Arundo family spoke these words, the slightest twitch of Elthor's wrist had caused the blade to nick the hard stone. The touch was so subtle and almost imperceptible that no one noticed, but the force that coated the blade cut through the stone so smoothly that not a single sound was made. To Elthor, his mother was a great taboo. For as long as he could remember, it had always just been him, his father, and his brothers. To birth a child with affinities for force as powerful as Leonel's Scarlet Star Force or Elthor's Chaotic Particle Force took a lot out of a woman. Though Elthor was birthed with an ability rather than an innate node, and the difficulty was lesser as a result, it still wasn't a smooth process by any stretch. While Leonel's mother almost died, Elthor's own wasn't so lucky. Though Elthor's father and his brothers never blamed him nor made him feel like he was to blame, it was still a weight he carried with him. It might very well be why he was so independent as a child, always insisting on forging his own path. For this Osron individual to dare to say such a thing to him, begin. The final 3 will make it to the second day. Ornic's voice fell, uncaring for the squabbles of those on the platform. Even though there were just over 100 on the stage now, he had seen too many die in the Void Palace, all of whom were hundreds of times more powerful than the few before him. He had seen hundreds just as eager and willing as Elthor as well, but weren't they all buried just the same? What did it matter? Ho, you got a temper, huh? Did that come from the beast side of your family? Osron laughed. Bang! Elthor had already vanished from his spot. His enormous saber trailed him like the tail of a comet lit by black light. Osron sneered, his bow having already appeared in his hands and 2 arrows having already been knocked. With movements as fluid as water and as easy as breathing, Osron glided backward as he released his arrows. Unlike Elthor, Osron had a few members of his own family present. They entered a loose formation together, leaving the former to Osron while they targeted the remaining members of the group. Almost immediately, the group stage was divided into several cliques. Those who had less to rely on immediately voiced complaints, but Ornic turned a blind eye to them all. Hadn't he already said clearly there wouldn't be absolute fairness? Elthor, though, didn't seem to care. A bestial aura continued to rise from him, the pores of his skin opening and closing as the white fur of his battle fur advanced and retreated. As furious as he was having trouble keeping it all under perfect control, but that did nothing to slow his speed in the slightest. His saber glided forward, splitting Osron's 2 arrows despite their speed and appearing outside the encirclement of their loose formation. Osron's smile faded, his expression becoming a touch more serious. He hadn't expected a tier 1 to deal with his arrows so easily, but he still didn't panic, his force surging. He realized that this wasn't a place for him to fool around. Since he had caused this mess, he would deal with it quickly. Osron knocked an arrow, his force surging. The arrow seemed to double in size in an instant, a wild and untamable silver force wrapping around it with a vicious piercing light. Osron took just a half-second to prepare this attack. He could already see Elthor's head being skewered through, but, to his shock, he never got to release it. Elthor suddenly vanished, his speed suddenly exploding forth. The last thing Osron saw was the menacing glare of a beast and a row of sharp, glistening teeth. Elthor's saber swung downward with such speed that nothing seemed to happen even several moments afterward. It was only after a light gust of wind blew by that Osron fell into 2 halves, a bloody pool forming and filling in the cracks between the tough stones. The first blood of the tournament had been drawn. Chapter 154 Wide Grins. Chapter 154 Wide Grins. A mad howl left Elthor's lips, a wild dark elemental force surging about his body. The members of the Arundo family were instantly caught off guard. They had only formed their formation on a whim and hadn't really considered its flaws. Elthor's explosion in speed wasn't something they were able to react to appropriately, leaving them at a loss. Light elemental force was well known for a few of its abilities: its speed, its piercing ability, or its ability to solidify and concentrate, and its healing ability. Though these things could vary depending on the exact type in question, these were general abilities all light elemental forces seemed to share. Dark elemental force, however, was different. It was known for its concealment ability, its heaviness, its looseness and gaseous-like form, and, for lack of a better term, its cursing ability. If these things were to be summarized, it would be that light elemental force was good at giving something of itself, while dark elemental force was good at taking for itself. In that moment, while it felt like Elthor's speed had increased explosively, what had actually happened was that everyone around him had slowed down. The same had even happened with Osran's arrows, but the effect was so perfectly timed that even Osran himself didn't seem to have noticed the change. The shock of the Arundo immediately shifted to fury. They might have been second to the three main families, but that didn't change their view of themselves. To the rest of this sector, they were still noble and esteemed. To have one of their own killed before them like this was a great humiliation. Unfortunately, their rage didn't seem to move the needle one way or another. As for why, that was because Elthor hadn't finished venting either. Blood flowed down the stage, a singular young man standing at the center. Elthor's white hair seemed particularly blinding amidst all the crimson, his breathing moving with a labored rhythm. Though 3 had been meant to pass on to the next round, the actual number seemed to just be 1. Ornick didn't seem too fazed by this result. He would just give the spot to the last 2 to be cut down, if they could survive, that is. As for the rest of it, it had nothing to do with him. There was a furious sort of atmosphere permeating around the arena. Though Elthor hadn't killed everyone in his group, there were quite a number that had been cut down, never to rise up again. While a few that had lost out fled the stage, many more would never see another sunrise. Did Elthor feel bad? Not at all. To him, this was no different from a battlefield. If you didn't have the resolve to die, then don't step foot upon this place. Elthor had been on many battlefields in his life. Compared to these noble young men and women who lived lives of mostly leisure, he had a different sort of edge to him. That edge was what allowed him to see the air of a veteran of war hanging around Orenic. Maybe even faster than Leonel had, Elthor realized that this wasn't a joking matter, nor would making it into the Void Palace be all sunshine and rainbows. From here on out, they would wade through a sea of corpses. If those here couldn't clear this trial, they would still find themselves dead eventually. Elthor slowly walked off the stage, his gait quite slow and his face a bit pale. Though he had won, he was still only Tier 1, and, for the sake of the second day ahead, he had refrained from using his trump cards, making things even more difficult on him. A cascade of boos suddenly began to fall from the crowd above. Seeing Elthor win wasn't just something the Arundo family didn't want. As humans, they disliked the idea of someone of another race taking such a resounding victory against them. Despite his handsome face, with the exception of a few swooning women who had fallen for his devilish charm, Elthor very easily became public enemy number 1. If not for fear of the Void Palace disciples and the actions of Ganor earlier making many too apprehensive to step out of line, they might have started throwing things from their stands as well. Elthor inwardly shook his head. Though his father had let him come with Leonel, Elthor knew his old man quite well. With how stubborn he was, the likelihood that he would allow the Oryx to follow Leonel was very low. Of course, this wouldn't be about being untrusting of Leonel, but mostly just an understanding of objective reality. Just look at how these people were treating him just because he was a bit different. Compared to his Oryx counterparts, he was about as close to human as you could get. From him, it only became worse from then on. If they couldn't even accept him, how would they accept the others? Even knowing that the Oryx only had their best chance to maximize their hyper-evolution state under Leonel, his father still chose to go his own way. And, seeing such a reception, Elthor couldn't blame him. Elthor felt a shadow wash over him. He looked up to find a smiling face looking back at him. You did good. Your saber needs some work, though. You wasted way too much energy swinging it around like that. Elthor was speechless. Leonel stood before him, grinning as though he couldn't see or hear anything around him. Without a care, he critiqued Elthor's battle and wrapped an arm around his shoulder. For a long time, Elthor didn't quite know how to respond. He opened his mouth several times, but nothing seemed to come out. He had been by Leonel and the rest of the Earth geniuses for the past several weeks, but he had never really made an effort to ingratiate himself with them. He always felt that there was a barrier he could never cross over. But, seeing Leonel act like this, he suddenly felt a bit of guilt in his heart. Despite knowing he put a target on his back by doing this, Leonel had still stepped out without a care. Elthor was quite absent-minded, so much so that he didn't even realize that it wasn't just Leonel. Looking up, he suddenly realized that everyone of Earth had come out with wide grins on their faces. Chapter 155, Free Game, Chapter 155, Free Game, Who are these people? Within the Arundo family, a young man with a dark expression sat, staring out toward the heartwarming meeting between Elthor and the other geniuses of Earth. Of course, in the perspective of others, this was anything but a wholesome moment. He would have liked nothing more than to put an arrow between their brows. Osron wasn't a person he knew personally. In fact, on a normal day, Osron wouldn't even be worthy of carrying his shoes. However, in this sort of situation, things were very different. Every action made by a member of the Arundo family, especially when the person was as high profile as Osron to begin with, was a potential boon or blight on their reputation. To a high-level family, reputation was very important. Though it wasn't exaggerated as a saying like perception was realities, it wasn't very far off. When a family grew as large as the Arundo, they actually entered quite a precarious state. They had so much territory to govern, rule, and, most importantly, protect. In such a situation, their soft skills became far more important than how large their fists were. Even the Luxnix family experienced such a thing, or else they wouldn't have gone into such a state of hibernation for 3 generations. To make a complicated matter simple, the stronger your front as a family, the more battles you could avoid because those far weaker than you would know not to waste your time. As an example, take the Arundo's territory. They might very well have dozens of much smaller families surrounding them. Under normal circumstances, due to the prestige the Arundo family had built up, these lesser families would never deign to attack them. The reality was that even if these families did all attack at once, the Arundo would still be able to deal with them. But such a thing would result in the Arundo stalling their growth phase and wasting resources. The sturdier front a family put up, the less they would have to deal with such things. It was in the same way a chess grandmaster would know to resign when a game reached a certain point because they had trust that their opponent would be able to close out the game properly. If the prestige of the Arundo family took a hit, though, and people began to believe they lacked the skill to close out the game, it would begin to breed trouble. The operative word was deterrence. Only with strong enough deterrence could a family occupy large amounts of territory while withstanding the least amount of pressure. Of course, the youth who spoke was one of the Arundo family's 2 candidates for their crown heir position, Isaac. Much like the others of the Arundo, he too was a bowman, and, unsurprisingly, he felt that his performance in these selections would decide whether he became the crown heir or not. We don't know who they are, but there are some rumors. Another youth of the Arundo family rubbed his nose. He had quite a mischievous streak between his eyes as he seemed amused that Isaac wasn't as well informed as he was. Of course, the only person who dared to do this was Isaac's rival for crown heir, Isaac. Stop beating around the bush. This matter involves us both. I don't know about you, but I have no intention of inheriting a laughingstock of a family. Isaac snorted, clearly not enjoying his distant cousin's lack of a sense of humor. It had always been this way. Isaac was the more social of the two, and though he was slightly less powerful, he had the far better social network. On the other hand, Isaac was the stronger one, something Isaac accepted, but he lacked the skills a patriarch should have. He didn't know how to speak to people or manage people. He didn't even know about something so important happening. This said, the relationship between the two wasn't so bad. Not every crown heir duo or trio was at each other's throats like Richard and Great Heir had been. Though that was also because Isaac was quite easygoing while Isaac was quite simple-minded. Still, Isaac was right on this one. They were indeed a united front on this matter. There was news that came a few days ago that there was a huge commotion that went down at the Luxnix estate. There were even reports that a pillar of light was viewable from outer space. There's been a muddying of the details, but it seems to all revolve around one name, Leonel Morales. Huh? Isaac didn't seem to understand. Isaac rolled his eyes. Leonel Morales, the name of the boy the Luxnix had stricken from their family records. There were even rumors resurfacing about him in the last few months. I thought it was just some political scheme to deal with the Luxnix, but it seems there were rumors because he's back. Isaac's gaze narrowed. What is that supposed to mean? We can't get revenge because he's a Luxnix? Isaac was at a loss for words. What is in that head of yours? Sanda, didn't I just say his name was stricken from the records and that there was a huge commotion caused at the family? And didn't you see that the Luxnix arrived but he wasn't among them? I'm thinking that they only got such good seating arrangements because of that granny over there. It seems his grandmother was one of the Luxnix family elders before they broke off from the family. So, he's free game. In fact, they're all free game. The light in both potential heirs' eyes lit up, murderous intent pervading from them. They might have been 2 opposing individuals, but they stood on the same side when it came to what they wanted for their Arundo family. At that moment, the billboard of motes of light had already shifted once more. Those that had failed had their names completely erased while a new set of individuals was highlighted. Ah, it seems like it's my turn. Alina nervously stood, walking toward the arena under the encouragement of the other people of the moon. Chapter 156 Cast. Chapter 1156. Cast Alina fluttered onto the stage with her heart nearly beating out of her chest. She seemed quite delicate and frail despite her more than average height for a woman. But this was just an unfortunate part of being born and raised on the moon. Her bone structure was more fragile than normal, and she had to compensate with her use of force. Luckily, thanks to the metamorphosis, a lot of her deficits had been made up for, but at the moment she was at yet another great disadvantage. Of the forces, water elemental force was probably the most fickle. The density of it varied wildly depending on how close to a water source you were, how long it had been since the last time it rained, and what sort of climate there was. As a person whose most powerful tool was her water elemental ability, Alina today was much weaker than she had been on the ocean's surface that day. However, Elthor's performance had given her courage. Who said she couldn't win just because she was weaker than those around her? Very quickly, all those called upon found their place in the ring. After the first battle, the nervous air was several times greater than it had been before. All those here were keenly aware that their lives might be forfeited any time. Alina calmed herself, steadily accumulating the water force in her surroundings. Suddenly, she felt several sharp gazes land on her, causing her brows to wrinkle. She looked up to find several individuals wielding bows looking right at her. It didn't take her a genius to realize why it was they were giving her such looks. Alina immediately went on the defensive. Begin. This time, the battle didn't start instantly. Wary eyes looked around, inching toward the edge of the arena to ensure that they couldn't be stabbed from behind. Unfortunately, some unlucky souls realized that they were surrounded from all sides and couldn't easily retreat. They kicked themselves for being so careless and stepping onto the platform so casually. This lull, though, only lasted for just a moment. On the sidelines, Leonel's brow knit. There were less Arundo family members in this bracket, just 3 compared to last time. However, if they insisted on targeting Alina like this, it would be a problem. Alina wasn't some spring flower. She had fought 2 wars and had been on the front line of the battle against Earth's oceanic creatures. The issue was that she was outclassed by Dimension Tier here, and she was outnumbered. A low and delicate shout left Alina's lips, her accumulating water force erupting to form an enormous sphere of blue around her. She immediately surrounded the sphere with twin rivers of water, lashing out against the oncoming arrows. Bang, bang, bang! Alina's expression paled as she slid backward, large amounts of her water force dispersing. She quickly refocused her attention, diverting one portion toward the accumulation of more water force and another toward monitoring her surroundings. Alina knew that she had a weakness in movement technique, but she was very good at control. With this came a powerful internal sight, though not as exaggerated as one might expect to find with a Luxnix. Still, splitting her attention into 2 like this wasn't a problem. Unfortunately, what she quickly found was that her only enemy wasn't the Arundo. The Arundo were only one of the major families Elthor had offended with his killing spree, and it was no secret to anyone in the arena that Alina was tied with him. A youth approached Alina from the side, swinging toward her sphere of water. Alina reacted quickly. While it appeared to be a sphere, the reality was that a portion of it had sunk into the ground. Taking advantage of the cracks in the flexibility of water, Alina had set up a spiderweb trap of sorts in the ground around her. Unfortunately, she hadn't had enough time to make it as powerful as she could, but it would have to do for now. The youth was completely caught off guard, howling in pain as a spike of water force drilled through the sole of their feet. Having had their mind blinded by the torturous wound, the youth couldn't even react as a whip of water blasted them from the arena. At that split moment of Alina's attention being taken, though, several arrows had already appeared before her. Bang! 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 Alina couldn't react in time to use her rivers, resulting in the arrows directly colliding with her sphere of protection. Panic colored her features as the arrows tore through, but her shield was just thick enough to slow the arrows to a crawl. They fell to the ground with dull clangs. However, Alina had been completely shaken. Of the 3 arrows, one had been aimed right for her forehead, another had been aimed right for her heart, and the last had been aimed right at her womb. Each was more sinister than the last, and it made her feel that her life had been sucked dry. By the time she realized her shield had been just barely enough to block them and she snapped out of it, she was horrified to find that several more attacks were coming her way. Another attack came from her left, this time wielding a glaive. Her right side, which she had just cleared, had already been filled by yet another. And, right down her middle, a chorus of 3 more arrows sliced forward, right toward the holes in her water sphere that had yet to heal. "I'm finished?" Alina was at a loss for words. She had hardly been able to fight the battle she wanted to fight. She had just managed to drum up her courage to face these behemoths, but how had things ended this way? Maybe she wasn't one of the lucky ones after all, fall off the stage. At that moment, Leonel's voice seemed to cut through all the noise. Like a pointed roar, it shook her psyche awake. Not everyone could remain calm in the face of death, and they might even forget solutions they could easily think of in any other situation. Alina had completely forgotten she was so close to the edge of the stage. But by the time she registered Leonel's words, it was too late. Even if she fell back now, those arrows wouldn't be stopped. They would still strike true. There was no way to survive this. Damn it. If Alina could see through this in her flustered state, how could Leonel not? When he yelled out, he had already moved. However, it was then another booming voice descended. "You dare?" Orinic's voice cast a shadow over the arena. Chapter 157, L don't know. Chapter 157, L don't know. Orynyk's expression was as dark as the night, fury marked between his brows. He hadn't thought that anyone would actually be so brazen as to interfere with the proceedings, especially after both he and especially Ganor had made it clear who held authority here and who didn't. Did he understand why Leonel was moving? Yes. Did he care about what that reason was? Absolutely not. Death was an inevitable part of these selections. There was a reason he hadn't done a single thing as Elthor killed as he pleased. If anyone dared to try to stop Elthor previously, he would have killed them on the spot. For Leonel to dare to do something like this before him, he was courting death. Leonel, however, had a vastly different perspective. He didn't care about the prestige of the Void Palace, nor did he care about Orynyk's authorities. All he cared about was the fact that Olina was a woman who had put her life on the line to save his brothers just several weeks ago. If he stood by and did nothing as she died, he wouldn't even be able to look the people of the moon in the eye. Leonel didn't want to put his grandmother in a situation where she had to take action. His movement and her movement held completely different weights. He was still a member of the younger generation, and his actions could be left as a slight against Orynyk himself. However, if his grandmother made a move, it wouldn't be a matter of youths any longer. It would be a slap to the face of the Void Palace itself. Among the geniuses of Earth, Leonel knew that he was the only one with the speed to make it. So, he took it upon himself. However, the moment Orynyk spoke, an oppressive aura fell like a hammer. It crashed against Leonel's head and threatened to bury him into the earth. The difference in this aura from what Leonel had experienced before in the past was like night and day. Even Sparking Star Order had no ability to match it. Right then, though, Leonel's gaze flashed with a blinding violet light, a deep crimson hidden within suddenly lashing out and causing Orynyk's aura to splinter like shards of glass. Leonel's body flickered with bronze runes, his figure stepping through space and appearing by Olina's side and within her water sphere in the blink of an eye. Wrapping an arm around her waist, he stepped and pulled backward, his free hand tapping forward 3 times in quick succession. His arm moved so quickly that it left after images in the air, almost making it seem like he had 4 arms instead of just 2. Clang, clang, clang. The arrows deflected off of Leonel's fingers like they had rammed into a metal wall, causing even Leonel to raise a brow. His bronze runes had already vanished as he had only needed to activate them for a moment to boost his spatial affinity for an instant, but he was surprised by the strength of his body. In fact, now that he thought about it, he had miscalculated the amount of effort he would need to get here as well. With soft steps, Leonel landed with Olina by his side, splashes of water landing around them as Olina looked around shaken, her face as pale as a sheet of paper. "Are you all right?" Leonel's brow furrowed, looking toward Olina. Yes, I'm all right." Olina's voice trembled. She had faced death before, especially during her fight with the 3 whales. But never had it felt so close until now. It wasn't just that she faced death, it really felt like she had died for a moment. The entire arena seemed to freeze over as Orynyk's gaze locked onto Leonel. The battle on the stage came to a grinding halt, no one certain of what to do any longer. At that moment, a torrent of boos rang down from the crowd above. They all felt they were rightfully pissed. It was fine when Elthor killed people, but not when others wanted to kill Olina. Was there anything so good in this world? Do you treat my words as air? Leonel, who had been making sure that Olina was all right, only now turned toward Orynyk. "And what words are those?" Leonel asked. Clearly not expecting to receive such an answer, Orynyk's expression became fiercer. Ganor, who had been lazily reclining on his own chair, leaned his head on his palm, opening his eyes to reveal a gaze as sharp as a blade. "Do you think this is your playground and you can do as you please? How did I do as I pleased? I saved a friend of mine, so just disqualify her and continue with the round. I've done nothing to interfere with your process, nor did I take out anyone who didn't deserve to be taken out. So it's fine for your people to kill others, but they can't be killed themselves." Orynyk hadn't expected to get into a shouting match with a junior. In fact, he would have already acted had it not been for the fact he knew that Leonel's grandmother would never allow him to die. Orynyk didn't fear the elder, but without knowing where his own superior was, he would rather not put his life on the line to fight this battle. If he died and the Void Palace only punished them afterward, it wouldn't be worth it. First of all, I never stopped anyone else from trying to save their people. They can only blame themselves for being too slow. Secondly, weren't you the one who said there was no such thing as absolute fairness? My friend has lost and won't receive a position to enter the Void Palace. Does that mean she also has to die? Is that how your Void Palace proves how macho they are? By forcing people who don't have to die to do so? Aina, where are you going? Yuri, who was shocked by what was happening here, suddenly realized that Aina had stood. But Aina was headed away instead of toward the stage. "I don't know. I don't like this. I'll be back when it's my turn." Her voice was just as unmoving and lacking in substance as it had been for the past several months. Chapter 1588, not. Chapter 1588, not. Yuri and Savan looked toward one another. The stress between their brows was almost too obvious for all to see. It felt like they were a pair of mothers trying to care for their child, but the problem was that this child had the strength to flatten a mountain with a single stomp of her feet. Was it jealousy? Maybe it was a bit of that. But from what Yuri and Savan understood about the situation, it was very likely that Ina was seeing something beyond that, something that she simply hated to see. Once again, Leonel was putting himself at risk for the sake of saving someone else. How many times had she already seen something like this? The trouble here, though, was the fact that they weren't sure what this meant for Ina's personality. Was it returning? Or was it a childlike temper tantrum triggered by something unknown? It was simply too hard to tell, and this wasn't exactly a situation where they would be able to tell either. The two worriedly looked toward Leonel. Even if it wasn't for Ina, they wouldn't want to see Leonel die here. But if he really did die, who knew how it would affect Ina? Hearing the clear taunt in Leonel's words, Ornik's fury was at risk of tipping completely over. Leave it be. The sudden voice was like trickling rainwater, delicate and echoing. It was soothing to an almost impossible degree, and yet it washed over the arena with a momentum that made many freeze. The power behind it was so undeniable that no one seemed to even think of imagining the kind of beauty behind these words. Just the thought alone felt blasphemous. It was suddenly obvious to everyone present that Orinik, Gnor, and the others were only the face of what the Void Palace had presented. The true brawn hadn't bothered to appear, maybe precisely because they were unworthy. The only one who furrowed his brows at this voice was Leonel. There was something odd and artificial about it. Though the voice sounded beautiful, he was of the opinion that it would sound even better if it wasn't so strained. Of course, he had no idea that his mother had changed the pitch of her voice slightly in the off chance that Leonel would recognize it. It seemed that she was right to be so cautious. Maybe only Leonel would be sharp enough to parse apart the difference. Leonel recovered quite quickly and nodded in thanks to seemingly empty air. Only after this did he lead Olina away and allow the rest of the second round to continue. Quite expectedly, no one dared to replicate what Leonel had done. The voice of the woman was like an imprint on their soul. She might have forgiven such a thing once, but who was to say that she would do so again? You didn't manage to stop him? Gnor looked toward Orinik, who had returned to their seating arrangements. The truth was that if Orinik had been standing near the stage, Leonel would have never been able to save Olina, at least not in time. However, because he hadn't seen much of a point in forcing himself to stand for the entirety of this day, he chose to return and sit, allowing the billboard to handle everything else. Unfortunately, this put him on the opposite side of the arena to where Leonel had come from, so he could only use his aura. He had thought it would be enough, but he couldn't have possibly expected that Leonel would be able to ignore it. Orinik's expression darkened, but he didn't give an answer. Gnor's lazy gaze had likewise become quite sharp. Despite his usual demeanor, he took his role in the Void Palace quite seriously as well. If not for their overseer saying something, they would have acted as well. It won't happen again. I didn't expect someone to actually be so brazen. Next time, I will attack directly. Orinik had wanted to disqualify Leonel and strip him of the right to participate, but after their overseer spoke, he would be looking down on her if he continued to pursue the matter. However, he would remember this. Why do you look so down? He patted Olina on the head, but she continued to look down at the ground. Unshed tears threatened to spill over. If she wasn't scared about being an even greater burden by crying, maybe she would have already failed to hold them back. Leonel sighed. We can't win everything. Even though you failed this time, won't there be a next time? Olina's shoulders trembled. She looked up to find Leonel's kind smile. Next time, of course, Leonel reassured. Isn't the only requirement that you be below the 6th dimension? Right now, you're only at tier 2. Between now and the next cycle, how much will you grow? By then, who will be able to stop you? Hearing such words, Olina suddenly felt a lot better. She didn't want to be left behind by everyone else. Which of them here didn't have their own personal battle to fight? Her small hands closed into fists. 2 single streaks of tears fell down her cheeks as she forced a smile. Yes, next time, she said resolutely. When the two made it back, Olina was immediately smothered by Joyce. As scared as Olina was to die, for a moment Joyce really thought she had lost her longtime friend. The two cried in each other's arms for a long while. Leonel took a deep breath, sitting by his grandmother's side. Grandma, am I too reckless? Leonel suddenly asked. Yes, definitely. Leonel smiled bitterly when he heard these words. The trouble was, if he wasn't reckless, then who would be? There were certain things he couldn't just sit idly by and watch. These were his comrades and brothers and sisters in arms. He couldn't just let them die when he knew he could do something. Unfortunately, he knew that his actions had only painted an even larger target on the backs of the geniuses of Earth, one after another. The rounds passed by. Numerous so-called geniuses of Earth went up, but not a single one managed to pass. More coming later. Chapter 159, Sensory Image. Chapter 159, Sensory Image. Leonel sat in silence as he watched his friends lose one after another, realizing that he was quite helpless to do anything about it. In truth, he blamed himself. He spent so long away from all of them that he never truly helped them to grow like he should have. He buried his head away, chasing a woman he couldn't even explain his attraction to, and leaving them to fend against the dimensional verse on their own. He spoke of helping people, but he couldn't even properly help those closest to him. In fact, he had only made things harder on them. The mountain they would have had to climb to earn a spot to enter the Void Palace was tall to begin with, but now with this target painted onto their backs, and their number disparity, an improbable cause had instantly become an impossible one. There was not the slightest hint of remorse. Without fail, the geniuses of Earth were the first to be cut down every time. If not for Leonel wising up and giving them some protection before they went up, it was likely that each one would have died. Leonel's brothers didn't fare any better than the rest. They, too, found themselves on the losing end of their battles. Fuck! Franco kicked his chair over. It flew out with such speed that it shattered into wood splinters the instant it hit a wall. But that didn't seem to make him feel any better. Losing wasn't something Leonel and his brothers were used to. They had been a team for so long and could count on two hands the number of games they had lost in that more than decade span. Yet each one of them, no matter how far apart they were, hit just as bad. There was a heavy silence, a fury, a subtle feeling of inadequacy. All the confidence Elthor had helped them build up deflated like a balloon. A gloominess that Leonel didn't know how to fix took hold, but with it came an underlying determination. Leonel knew well how his brothers responded to adversity. Giving them words of encouragement now would only undermine and insult them. He was certain that this sort of humiliation wasn't something that would happen again, at least not for a very long time. The billboard flickered once more, and this time Noah stood, his gaze having long since turned from indifferent to cold. His gaze shifted over and met Leonel's. Though the two didn't exchange any words, their meaning was already clear. Noah's crystalline blue saber appeared long before he made it to the stage. His steps were even and measured while the sun seemed to dance off the edge of his blade. Every reflective light seemed to make those that saw it reflexively recoil, worried that one of these sharp rays might slice their neck clean off. Among those that had failed already, Jessica was among them. Her beast-taming ability was useless against these enemies, as her pets were simply too weak and hadn't grown. On top of that, the wilderness of planet Luxnix was far too dangerous for even Leonel to travel through casually, let alone her. Without a choice, she chose to not even summon her partners, resulting in her losing even faster than the others before her had. Though she returned gracefully and unwounded, without the same gloominess the others seemed to display, every time Noah sent a glance toward her, he only seemed to become more infuriated. Jessica wasn't weak, nor were her beast partners. The reason she didn't dare to summon them was because she knew well that she would be ganged up on. It simply wasn't worth risking the help of her pets just to lose anyway. For as long as Noah could remember, Jessica had always followed by his side, a silent help and a right-hand woman that was simply irreplaceable. He had long since learned how to read the different shades of her placid expression. She looked indifferent now, but everything from the sway of her short-cut hair to the way she crossed her legs screamed to Noah that she was feeling sadness and guilt to the depths of her soul. Sadness because she had failed, guilt because she couldn't follow in his steps, and it was all the fault of these people. Oh, another one of you? Are you all still stepping up to get embarrassed? Noah slowly walked up the steps of the arena, seemingly having not heard the jeers of the Montex family member. His steps were silent and his blade lightly bobbed just above the hard stone flooring. Everything from his breathing to the beat of his heart was steady. Begin. Ornik's voice still fell indifferently. He didn't originally care enough about these proceedings to become invested, but he still found himself watching every time a person of Earth stood up. He told himself that this was to ensure that Leonel could never interfere again, but if he was honest with him, he got a sick sort of satisfaction watching them be wiped out one after another. The instant his voice fell this time, though, he felt that something was different. Bang! It was a sound the audience had heard many times before, but, this time, it was so strong and cacophonous that the sturdy stone platform themselves shattered, sprinkling into the air like shards of glass. Each one of Noah's steps were heavy, and there was nothing remotely elegant about his movement. His body grew to 3 meters in height, his saber became as large as a door, and his skin shimmered like diamond beneath the sunlight. He was like a rampaging titan, his limbs becoming like locomotives, crushing everything in his path. The soles of his feet shattered skulls, his blade bisected bodies, his fists crushed souls. Every heart-rending cry and spine-tingling snap of the bone resounded through the arena, painting a sensory image that would never be forgotten by those who witnessed it. Chapter 160. Begin. Chapter 160. Begin. Noah heavily stepped off of the stage, his body drenched in blood from head to toe, none of which was his own. The arena couldn't help but be silent outside of his heavy step. When Noah returned, Rosia stood with a doting expression on her face. She couldn't help but start wiping Noah off. Seeing how nonchalantly his grandmother was treating so much blood, Leonel suddenly got the feeling that maybe his family wasn't so normal. The dichotomy of sweet old grandmother helping her grandson wipe down the lifeblood of his murder victims. Just what kind of world was he in right now? Leonel's lip curled into a smile. Though the gloominess hadn't vanished, he could feel that Noah had vented much of their frustration. There was only so much that Leonel could do himself. At some point them witnessing his own success wouldn't move the needle anymore. However, seeing someone else do it, it gave them more courage to believe that they could do the same. Though the geniuses of Earth continued to lose after this, and even more miserably at that because Noah had re-energized their enemies, they still returned with their heads held high and a fire lit within their gaze. None of these people knew that the Leonel and his friends had only just experienced their metamorphosis, not even half a decade ago. To have already reached such a stage in a short period of time was something to be proud of, and there'd come a day where they wouldn't have to show pride in their defeat, but could instead do so in their victory. The events of the day continued to wane. Of the people of Earth, most had already gone up and lost, unfortunately falling short. However, there were some success stories nonetheless. Carolus, the preeminent genius of the moon and the young man Leonel knew for his exceptionally high spatial affinity, managed to become the third person of Earth to claim their spot for the second day. His ability was devastating, and one couldn't even approach him without fearing for their lives. Despite the fervor Noah had reignited, he still managed to weather the storm and claim his place. The next success story was more so of luck than of skill, but it was one that Leonel happily accepted nonetheless. Milan and Arnold were lucky enough to get drawn into the same group. Working together, Milan's defensive energy shield ability and Arnold's explosive palm ability, not to mention the latter's grasp of universal force, was the perfect tandem. What Leonel didn't notice was that Ornic's pupils had constricted into pinholes when he saw Arnold's use of universal force. It had to be remembered that originally, Arnold followed the same path of comprehending universal force as everyone else. He fused it with his palm force and made it one-dimensional. However, after his meeting with Leonel and the others, Leonel pointed him toward the more complete path of universal force after seeing his talent in it. Now, Arnold walked the same path of universal force that Leonel did. It was just that neither of them seemed to realize just how impossibly rare this path was. But Orenic, Ganor, and the other envoys of the Void Palace most certainly did. In fact, they had all but decided who would get the golden token after seeing this display. Time continued to speed by. Unfortunately, outside of Elthor, Noah, Carolus, Milan, and Arnold, no others made it. Compared to the accumulating numbers of the other families, it was quite pitiful. However, it wasn't terrible either. Finally, after dozens of rounds and thousands of participants, Leonel felt a subtle connection call out to him as the billboard flickered. Oh? Leonel looked up, finding the number he had claimed for himself shimmering brightly. It seems like it was finally his turn. With a light push off his chair, Leonel stood and stretched, his bones cracking. His mind and body both felt quite alert. After sleeping for over a month, he felt more energized now than he had in a long time. Almost the instant Leonel rose, many eyes fell onto him. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that ever since that incident of a few hours ago, many had been waiting for Leonel's turn. The skill he had displayed in that short time frame wasn't small, but it was still difficult for many to get a read on exactly what his limits were. This was mostly because by the time people realized that someone actually had the audacity to move against the wishes of the Void Palace envoys, Leonel was already more than halfway there. It was hard to tell if he was just that fast or if he had just reacted long before anyone else had. But now all of those questions would be answered. The people of Earth had been being targeted by proxy only because they couldn't get at Leonel, but now that he was here? Leonel's steps were a lot lighter than Noah's despite the both of them being extremely heavy. He landed softly, his bare feet feeling the cool surface of the hard stone. Comparatively speaking, Leonel was very casually dressed. He didn't have a weapon in hand, nor did he wear any armor. He wore a loose-fitting pair of sweatpants and a long-sleeved shirt that waved about in the wind, pulling against the toned silhouette of his torso. It was the kind of nonchalance that made those around him either furrow their brows or sneer. At that moment, the final contestant stepped forward, a curious glint in his eye. This young man was none other than Isak, and his bow was already in hand. His piercing gaze landed on Leonel. As though a hawk, he scanned him up and down, the rest of his internal sight focused on his surroundings. This matter couldn't have been more perfect. Leonel and his people had slighted the Arundo. If Isak defeated him, he would take a leg up on that distant cousin of his. But he was still a cautious person. One scheme after another began to play in his mind. Isak thought he was clever and calculated. But Leonel's mind was so clear at the moment that he could even count the steps of every insect within a kilometer radius right this moment. Such obvious glances weren't something he would miss. A bow? I don't think I need to use one here, though. Leonel thought to himself, why don't we test out a few things instead? Leonel stood in the dead center of the arena, seemingly oblivious to the danger of his position. Begin. Chapter 1161 constructs. Chapter 161 constructs. Almost the instant Ornic's words fell, Leonel was bombarded from all sides with a flurry of attacks. The people of the Luxnix family narrowed their eyes. Too many of them hadn't seen Leonel fight previously, and many only caught the tail end of what had happened. However, while news was cut off from the outside, the elites of the Luxnix were very well informed about what had happened that day. Right this moment, other than maybe Michael, there wasn't a soul with Luxnix blood who wasn't paying very close attention, and that went doubly so for the members of the Luxnix who happened to be in the same group with Leonel. Leonel, though, felt as though his mind was working at speeds too fast for the world. For a moment, he just stood there, watching as these attacks charged toward him frame by frame as though it was all in slow motion. Leonel's hands slid into his pockets, his eyes slowly closing. Let's try, Leone. A strong surge of dream force coalesced around Leonel, his foot lightly tapping on the ground and causing a quickly expanding ring of dark gold to form. Bang! 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 Leonel was buried. A cascade of never-ending attacks drowned his body in a flurry of force of all kinds. The clashing of opposing and synergizing of like elements made the explosion all the more volatile, the entire center of the arena imploding into a rain of stone, rock, and billowing smoke. However, right at that moment, a mighty roar sounded. It carried with it such a violent momentum that the smoke and dust cleared, shooting out and dispersing in all directions to reveal an enormous, 10-meter-tall, dark gold bear. Leonel stood leisurely on his bear construct's shoulders, unmoved and unfazed by what had happened around him. The bombardment of force sometimes rebounded and was sometimes swallowed by the thick fur and skin of the dark gold bear. Even its roar alone caused a rain of arrows to shatter and fly off like broken kites in the sky, leaving those who were left to witness it all speechless. Leonel looked down at his bear construct. Not bad, it was quite interesting. Compared to more static defensive mage arts, this bear was a bit special. It carried with it the elasticity unique to a living being, making it so that the rebound of attacks was less grating on Leonel. At the same time, its maneuverability in battle was several levels higher as well. Aim for him. Seeing Leonel standing on the shoulder of such an enormous bear shook many to their core. How could they not recognize the Luxnix force art system? But they had never seen a Luxnix complete such a complex construct so quickly. That said, they knew the weaknesses of the Luxnix force art system. More complex didn't always mean better. Leonel's bear construct swiped a paw at the air, standing high on its hind legs as another billowing roar left its lips. But its speed was too slow, and many made it through, aiming right for Leonel. Leonel, though, seemed unmoved by this turn of events, his gaze glowing with a delicate pale violet light. He let out a slow breath, but the heat that came with it was so scorching that sparks of fire force lit in the air. Those sparks erupted, forming miniature flames about Leonel, all for the high-pitched tweeting of birds to pierce the souls of all those who heard it. In one moment, Leonel was completely unprotected. In the next, dozens of hummingbirds with wings flapping so quickly they left nothing more than a blur in their wake appeared. They shot forward like guided missiles, piercing through the flurry of attacks aimed for Leonel with a spine-tingling precision and burning them up from the inside out. Boom, boom, boom. Like kamikaze bombers, they crashed into the stone platform below, causing concentrated blasts of fire to erupt in all directions. Leonel stood on the shoulder of his bear construct, orchestrating the disaster. He never removed his hands from his pockets. In fact, he hadn't even moved a single inch since the battle began. One after another, he quick-cast devastating arts, causing screams of agony and horror to echo endlessly. Isaac's pupils constricted. He had already organized several attacks, but none of them worked. Leonel seemed to see and plan out several steps ahead, and his casting speed was so fast that even if by some miracle you caught him off guard, it might not even matter. I'll do it myself. Isaac's gaze flashed, flipping his palm over to reveal a sleek arrow decorated from tip to tip in a complex array of runes. His gaze looked up, his force surging. Leonel's bear construct stamped a foot down, causing a ripple of earth to surge out in all directions, but Leonel himself remained unmoved. Die. A blinding streak of silver shot through the skies. In the blink of an eye, it appeared just 3 meters from the side of Leonel's head. It was so fast that the bear construct couldn't possibly react in time. In fact, it was still stamping its feet, sending young geniuses sprawling and tumbling to the floor. Might be an interesting application of radiant force like this. Just when it seemed that Leonel would be pierced through, a blinding light appeared on his shoulder. Isaac barely had time to register the fact that this light had taken the shape of a silver bat before a shocking screech forced him to cover his ears. The bat's sonar sent ripples of concentric circles spiraling through the air, each rippled steadily getting larger. Isaac's arrow suddenly froze in the air, an astonishing pulse of magnetism stopping its ability to move forward any further. Then it shattered completely, crumbling into little pieces as it fell from the sky. Unfortunately for Isaac, the ripples of sonar didn't stop. The high-pitched screech tunneled its way forward, crashing into Isaac in what felt like the blink of an eye. He thought that he would fly backward upon impact, but what actually happened made his eyes bleed as they reflected despair. Isaac, bang. Isaac imploded, falling in a shower of blood, guts, and gore. Chapter 1622, Part of This World. Chapter 1622, Part of This World. The members of the Arundo family all shot up. Even though this wasn't the first time a member of the Arundo family had died since this tournament began, it was most definitely the first time someone so high profile had. Isaac's blood vessels threatened to shatter and pop. If not for several members of the Arundo dog piling him to force him down and back, there was no doubt that he would have already sprung into action, his full fury on display. Isaac tried his best to fight those that were on him off, but he was a bowman, not a Hulk. With so many having come together to stop him, and without him having the desire to kill them at all costs, he found his body almost buried into the ground. He could barely tilt his head up slightly, freeing just a single eye to focus on Leonel for all that he was worth. The white of his gaze pulsed with so many vessels that it practically turned red and rabid, his body trembling completely out of his control. But in the end, he could only watch as Leonel's beast constructs vanished into motes of light, the entire arena empty of participants outside of himself. A pregnant silence took hold of the arena. There had been many battles before this, but none were ended nearly as easily as Leonel's own. They had thought that they might learn something about his speed from observing, when the reality was that Leonel didn't even have to move a single inch. The gap was so large that it felt like they had just watched an adult bully children. The Luxnick Star Order elders narrowed their gazes, watching Leonel walk away. They too hadn't witnessed the fight between Elodie and Leonel, but from what they knew, it lasted several exchanges and was quite heated, even though Leonel won in the end. With that bit of information, they had of course concluded that Michael would win easily. The gap between Michael and the three armheads was so large that it might as well have been night and day. Seeing Leonel fight now, there wasn't anything he had just done that Elodie couldn't. Well, Elodie couldn't quick cast in such a fashion, but their meaning was that he would have won just as easily. Still, seeing Leonel's talent in action made them wonder just how far he could go. Leonel returned to the group with a light smile on his face. "You're such a show-off, Cap," Milan laughed. "Is that jealousy I hear?" Leonel's ears perked up. "Fuck you." Milan dove forward and tackled Leonel, but he found his arms swinging at air. By the time he noticed Leonel jumped over him, it was far too late. He crashed into the ground, skidding for a few meters. An eruption of laughter filled Earth's seating space. However, seeing the cheeriness of their atmosphere only made the fury smoldering within Isaac's soul burn even brighter. He had never felt so much rage in his life. But he had already had his turn and didn't even have anywhere to vent it. "Let me go. I'm leaving." Isaac's voice seemed to have dropped several octaves. Only after the others were certain that he was, indeed, leaving the arena, did the rest of the Arundo relax. Amidst the Arundo elders, their patriarch sat with a stoic expression, watching as Isaac turned and left. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking by just his facial features alone, but he didn't seem to have reacted to Isaac's death at all. Inwardly, though, he felt that this was a turning point for his family. If Isaac could climb this mountain, maybe it would be exactly what his Arundo family needed to cross that final barrier and grow to match those three-pillar families. The events continued. By the time the end of the day began to roll around, countless geniuses had gone up. When it was Michael's turn, one might have thought that he hadn't stepped onto the stage at all. Everyone ran around him as though they had blinders on, refusing to even think of attacking him. Michael stood in silence, not bothering to make a move either. When just 3 individuals remained, he casually stepped off of the platform without a care in the world. The Luxnick's armheads received the same treatment. By coincidence, the equivalent geniuses of the 3 leading families didn't meet, so their rounds ended just as easily and without fanfare. The likes of Savan and Yuri, surprisingly, or maybe not so surprisingly, also gained a spot for themselves. Savan was a talent of Earth and had been able to adapt on planet Viola for far longer than the others had, so her success wasn't too much to accept. As for Yuri, she was of mysterious origins to begin with and had always had more power than she displayed. Even after claiming a spot, she hadn't seemed to have gone all out. The Montex and Viola geniuses, of course, performed just as well. Though their deterrence wasn't as great as Michael, they still received their due respect. Richard was among those that passed, only having to exchange 1 to 2 blows to properly display his might and prowess. Richard couldn't help but frown lightly when he stepped off of the platform before, when he looked toward where Ina should have been, she was absolutely nowhere to be seen. However, he turned his head away not long afterward. After giving up so much to earn a spot, he doubted that she would miss out on her chance. Finally, the day waned and the billboard flickered for the final time, its motes of light forming around the last list of names. As though a ghost, Ina appeared once more. When she stepped out and toward the arena, the crowd itself seemed to suck in a cold breath all at once. This level of beauty, was it even meant to be a part of their world? Chapter 1163, now. Chapter 1163, now. The current Ina didn't have the presence of maturity and elegance that a woman slowly reaching her prime should have. Her current mindset was quite infantile, and she still hadn't quite grasped concepts of her own feminine wiles and charms. In addition, she had already learned to perfectly control her own mental coercion. After the shackles on her talent were released, she improved by leaps and bounds every day, and yet none of it seemed to matter. For those here, this was the greatest beauty they had ever laid eyes on. Despite her indifference to the world, it only added to her charms, making her seem as though she had descended from another world entirely. The current Aina wore a flexible armor that wrapped around her curves almost too well, an enormous battle axe of red gold hovering to her back. Her every step carried its own explosive power, and the depth of black her armor and hair shared seemed to give her the tinge of a devilish vibe. Leonel fell into silence when his gaze landed on her again for the second time in a month. His expression didn't flicker, and his arms remained crossed about his chest. He could tell with a single glance that she had improved vastly since he last saw her. Even after all his own improvements, he had next to no certainty of defeating her. In fact, he faintly felt that he might very well lose. It was a surprising conclusion for Leonel to come to, but it hardly moved the needle for him one way or another. After a month of rest, Leonel felt that he finally understood what bothered him so much about all of this. Objectively, he knew how he had hurt Aina. She was in a vulnerable point in her life, and she was heavily reliant on him. That moment hadn't been the first time she got mad at him for risking his life for the sake of others. He had lost count of the number of times she had insisted that he should put himself first. He and Aina had been clashing in this way even long before they made their relationship official. That day, when Leonel excitedly left the Mayan zone, eager to see her again, and she pierced a hand through Conrad's heart, Leonel knew that that had been her way of waking him up to reality. Not only was she not solely that shy and timid girl he had known, but she was precisely the kind of cold-blooded murderer Leonel himself never wanted to become. Time and time again, they faced this exact clash. Even in the Joan Zone, when Aina and he almost died because he was too soft with how he used his blade, even so far back they had always butted heads. Leonel knew this. He knew how she felt. So why had he reacted the way he had? The answer was so obvious that Leonel felt that he had been running away from it as opposed to chasing it like he should have been. All those years, Leonel had always been chasing after Aina, always doing the things she wanted, how she wanted to do them. He never batted an eye, never complained, and always followed along, happy just to be by her side. This wasn't a burden on him, and for him to pretend like it had been would be nothing more than revisionist history. He had been happy to do it. She was the woman he loved, the only woman he loved. To him, doing things for her wasn't a sacrifice. It was a pleasure, a privilege. However, when the day came that Leonel finally had something he wanted to fight for himself, a goal he wanted to aspire toward and chase, rather than receiving the same sort of support he had always given Aina, what he received in return was doubt and insecurity. When Leonel told Aina about his dreams, about how he wanted to unite the dimensional verse and have her by his side as his queen, he didn't receive the eagerness and support he had been expecting. Instead, he received a questioning that he would have expected from a stranger or a person who didn't care about what his own hopes and aspirations were. He received the words of a person who didn't believe in him. That day, when Aina left him, it was just more of the same. Leonel understood how she felt. He truly did. She had gone through so much trauma in her life and didn't deserve any more. But in his eyes, the fundamental root of it all was that she didn't believe in him. When Leonel met an opponent that didn't believe in him, he would just defeat them. When he met an enemy that didn't believe in him, he would just kill them. When he met a mountain no one believed he could climb, he would ignore those who looked down on him and climb it anyway. The one fundamental truth about himself was that he absolutely hated to lose. Maybe why he was so good at following his father's mantras of respect and persistence was exactly because of this. This was such a core part of who he was that he excelled in everything he did, even when it was something he didn't like very much. Maybe this was Leonel's own brand of arrogance, that deep-seated belief in himself that couldn't accept the speculation and doubt of others. The question, though, was what would he to do when the person who didn't believe in him was someone he had given his heart to? How could he ignore her? How could he defeat her? How could he kill her? He didn't know the answer to that. So he sat and watched as the love of his life wowed the crowd, her skills and movements breathing life into the world. He sat and watched as she cleared her group, easily claiming her spot with her back to him. He sat and watched as another man with a grin of pride on his face that should have been his own stepped before everyone, boisterously laughing as he pointed toward her. "I want to thank the Montex and Luxnix family for allowing me this stage," Richard's voice boomed. "Now that today's event has ended and there will be a gap between today and the second day's rounds, I would like to make an announcement to everyone. 2 days from now, my fiancée Aina Brosinger will be getting married. I invite all those in attendance today to bear witness to the first day of the rest of our lives." A certain shift took place in the atmosphere. Feelings of awe, worship, and envy took hold. To have such a woman as a wife, just how lucky was this Viola family crown heir? Finally, Leonel stopped watching, his eyes closing in peace. He finally had his answer. Now he could let go. Author's note. I'll have to ask you guys to trust me. This won't end like you think it will. If you want books that can subvert tropes, you have to give an author a chance first. El Mayo. Anywho, the main purpose of this note is to tell you guys that my birthday is tomorrow, so I won't be uploading. We'll be back the day after. Love you guys. A3 Chapter 1164. Crack. Chapter 1164. See Iraq. There was a stunned silence that overcame the earth region of the arena. However, it was for just a moment. In the next instant, a fiery pillar of rage suddenly erupted. You bitch! Milan, Franco, Gil, and Raj all charged forward as though they had lost their minds. Seemingly having expected this result, it was Joel, Arnold, Alan, and Drake who leapt forward just a split moment afterward, diving for their waists and tackling them down. The 8 immediately ended up in a furious sort of dog pile. But, compared to the warmness such a thing had carried just a day ago, there was something decidedly sad about it this time around. It only seemed to make it worse that in all the commotion of the arena due to Richard's announcement, the commotion caused by these 8 was nothing more than a drop of water into a vast ocean. No one seemed to notice at all. No one except for Savan and Yuri, that is. Let me go. I held back enough. I'm going to tear them both a new asshole, Raj raged. Unfortunately, the clamp Arnold had on Raj was far too strong. He could hardly move, and he didn't have the heart to use his ability on his brother. In the end, he could only squirm wildly, his gaze just as red as Isaac's had been just hours ago. Rosicia's eyes flickered with confusion. She didn't quite understand what was going on. She looked toward her grandson, only to see that his eyes were closed. If she didn't know better, she would think that Leonel was having a nap. It was then that she pieced everything together. That day when she saw the pain in her grandson's eyes, hidden beneath his coldness and indifference, this Richard and that Ina had both been present. Could it be that it was related to this? Was that why he had been feeling that way on that day? Coming to this conclusion, Rosicia's gaze also lit with fury. The murderous intent coming from her rose like the tides of a tsunami, threatening to drown the arena out in waves. It would only be a moment before everyone's attention was drawn, but Joel, Arnold, Drake, and Alan all looked back toward Leonel. Of Leonel's brothers, there were 2 divisions. Raj, Milan, Gil, and Franco had always been the jokesters. They had their own brand of humor, and if there was a joke being made, there was a 90% certainty that it was coming from one of them. On the other hand, Joel, Arnold, Drake, and Alan were far more reserved. Joel was always the de facto leader of the group when Leonel wasn't present. Drake had meant to be Leonel's successor after he graduated from Royal Blue. Alan had an introverted personality, so much so that he didn't even show off his excellent physique, always wearing baggy clothing. And Arnold was a man of few words, even when he was communicating with Leonel himself, and yet at that moment they all looked toward Leonel with the same crimson gaze. So long as Leonie gave the signal, no matter how high the odds were stacked against them, no matter how subtle such a signal was, they would immediately release Raj, Milan, Gil, and Franco. In fact, not only would they release them, but they would be right alongside them, charging forth. To them, any slight against Leonel was a slight against them. They had been there before Leonel met Ina. They had been there before Leonel fell for her, before he spent years chasing after her. He had never shown any interest in any other woman. His admirers could have wrapped around Earth itself, yet he had never bat an eyelash. They had always believed that Ina wasn't worthy of Leonel. Even when she revealed herself to be a world-toppling beauty, she left soon after, leaving a bad taste in all of their mouths. Now, they felt that things had gone too far. They found it difficult even to control themselves at this point. Leonel's eyes remained closed, his face the picture of serenity. In his mind, he had once again entered a world of white, a familiar balance standing before him. After everything, it had been perfectly balanced, no one side outweighing the other. He gazed upon it silently, going through all the memories it held once more. His body felt quite light, and his mind felt extremely clear. His reflection on these memories made him feel as though he was right back there again, simulating that moment in real time without missing a single detail. The first day he met her, the first time he realized he liked her, the first time he confessed to her, the second time, the third, the time they spent in the Jones Zone, their battle against Royal Blue Fort, his rage-fueled tirade against the Puppet Master, those final moments of peace they had together at Variant Heart Mountain, the last time they shared a bed together, they were memories. Enough to move a man to tears. Somehow, though, to Leonel, it felt like he was watching the movie of someone else's life. He reached forward and touched the balance scale, his hand trailing down its frame before landing on the final object that had managed to keep it all even. It was a delicate, fragmented bracelet. It weighed almost nothing and was useless even to a third-dimensional existence. It was nothing more than a sentimental ornament, but it weighed so heavily. It was the final strand of hope that Leonel had been holding on to, so much so that his logical mind had given it more weight than even it was worth. Crack. With a light squeeze, Leonel crushed it to powder. He turned and walked away, the golden bronze balance crumbling into a pile of ash. In the real world, Leonel opened his eyes. A strong pressure seemed to roll out from him in waves, his mind suddenly feeling extraordinarily free. He blinked, seeing the gazes of his brothers looking back at him. "What are you all wrestling for? Take it easy on Milan and Arnold, they still need to fight in a few days." Leonel laughed lightly, his aura dispelling the tense atmosphere into the wind. Chapter 165. Didn't Care. Chapter 165, Didn't Care. Later that day, Leonel sat in silent meditation. He felt that everything about him was running smoother and faster than it ever had before. He could even feel his innate node far more clearly, so clearly in fact that he was shocked he hadn't sensed just how special it was before. His innate node wasn't just a source of a special force, it was more accurately the root of one. If Leonel had to describe it, he would say that an innate node was a step beyond a pure force crystal, maybe several steps even. What this meant was that an innate node wasn't just a store of force, but it also carried with it the natural force arts one might expect to find in a pure force crystal. The difference was that an innate node's natural force arts were not only far more complete, they were far more layered and complex. Though Leonel had never laid eyes on a pure force crystal, at least not yet, he was absolutely certain of this. The depth of his innate force node was so vast that even he had a hard time believing it. He also came to understand that this was where the difference between himself and Elthor lay. Elthor had access to a force on the same level as Scarlet Star Force in Chaotic Particle Force. The difference was that this was Elthor's ability granting him this affinity, whereas Leonel's own was an innate node. Leonel had thought that there wasn't much of a difference originally, just a different road to the same destination. But he realized now that there was a world of difference. Elthor would never have access to the same depth of understanding Leonel could gain from his innate node. The world that opened up to Leonel was so large that he was having a hard time deciding where to start. Just to put matters into perspective, from only a cursory glance and look-through, Leonel felt that he could build a visualization to aid his path through the fifth dimension, build a completely new magic system, comprehend derivative forces. The possibilities were endless. It felt like he had just been handed the blueprint of a vastly more advanced civilization, and now he could benefit by piecing together all of its mysteries. The change was so great that even Leonel was baffled for just a moment. In the past, he couldn't even send his internal sight near his innate node without it trying to destroy his mind. But now, he didn't have to risk his mind at all. It was as though his innate node was directly speaking to him. Destruction, Leonel couldn't have expected that releasing his own baggage would open himself up in this way. It was like the weight of Aina had been a blockage. Or maybe it was just the act of allowing those feelings to shatter that allowed Leonel to ascend his understanding to a new level. Fascinating, Leonel wondered, did Michael have this same ability? Could he naturally feel what Leonel had, or were there complications with the process? Leonel wasn't jealous, he was more so curious. Because if one innate node could bring him such benefits, what about another? He already had the little mink who could snatch abilities from others. He could use the silver tablet to wash away the personalities of those abilities to allow his people to absorb them without backlash. He had the tentacle womb, which he already had in evolution path 4. If he also began to accumulate innate nodes as well, Leonel's gaze flickered. Maybe he didn't notice it, or maybe he did. But he didn't even consider what it would take for him to accumulate these innate nodes. Leonel raised a palm, his force flickering and surging. After forming his 7th star, he realized that he had gained the ability to replenish his innate node faster. Unfortunately, this was a fairly useless ability since his body couldn't even withstand using his innate node to begin with. Let alone draining it, he couldn't even use a single % of it. However now, Leonel realized that his innate node was no longer entirely useless to him either. The destructive aura that he had subtly grasped alone made his attacks far more potent than they had been in the past. And, now that his senses toward his innate node were even sharper, his destructive aura would only grow. There may very well come a time where Leonel would only have to touch something to make it crumble from the outside, in. His presence alone would cause things to disintegrate. Though the effect would be lesser than using Scarlet Star Force, it was a good replacement while he focused on getting his body stronger. The current Leonel sat outside near the pool of the hotel. He was in full view of everyone around him, causing him to be the subject of quite a bit of scrutiny. However, no matter how many times they looked over at him, no one could find anything wrong. Is he really all right? Milan mumbled. The 8 of them, including Leonel's grandmother, were all furious. In fact, many of those who hadn't known the details previously were furious for Leonel as well. However, with the man himself acting as though nothing had happened, what were they supposed to do, exactly? You know, Leonel, when he cuts something off, he doesn't even look back, Joel said lightly. Raj snorted. Good. It would be embarrassing if I had a harem and Leo didn't. This is the way it should be. He needs at least 3 wives and 12 concubines. I won't let him stop until he has at least that many. Our boy is about to have an elite fuckboy arc. The women of the group looked toward Raj with disdain, but they refrained from saying anything since it was clear that he was just sticking up for Leonel. However, Raj didn't seem ready to let it go. What are you all looking at? All you women are the same. How many men are you going to turn into the monsters you complain about before you realize that you're the problem? Joyce suddenly snapped, her fists lighting with force. Are you trying to fight it out, you sack of shit? Oh my, I'm so scared. Raj rolled his eyes. Come bite me. I can't for the life of me imagine why you're called the fairer sex. You're all little demons in skimpy clothing. You ever think that maybe the reason you're all so attracted to the hard exterior of a man is because you're all just as hard on the inside? Come on, come fight me then. At least in this kind of world you actually stand a chance. Joyce was so furious she couldn't even put her anger into words. Joel and the others felt a headache coming along. They knew the reason Raj was acting like this wasn't just related to Leonel. At that moment, though, Joel's brows suddenly furrowed, a message entering his ears. Joel immediately looked up to Leonel. He knew how sharp Leonel's senses were. There was no way he would miss such a thing. However, he didn't react in the slightest. It was either he was distracted by something, or he simply didn't care. Considering who it was, Joel had the feeling it was the latter. A few of you, come with me, Joel said lightly before going off. Chapter 1166. Did L? Chapter 1166. Did L? An odd silence reigned over the atmosphere in a forest just on the outskirts of a Luxnic city. Joel, Franco, and Alan stood across from Yuri and Sivan, the latter two wearing nervous, fidgeting expressions. In truth, Joel was quite surprised that Yuri had managed to contact them from so far away. It had taken several hours just to get here. If not for Joel being pretty level-headed, he wouldn't have even deemed to come. But for matters related to Leonel, he was still willing to go so far. That said, it made sense. This was Planet Luxnix, not Planet Viola. Plus, the status of these two was ties to Miel and Ina, so even if it was Planet Viola, it wasn't like they could move about as freely as they wanted. Due to these reasons, they had no choice but to contact Joel and the others from so far away. The surprising part, though, was that Yuri was actually able to accomplish such a thing. It made Joel take her just that bit more seriously. "Where is Leonel?" Yuri finally asked, somewhat unwilling to meet their gazes. In fact, much of her fidgeting was because she was trying to see if Leonel was coming or not. Yuri had left a small tag on Joel's soul force the last time they met, but she had never been able to do the same with Leonel. So she had contacted Joel, hoping to contact Leonel through him. But Joel didn't seem to have come with Leonel at all. This was a problem. If Leonel was truly angry, this would make things even more difficult. Of course, this only showed how little Yuri understood about Leonel. Is he that angry? Joel, despite his usual calm disposition, couldn't help but narrow his eyes at these words. What did she mean? Is he that angry? Setting aside the truth for a moment, so what if he was? Did he not have the right to be? The fact he hadn't exploded onto the arena stage was a proof of his self-control and nothing else. Joel reached out a hand and put it on Franco's chest, stopping him from snapping. Among the three who had come, Joel and Alan were quite level-headed, but Franco was most definitely not. Joel had made it a point not to take Raj along with them because he would only exacerbate any situation they ended up getting into, but the more rowdy of their group had insisted that at least one of them go because they didn't trust Joel and Alan to say the harsh things when they needed to be said. That said, they knew that this was a gross exaggeration. The current Joel and Alan were just as enraged as any one of them. Seeing the expressions of the three men before her, Yuri's own flickered, making her feel that maybe she had said something wrong. Your words show just how little you understand about Leonel, but that isn't your fault. You're just the friend of the woman he liked, not the woman herself. The one who deserves the blame is her. Yuri's jaw clenched. Just the same way Raj was willing to go overboard in protecting Leonel, even saying many things he shouldn't have said, Yuri was much the same way with Ina. In fact, compared to the time Leonel's brothers had spent by his side, Yuri had been with Ina even longer. However, this time, she took deep breaths, realizing that letting her temper flare like it had before would only be detrimental to her goal. You all have to understand that this matter isn't what it looks like. Joel's brow furrowed, but he chose to continue to listen instead of interjecting. The truth of the matter was that if Joel had told Leonel that Yuri wanted to talk, Leonel probably would have come. And even if Leonel chose not to come, it wouldn't be because he was furious. It would only be because he felt that his time was better applied to something else. Joel knew better than most that what Leonel was feeling right now wasn't rage, it was indifference. If he felt that his time was better spent training and meditating, he wouldn't come. If he was curious enough to hear what Yuri would say, then it would come. It was that simple. However, Joel knew well, at the same time, that there was a very lowly, maybe 0% probability that Leonel would change his mind purely on what Yuri would say. Knowing this, Joel chose not to waste Leonel's time. The three of them already had been booted from the second day of competition. They had nothing to lose wasting time like this. So, he listened to Yuri's story from start to finish. So, you mean to say that Ina's father agreed to this marriage for the sake of a position to enter the Void Palace selection? But this was a lie, because anyone could participate anyway, Joel summarized. Yes. Yuri wrung her hands together. But they lied. The marriage was only supposed to take place after the selection, but Richard used a loophole in the agreement to place it after the first day of the selection. Also, the deal wasn't of equivalent exchange because there was no quota this year to begin with. Even Sivan and I could participate. Joel, Alan, and Franco watched in silence, and Yuri continued to explain herself. They didn't interrupt her and didn't shift her gaze away. The only one of the two who seemed to realize that something was wrong with the atmosphere was Sivan, who could only sigh inwardly. Yuri loved Ina too much. She was unwilling for Ina to take any sort of losses, even if others had to suffer for it. The same way Leonel's brothers thought that Ina was unworthy of him, just how much more so did Yuri believe the vice versa, albeit subconsciously. And what do you want us to do about this exactly? Joel asked. We have to save her. I saw earlier that Leonel's grandmother is very powerful. If she works together with my adoptive father, can't we kidnap Ina before the wedding? A pregnant silence fell over the forest. So, let me get this straight. Franco began to speak, this time not receiving the interruption of Joel. Your friend wanted to spread her legs for a chance to move up in the world, but now that she's been played, she wants everyone to risk their lives to save her from one of the strongest families in the sector. Did I get that right? Chapter 167, No One Else. Chapter 167, No One Else. Yuri was stunned for a moment before she suddenly imploded. WHHA suddenly imploded. WHA say. Bang. A violent invisible force shot out in all directions. The expressions of the three young men instantly changed as they hurried to protect themselves, but it was already too late. As though a wall of solid wind had hit them, they flew backward like an iron ball out of a cannon. In fact, it wasn't just them. The surrounding nature was completely flattened as though a fist had descended from the sky. The rippling wave spread outward like a fan, sending the three flying for dozens of meters. Why, Yuri? Savan was shocked awake. Savan violently pulled Yuri backward, disrupting the eruption of her fury. Then she sprung forward at her fastest speed, her force reaching out to slow the blow the three had suffered. She barely made it in time to ensure that they didn't crash against the ground or any thick trees. However, that didn't stop the three of them from coughing up blood. Savan had reacted far too slowly to stop the initial impact. Yuri was still furious enough to go for another attack. Unfortunately, Savan was standing in the path between herself and the three. Although she had plenty of methods of going around Savan, she had a feeling that being so close, Savan would definitely try to block her. Joel, Alan, and Franco coughed out another mouthful of blood, their gazes lit with fury. Savan, get out of the way, Yuri yelled. This bitch. Franco growled, about to get up. Just when it seemed like things would truly get out of hand, Savan turned back toward Yuri, her gaze livid. For a moment, she seemed to return to that same fiery-tempered girl who always reprimanded Leonel for chasing after Ina. You've done enough. Step back. Savan's near roar shocked Yuri out of her own rage and even made Franco take a pause. He was already furious enough to go all out with this woman, but Savan's actions seemed to snap them all awake. Savan turned back toward the boys, kneeling down. She handed them all healing pills she had managed to accumulate, allowing their injuries to stabilize. I'm sorry about Yuri, but she treats Ina like her own flesh and blood sister. She often says and does things she doesn't mean when it comes to her, but please hear me out. She didn't tell you the full scope of the truth and how things ended up this way. Savan. Yuri's expression changed. Yuri wasn't a fool. She didn't speak about those matters on purpose because the less people that knew, the better. Not only did it involve a treasure that Meal could be hunted down for, if Ina didn't interact with the world as normally as possible, it was possible that it would have adverse reactions on the reawakening of her personality. If it wasn't for the fact Savan was so close with Ina and would immediately realize that there was something wrong with her personality, she wouldn't have been told the truth of the circumstances either. Yuri had naively only ever seen things from her perspective. In her mind, Ina was perfect and everyone should treat her as such, not to mention care about her well-being just as much as she did. So, she had never considered telling them the full story because she didn't think it was necessary. Wasn't what she had said enough? Wasn't it clear as day that Ina had been wronged? Then, how could they possibly act like it wasn't a big deal? How could they say such cruel words? What Yuri couldn't wrap her head around was something that Savan understood almost too intimately. It could be said that of all the people who understood best how Leonel felt right now, Savan was at the top of the list. Unlike Yuri, Savan had been thrust into this world just like Leonel had, forced to scratch and claw for everything and even barely surviving her first zone. And, just like Leonel, she had walked out to find her best friend of 4 years with her bloodied arm through a human's chest. That event had caused Savan to become estranged from Yuri and Ina. And yet, instead of trying to bring her back into the fold and support her in the moment she needed it the most, they both left her. Ina left to go off on her adventures with Leonel, and Yuri only ever truly cared about Ina's well-being, not considering Savan very much at all. If Savan hadn't felt the need to step in during the argument between Leonel's brothers and Ina, maybe they would have all remained estranged for a lifetime, and what had happened after that? Well, the broken and fragile Ina collapsed in her arms, sobbing and crying her worries away, pining over a man she herself had chosen to leave. She brought Savan out like a crutch, even dragging her to this sixth-dimensional world so she could continue to be used. When Ina hadn't needed Savan anymore, she was fine with ignoring her existence. But the moment she had, she dragged her back into her life, forcing her to become a shoulder to cry on. Did Savan understand that Ina was a broken person? Yes. Did she understand that it wasn't entirely Ina's fault? Yes. Did she blame Ina and hate her like another might? No. However, none of this changed the fact that it hurt. No one ever considered her thoughts and her feelings. Despite having friends around, she felt like she was alone. She had spent 4 years protecting Ina, but she never received the same in return. There was no one else who understood how Leonel felt right this moment more than she did. But even now, she was willing to help. So, she explained. The only details she missed were ones that she had never been privy to, but whether it was related to how broken Ina was after leaving Leonel, all the way up to her personality being completely erased, she left nothing out. When she was finished, the three young men looked toward one another. They hadn't expected to have had the needle moved for them at all, but now, what were they supposed to do? Chapter 168, Not Satisfied. Chapter 168. Not satisfied. Joel took a deep breath. This changed the dynamic of a lot of things, but he wasn't sure of how to proceed from here. For one, the Viola family was far too powerful. The fact that they had moved the wedding up on purpose without regard for meal meant that they were already determined to do this. It was clear that after the elders of the Viola family saw Ina's talent, they were determined to make her theirs. But this was just one aspect of it. Even if they had known this before, Franco would have still said what he said earlier. The fact that Ina wasn't entirely in control of her faculties, though, was something that made even them hesitate. The choice was made by Ina's father to begin with, not Ina. And it seemed that Ina agreed because she saw the logics behind it. Richard wasn't worth much to her before, but if he was a ticket to the Void Palace, then it made sense to her. As for matters of love, she hadn't even considered it. Joel shook his head. I don't know. I can't guarantee anything. I can only say that we'll speak with Leonel and Granny Rosija. Maybe there is something they can do. Maybe if it had been before the first day's selection, Joel and the others would have been ready to wade through hell or high water, not for Ina, but just so that Leonel would have a chance at happiness. The odds a man would be able to get over his first love marrying and lying with another man was minimal at best. And, for someone like Leonel, just the attempt toward the action alone was enough for him to shut down and not mind it anymore. But, just earlier today, they had all received a rude awakening. All the pride they had had from their accomplishments in the Milky Way flew away like dust in a storm. They were nothing but ants here. They had barely gained the ability to fight against the geniuses of branch families. How could they possibly challenge the older generation of a pillar family like the Viola? Savan smiled a complicated smile. It had a hint of bitterness to it, but it was mostly filled with understanding. The truth was that Miel hadn't even sent them here. It was Yuri who realized that something must have gone wrong, causing her to come here of her own accord. She knew her adoptive father well and knew that he wouldn't put Ina in danger on purpose. He likely wanted to use Richard, and then when she was accepted by the Void Palace, throw him away. The trouble was that while Miel had spent most of his time training, pining after a day he could get revenge for his late wife, Richard had been embroiled in political schemes since he was a boy. How could Miel outsmart Richard? Richard saw through his plan with a glance and adjusted accordingly. Without the halo of Void Palace disciple around her, Richard had no need to worry about forcing Ina to do anything. And, because he was alone and this marriage had been accepted by the elders of the Viola family, Miel couldn't snatch Ina away openly without being hunted down and killed. This left Miel with very little options and Ina with even fewer. Ultimately, they were all at a loss for what to do. Yep. Leonel smiled as Little Blackstar raced around his hands, arms, and shoulders, messing about with Little Tolly. The two still had their rivalry, and it only seemed to grow stronger after Little Blackstar awoke from his comatose state. Still, though they seemed to be at each other's throats, Leonel could faintly feel that Little Tolly had missed Little Blackstar. The two little toddlers might as well have been the closest of blood brothers. Leonel was happy that he had his own brothers as well. Being an only child could have very well been too lonely if he hadn't. Be careful. Don't touch that. Little Blackstar almost nicked the blade of a sword Leonel was working on. One would have thought that Leonel would be honing his skill, maybe practicing some more of the Luxnix family force arts. But, nope, he was crafting. The sword looked like it was straight out of Grecian times. It was quite short, being only about 1.5 feet long. Its body was narrower near the hilt and thicker near its tip before ending at a point, giving it a sleek sort of S-shaped curve. It had a bronze blade and a delicate wood handle that was immaculately carved. But maybe its most astounding feature was that the air seemed to tremble around it, almost distorting reality everywhere it passed. Without Leonel even telling him, Blackstar suddenly sensed danger, rolling into a ball and vanishing into space before appearing high in the air. His beady black eyes looked down, his whiskers flickering between apprehension and curiosity. Little Blackstar didn't feel like he would die from that blade, but he definitely felt that he would get hurt. In fact, he felt that he would be hurt even if he used his incorporeal ability. Blackstar was used to being immune to most attacks because he could just displace his body into his shadow world. But for some reason, that sword seemed to be able to ignore him, even attack him while he was in there. Leonel reached out and grabbed the sword, balancing it on a finger. It's just a prototype, but it's pretty good. Leonel spoke with Little Blackstar. If I made weapons like this, it would be good. The problem is that this sort of blade can only last one battle before its own destructive capability eats away at the metal it was made from. A shame, I'm not sure if I could fix that. It would take quite some research. Yep, Leonel laughed. I can make you some claw gauntlets like this if you want, but they would probably have the same issue. Plus, don't you think you scare your enemies enough? Yep. Blackstar shook his head furiously. Clearly, the little guy wasn't satisfied. Chapter 169 those words, Chapter 169 those words. Leonel laughed again, flicking his finger and sending the sword spiraling upward. With a dull slapping sound, Leonel grabbed the sword by its hilt and sent it flying forward. A soothing whistle sound filled the air, only to be interrupted by the sound of blade meeting wood. A tree in the distance was directly split in the middle, and it seemed that the sword might continue traveling right through it. But it was at that moment that something astonishing happened. As though it had been burnt from the inside out, the tree crumbled into a pile of ash, collapsing to the ground in a heap. The sword continued into the distance before falling not far afterward. Unfortunately, the ground it landed upon became like an ashland of death. The greenery withered, the rich soil turned to harsh granules, and a crater formed and collapsed, the weakened ground falling in on itself. Leonel whistled, the result being slightly more exaggerated than even he expected. Of course, this weapon was the result of Leonel applying what he had grasped from his innate node. It was just a low-level destruction, force art, but the result was quite devastating. Though that was just a normal tree and ground, and the crater wasn't very large, barely half a meter in radius, they were both still tempered by a six-dimensional world even if they weren't anything special. To have them crumble like that, well, it spoke for itself. The only trouble was, almost as soon as the crater began to collapse, as though it had used up all its energy, the sword crumbled soon afterward. Leonel didn't even bother to go after it, he knew it was finished. As he had expected, weapons he incorporated these sort of force arts into would have a short shelf life. He had predicted that they would last maybe one battle, but judging by the result, it might not last even that long. They might be good as a trump card, but as a main mode of battle, Leonel didn't think they could be trusted. On top of this, they were expensive. Just to survive as long as it did, Leonel was forced to forge the sword of the sixth-dimension ore he had gotten from Patriarch Averone Radix's body. When he had tried the same thing with a fifth-dimension ore, it didn't even make it past the production stage. There were, of course, other problems as well. For instance, it wasn't scalable since Leonel was definitely the only one who could craft them. On top of that, they were obviously dangerous. Leonel wasn't sure how easy it would be for others to harm themselves with it. The destructive power is undeniable. I might just need to stick to using it with arrows and maybe bullets if I ever decide to go that route again. The Tier 9 gold bow should be able to handle firing those arrows up to a certain point. The only trouble is, where am I going to find so much sixth-dimensional ore? Leonel shook his head. Maybe instead of trying to find such things, he should instead focus on finding ores better suited to withstanding the destruction force arts. Alright, I'll leave this be for now. There's at least a proof of concept. I think I'll turn my attention back to the Luxnix family force art system now. Leonel's mind was like a machine working on the best sort of fuel. Everything was so clear to him and his minds worked separately and in unison, completely seamlessly. He let little Tolly go play with little Blackstar, and he reallocated the minds he had put toward crafting back toward analyzing the ins and outs of this new force art system. One might think that this wasn't worth it. After all, Leonel's mother knew of the Luxnix force art system, yet all of her most powerful techniques used the Camelot magic system instead. So, wasn't it better to focus on the latter? But Leonel saw it differently. After speaking with his grandmother and consulting the dictionary, he understood a bit more about the world spirit. The reason why all of his mother's most powerful techniques utilized Camelot's system and not the Luxnix's was because she had Earth's world spirit, not the three-pillar world's world spirit, which was divided between the three families. Simply put, his mother had perfectly grasped Camelot's magic system without even trying to its greatest depths. In fact, she was only limited by her current dimension level. When it came to the Luxnix's, though, her comprehension was shallow by comparison. Realizing this, Leonel understood that there was still great potential in the Luxnix's system. Just when Leonel was about to completely close himself off again, he looked up, realizing that his brothers were all approaching him with complicated looks in their eyes. Leonel blinked. What's wrong with you all? Joel shook his head. He was certain that Leonel already had a guess, probably multiple, but he still started to speak. Leo, this is how things are. Leonel listened silently, not interrupting even once. His expression wasn't cold or indifferent. He simply looked like he was listening to a friend tell him a story. He nodded from time to time and even hummed in agreement depending on the circumstances. If one didn't know just how much all of this should have mattered to Leonel, they would have never thought there was anything wrong with his actions. The decision is up to you, Joel finally said. I'm with you, Cap, Raj supplemented. After hearing the truth behind things, even Raj couldn't help but change his tune. In fact, he felt kind of bad for being so hard on her. But, in the end, the one he would follow would always be Leonel, even if it was at the expense of Ina. Still, being cursed from childhood, losing your mother, and effectively your father, dealing with that sort of pain for a lifetime and having your insecurities amplified day after day, Raj couldn't help but be sympathetic. I see. Leonel nodded and remained silent for a moment before continuing. Unfortunately, I have no intention of saving her. All those years ago, Leonel had made his stance very clear to Ina. In fact, he remembered the exact words he had spoken that day. I know you have a heavy burden on your heart. All I want you to know is that I'm here to bear it with you. I just want you to trust me, lean on me. Never go off on your own and do something stupid because I will not come to save you. Do you understand me? Those words, he had spoken them and he had meant them. Chapter 170, 73%. Chapter 170, 73%. Joel sighed when he heard these words. He had already expected as much, but hearing it so clearly like this made him feel that it was unfortunate. Sometimes, Joel felt like there was some sort of god looking down on them and pulling these strings, making certain that they all looked as foolish as possible at any given time for their sick form of entertainment. For a long while, they thought that Ina was completely unworthy of Leonel. And, truth be told, she hadn't really done much to change their opinion aside from becoming extraordinarily beautiful. Unfortunately, this wasn't enough to move the needle for Leonel. Now, in an irony of ironies, it was they who wanted Leonel to step up. Of course, this wasn't for Ina's sake, but Joel believed that she was truly Leonel's best chance at happiness. Or, at the very least, if they didn't end up together, Leonel deserved some better form of closure than this. And yet, it was now Leonel who wanted no part of it. Leonel hadn't even bothered to say a word to Ina. They weren't face to face when she left, and he didn't even look in her direction after hearing Richard's announcement. No matter how you spun it, they just found it impossible to feel that such a thing was healthy. Joel wondered how they would take things from here. On one side, he wanted to support Leonel and his decision. After all, it was still Leonel's right to decide how they dealt with these matters. But, on the other, he didn't want Leonel to decide on something he would regret for a lifetime. Unfortunately, Joel felt that Leonel wasn't a normal person by any stretch. If it was someone else, Joel might think that they were just being vindictive and wanted their significant other to suffer just as much as they had, taking responsibility for their own decisions. But he simply couldn't find any rage in Leonel's eyes at all. No matter how good of an actor a person was, it was simply impossible for them to mask such a fresh wound so easily. Joel never got the chance to make his decision, though, because Leonel's next words seemed to close off any sort of chance they had. I know that you all might try to do something, thinking it to be in my best interest, but I hope that you won't. Leonel's gaze gained a sincere and patient light to it. I do not want my brothers to risk their lives, and the same goes with my grandmother. I only just began to reform a relationship with her, and her body is quite frail now. She's no longer in her prime. Though my grandmother is powerful, she's not nearly as powerful as she once was, and she's currently stuck at a bottleneck she can't break past. She has a lot of guilt on her shoulders, even though I do not blame her. If you bring this possibility to her, I'm certain that she will go all out for a chance at giving me happiness. But I need you all to understand that this path won't bring me happiness. If anything, it will lose me brothers, and there's an over 80% likelihood that it will lose me my grandmother. Leonel matched each one of their gazes. He wasn't pressuring any of them, but he wanted to convey his feelings as clearly as possible. When he laid out the truth so plainly and succinctly, the expressions of the boys couldn't help but change several times. They subconsciously knew how dangerous these matters would be, but hearing it explained like this truly made them understand what kind of game they were trying to play. I can understand Ina's plight, however the risk is not worth the reward. I can't trade the lives of people I care about for the life of someone. I simply don't. Joel and the others felt their hearts tremble when they heard this. But it made Leonel's stance as clear as day. There was simply nothing else they could do to refute it. Judging by Leonel's tone, even though he didn't say it, if he felt that they were about to take action, he would stop them. He knew the date of the wedding just as well as they did, and it would only be a day from now. There was simply no time for them to devise any sort of plan that could fool Leonel. And even if they could, should they? Leonel sighed. I don't want these matters to weigh on you all, but I can't force it to not either. If it makes you all feel better, the current Ina can snap Richard like a twig, and she's completely immune to poisons due to her ability. Unless one of the Viola family elders stands in their wedding chambers, no one could force her to do anything she doesn't want to do. And if she does want to do it, why should you all be the ones to worry about it? Just focus on your training. We have much bigger things to worry about and much bigger goals in mind. The 8 looked toward one another and nodded. Maybe this was the best way to look at things. They alone didn't have the strength to even think of challenging the Viola. And they had no right to put Leonel's grandmother in danger when he explicitly asked them not to. How would they even face Leonel if they came back with Ina, but his grandmother was dead? What if he cut them off just like he had James? In the end, there was nothing they could do. The hours continued to tick by. Leonel spent a few moments relaxing with his brothers, mostly at their insistence, before he returned to refining his comprehension of the Luxnix's Force Art system. While part of his mind was on this, another part was on something completely different, though. Her father had something capable of erasing her personality. Sparks flew within Leonel's dreamscape. 73% probability that it is another tablet based on currently available information. So, how do I get my hands on it? Chapter 171. Cloud. Chapter 171. Cloud Leonel could think of a few plans, but judging by the fact that Ina's father was definitely well into the 6th dimension, he would have to be choosy with which one he approached things with. I also have to consider the possibility that her father is also aware of my own silver tablet. When Leonel was in a relationship with Ina, he didn't hide anything from her. That included the existence of the silver tablet. Not only did Ina know of it, but she was also well aware of all its abilities and even the details on how Leonel ended up with it. Sivan also mentioned that it was a bronze tablet. Is there a difference in strength with the color? It's possible, but there aren't enough data points. It could also be related to the type of power it has instead, rather than anything else. But if they both have the ability to wipe personalities, maybe not. The easiest method was maybe to force Meal to exchange the tablet for saving Ina. This may work. I wouldn't even have to save her. I would only need to stall the wedding. Judging by how things are going, the Viola are likely invested in Ina's talent. That means that regardless of who her husband ends up being, their main goal is to ensure that she remains within their family. Because of how close the event days are, if I sneak into the Viola family compound and kill Richard, the Viola would have no choice but to postpone the wedding. The optics of forcing a woman to marry someone else right after their fiancé died would be terrible. Of course, there's also the chance the Viola wouldn't care, but even then, they would still need to wait a day or two. By then, the second day of the selection would begin. Ina would have to participate, so there would be opportunity for her father to snatch her away and bring her to safety. This was the first plan Leonel thought of, but there were a few issues. For one, if it was so easy to get to Richard and kill him, Meal would have probably done so personally already. However, the reason Leonel thought it was still possible was because the Viola family was well aware that they had offended Meal. They would always be on guard against him. The other problem was how Leonel would sneak in to begin with. Yuri and Sivan were probably having their movements monitored by now. In fact, if the Viola were smart, they would already know everything about their movements to begin with. They definitely know that Yuri and Sivan contacted Joel and the others. That would put them even more on guard and makes things even more difficult. Seems like it's not worth it. The risk-to-reward ratio wasn't there. Leonel refused to put his grandmother's life in danger, which meant he would have to do it himself. And though he was confident, he wasn't foolish. Not only was there a high likelihood he would die while the Viola were on alert, but the rewarding return was likely not to be worth it. If the bronze tablet was just a weaker replica of his silver tablet, he would gain nothing from this. In that case, we need to minimize the risk more. Ina's father should be present during the second and third days of the selection. I think I can modify a force art technique of the Luxnix into a perfect tracker. By then, I can just deal with him and take the tablet away when I'm strong enough. It probably won't take long, Leonel's force surged, forming delicate tendrils. Soon, a spider the size of a fingernail appeared on his palm. It scurried around under his control before touching Leonel's spatial ring and vanishing within it. Leonel closed his eyes and made some quick calculations. Several problems need to be fixed. First, I'll modify the shell of the spider. It needs to be more transparent to the point where any light that touches it goes right through. Alright, I'll adjust this point here. Though it won't be perfectly invisible, it won't be a problem under my control. The second issue is that crossing the spatial barrier of a treasure weakens it considerably. That cuts down the effective range significantly, and it would deteriorate to nothingness in just a few days. I'll have to change the base element of the creation into the spatial element and have it fuse with the spatial force of the ring, creating a sort of symbiotic relationship. That way, so long as the ring lives, the spider will live. The solution to the second problem should also fix the third. So long as the spider and ring become one, the ring itself will become a beacon and signal only I can see and hear. Perfect. Leonel sat in silence for several moments, his calculations finishing in rapid succession. His eyes opened and his dream force surged once more. This time, it almost looked as though nothing at all appeared on Leonel's palm. But, even if you looked closely, it almost looked like a droplet of fresh water. It was only after Leonel activated the second awakening of his wisdom branch and his eyes sharpened that he could see the beautiful crystalline body of the little spider. Excellent. I should be able to pick out Ina's father based on the energy signature of the Brazinger family when the time comes. I've seen and met enough of them, Leonel nodded to himself and didn't mind this matter anymore. So long as he and Meal were on the same planet, he would be able to find him with this method. As for the matters with Ina, he no longer needed to worry about them. Whether she got married or not had nothing to do with him. The minutes turned to hours and then days. Soon, it was the surprise event many had been waiting for, and the marriage union of Ina Brazinger and Richard Viola was here. Those who had gotten themselves a place in the arena soon began to appear in the Viola estate one after another. If it wasn't for the fact that many other sectors were also having their selections now, they would have likely sent representatives of their own as well. The grand event was beginning. Leonel, however, was in his penthouse suite, having finally begun to take his rest seriously. He snored lightly and peacefully, his head resting on a cloud of pillows. Chapter 172. Air, Chapter 172. Air Aina sat within a luxurious room upon a well-cushioned stool. Before her, a mirror lay, reflecting her image back to her. In her palm, there was a pair of scissors. She held them open and up to her hair, thinking about how short she should cut it. But, for some reason, she was hesitating. It's a bit amusing, she thought to herself. If I really was a vampire, I wouldn't have a reflection at all, now would I? It was a completely random and almost painfully childish thought. Ever since she woke from her sleep, Ina had found her long hair very annoying. She couldn't use it to attack like some other people with weird abilities, and she always had to compensate for it in battle so that her opponent couldn't take advantage. She couldn't for the life of her understand why she had allowed it to get so long. What was especially frustrating was that every time she entered her peak battle state, her vitality would be stimulated and it would grow even longer. By then, she would have to trim the ends just to make sure she wasn't sweeping the ground with her every step. My facial structure is pretty good. I could probably pull off going completely bald. As Aina was lost in thought, she heard the sound of footsteps and her door clicking open. She lowered the scissors in her hand, forgetting her original purpose as she met the gaze of the person who had entered through the mirror. The current Yuri was red and puffy-eyed. She didn't look like she had gotten an ounce of sleep, but for someone as powerful as her, missing out on a single night's rest shouldn't have been enough to put her in such a state. As though she had to sneak around, she carefully closed the door behind her and locked it soon afterward. Her chest beat so wildly that it seemed that her heart might fly from her chest. Aina, Yuri's voice almost carried with it a pleading tone. Looking at her friend, no, her sister of so long, she felt as though someone was stabbing her through the heart repeatedly. The current Aina looked as beautiful as an angel. The custom of white wedding dresses of Earth wasn't shared here, but none of that stopped her from shining like she was her own star. She wore a dress of violet that wrapped around her proud peaks tightly before falling somewhat loosely down her hips and legs. Her delicate shoulders were adorned by a silk shawl embroidered with patterns of purple blooming flowers, and her forehead wore a minimalistic crown of gold. Her hair was meant to be done up with a very special hairpin reserved for the ladies of the Viola family who shared similarly high status. This job was to fall into Yuri's hands, but judging by her appearance, she wanted to use this chance to speak of something else entirely. Aina blinked. Her gaze looked Yuri up and down, seemingly trying to analyze something. You can't go through with this. Aina's head tilted. Didn't we already have this conversation yesterday? Why are we having it again? Hearing such a response, Yuri felt like banging her head against a wall. She knew that she shouldn't be doing this. She should be allowing Aina to stumble and fall on her own, just like one would in real life. Only this way would she be able to rebuild her personality the way it had been before. But Yuri just couldn't accept this. Aina was her treasure, the one person she respected to the depths of her soul, maybe even more than her own adoptive father. She had watched Aina go through so much as nothing more than a little girl. She couldn't stand the idea of her image and sense of self being tainted in this way. Plus, who went through life without receiving any sort of advice? Miel knew of the danger of Aina not reawakening to her true self soon enough, so he took a hands-off approach trying to expedite Aina's growth by allowing her to maneuver through situations alone. But then, hadn't he been forced to step in due to the Void Palace anyway? Everything was a mess. Everyone seemed to be trying to do their best with what they were given, but life and circumstances kept forcing them to trip and fall. Aina, Yuri said with more urgency, if she couldn't get Aina to agree, any sort of escape plan was meaningless. If the person in question didn't cooperate, any small chance they had was nil. The truth was that Yuri knew it was helpless. After 2 days, they had no plan. Miel hadn't said anything to her. She had contacted Joel again only to learn that Leonel had refused, and now there was no one but her and Savan. In fact, if it wasn't for Savan stalling the other maids, she wouldn't even be able to be here to speak to Aina alone and give it one more try. Yuri, I know you worry for me, but there is really no need. The likelihood of escaping the Viola is near zero, and even if we do, we'll be hunted down. The only escape would be getting accepted by the Void Palace. But why would the Viola allow me to continue to participate if we somehow manage to escape? It's one thing to run away, but if there's a location they know we have to be at, what good would that do? Aina's words had suddenly gone from overly childish to coldly calculative. Yuri grit her teeth. At least do what I asked and speak to Leonel through me. If you have his grandmother's help, there'll be little the Void Palace can do to stop you from participating. Aina looked toward Yuri as though she was looking at a naive little baby. Didn't you see how the Luxniks treated them? If Richard asks a favor of the Luxniks, do you think she could stop the combined might of the Luxniks and Viola all on her own? Plus, I've already said I won't contact him. Why not? Yuri completely lost her cool, unable to hold it back any longer. This isn't the time for pride. This is your life we're talking about. Aina shook her head. Because he's a man of his word. He said he wouldn't come, so he won't come. Yuri felt that all her air had been forcefully pulled out from her body as she fell to the floor. Chapter 173, None Other. Chapter 1173, None Other. The hall the Viola had chosen for the wedding wasn't much of a hall at all. There was no ceiling, and the ambience was only enclosed by tall pillars holding up nothing more than the sky. The grass was a fantastical shade of violet. The waters shared a light shade of pink, and the trees in the surroundings all had white bark and delicate silver leaves. The picturesque scenery seemed like it was pulled right out of a fairy tale. Even with the thousands of guests present, with even more still coming, no one seemed willing to ruin the sheer beauty of it all. The conversation filling the air was often quite benign and uninteresting, but of those that were worthy of note, many revolved around this curious turn of events. The marriage of a crown heir was most definitely worth at least this much fanfare. The trouble was, there actually wasn't enough of it. For an event of this scale, it should have been announced months ago. Pillar families and organizations from across several sectors should have made an appearance, and the wife in question should have been a well-known figure for ages. After being blindsided by this information, many began to look into this Ina Brasinger character, and her background only made them more curious. She was the daughter of a vassal of the family, but it wasn't an eternal vassal, but rather a first-generation one. This was quite surprising. Outside of this, she didn't seem to have any other background. Her mother was unknown and presumed dead, while her father was quite low profile. The only standout feature, aside from her overwhelming beauty, was her merits in clearing zones. Unfortunately, information on this was quite scarce and guarded. Though, this made perfect sense. After all, the highest-rated zone Ina had entered for the sake of the Viola was one related to the Silver Empire. This was obviously information she kept close to herself, and whatever she was forced to disclose was kept well by the Viola family. The only reason everyone didn't assume that Ina was a flower in a vase, picked out by Richard because of his lust, was because her performance during the first day of the selection had spoken for itself. How could any of them look down on what they had seen that day? That said, this didn't stop those with nothing better to do from placing her firmly atop the list of this sector's beauties, a list that contained women who hadn't moved their positions in several decades. On this list, there were princesses of families, famous entertainers, and even the spouses of some of the most powerful men of the three-pillar sector, and yet she was placed number 1. Among the growing crowd, Greydeer sat in silence. Every so often, someone would send him a look of disdain or pity, but he simply pretended as though he hadn't seen anything at all. Ever since he lost the battle for Crown Heir, he had been fairly silent. He didn't reprimand his younger brother for being his Achilles' heel, nor did he snap. He continued about his business as though nothing had happened, and like he hadn't lost something he had spent his whole life working toward. Today, he sat at a wedding that may very well should have been for him had things not gone the way they had gone, but he continued to respect the rules of etiquette and took his loss in silence. He too had participated in the selection and managed to get a spot on the second day, but so had many other members of the Viola family. There was nothing special about his achievement, and it flew under the radar as usual. He was never as calculating as Richard, but he was a man with his own pride, and he would continue to act as such. The inflow of people began to slow. The number of invitees was easily pushing 10,000, making this a truly grand event. They all took their seats and began to wait patiently, their eyes sparkling as they laid eyes on the large purple lily that stood upon the large platform ahead. It had veins of gold and shimmering petals that swayed gently in the wind. It was the perfect centerpiece for such a grand wedding. And then the delicate sound of music began to play. In a separate location within the Viola estate, the atmosphere wasn't nearly as lively or beautiful. The lights were dark, and the air was especially heavy, the scent of blood and sweat leaving a thick stench in the air. Standing tall, there were 4 men. Of them, 3 were well into their middle ages, and the last was a youth just entering his prime. Among the 3 middle-aged men, 2 seemed particularly subordinate to the last, but this didn't change just how powerful they were individually. Without fail, all 4 of these men had flickering violet irises, carrying with them a depth of amethyst that danced between the vibrant color and the shade of black. Of the 2 weaker middle-aged men, one was particularly tall, his chin, jaw, and cheeks covered by the shadow of a short and scruffy beard. His posture would remind Leonel of Hephaestus, and he seemed to contain the same hidden explosive power within his limbs. The latter was quite fat and stocky, having such a large belly that one would have trouble understanding just how he walked through doorways. However, rather than jiggling, his belly was like a bronze cauldron, hardly shifting at all with his movement. These 2 men were none other than eternal vassal Rojan and Kindi, and that made the identity of the last all the more obvious, the strongest of the eternal vassals and the right-hand man of Patriarch Viola, eternal vassal O'Brien. And yet, right this moment, they were all gasping for breath, their bodies beaten and bloodied, many of their bones broken, and standing amongst a litter of corpses around them. To think that even after being schemed against to this extent, poisoned, trapped within a formation designed specifically for him, and sapped of his right to gather force from the atmosphere, it would still take so much to slow him down to this extent. The young man spoke slowly, his gaze flickering. If he wasn't so cautious and hadn't prepared so many contingencies, there was simply no way this would have succeeded. Among the dead, there were even countless main family members. The Viola had actually lost 20% of their 6th-dimensional experts to this one battle. He almost couldn't believe it. If the Viola elder knew they would take such a loss, they would have never done this. But who could have known that this person would actually have hidden so much of their strength? The young man's head tilted up, familiar music drifting to his ears. Hearing this, his frown faded and his smile returned. In that case, I guess I'll have to thank you for your efforts by marrying your daughter. The young man turned and flashed away. There was no doubt that this young man was Richard. As for the man beaten to within half an inch of his life, lying chained to the ground before them all, it was none other than Meal Adam Rainier Brasinger, Ana's father. Chapter 174, Bad Question. Chapter 1174, Bad Question. The music drifted throughout the Viola estate. Yuri, who had barely cobbled her emotions back together, found herself crying once more. It was like the beautiful sound of plucking strings and warm horns was instead the call of death to her ears. Her fingers trembled as she tried to delicately form the strands of Ina's hair. Step by step, her long hair became an elaborate bun. If it wasn't for how blurry Yuri's vision was, she would probably think it was really beautiful. Luckily, she still had her internal sight to rely on, or else she would be a true mess. As steadily as she could, she placed the ornament of Viola family women atop Ina's hair, completing her hairdo. This dress is a bit uncomfortable. It would be easiest if there was at least one slit down the leg. Ina spoke to herself, having long since realized that Yuri was beyond saving. If this was a life-or-death situation, she might just have to leave her behind completely. The childish and out-of-place thoughts in Ina's head didn't seem to stop. She hadn't made any sort of progress at all. Yuri pulled away, trying hard to control her breathing. At that moment, there was a light clicking noise as the doors opened once again. Yuri's head snapped back like a frightened kitten. But when she saw that it was Savan, the rock on her chest instead got heavier than lighter. It suddenly hit her that the opportunity Savan had gotten for her was wasted once again. She hadn't been able to budge Ina at all. Savan, seeing Yuri's pale, tear-streaked face, sighed, realizing the truth without having to hear it explained to her. Deflated, Yuri collapsed onto a nearby couch. Soon, the maid Savan had distracted would likely come back. And, with the music playing, it likely wouldn't be more than 5 minutes before Richard was here to truly begin things. The marriage ceremonies of the Viola weren't very heavy on tradition. Outside of the hairpiece heirloom, there wasn't much to abide by. However, there were still its own set of rules. This grace period of music that was playing now was actually for the people to give their well wishes and blessings to the couple before the ceremony began. During this time, a silence would fall over the wedding hall and a peaceful meditation would take place. Beneath this silence and the music, the flower centerpiece would begin to bloom. The blooming of the flower represented the budding of lifelong happiness. Once its flower was on the verge of blooming, the soon-to-be husband and wife pair would walk down the aisle together. Their walk would be timed with the final blooming of the flower, and their stepping onto the stage would coincide with the maturity of said flower. The timing and control of all of this was taken under the man's lead. As he would be the head of the household, it was his responsibility to take on. The better timing the husband had, the stronger his leadership skills, and the more blessings the flower would bestow upon their union. Of course, Richard would never ruin the timing of his own wedding, so there was no way that he would be late. And, even if he was, no one was naive enough to believe that the Viola didn't have their own methods of making sure that this tradition of theirs was followed to the greatest degree possible. There were definitely many tricks and techniques they could use to slow or speed up the progress. In the end, there were no real blessings to be had. It was just a hint of superstition from an olden age and a ceremonial practice. They had all already run out of time. It was over. Savan sighed. Forcing a smile, she walked to Ina's back, meeting her gaze through the mirror. You look very beautiful. You will make Richard very happy. Ina blinked. I'm not interested in making him happy. Oh? Savan raised her brows. And why is that? It seems foolish to worry about the happiness of someone that doesn't really care about your own happiness. Ina responded as though it was very obvious. Isn't it very hard to make someone you don't know happy? Savan asked. What makes you happy? Fighting and eating, Ina replied with a beautiful smile. Being logical doesn't make you happy? Ina paused, not answering immediately for the first time. Not really. It just makes him happy. Does it make him happy? Or is that just what you think would make him happy? Is there a difference? I know him very well. Ina didn't feel this was refutable. She did know Leonel very well. She even knew exactly how he would react to this exact situation. In fact, she was certain that he wasn't even thinking about her right now. Truthfully, she was very annoyed by this, but she had already decided to be logical. Since she was being logical, how could she be illogically angry? He had already warned her, and he was simply following through with what he said he would do. What would being annoyed change? Unfortunately, it didn't seem that Ina had grasped the ability to differentiate between outward shows of emotion and inward showings. She thought that what someone showed them on the outside was exactly how they felt on the inside. It was a very childish way of viewing the world. She still had the emotional maturity of a toddler. But now that she was feeling this mix of external and internal emotion, she was suddenly confused. Was there a difference between what she thought and the reality? Savan's question left her wondering. Savan, Ina suddenly spoke before Savan could respond. Yes? I have been very, selfish? Yes, selfish to you, right? But you are still here. Is it because you lack backbone? Savan was stunned by these words. She wasn't sure whether she should be angry, sad, or enraged. She managed to calm herself down, but shuddered when she met Ina's gaze again. Was that a bad question? Did it make you angry? I'm sorry. Savan was stunned again. That was the first time Ina had ever apologized since she lost her personality. Unfortunately, Savan never got the chance to respond. At that moment, the doors opened much more forcefully than they had before. And, this time, it was Richard standing on the other side. Chapter 175, Unnecessary Things. Chapter 175, Unnecessary Things. Richard looked nothing like a man who had just been standing at the scene of a bloody crime. His robes were a deep violet, almost black, embroidered by a deep dark gold color. On his lapel, the symbol of the viola sat, intertwining in flowers and vines, while his tall collars were embroidered with twin-horned dragons. When this sort of outfit was matched with his noble disposition, his cascading black hair and his deep violet eyes, he gave off the feeling of a refined, handsome, and confident gentleman. Richard had a light smile on his face, but it froze somewhat when he saw the crying Yuri. He couldn't have something like this ruining his wedding. Judging by the situation, it seems it would be best if the two of you just stayed here. Originally, Richard didn't find there to be any problem with allowing Yuri and Savan to attend. A wife without friends would raise more questions than answers. It was already odd enough that Ina had no family background to speak of. However, if he had to choose between that small oddity and Yuri leaking tears, it was obvious which he would choose. Yuri immediately wanted to protest, but Richard had already snapped his fingers. Several of the maids, one of whom had sixth-dimensional strength, came forward. Seeing such a scene, Richard couldn't help but feel a bit of heartache. It was a good thing that the Three-Pillar Galaxy had been at peace for a very long time now, or else the Viola family might very well fall due to this choice of theirs. Losing 20% of their sixth-dimensional forces in a single sweep was absolutely unheard of. Even now, Richard could hardly believe it. He was able to ignore the troubling feeling this caused him because he was simply too excited to take Ina as his own. But ultimately, women were just women. One day he would grow bored of Ina, and this trouble would come back around full circle. By then, he wouldn't be able to ignore it any longer. There was good news, though. They had managed to capture him alive, so they could more easily control Ina in this way. Also, there was definitely something special about Mile and his blood. It was even possible for them to strengthen their lineage factor in the future. Should they succeed, it would all be worth it. It's fine. The area was too closed off. We should be able to keep this a secret for at least a decade. By then, we would have already recovered. Seeing that the maids had come back, Yuri and Savan could only accept their fate in silence. Ina, it's time. Richard's expression softened. Ina nodded and stood. Due to her current stature and the shoes she wore, she was even a small hint taller than Richard now, something that made his lip twitch. But he buried it deep within. Today was his day. He wouldn't let anything stain it. Hold on a moment. Richard frowned, but Savan continued to speak quickly. It's just a small adjustment. I only want to wish my friend good luck and fortune. Savan appeared before Ina and helped her to fix the last wrinkles of her dress. Do you really want to know? Savan asked. Ina blinked before remembering what they had been talking about. Then she nodded. My grandparents died, my parents died, my siblings died. I tolerate the things you've done to me because I have no one else. So yes, I guess I am lacking backbone. If I was more like Leonel, maybe things would be easier for me. Ina remained silent for a long while. No one else? Savan let Ina go and returned to the couch to sit by Yuri's side. In silence, Ina walked out of the room with Richard by her side. She shuffled forward in silence, seemingly not hearing the small attempts at conversation that he was making. We will have to wait until after the selection for our honeymoon, but I have amazing things planned. You must not have seen a lot of the dimensional verse yet, right? There are all sorts of extraordinary places. For example, in the Maratha sector, there's a world formed entirely of a thick mass of water. Its ice caps have such a dense amount of water force that when it snows, it precipitates force crystals. Every 10 0,000 years, after enough accumulation, it will enter a blizzard state where the entire planet becomes encased in a thick layer of ice. If you're lucky enough, there's a chance that it could snow pure force crystals, Richard continued to babble on, but when he looked toward Ina's side profile to catch a glimpse of her otherworldly features, he almost snapped. She wasn't paying attention at all. Richard had always been good at controlling his emotions, plotting and scheming in the background. But, with the months he spent trying to court Ina, only for her to insult and belittle him at every turn, his patience had long since been wearing thin. He was truly about to snap, but his reason took over once again. Taking deep breaths, he closed his eyes. Soon. It was then that Ina suddenly spoke. You have the smell of my father's blood on you. Richard's gaze flickered. But he had just calmed himself. He wouldn't lose it again so quickly. Since you know then, there's even less to talk about. Be obedient and he will be fine. Step out of line and he won't be. It's that simple. You believe that I care for his safety enough to do every and anything you say? Usually such a question would have some sarcasm laced into it, but Ina's tone was indifferent and almost spoken as though she was genuinely asking. Richard's expression couldn't help but change after hearing this. This wasn't how things were supposed to go? My father has always raised me to be a weapon to seek revenge for my mother. Anything that compromises that isn't something that he will accept. Even if he dies, so what? Do you think that this is enough to control me? Ina's gaze finally turned toward Richard, but when their eyes met, the latter felt as though his soul had left his body. The cold chill and the scent of death had practically grabbed onto his nose. Ina looked away just as quickly. I am doing this so that I can go to the Void Palace. At the same time, you will receive the social credit of being my husband, not to mention a stake in my future. Don't do unnecessary things and make me look down on you even more." Ina continued to walk forward, her gaze becoming somewhat vacant once more. She still couldn't quite grasp Savan's meaning, but it should have been simple, no? Chapter 176, Foster Care. Chapter 176, Foster Care. Richard stood almost frozen. Had he just lost 20% of his sixth-dimensional experts? For no reason? Ina's mind wandered. This time, she didn't need to hide how she was feeling. It was surprisingly easy for her to separate out emotion and logic when it came to her father. Of course, she lacked the emotional maturity to truly understand why that was. It could have been because her father had always encouraged her to do so. It could be because her father simply didn't mean as much to her as he should have. It could have even been because the weight Leonel held for her was even heavier than that of the man she shared so much blood with. The truth was that with her personality gone, many of the baggage and emotional scarring that came with it had vanished as well. The good news was that this had allowed Ina to heal from many things. Of course, the bad news was how these series of events was playing out. To Ina, she had always attached a lot of this baggage to her father, but most of it wasn't love. It was duty, it was respect, it was an unwillingness to let him down. But on the list of emotions she attached to her father, love was very, very far down the list. When Ina lost her personality, she essentially lost the ability to contextualize her memories. The things that weighed of heavy importance were often things she had the most and fondest memories of. But, with how long it had been since her father left her side, how could she have many of him to begin with? The result was this. Ina didn't feel worry, sadness, or anger. She hadn't even asked how her father was doing or if he would survive the beating they had likely given him. Maybe if Emil could peer into his daughter's mind, he would realize that he had faltered somewhere along their path. As for exactly where, it would be up to him to grasp and understand this. That said, Ina herself was hardly considering this at this moment. As they walked through the Viola estate, following flowery reefs and paths of delicate rose petals, her mind seemed to be somewhere else entirely. No one else, according to Ina's memories, she had felt like Savan had for a very long time. In fact, she had felt it for longer. There was a period in her life before her father returned with Yuri that she was completely ignored. The orphanage system of the Ascension Empire was very good. No children were starved or abused, at least not in the normal way. There was no yelling from their overseers, and there was always food on their plates. There were even plenty of opportunities to have fun and live life. Unfortunately, being adopted was something that almost never happened. With the advancements in medicine, sterilization or impotency was practically non-existent. Even in the people that it did, the treatments were fast, affordable, and easily administered, as was most healthcare beneath Emperor Fox's rule. Of course, there were still kind-hearted couples, not to mention same-sex couples, who had it within them to help or start families for themselves. But each of these had hurdles of their own. In the case of same-sex couples, the options for surrogacy and sperm donation was so high class that many would choose to have their own children anyway. Surrogacy didn't even need a living human anymore and would only need an egg donor, while the gene analysis exam ensured that any and everything was known about the sperm and egg donors. Then there were the kind-hearted couples, heterosexual or otherwise, who thought to adopt as a good deed to society. The first issue was that the foster care system of the Empire was so good that often the treatment of the children was even better than what these kind-hearted couples could provide. So much of the incentive one might have was not there. Then there came the issue of class disparity. Those on the surface of Earth were often too busy trying to maintain their status into the future generations to worry about adopting, while those on Paradise Islands often lacked the resources to even begin the process. Then there was the biggest and largest issues. The fees that came with adopting a child depending on their gene analysis exam varied wildly. The more talented the child, the more expensive it was, to the point where even many nobles couldn't or refused to afford it. This was done on purpose by Emperor Fox. Children wouldn't understand the underlying system. All they would understand is that their government cared for them since they were children when their parents couldn't and even when no one else wanted them. With her 5-star evaluation, Ina was doomed to never be placed with a family. Every time she made connections with a new friend, they might be adopted the next day, leaving her alone again. She closed herself off and focused entirely on her training. She had no one else but herself, until her father returned with Yuri, giving her a sister and confidant that she had always wanted. But her father didn't spend any time with her, leaving her soon afterward to vanish toward parts unknown. But Yuri never truly treated her like a sister. To Yuri, she was more like a master to serve and cater to. She took care of all of Ina's needs, but it just wasn't the same. Ina knew it wasn't Yuri's fault. Ina was human, but Yuri wasn't. The way the latter viewed and interacted with the world was very different. Unfortunately, due to the way Yuri was, Ina ironically felt even more isolated from the world than before, even more alone. The world was repetitive and the same in those days. Rise. go to school, study, train, eat, sleep, and repeat until, that is, she finally reached the end of the foster care program and was allowed to go to high school along with everyone else. It was there she met two people that changed her life, Leonel and Sivan. Chapter 1177, Blooming Flower. Chapter 1177, Blooming Flower. Thanks to the live-in dorms of Royal Blue Academy, Aina was finally able to live a life close to normalcy after her 13th birthday. She remembered meeting Sivan in her dorm rooms. Back then, Sivan had been a really shy and reserved person. She was a lot like Aina, having entered the academy thanks to her talent rather than her family background. For the first time, it was impossible for Yuri to become a wall against Aina meeting other people for the sake of her protection. In addition, because of the environment, she had to tone down a lot of her usual personality, becoming a lot more quiet and reserved. Thanks to this, Aina was able to meet and open up to Sivan. Learning that Aina was an orphan, Sivan instantly felt more relaxed. Without having to tiptoe around the heiress of some tycoon family or some arrogant princess noble, she was able to slowly open up and become more and more of herself. Not long after Aina met Sivan, she met Leonel at their orientation. She honestly didn't remember much about that day at all. All she could remember was his bright smile. He had his brothers around him and everyone seemed to gravitate toward him. She lost count of how many uppity noble girls cast him one or two extra glances, only to grow frustrated when he didn't seem to notice them back or practically faint when he smiled in return. Aina had thought that he was the son of some famous noble, but she was shocked when she found out that his background was even poorer than Sivan's, actually coming from a paradise island. From all the social conditioning she had been through, she had always thought that nobles were too high-strung to ever care for a commoner like Leonel, but he had already been proving them wrong for a very long time. It wasn't until several weeks later their gazes finally met. As much as the first day was a blur, that day was something Aina remembered every moment of. It was as though her entire body had been shocked awake, her hair standing on end and her heart beating wildly. Her blood rushed through her veins and the air flew from her lungs, retreating with no intention of coming back. Leonel must have felt the same thing too, because despite all the girls he had ignored up to that point, despite all the popularity he had gathered, he dashed away from his brothers, appearing before her like a gust of wind. "Will you please be my girlfriend?" The words came out like a clap of thunder. He probably hadn't tried to be so loud, but Aina became like a startled deer in headlights, his booming and confident voice becoming like an avalanche to her ears. Before she realized what was happening, she, Aina Brasinger, someone who had never been embarrassed or shy a day in her life, rushed off as fast as her legs could carry her. After that day, due to Leonel's popularity, Aina, who had been practically invisible to the young noble girls, had practically become public enemy number one. They couldn't get a glance, but she got a confession? What made her worthy? Aina never retaliated to the bullying. She had always tempered her mind and remained calm and calculating. It only seemed to be around Leonel that she completely lost control of her emotions, not knowing what to do with herself or even where to place her hands. However, Sivan mistook her calmness for fragility, so she reformed herself, becoming something she was decidedly not. She became Aina's shield, protecting her from the hail of criticism and mean girl tactics of those dorm rooms for an entire 4 years. Since that day, Aina had always had something to lean on. She no longer had no one else. She had a friend willing to become a she-devil to protect her if need be. She had a crush that was willing to wade through hell and high water just for a chance she might say yes. She knew that she didn't need Sivan's protection. She could have shut those girls up with a single punch. She knew that she couldn't say yes to Leonel. The weight on her shoulders was far too much, and she had to give her goals too much of her focus. And yet, she didn't stop either of them. When Aina and Richard appeared at the beginning of the wedding aisle, it was as though they had become the center of the world. Despite her blank stare forward, Aina was like a fairy, unfettered and unblemished by the mundane. Even if Richard had been a wooden stick, everyone's attention would have been drawn to them. The two slowly walked down the aisle, the blooming of the flower steadily reaching its peak. Aina knew that she had been intoxicated by the feeling. For the first time in her life, she had received the attention, the support, the love she had always wanted. From then on, no matter what she did or how unreasonable she was, they were always by her side, even when she was uncommunicative, even when she blamed them for their weakness, even when she left them behind. They had always been there. Over the years, she grew dependent on them, addicted to that feeling she had never had as a child, that feeling that should have been given to her by her mother, by her father. The pair made their way down under the eyes of all. Richard had his chest proudly out, a confident smile on his features as though what had happened previously never occurred. Soon, such a woman would be his. Then he would go off to the Void Palace and come back with the tools he needed to lead the Viola family into the 7th dimension and finally end this generations-long war. 10 feet, 8'5", the flower slowly reached its peak, prepared to allow the world to see its glory. Motes of force gathered around it, filling the air with a sweet and delicate scent. Aina's vacant gaze became somewhat misty, but she didn't seem to notice at all, still blindly moving forward with her mind in other places. But by now, the two had walked so far forward that the last line of spectators had been crossed. All anyone could see was the alluring view of her back. The facade of Sivan had crumbled, or, more accurately, she had finally told Aina the truth. Over the years, she had grown tired of always being Aina's shield, silently waiting to be picked up when she was needed and dropped off when she wasn't. And now, at this moment, when she was about to get married, she was no longer able to be here. Then there was her father. He was a man who should have been there for her since the very beginning, loving and supporting her. But he too had failed, captured and likely without a chance to be free for decades to come. Her mother, she had died not long after Aina was old enough to remember her face, and yet now she could only recall blurry pieces of her visage. She cobbled together pieces that seemed to make sense, but she had no way of even guaranteeing that the woman she remembered was indeed her mother. And then there was Leonel, the love of her life, of them all. This was the only one that made Aina's heart move. It wasn't because it hurt the most, or maybe it was. But even if it did, this was most definitely not the main reason. It was because of them all, whether it was her father, mother, or Sivan. All of them weren't here because they couldn't be. Sivan was barred by Richard, her mother had passed away, her father was imprisoned. Only he wasn't here by choice. Only he had truly abandoned her. Aina raised her foot to step onto the final platform, but her entire body trembled. The mist of her eyes had turned into something much more than that, but given the vacancy of her gaze, it didn't seem like she had realized this at all. Richard rose his foot as well, beaming at the sight of the flower. It was perfect. His timing was immaculate, and his confidence was completely off the charts. He didn't seem to realize at all that Aina's steps had faltered, and she had fallen a step behind. Boom, 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 boom. At that moment, the dome of protection over the Viola estate shattered, shocking the spectators awake from their silence. Aina's back trembled. The aura was so familiar. That blinding pillar of light, that hidden air of destruction and menace, that edge of danger and violence, it was so close. She had felt it too many times before, seen it too many times, even now. With the vacancy of her gaze, she subconsciously grasped out for it, her eyes lighting up from indifferent to expectant. She felt her heart rise out of her chest, her lungs expanding wildly. Her blood rushed beside herself, and her paling features were flushed with color in an instant. It was as though she had gone from dead to alive, as though she had finally been given reason to breathe again, to live again. Her head snapped backward, her gaze shooting up into the skies and landing on the figure. The instant she did, it was as though something inside of her had broken, a rush shooting out from her, and her eyes flooding with tears she had already barely been holding back. Her whole world collapsed, her mind going blank and her lips moving to say words that were all too familiar. You're, not him, in the skies. Miguel stood on the back of a golden phoenix, his hands clasped behind his back. Kill. Chapter 178. Return. Chapter 1178. Return. Richard's eyes widened. The sudden commotion would have snapped anyone awake, and he, who had been lost in his own world of fantasies, was no different. His head snapped into the skies, his pupils constricting in shock as he watched thousands of Luxniks swoop down from their bird constructs, immediately and without reserve levying attacks toward the guards that reacted from the Viola estate. For a moment, Richard was in a daze. All his plotting and scheming, all his years of training and preparation could have never made him ready for this day. He couldn't wrap his head around what was happening. Had they already found out about their losses? That was absolutely impossible. Richard had been discreet and as careful as one could be. On top of this, that battle had just ended. How could there possibly have been time to assemble such a contingent? If even that wasn't enough, had this been knowledge the Luxniks used to act upon, the Monteks would have definitely jumped aboard to take advantage as well. Everything pointed toward the fact that the Luxniks had been planning to do this from the very beginning, but Richard truly couldn't understand where their confidence came from. If the Luxniks weren't aware of their 20% loss, then why would they ever take this risk? The three families had always been neck and neck in terms of strength. Launching an attack like this would only cause suffering on both sides and leave the Monteks to benefit from the ashes left behind. What Richard had no way of knowing was that the balance had been broken long ago. In fact, the balance had been broken 3 generations ago, and it had only continued to tip in favor of the Luxniks. Just a single generation ago, they had already had strength to rival both the Monteks and Viola combined. And now, even though this generation had yet to fully mature, they had lost their patience and begun to bare their fangs. Seath, what is the meaning of this? The booming voice of the Viola family patriarch boomed. The 6th-dimensional existences of the Viola hadn't even had time to catch their breaths and restore their paled faces when they were forced to come out once again. Seeing such a scene, the Luxniks were visibly stunned. They had no idea what could have happened to put the Viola in such a sorry state before the battle had even begun. But soon afterward, they laughed uproariously. To the arrogant Luxniks, wasn't this just a sign of how correct their ancestor had been? They had patiently waited 3 generations, biding their time and pretending to be equals with this trash. And the day they finally stepped out, ready to bare their fangs, the gods smiled down on them. How could the sharp internal sight of the Luxniks possibly miss something so blatantly obvious? At this point, Richard's face turned several shades of pale. He had been harping so much on the 20% number that he had forgotten something else incredibly important. The 20% loss wasn't nearly as problematic as the current state of the remaining 80%. To say that Miel had killed a fifth of them was only a small part of the story. This didn't consider the at least 20% he had severely injured, or the 20% more than that he had drained of stamina and vigor. If an accurate picture were to be painted, it would be more accurate to say that Miel alone had cut down the fighting prowess of the Viola by as much as 50%. Seeing such a scene, Michael was even more affirmed in his decision. He had originally wanted these matters to continue naturally, but he also understood that naturally didn't mean passively. Michael wasn't a passive person to begin with. If he insisted on neutrality when allowing things to go on naturally, he would ironically be going against his own nature to begin with. This sort of complicated maze to navigate was precisely why he wanted the fewest people to know of the details of this matter to begin with. He already realized that he was acting differently than he normally would, and that was counterproductive to his goal. To Miguel's mind, there was still only a possibility that the prophecy spoken of on the tablet spoke of a union of marriage between himself and Ina. But even if it was just a possibility, how could he ever allow a woman who might be tied to himself in the future to be tainted by another? That was the ultimate underlying reason, but this was still a good opportunity nonetheless. In the middle of a wedding, with so many people invited and the guards of the Viola stretched thin, what better time would there be to attack? Plus, the 3-generation waiting period marked down by his ancestor had already passed as well. What else was there to wait for? This, however, was a truly pleasant surprise. It seemed that today the Viola would truly be finished. Rather than waiting for Seath to respond, Michael flipped over a palm and his slender sword appeared. Shearing, 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 shearing. Michael took a light breath. For a moment, the world lost all of its sound. The only thing those below could hear was the steady inhale and exhale of Michael's air as time slowed to a crawl, returned to dust. Michael's arms slowly lowered, and yet it somehow felt impossibly fast. The world was split in two. The clouds separated, the blue skies dimmed to reveal the starry night, and reality itself seemed to pause. The expression of the Viola family patriarch warped. He was an expert on the same level as Seath. No matter how weak he was from the previous battle, there was absolutely no way a pseudo-sixth-dimensional brat should ever be able to make him feel pressure. And yet, it was already too late. His body crumbled, falling in two before being carried into the wind like fluttering flakes of ash. More coming. Chapter 1179. Lucky Chapter 1179. Lucky Aina sat blankly on the platform where her wedding was meant to take place. The carnage around her was still ongoing. She could hear the cries of pain and horror and almost feel the rivers of blood tingling the small hairs on her skin, but she was numb to it all. Richard had long since left her side, rushing in an attempt to help the battle. He may have been a lot of things, but a coward wasn't one. And though he was highly intelligent, there was absolutely no way he could have pieced together that the Miguel's goal all along had been to take Ina away, while the destruction of the Viola was just a convenient bonus. So, Richard had left Ina alone, knowing full well that if she faced something she couldn't protect herself from, there was nothing he would have been able to do either way. But there was no doubt that the fate of the Viola had already been sealed. The guests who had come to take part in the wedding but weren't part of the struggle sat in a daze themselves, realizing that they were witnessing the collapse of an empire that had ruled for thousands of years. And yet, just like that, they were finished. Ina, though, couldn't be bothered to care. She didn't pay attention to what was happening, she couldn't hear the voices around her anymore, and she just blankly stared at the violet grass before her. Her tears had long since dried up. The sudden breaking of the dam had snapped her back to reality, a flood of thoughts, emotional compartmentalizations, and slowly grown maturity having come back to her one step at a time. It wasn't an instantaneous process. In fact, it was quite slow at the beginning. The childish thoughts and immaturity seemed to always want to claw their way back, but, a single step at a time, what was, or at least had been Ina, began to return. But who was she, anyway? Ina seemed to realize now that something within her had snapped the first day she met Michael. And, funnily enough, the day it all snapped back into place was the second time she met him. As she sat there, her arms wrapped around her legs and her head buried between her thighs, she felt a pain in her chest that she hadn't felt in a very long time. But, almost like a genius of battle who had finally met her match, this pain wasn't something Ina wanted to run from. Instead, she wanted to bask in it, to feel it fill her nerves and take over her mind. Ina knew she had masochistic tendencies. If it wasn't her ridiculous training regimens, even sometimes going as far as to shatter her own bones just to heal herself, it was always something else. However, this time, she needed this pain not to grow stronger, but to finally feel alive. In these last several months, Ina felt like she had been standing before a tunnel with an exit of blinding white light. She had been trying her hardest, doing everything she could to run in the other direction, but, as though she was stuck in a dream, her legs didn't move as fast as she wanted them to, and her movements felt sluggish. She pushed herself harder, only to fall and stumble, failing to claw herself back, until everything suddenly went black and she returned to this world once more. This pain in her chest right now, the pain she couldn't ignore no matter how hard she tried or how much effort she put in, it was her sign that she was back, that she could finally breathe as herself again, that she could finally be Ina again. But it hurt. It hurt like hell. As much as that neutered version of herself wanted to be logical, she knew that wasn't her. She couldn't just bury how she was feeling, and even when she tried, it would always manifest itself in the weirdest of ways. She had too many memories exactly like this, memories she was often too embarrassed to even recall. Ina took deep breaths, wiping the last evidence of her tears away. She looked up into the skies, almost as though to affirm herself that Leonel was truly not there. For the first time in a long while, she stood to her feet, her body flashed, her wedding dress falling to ashes, and her body being adorned by flexible silver and black armor. She reached for the hairpin that held up her elaborate bun and crushed it in her hands. Then, looking off in a certain direction, she began to walk as though nothing was around her. Surprisingly, or maybe not very much so, no one bothered her. To the Viola, she was their crown heir's soon-to-be wife, and to the Luxniks, she was on the list of those they weren't meant to touch. Using her high blood force affinity, finding her father's direction was as easy as breathing. Though Miguel took note of Ina's actions, he also didn't nothing to stop her. If Ina believed that they hadn't come for her, that was fine too. He didn't mind. She was indeed as beautiful as the piece of her face he had seen before told him, but most beautiful woman he had ever seen. But Miguel's pride wasn't something most could understand. He wouldn't chase a woman even if he wanted her. How things fell into place in the future, so long as he was the like mentioned, he didn't care. His goal wasn't women, nor was it fame or wealth. It was to stand at the pinnacle of the dimensional verse, and he didn't care who he needed to use to get there. The events of that day would spread like wildfire, setting the sector ablaze and leaving a shocking amount of territory completely unprotected. But what did these matters have to do with the Void Palace? Without even a slight delay in schedule, the second day would begin on the day it was promised. In the skies above, Eleanor watched this scene with her arms crossed about her chest, coldly watching Ina's every action before she lightly snorted, "Consider yourselves lucky." She seemed to be referring to the Viola, as though their collapse wasn't punishment enough or like she had had something even worse in store for them. But her next words were even more unabashedly wild. "And you. Even if my son doesn't want you anymore, you'll still have to spend the rest of your life single." Chapter 180 Simple Words. Chapter 180 Simple Words. Ina walked slowly, her father draped over her back. Despite the weight of the man, with Ina's obscene strength, doing this much wasn't very much trouble at all. In fact, had she wanted to, there were probably a myriad of ways she could carry her father without even touching him. But, in the end, she still chose this method. Despite the grief her father had brought her in her lifetime, he was still her father. While he could be considered to be emotionally abusive, Ina could still understand where he came from. At the same time, if she fell into some introspection, what exactly was the alternative? One of the few guilty pleasures Ina had was reading and watching dramas. When she wasn't studying, training, eating, or recovering, she lost herself in worlds that weren't her own. But in how many of those stories was the trouble the heroine faced the exact opposite of her own? In a father-daughter dynamic, would Ina even get the chance to do things as she pleased? Wasn't it more likely that her father would try to protect and coddle her, closing her off to the world because she was simply too fragile as a woman? It sounded quite ironic to say such things now because of how many mental breakdowns Ina had had in recent months. But, after regaining control of her faculties, she could say with 100% certainty that she would choose a father like this 10 out of 10 times over a father who refused to let her chase after her goals and live life. Had her father made mistakes? Yes. Had his approach been terrible? Yes. Could he have picked a path that would make a lot of this much easier on himself and everyone else? Yes. However, he was still a man willing to hand over the Brazinger family heirloom to a little girl, even knowing that it would cripple his own strength. He was still a man willing to leave her on the safety of Earth to slowly grow while he weathered the storm of the world alone to pave a path for her to be here. He was still a man willing to face the army of a pillar family alone, all while poisoned and handicapped, just so that she wouldn't have to do something she hadn't wanted to do. He wasn't a perfect father by any stretch. But what in her life was perfect to begin with? This father of hers was the only family she had left, the one unconditional pillar of support. She wouldn't allow any more harm to come to him. Miel's body was too weak to move. Being forced to rest on his daughter's back like this, the rest of his body refusing to listen to his commands when it should have been him protecting her. He felt a seething rage boil all through him, his flaming red hair and crimson eyes practically jumping about as though they had minds of their own. He felt a wild mix of emotions he couldn't even properly process. But again and again, shame, humiliation, and inadequacy popped up in a perpetual cycle, refusing to allow him to forget. "I'm sorry." Miel's hoarse voice barely came out audibly. His vocal cords had been shredded, and he barely managed to squeeze out these words before he hacked up a mouthful of blood and organs. The poison that Richard had forced on him wasn't lethal to begin with, but it would still take another day before it was flushed out of his system completely. That, compounded by his injuries, made him extraordinarily weak. If not for the Viola needing him for whatever reason, he would have long since died in battle. Ina's steps froze when she heard her father's words. She wasn't quite sure how to react. This wasn't the first time her father had said such a thing to her. In fact, this was precisely the second time. The first time was when she had just lost her mother and her father was forced to leave soon afterward. That was maybe the lowest point in Miel's life. His wife died, his daughter was cursed, and he was useless to stop it all. He could barely stop himself from breaking down in front of his little girl. And now, over a decade later, little else had changed. He was still here, still too weak to do anything, still apologizing to his little girl. His mistakes were always compounded. Every step he took forward, he cost those closest to him even more. If he had never allowed his love to grow and bloom, that beautiful woman he had loved with all his heart would still be alive. If he hadn't let his emotions dictate his actions, the gorgeous little baby girl they had birthed together wouldn't have to live a life of suffering. If he hadn't been too confident in his strength and spent more time refining his mind, he would have never let his daughter come so close to giving up the most precious moment of her life to a man who didn't deserve it. He tried to teach his daughter to become a better him, a greater version of himself. But he never realized that he was so broken and damaged himself that whatever he projected to his little girl would be broken and damaged as well. He truly didn't know how he would face his daughter ever again, but for her to come out unscathed due to nothing more than trash luck, he didn't know how he should feel. This was the only thing he could do. Apologize. He was useless. It was the only thing he had left to give. Ina didn't know how to respond. For a very long time, she just stood frozen in place, unmoving and in a daze. Compared to when she had been a toddler hearing those words, it hit much differently now that she was a grown woman. When she finally did open her mouth to respond, what she said was short and simple. But it was still enough that Miel could no longer hold back his tears. Everything that he hadn't shed for his wife, for leaving his daughter behind, for her growing without him by her side, for all the failures he had had in this life, it all poured outward like an endless torrent, a silent stream of tears drenching his daughter's back. I love you, Dad. Chapter 1181, Odd Arena. Chapter 1181, Odd Arena. Leonel woke up and stretched. With light steps, he hopped out of bed and began his revamped flexibility routine. This version was much less embarrassing than the former, but Leonel still preferred to do it alone. The Luxniks were natural healers, so the techniques they had in this regard were extensive and well thought out. Compared to the techniques of Valiant Heart Mountain, they were by far and away better. They couldn't even be considered to be in the same league. Leonel wanted to focus on not just flexibility, but power in his flexibility. The importance of that would be his ability to apply strength in positions most could not. For example, in a deep squat where one's bottom nearly touched the ground. Most couldn't even get into such a position to begin with, at least not without their heels coming off of the ground. But even those that could reach such a position, how much weight could they push? Depending on the depth of a squat, the max weight that could be pushed varied along a predictable slope. What Leonel wanted to was eliminate this weakness as much as he could, and to do so with every similar type of movement as well. To perfectly fuse flexibility and power, that was his ultimate goal, and he was well on his way. Leonel jumped to his feet and felt like a spring was coiled within his body. His joints felt good, his ligaments and tendons felt smooth, and his muscles felt explosive. Better yet, his mind was in its prime. Every breath of air felt fresh and beautiful. Time to go. Leonel slipped on a pair of sweatpants and a crisp t-shirt. He no longer bothered with shoes these days, as his body was already stronger than any shoe sole to begin with. On top of that, using his own 2 feet not only made him more sensitive to certain changes, but Leonel also felt more flexible in his movements. He smiled lightly to himself, running his fingers through his pale violet hair. Today should be fun. The young geniuses of Earth, though they had mostly failed in the first day, still came out to support in full force during the second day. Not only were they here in solidarity, but they also wanted to see the true extent of prowess the geniuses of the sector had to offer. Like this, they would know exactly how much further they had to go. The boys seemed intent on watching Leonel from time to time, almost as if to check if he was truly okay. None of them knew what happened at the Viola estate a few days prior, but they believed that Ina had likely gotten married. Still, Leonel continued to act the same way he always had. He laughed and joked with the others as though this matter truly had nothing to do with him. This allowed them and Leonel's grandmother to sigh a breath of relief. There were many people who would bloviate and draw a line on their self-worth, but when push came to shove, they would still allow others to steamroll over them. At least for now, it seemed that Leonel had not regretted his decision and could still function happily. What they didn't notice, though, was that Leonel had raised an internal eyebrow upward. Due to his plan to deal with Ina's father, Leonel had split much of his attention to focus on the arena and its people. He not only needed to locate him, but he also needed to find the opportune moment to act. Emil hadn't been among the Viola family members previously, so Leonel was effectively scanning the whole arena for someone who should match his description. Leonel was certain that he would have red hair and eyes. In addition, he should have an energy signature similar to that of the other Brazingers he had met. But what Leonel didn't expect was the oddity of the arena. For one, there were far too many people on high alert, as though they were waiting for the other foot to drop. They were either whispering amongst themselves, looking toward the entrances, or even muttering to themselves. Secondly, the Montex family region seemed to have several individuals walking on pins and needles. Many of them had nervous or fidgeting expressions that only calmed after they reached the arena, but even then, the elders all seemed to have heavy looks on their faces. And lastly, the Viola family region, which should have been filled to the brim, was decidedly empty? Leonel narrowed his eyes. It couldn't have been more obvious to him that something big had happened. There was no way that the Viola would miss such an opportunity. And, considering the relaxed air and smiles around the Luxnix family, he had a guess as to what might have happened as well. A grand event like a wedding is indeed a good chance to catch a family of such great stature off guard. The Luxnix had been biding their time for 3 generations, so maybe they thought this was the perfect opportunity. But what does this mean for Ina's father? He was their vassal, so he probably had to fight as well. If he died, did the tablet fall into the hands of the Luxnix? This was possible, probable even. If it was true, it would make things a lot more complicated. Rather than defeating one person, he would have to deal with a whole family, all while trying to outpace what growth they'd have with a tablet. That would be a tall mountain to climb. Leonel had hardly finished this thought when his internal sight flickered once more. His brows couldn't help but furrow in slight confusion. Ina, Savan, Yuri, and Emil were right there, seated together along with the commoner ranks. The only difference was that all 4 were wearing masks. Did they manage to escape? Never mind, this is a good die. Leonel's pupils constricted. Ina, who had been focused on the arena, her hands gripped together, suddenly snapped her head in the direction of Earth's people. Leonel's back was facing her, as he didn't need to look with his eyes to use his internal sight. But that didn't stop her from doing so at all. She sensed my internal sight? Leonel didn't get a chance to process this before Aurinik flickered and appeared. He clearly had no intention of waiting for the Viola. The rules have already been explained. Day 2 will be a round-robin style tournament. Your performance will be vetted to decide upon the 3rd and final day. The billboard will decide your groups. The flickering of the board began. There were only 300 individuals who made it past the first day, and each round-robin group would have 20 individuals. It also seemed that due to the fact these groups were smaller this time, all 15 groups would be going at the same time. Leonel looked up to spot his number, only for his eyes to narrow even further. Though there were no names, Leonel's memory was simply too good. Of the 300 participating, he knew the numbers of them all. Even if he didn't, he could recognize the energy signature of the force that made up their numbers. In his group, 1. Leonel Morales, 2. Higlis Montex, 7. Isaac Arundo, 13. Richard Viola, 13. Siller Luxnix, 2000. Ina Brazinger, Chapter 1182. Pray, Chapter 1182. Pray, Leonel didn't spend very long looking at the billboard of motes of light. As easily as he had memorized the numbers of everyone, he had also memorized his own group just as quickly. Instead, his mind was still spinning. Before lifting her curse, Ina's mind was the weakest part of her by far. After she accidentally absorbed his blood during a particularly rough session, they stumbled upon a cure for her curse. Back then, Ina had chosen to keep a small piece of her curse with her because it was useful for her training. But by then, everything was already perfectly under control. Leonel remembered that her mental coercion was so powerful back then that it not only affected him, but she found it difficult to control as well. With such powerful suggestion, even if Ina had been an ugly woman, there would have been lines of men wrapping around several planets waiting to do her bidding. When such mental coercion was fused with her top-tier genetics, well, the results spoke for themselves. It was actually thanks to Ina that Leonel grasped how to use his king's might so quickly. That sort of coercive ability on the world was something that he had gotten a front-row seat to every day until Ina finally learned how to control it. But even then, the change hadn't been to the point where Ina had overtaken Leonel in matters of the mind. After all, Leonel was at the peak of the 5th dimension in these matters. In fact, he was more accurately at a pseudo-6th-dimensional state thanks to awakening his wisdom branch so early. For Ina to be able to sense his internal sight so easily, in order to remain as stealthy as possible, Leonel had chosen to strip his internal sight of much of its strength. The reason why he could only tell that people were whispering amongst themselves and muttering, but he couldn't hear exactly what they were saying, was because he had stripped his internal sight of that ability to make it less obvious. And yet, she had still sensed it. Of course, now Ina was well into the 5th dimension. The gap between his mind and hers then, versus it now, was much smaller. But still, this makes things more complicated, but it isn't impossible. She reacted, but her father didn't. That means that her mental coercion and strong mind aren't a shared strength of their lineage factor, so it's still possible. In that case, isn't there a perfect opportunity? I'll just wait until she's fighting a battle to make a move, Aina. Is something wrong? Savan's voice snapped Aina awake. No, it's nothing. I hope my group isn't too hard. Savan laughed self-deprecatingly. They really made it hard with these numbers. I have no way of knowing who I'm matching up against. Aina smiled. You're very strong. I think you'll do great. Aina didn't need to lie. Savan was, indeed, very powerful. Though far weaker than herself, Savan was still a talent of Earth. After so long on a sixth-dimensional world, the amount of potential she had unearthed was astounding. Plus, Savan had a great amount of battle prowess because she had already become used to surviving on her own. Aina was very confident in her friend. The billboard flickered once more, this time choosing the first set of matches. A total of 30 numbers lit up, preparing the crowd for 15 matches at once. Oh, seems like it's my turn already, Leonel thought to himself. I'll be back, he said with a smile. Leonel's flickered, a small circle of dust being left where he once stood. When he appeared again, he was already on the stage. Bang! The stage before Leonel quaked, a heavy-set young man landing before him. The stone threatened to crack, and it took several moments before the stage itself ceased to move. Anyone else might have directly fallen from the impact, but Leonel's body simply swayed from side to side as though an expertly engineered creation unmoved by natural disasters. Bang! Bang! A twin pair of aces slammed against the ground, the low growl of the young man matching the sudden eruption of cheers. He had entered a state of battle the moment he landed. Like many others, he saw this as an opportunity of a lifetime, one that he had no intention of squandering. He would make sure he squeezed everything he had out of his body. He wasn't from a family like the Montex, Viola, or Luxnix. He wasn't even from a family a step below them like the Sage or the Arundo. However, he had still managed to claw his way here to the second day, and he would make his every breath count. Seeing Leonel's nonchalance, he couldn't help but be disgusted, but it didn't take him off his focus in the slightest. In fact, it only made him more focused, his force rising up like a tide, steadily flooding throughout his body and crashing against the barriers he himself put up. He rose up his twin maces, unleashing a mighty roar into the skies before exploding forth. Bang! Leonel didn't seem to notice the movement of the young heavy-set man before him. Instead, his head tilted to the side slowly, feeling a strong aura to his left. Miguel stood in abject silence, his eyes closed and his long hair fluttering in the wind. He seemed completely separate from everything around him, displaced from the world and higher than even the skies above their head. Leonel smiled. No, it might very well be more accurate to say that he grinned. The way his head tilted, the way his hands rested in his pockets, even down to the way the dancing wind pressed his clothing to his toned torso and how the shadows outlined his handsome features. It seemed that even with Michael's disregard and calm, Leonel was a demon that had found his prey. Last chapter for today, Chapter 183, Trash Like You, Chapter 183, Trash Like You Huhok, charged forward like a raging bull. The air formed a semi-spherical curtain around him, his speed and mass so disproportionate that sparks flew in the air. To his back, his maces followed, sparking as they clashed with the wind. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Leonel, his shoulders swinging as though it was nothing more than a lever. The flexibility was obscene, and the power behind it was even more so. At that moment, Leonel's gaze shifted from Michael back to Huho. His gaze was frighteningly cold, and his body was completely unmoving. However, if one ignored the commotion around him and paid attention to the ground beneath his feet, it would be possible to see his toes hooking downward with such force that 10 holes surrounded by spiderweb-thin cracks had appeared. The deepest and most important things to Leonel were respect and persistence. Even if he felt his opponent was far weaker than him, he would give them their due respect. Michael was one matter, a matter he would deal with in due time. However, Huhok was a different matter entirely. Leonel's entire demeanor changed in a matter of a fraction of a moment. The last 3 meters between himself and Huhok happened within the blink of an eye to everyone else. But, to him, everything had slowed so considerably that he could see the fierce twinkling light in his opponent's eyes. He could see the sizzling heat of the swinging mace as it scorched through the atmosphere as though a falling meteor, and he could see the steady drum of determination that reverberated through Huhok's heart. The mace appeared right above Leonel's head, its leading spike barely half a foot from connecting. It was then that Leonel moved. His right foot swiveled backward in a quarter circle, shifting his body to the side and allowing the mace to whiz right by him. The harsh whistling was so grating on the ears that a lesser person with a weaker body might have felt their ears burst. But Leonel had already reacted. His anchor foot remained down, his right foot moving again and lifting into the air, stepping down with a vicious momentum. The descent of Leonel's soul made the previous meteoric assault of Hugo's mace seem like nothing more than child's play. There was something about the timing of Leonel's movements that felt incomparably smooth, something about the ease and conservation of energy that seemed especially beautiful. He was like a well-oiled machine, using only as much as he needed and nothing more. Bang! The pole arm of the mace met Leonel's stomp. The instance was so perfectly timed that the mace had just crashed into the stage's stone platform. The result was Leonel's strength fusing with Hugok's own, causing the latter's expression to change. Hugok felt his wrist nearly break, the skin of his fingers and palm suddenly experiencing so much pressure that they ripped free from his muscle and bone, sending a shocking pain to his brain so severe that he froze for just a moment. The result was him missing a counter opportunity with his second mace even as he lost his grip on the first, his hand turning into a bloody mess. Bang! The stage imploded, a cloud of dust, rock, and bits of stone rising into the air. But that only hid the muffled bang that happened an instant afterward. The crowd was stunned to find Hugok's body flying out faster than it had come rampaging in. He shot out of the plume of debris so quickly that it became immediately obvious that he had lost consciousness. The steel metal plate he wore on his chest was completely crumpled, a hole the size of a fist becoming its new centerpiece. Hugok crashed outside of the arena, his mouth violently erupting with a pillar of blood. There was no doubt who had won the battle. But by this point, Miguel was already stepping off of his stage, his opponent standing frozen in place. For a long while, the young woman didn't move, her expression staring out into blank space. Moxie. It was unknown who had called out this name, but it became like a trigger for a chain reaction. The young woman's body crumbled piece by piece, her expression becoming one of helplessness and sadness in her final moments. It felt as though she wanted to ask, "Why did you have to kill me?" But whether because she didn't have the strength to do so or realized there wasn't much of a point, she reserved the last of her strength to die with dignity. Her face wilted and collapsed into a pile of ash, fluttering into the wind. Leonel watched this with silence. He too could have killed his opponent easily. It was only a matter of using a little bit more force or a slight manipulation of his force. He hadn't done so because he didn't see the point. When he fought large groups of people, killing as a deterrent and to ensure the safety of his life was one matter. He had learned to accept that this was necessary and began to live with the result. However, in a one-on-one battle where there were no variables to account for outside of the man right before him, not to mention the fact they didn't have a grudge, he couldn't help but think, why? Were lives really so worthless? Did they not mean anything? Even if they couldn't defeat you, couldn't they have still fought for their dreams against others? And even if they couldn't, so what? Were they worthless because they happened to be born with less talent than others? Because they happened to have weaker backers? Because luck hadn't shined down on them the same way? Who could make such decisions? Who had the right to be the arbitrator of who lived and who died? Is this what you've been doing with my power? Leonel's voice seemed to carry a mysterious strength with it, so much so that there wasn't a single person who couldn't hear it. In that case, I'll be sure to take it back. Trash like you is unworthy of having it. Miguel's steps froze. Chapter 184, Saeed Nothing. Chapter 184, Saeed Nothing. Miguel's head turned, his golden gaze meeting Leonel's pale violet irises. For a moment, the world turned still, a hollow clash reverberating before what sounded like the roar of dragons and the cry of phoenixes resonated through the air. Though it was difficult to tell if this was truly what was happening, or if it was simply an illusion created by the thumping hearts of those spectating. It felt as though the other still ongoing battles were meaningless, as though what remained of the selection had suddenly become a poor attempt at extending vacant, vacuous entertainment when the true root of what they wanted to see was already right before them. Leonel might have still stood on his stage while Miguel had already stepped down from his own. And yet their gazes still somehow felt level. A thick violet aura hung around Leonel, a dense golden fog hanging around Miguel. The trembling of planet Luxnix itself seemed to shock people awake from their stupor, their grips on the armrests of their chairs and the erratic beating of their arms suddenly jumping forward several levels in strength. Then it all vanished at once. The two looked away almost simultaneously. Leonel stepping down from his stage and walking toward Earth's geniuses, while Miguel walked toward the Luxnix. At their closest, their shoulders practically brushed against one another. But by their reactions, one would have never guessed such a thing. If one had been entirely focused on their expressions, they might as well have been worlds away from one another. The elders of the Luxnix watched on with narrowed gazes. None of them understood the nuance of Leonel's views. Many of them believed that Leonel would have targeted Miguel one way or another, and now they felt that their guesses had only been affirmed. Even to this point, they didn't have a firm understanding of Leonel's strength, and, truth be told, they had no idea that Leonel had already regrown his innate node. If regrowing innate nodes was so easy, why would stealing them be such a large deal? If the matter was so simple, those with innate nodes would probably be reared like farm animals, being harvested every so often. Unfortunately, Leonel's lack of understanding when it came to the dimensional verse was rearing its ugly head once again. If news that his father could regrow innate nodes came out, who knew what kind of commotion it would cause? To the current Leonel, he assumed that it was possible. It was just that it took a lot of time. After all, it took him 20+ years of drinking that vomit smoothie to instigate the regrowth of his innate node. To him, it was just a tedious process. The truth of the matter was that Leonel's father had joined the government of the Ascension Empire, entering their research branches to personally create a method of healing his son by fusing his knowledge of the dimensional verse with Earth's brand of technology. It could only be said that Leonel's father was a genius that appeared once in several hundred generations. It was unknown if even Leonel could ever reach the level his father had. This was how exaggerated this matter was. Of course, even Velasco miscalculated sometimes. How could he think that his son would be so reckless as to try to form a 10th node? According to Velasco's original intention, upon breaking into the 6th dimension using the God Path, Leonel's innate node would naturally begin to regrow itself. But it had appeared in the 3rd dimension far too early. This aside, the residual Scarlet Star Force that had leaked from Leonel during his breakthrough into Tier 3 was explained away by the Elders with a myriad of different hypotheses. This went to show just how far the idea of regrowing an innate node was from their minds. Now that they heard Leonel's words, they all believed that Leonel wanted to take his innate node back, something that left their brows furrowed and their gazes cold. But when they realized that Leonel had just antagonized Michael when the latter had cared little for him before, and how Leonel was merely at Tier 3 while Michael could step into the 6th dimension whenever he wanted, they relaxed their murderous intentions. There was no need to antagonize the Void Palace when this matter would be easily dealt with by Michael. Leonel returned to sit by his grandmother's side with a smile on his face. It was as though what had happened previously hadn't occurred at all. Little Leo, you need to be careful. Scarlet Star Force is very dangerous. It's one of the only forces I know that can cause damage to higher dimensional beings even in a lower dimensional state. And if it's at the same level, I don't know if there's a defense that can stop it if it's not constructed by a force on the same or near the same level. Leonel blinked. You don't have to worry, grandmother. I know. I actually don't feel much danger from him at all. If anything, Aina is stronger than him. Roesia's brow furrowed. Her senses were sharper than Leonel's, and her internal sight was far stronger. She was absolutely certain that Miguel was still stronger than Aina was. So why would he say something so reckless? Her grandson didn't seem like the type to mindlessly boast. She opened her mouth to say something else, but in the end, she just sighed. She was still only just beginning to form her relationship with Leonel. She felt like she was walking on eggshells not because she was scared of her grandson, but because she was afraid to say something that overstepped her bounds. She shook her head and made a decision. If Leonel was really in danger fighting Miguel, even if it meant offending the Void Palace, she would still move. She would rather lose her life than allow any harm to come to her grandson. The battles raged on, and Arnold and Milan eventually got their turns. As one might expect, they didn't perform astoundingly, but they didn't perform poorly either, each winning about 30-40% of their matchups. Since performance was based on evaluations and not raw numbers during the second day, they might get a pass due to their low strength. Of course, Elthor, Carolus, and Noah performed even better than this. Soon, it was Aina's turn to step onto the arena once again. Leonel's gaze sharpened. Let's hope this works. Numerous small crystalline spiders formed on his palm. Roesia raised an eyebrow but said nothing in the end. Chapter 185, Fan Clubs. Chapter 185, Fan Clubs. Despite wearing a mask, Aina seemed to have become the center of attention once more. Though, this time, this only seemed to be in one portion due to her beauty. While her face might have been covered, there was simply no mistaking that enormous axe and figure that seemed to attract so many gazes like a magnet. It didn't take much time at all for Aina's own fan club to come out in full swing, their loud cheers rocking the stadium. In truth, several such fan clubs had crept up. Even Elthor had his own. Though, maybe this wasn't so surprising since he did the devilish handsome archetype wonders. His horns only made him feel more exotic and made even more women swoon. Among the fan clubs, though, Aina's and Michael's could be said to be the largest. Elthor was more like a niche specific to a certain population of unabashed degenerates and furries. As for Leonel, he was probably a close second to Aina and Michael. Leonel never really considered it before because he had spent his whole life, practically, chasing after just a single woman, but he was quite handsome in his own right. Unfortunately, his style of dress docked him a few points, and his unknown background docked him a few more. If Leonel dressed in expertly tailored robes like Miguel and the other geniuses did, not to mention making his Morales family origins public information, he would probably speed by the latter with ease. But he was quite comfortable where he was at. Unless it was a cool uniform, he wouldn't compromise his own comfort to wear it. How ridiculous. Funny enough, Aina got the opposite reception. Though Aina and Leonel were opposites in a lot of respects, when it came to their casual form of dress, they were in complete lockstep. Aina put functionality over everything else, and Leonel placed his comfort above everything else. Something like fashion wasn't at the forefront of either of their minds. But, because Leonel was a man, his style was seen as lazy as opposed to Aina, who just received a more exotic label that made her stand out from other girls. Her armor not only covered her from head to toe, something so shocking to see on a woman that it was practically its own fallacy, but every piece of it had its own purpose. Aina's fan club couldn't help but praise her modesty, and she cared more about her battle prowess than how good she looked. Of course, there was one other reason Aina's fan club was so passionate. They had all learned that she was still single and hadn't gotten married. The women were excited for her, weaving stories about how she had been forced into her circumstances even without knowing the truth. Of course, Miguel became involved in these fanciful tales, becoming the Prince Charming that saved the princess from her shackles like a gentleman should. As for the men, they felt like there was still a chance for them, furiously rebutting the lovesick tales of the women. The ultimate result were deafening cheers, clapping hands, and stomping feet that threatened to bring the whole arena down. Leonel, though, was completely unlike everyone else. The moment Ina had moved, he had become completely focused on his task, the small little crystalline spiders on his palms springing into action. Leonel followed them as they rushed through the arena, his mind completely focused. It would take a large expenditure to have them run so far from him, especially due to their small size. But he had no other choice in the matter. He couldn't afford to use any other means because it might very well alert others. If there were spatial fluctuations and it was picked up by the members of the Void Palace, they might assume the worst and think Leonel to be cheating. Though it would be quite obvious after an investigation that he wasn't, he preferred to not have to deal with such a difficulty at all. From start to end, Leonel didn't really think about the morality of what he was doing, mostly because he didn't believe that there was anything wrong with it. The only way one could see something wrong was if he had a relationship with Ina's father in some way, but considering that Leonel had accepted that he and Ina would never be together, he didn't see things like that at all. As far as Leonel was concerned, Ina's father was no different from a stranger to him. Now, an argument could be made that it was unethical to steal something from someone who hadn't done you any wrong, and that was a fair point. But this was a hit on his own morality that Leonel was willing to take. There were certain tough decisions that Leonel knew he would have to make if he wanted to reach his goals. When he chose to resurrect Elthor instead of his closest friend in those years, Roland, he had already made one such sacrifice. And he knew well that there would be many others he would have to make. The spiders scurried through the arena. Leonel knew that he was on a time crunch. Ina wasn't fighting a person she would have to try very hard against. It would likely only last a single exchange. However, he had timed things well. He began moving the instant Ina's name blinked. With everything being within his calculations, he should make it. The spiders cut the distance. 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters, 20 meters. The gap closed rapidly, Leonel's expression turning a bit pale. The distance between them was at least a kilometer to begin with. But with the size of the spiders, it felt like 100 times that. We made it. Ina's battle was already over, another resounding victory for her. She made her way back quickly, but it was already too late. The spiders closed down the last meter distance between them and Meal, ready to pounce onto his spatial ring and fuse with it. However, right at that moment, something Leonel had never expected occurred. Yuri snapped her head in the direction of the spiders, her gaze glowing with a dangerous light. Before Leonel could react, a vast pressure descended, shattering the 3 spiders into motes of light. Leonel slowly opened his eyes, his expression somewhat pale and his pupils constricted. What was that? Chapter 114.6 Line of Thought. Chapter 114.6 Line of Thought. Leonel took a deep breath, surging tides of force coming in from all directions to replenish his stamina. Thanks to his stars, even though Leonel couldn't make use of the golden-scaled koi fish without breaking the rules, Leonel's personal ability to replenish stamina was exceptional. It would at most take him a few dozen minutes to fully recover. Still, his mind was wandering elsewhere as the battles raged on. He hadn't expected that after he circumvented the problem of Ina, that he would run into another stone wall. The problem of the spiders being destroyed wasn't actually much of an issue. They were just beast constructs. Their death wouldn't harm Leonel in any way. But in that moment, Leonel's own internal strength had almost been harmed. Had he not been fast enough, not only would Yuri's internal sight have damaged his own, but she would have also been able to trace those spiders back to him. Leonel's brow couldn't help but furrow before he leaned back and sighed. The dimensional verse was much larger than he gave it credit for. Even after so many years, it was still giving him surprises. He had originally thought that no one would be able to match his internal sight, especially after he matched his innate talent with the manipulation techniques of the Luxniks. But now, he had been slapped in the face not just once thanks to Ina, but twice thanks to Yuri. As time went on, the advantage that Leonel had gained from his wisdom branch's first awakening would only become less and less obvious. He had originally been leaps and bounds beyond anyone else, having 5th dimensional boundaries in the 3rd dimension. But now, everyone was in the 5th dimension. He couldn't expect to continue with the same advantages, or he would have to forge new advantages for himself. I need to step into the 3rd awakening of the wisdom branch soon, Leonel thought to himself. This was the first time Leonel actively wanted his Luxnik's lineage factor to progress faster. In the past, it had always come naturally. But after these events, he realized that maybe just his own talent wasn't enough anymore. As for the matters with Yuri, after calming himself from the initial shock, Leonel wasn't too surprised. Ina had never told him about Yuri's past, but she had told him that she wasn't human. In addition, he knew that Yuri's telekinesis ability, the very same ability Raelian had, wasn't actually an ability at all. Rather, it was the innate skill of her race of people. Leonel didn't know whether Aina didn't want to tell him what race Yuri was a part of, or if she simply didn't know, but the truth didn't matter. It was likely just another example of her not trusting him while he entrusted everything to her. Regardless, he was no longer emotional about it. All that mattered was that Yuri was maybe even more troublesome than Aina in this regard thanks to her origins, and, now that he had failed once, they would all be on guard. Yuri? What's wrong? Miel frowned, wincing slightly. His injuries still hadn't fully healed, but he had insisted on being here. How could he miss such a thing? You unleashed a lot more of your power than you normally do. I told you to be careful with that. Until you make it to the Void Palace, you can't let others know of your origins, and even then, you have to be careful with who you can trust. Originally, Miel was going to send Yuri to the Void Palace along with Aina as a maidservant. With how many noble men and women were allowed entry, some were given exceptions to bring along one person in such a capacity. But, now that the quotas had expanded, Yuri could enter on her own, making things a lot easier. I know, adoptive father, but someone just targeted you. Yuri's frown deepened. Her adoptive father had always made her keep a very low profile for her own safety. A large part of the reason she felt so broken up about Aina's wedding was because she felt she was being forced to choose between her own safety and her sister's happiness. That was right, Yuri felt like she could have saved Aina that day. Whether that was because of an overinflated sense of confidence or reality, maybe only she and Miel knew the answer to that. Targeted me? Yuri sighed. It wasn't that Miel's mind was weaker than them, it was rather that using the Brazinger family lineage factor placed a lot of strain on the mind. After going all out just a day before, Miel's soul force was fragmented and injured. How could he sense the danger as easily? Yes, they were 3 beast constructs. I tried to track the person, but they retreated too quickly. But from what it looks like, it's the Luxnix family technique. Miel's brow raised before he sighed. Nothing in this world comes for free. Yuri felt deflated. The Luxnix had swooped in and saved Aina that day, but they hadn't asked for anything in return. Originally, she had held the hope that maybe this was because Aina was never the target and that the wedding was just a good chance to deal with the Viola, but this attempt seemed to spit in the face of that. Could their goal have been more complex than the fall of the Viola? Miles' line of thinking was the same, but he still didn't conclude that these matters were related to Aina. Would a large family war with another just for the sake of a single girl? Though his daughter was exceptionally talented, weren't all these families arrogant? Plus, they had Michael, a child even Miel himself was greatly impressed by. On top of this, they couldn't have known that he would be able to weaken the Viola so much before they fought. So, Miel's thoughts were very, very different. Could it be that they learned of the existence of the bronze tablet? Could that be the true reason they attacked the Viola? A hint of worry marred Miel's brow. If his greatest secret was exposed, this could be troublesome. On the other side of the arena, Leonel, who had long since calmed, began to deduce several things. Among them was the exact thought process of the current Miel and Yuri. Yes, if they believe I'm from the Luxnix family, that would indeed be their line of thinking. Maybe I can use this to my advantage. Leonel looked up, feeling a familiar aura calling out to him. It seemed that it was his turn to battle once again. Leonel Morales versus Siller Luxnix. Chapter 187, Man of Energy. Chapter 187, Man of Energy Siller was like a spark of lightning. Among the Luxnix, he was probably one of the only few that cut his hair short, and it made him look like a 16 or 17-year-old kid, far younger than he truly was. He appeared on the platform eager to go, but when he saw that his opponent was actually Leonel, his brows couldn't help but shoot up. Leonel himself landed on the platform about a minute after Siller, not having gone all out to reach the stage like his opponent had. However, he greeted the latter with a smile that took him completely off guard. Siller was certain that with Leonel's hatred of the Luxnix, a smile would be the last thing he would find. In fact, he was quite certain that he would find exactly the opposite of that. But, to think that Leonel would be looking at him like this. The truth was that Siller, along with many of the most recent generation, were fairly in the dark about the truth of these matters. That said, they weren't completely clueless, mostly because of the oddity of the generations and how things lined up. Siller and the other 2 armheads were technically in the generation of Leonel's mother. They had experienced dozens of years of life and were already pushing toward triple-digit ages in another decade or 2. As such, when the commotion had been happening back during those days, they were more than old enough to remember. And that also meant that of this 3rd generation, the only ones that were of Leonel and Michael's age who could participate at this level were just the 2 of them. There was no 3rd individual. This was to say that Siller knew that Leonel's name had been stricken from the family records. He was also aware that there was some sort of falling out between Leonel's branch of the family and everyone else. But he had always assumed that this was because Leonel's mother had ignored the family's wishes and married out. As for the truth, among the youths, maybe only Michael was aware. But that was because the innate node was actually within his body. I didn't expect you to be smiling in this situation. Siller tilted his head to the side as though curiously observing Leonel. The other battles had already begun, but the two of them had yet to move a single inch. "And what situation is that?" Leonel asked. "Well, facing an enemy." Siller was a bit confused by Leonel's response. "An enemy?" Leonel thought for a moment. "I don't really see it that way." Siller's brow rose. "Is that because you beat Elodie, so you don't really think of me like a rival? That would be a mistake. You're my junior, so I don't mind giving you a few pointers. In the dimensional verse, how powerful you are is sometimes less important than how your abilities match up to someone else, and speed happens to match up well against a lot of things." Siller's irises flashed with a peculiar light, his muscles flexing and unflexing like they had minds of their own, wiggling about his body as though they were ready to explode. No. Leonel shook his head. "I don't mean it like that. I just mean that I don't see you all as an enemy. As far as I'm concerned, I'll be leading you all one day. Why would I treat you like that when you haven't personally done anything to me?" Siller, who was prepared to go, was stunned speechless. What had he just said? Lead them? Was this guy delusional? "Are you all right up here?" Siller pointed to his head. "Do you have any idea how many of them want you dead?" Leonel's smile became wider. But for some reason it felt decidedly cold. Siller's spine tingled, the tips of his fingers and toes becoming somewhat numb. "I don't plan on leading them, I plan on killing them." Siller's palms flipped over on instinct, one short sword and one dagger appearing, each to a hand. He took a step back, his body growing tight and his pupils flickering with lightning. All their lives, the Star Order Council had advised them not to go all out. Despite having fought several exchanges with Elodie and almost killing him, Leonel still didn't know what the latter's ability was. From start to finish, he had only ever used Luxnick's family techniques. However, after the destruction of the Viola family, there was no need to hide their fangs anymore, and Siller had never been more grateful than he was now. For this Leonel before him, he deserved for him to go all out, because if he didn't, he would definitely suffer. Leonel's palm flipped over soon after. With his duality spear gone, his favorite quasi-silver spear was no longer in his arsenal. But there were still hundreds of others to choose. He was already eyeing a few quasi-gold spears he could see in the far-off distance, but he wasn't quite strong enough to make it there, so instead, he settled for this. The temperature began to drop, a frosted blade appearing in Leonel's hands. It looked like a construct of black ice, its blade looking like a jagged abomination from the depths of hell. The air crackled and popped as the water vapor rapidly cooled. At the same time, a fog of cold and darkness rose from the blade into the air. Siller felt his joint freezing up, the fast twitching of his muscles slowing down considerably. His gaze couldn't help but narrow into slits. "Fine." His voice lost the childish tone it usually had, dropping by an octave. "I'll show you my true strength then." Bang! An eruption of lightning violently sparked into the surroundings. Siller's short hair, in that instant, became a river of white gold sparks. The whites of his eyes and his irises vanished, replaced by streaking arcs that split out the side of his eyes. He became a man of energy. Then he vanished. Chapter 188, Not Sure. Chapter 188, Not Sure. Leonel swung his spear upward instantaneously, but it was only just barely in time to meet Siller's blade. He was fast, so fast that without activating his snowy star owl's gaze, Leonel's eyes alone could never hope of keeping up. As fast as Siller's legs were, though, his blade was even quicker. He caught the side of Leonel's spear. With blade against blade, he took advantage of his own forward momentum to parry it upward, his sword skimming against the edge of Leonel's spear as the backhand of his dagger aimed directly for Leonel's throat. In the moment, Leonel understood. Siller was the armhead of the speed arm of the Luxnick's family. However, even then he had only undergone his first awakening of the speed branch, allowing his light elemental force to fuel his speed and leaving trails of light in his wake as he moved. But compared to Leonel, who had awoken 3 times, what was that worth? With things being like this, though, Siller truly showed his colors as the fastest of the Luxnick's younger generation. Not only was his grasp of the family's techniques impeccable, but his own personal ability, the one he had been forced to hide for so much of his life, was actually so perfectly in tune with exactly the kind of fighter he wanted to be. While it seemed like Siller was an elemental speedster, this wasn't the case at all. Rather, he was a special type lightning user. His lightning wasn't the destructive type, nor was it a speedster type. It was an energy type. His lightning was able to fuel his body and give him strength. Whether it was improving his thinking speed, his explosive strength, and his raw speed, it was able to do it all. This sort of ability was like an overall upgrade on his power, a holistic boost to how dangerous he was. And make no mistake, he was dangerous. Siller's dagger appeared before Leonel's throat, flickering with arcs of lightning. It was impossible to read his gaze with just how much sheer energy was sparking out from it. The speed was so fast that everything happened far too quickly. Many weaker members in the audience didn't even realize just how much danger Leonel was in right that moment. However, what happened next was even more shocking. Leonel's gaze flickered. As though something had sapped Siller of all his energy, the blade trembled and then dulled. All the strength and lightning behind it vanished in a moment. Clang! Siller's blade clashed with Leonel's neck. But as though it had rebounded against a steel wall, it was pushed and repelled backward. Just as quickly, Siller retreated. Like an assassin in the night, he struck just once and didn't stay in Leonel's vicinity. Beneath Leonel's skin, a small flicker of bronze runes receded, hardly perceptible to the eye. However, his steps didn't pause for even a single moment as he pressed down toward Siller. A harsh, grating wind pulsed into the surroundings. Everywhere it passed, ice and icicles formed, turning the stage into some sort of winter wonderland. Leonel took a step forward, his figure flashing. Clang, 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 clang. Siller's brow furrowed, his heated exchange with Leonel growing faster and faster. He felt as though Leonel was either adapting to his speed or improving so quickly that he was being forced onto his back foot. Ice began to creep up Siller's sword and dagger, his lips turning blue and his fingers trembling beneath the cold. Leonel's short violet hair danced in the wind. The combination of violet light blues and a dense darkness played off of each other very well. And yet, compared to the energy-laden Siller, it still felt somewhat muted and uninteresting. The battle slowly swung in Leonel's favor, Siller realizing that his opponent was getting faster and faster. Leonel's spear spun in his hands. It had once been that Siller could attack 3 or 4 times before he landed even one. But then it had shrunk to 3, then 2, then 1. Now, Leonel seemed to attack twice as fast as Siller did. If not for the fact that the latter wielded 2 weapons, he would have likely already suffered a fatal wound. Leonel caught the side of Siller's blade in one of the jagged grooves of his blade. With a strong flick upward, Siller felt his wrist nearly snap, forcing him to get rid of his sword entirely. He moved to retreat once more, but his expression changed when he found that his foot hit air. His eyes widened as he fell on his bottom outside of the stage. He looked on wide-eyed at seemingly empty space, still not quite understanding what happened. It was only after the frost slowly began to recede and he could feel his body again that he finally understood. His mind had actually slowed by that much. That spear, Siller finally looked up, looking at the black ice spear, his expression still somewhat lost. Leonel smiled. You said it best yourself. How powerful you are is sometimes less important than how your abilities match up to someone else. In this case, you met maybe the worst possible match for you. I see. Siller still couldn't quite understand, but he had a faint inkling. He didn't really care that Leonel had relied on a treasure. It was clear that it was a quasi-silver spear, and that wasn't much different from his own weapon. And something made him think that Leonel had purposely chosen to fight in this way just so he could say those words to him. It was quite pathetic. He finally got the chance to go all out for once, and yet he had lost like this. He could almost feel the disappointed glances that were landing on his back. Leonel bent down and helped Siller to stand before walking away. The latter didn't even register that Leonel had helped him until several moments later, but that only left him in another daze. He wasn't quite sure how he was supposed to feel. Chapter 189, Good Chance. Chapter 1189, Good Chance. The Black Ice Spear wasn't the true name of the spear. It was just what Leonel had chosen to call it. But the reality was that this spear had little to nothing to do with ice and frost. In fact, its true name was the Kinetic Blade, and its domain was the Kinetic Domain. Leonel had made water-type and ice-type spears to choose from in the quasi-silver ranks, but the truth was that this spear wasn't one of them. In fact, this blade worked so well with Leonel because it relied on his fire and light elemental affinity. In this regard, it was even better than the duality spear, which played on none of Leonel's best affinities. The reason for the darkness and frost the spear exuded was because it was sapping its domain of light and heat. Leonel hadn't used the darkness ability of the spear at all, and simply relied on its ability to absorb kinetic energy. Against an opponent like Siller, who relied so heavily on the energy he could output, this spear was, indeed, the perfect counter. Of course, the best part was not only in that Leonel could sap a region of its energy, but he could also use it to fuel the attacks of the spear itself. Leonel hadn't needed to use it against Siller, but it could be very useful in the future. With Leonel's level of fire elemental affinity, he could absorb so much heat that he could bring a fifth-dimensional region to near absolute zero. That kind of power was absolutely lethal. It could only be said that everyone was quite lucky that this was a sixth-dimensional world, or else this selection would basically be over. Did you see it? Urinik asked with narrowed eyes. I'm not sure. It happened too quickly, Gnor said slowly. Urinik had been too infuriated before to think. But, when he thought back to the previous events, Leonel had used his bare fingers to deflect 3 fifth-dimensional arrows. Then, he used a bare fist to leave a dent in fifth-dimensional armor, and, just now, he blocked a fifth-dimensional blade with nothing but the skin of his neck. In his life, Urinik had never heard of defensive abilities on this level, at least not with just one's unaltered skin. It was to the point of being absolutely obscene. Unless it was from that family. The trouble was, he didn't really have any proof, and even when it comes to that family, their defense only touches upon these levels when they activate their bronze runes. So why was it that he hadn't seen Leonel's runes? Was it another ability? A technique he had never heard before? Or could it be a mutation of that lineage factor? The last was a strong possibility. After all, with how many members of that family that there were, how could they not have bastard children spotted all over the human domain? Just the recognized children of the Nova generation alone numbered over 1 billion, let alone the unrecognized ones. Why does it matter anyway? Ganor said. Even if he's from that family, if he's here, he clearly doesn't have high standing amongst them. Why would he be participating in a selection if he could practically get guaranteed entry so long as the right person spoke up? You're always thinking short term. Orinik shook his head. Think about what event is coming soon and what it means. You mean the air war? Yes. And what about it? At our level, we'd just be cannon fodder and barely any of the spoils would be ours for the taking. You can't want me to risk my life just to get a handshake and a pat on the head, right? I'll pass. Ornik ran his fingers and thumb through his brows. He felt like he was talking to a wall. How did such an idiot manage to get into Void Palace? Ornik didn't stay on this line of thought for long, though. When he thought about that massive thing Ganor was always carrying on his back, he couldn't bring himself to belittle the man anymore. That scrawny, half-dead-looking body had far too much strength in it. First of all, cannon fodder is an exaggeration. We'd at least be in the middle levels, enough to get something in return, and I'm adjusting for my own laziness. Ganor yawned while resting his cheek on a single palm. Orinik couldn't refrain from rolling his eyes this time. As I was saying, the existence of a member of that family with a good bit of talent like this is pretty valuable. Just think about the possibilities. The first potential reality is that his lineage factor mutated. You know how valuable such a thing is. Any mutation, even a regressive one, will want to be studied by even a weak family, let alone one on the level of them. If we sold this information to one of the potential heirs, it would be a great spike in their merits so close to the event, and we would definitely get a nice thank you in return without even having to lift a finger. Ganor's eyes brightened when he heard this. This idea indeed wasn't bad. The fact Leonel's skin could be so hard without fully activating his runes was definitely something they would be interested in. Though it sounded like a great ability, it might still be regressive. After all, there were a ton of complicated variables at play. For all they knew, this mutation didn't allow Leonel's skin to grow any firmer beyond this point. Still, if it was a mutation, it was valuable nonetheless. Every mutation represented the potential of evolving a lineage factor to an all-new level, and it was a chance to deepen one's understanding of the mechanisms that governed it as well. There was simply no family who would turn down such an opportunity. The second potential reality is that he isn't mutated, but rather just hides it well. In that case, then he's a pretty decent genius of their family. Isn't that much worse? Ganor's excitement dimmed. Orinik sighed and shook his head. What was he going to do with this one? No, the competition has been raging on for so long already. Those that could be recruited have already long since been recruited, and most of them are focused on grooming their faction to step into higher levels of strength. Someone who isn't tied to any of them and has good talent will always be worth something. Think about it. Would you rather split rewards with others who will just leave and bring the benefits to their own families? Or would you rather split rewards with your own kin? If we sell this information to the right person, it won't be as lucrative as the first potential reality, but it will be good business either way. Only after hearing this did Ganor's expression lighten up again. Finally, there's the third potential reality that he isn't part of that family at all. But don't you think they'd be very interested in someone who has a body even stronger than their own? Ganor's gaze glowed like twin torches. It seems we'll need to find a way to figure out what the truth is. Orinik smiled as though he could already see the dollar signs. The third day of the selection might be a good chance to see what his limits really are. Last chapter for today. Tomorrow will be a 4-chapter banger. Promise E3 chapter L of 90. Erupted 4th chapter L of 90. Erupted 4th Leonel was unaware of the thoughts of Orinik and Ganor, but even if he had known, he wouldn't have reacted much. Though the two were trying to profit off of him, they weren't necessarily doing anything detrimental, at least not on the surface anyway. Even if they were coming with sinister intention, Leonel would be at fault if he was honest with himself. Leonel had no idea just how rare his defenses were. Bodies that could match up to weapons in hardness didn't just grow on trees, and most techniques and lineage factors that replicated such things had enormous drawbacks. Someone like Leonel, who could have amazing speed, flexibility, and dexterity, all while having a body practically immune to blades, was unheard of. In the human race, there was only one family capable of such a feat, and that was without a doubt the Morales. Unfortunately, Leonel's scope of the dimensional verse was still too narrow compared to young nobles, and he never really hid his abilities at all. So, whether they were the ones to expose him or not, he would eventually end up exposing himself regardless. Leonel was already far behind the other heirs who had already built up their factions and were training in preparation for that day. His anonymity was practically the only shield he had, but it seemed like that wouldn't last for much longer. The battles continued to rage on, and the excitement of the crowd only seemed to grow with each passing moment. Previously, the numbers and auras were all muddled, and no one truly understood exactly how things would shake out. But, as more and more battles occurred, a picture of the various groups and standings began to form in the mind of the spectators. Upon grasping who was in which group and how the records were playing out, the excitement began to boil over. Though the Void Palace wasn't here for the entertainment of the masses, their practices ultimately led to such a result regardless. After all, with everyone having to rely on themselves to treat their injuries, any large and clashing battle could make or break the chances of an individual. While it was true that record wouldn't be the ultimate deciding factor of who received entry and who didn't, the more battles one fought, the more accurate those of the Void Palace would be able to be in their assessments. As such, as the battles continued, those that still remained undefeated were separated out from the masses, and their battles became hotly contested centers of hype. Fan clubs clashed with one another over which of their favorites would win, and old, wizened men and women made their predictions in an effort to come off enigmatic. The geniuses of Earth that remained continued to perform to the best of their abilities. In the beginning, Arnold and Milan were practically neck and neck, but the more battles he fought, the more refined Arnold's style seemed to become. He improved in real time, steadily pushing his win percentage of barely 40-50% upward toward 60. Milan lagged behind, not sharing Arnold's talent in the use of universal force and as such performing the worst of them all. But he didn't lose sight of his determination, managing to keep his head high and take his licks in silence. Carolus, Elthor, and Noah all performed extremely well from the very beginning. Elthor was a lot like Arnold, improving rapidly with every battle. He was the quintessential battle maniac, his blood boiling every time he stepped onto the arena. When he was finally forced to use his battle form, morphing into an enormous white-furred wall of muscle with horns that pierced the skies, the furries in the crowd only seemed to go more wild. However, what the crowd saw and what Aurinik and Ganor saw were two completely different things entirely. While the former saw a wall of muscle, the latter saw chaotic particle force. What the hell is going on with this sector? First there was a true state universal force wielder, then there was a member of that family, and now there's someone wielding one of the true state elements. Aurinik felt like his head was spinning. They all come from over there, Ganor said offhandedly. Though he had spoken those words casually, Aurinik froze upon hearing them, his head turning toward the location of Earth's geniuses. He had been so busy analyzing how ridiculous it all seemed that he had completely missed the most obvious connection of them all. His gaze went toward Earth's geniuses, and he immediately noticed something else. Not only were they all from this one place, they all seemed to look toward a singular young man for guidance. No matter which of them it was, even the chaotic particle force wielder, after each of their battles, they would always go to him to hear his thoughts. Just when Ornik's gaze landed on Leonel, he seemed to look up at the same time and smile. Aurinik didn't know if it was a coincidence or not, but Leonel's gaze seemed to convey the message that he could see through his intentions quite clearly. A member of that family leading so many talents? If I recall correctly, not a single one of them is above Tier 2 except for him, yet they didn't perform too badly. They're just too young, Aurinik thought aloud to himself, not shifting away from Leonel's gaze. Hey Ganor, I think the price for him just went up. A lone member of that family was one matter. But a member who had a talented faction under him was worth even more. Life in the Void Palace wasn't easy. You had to scratch and claw for everything. The idea of a payday that could come without him having to risk his life was something that made Aurinik's blood boil and his heart stand at attention. The billboard flickered once more, causing Leonel to finally break eye contact with Aurinik. Leonel Morales versus Isaac Arundo. The moment Leonel landed on the platform, a baleful killing intent that blanketed the arena erupted forth. Chapter 191. Bowman. Chapter 1191. Bowman Leonel sighed. He could feel the rage of the young man across from him, and considering the bow in his hands and the shape of his features, he could guess why. This young man was probably of the Arundo family, and very likely related that Isak character he had killed previously with a combination of his bat construct and his radiant fire force. Resonance and vibrations were already dangerous enough on their own, let alone when they were paired with a force capable of destroying cells down to a molecular level. Back then, Leonel had only wanted to casually try out what the combination would give him, and the result was devastating for Isak, to say the least. Isaac had been forced to hold down his rage and fury for days, being held back by even his own family members, so he didn't rush out and do something that ruined his future. Though Isaac never expected to be so lucky as to get Leonel in his group. He slowly pulled the bow from his back, his gaze locked onto Leonel. If something like a simple look could kill, there was no doubt that maybe Leonel would have died several times over. Leonel decided against saying anything. Sometimes this was the best course of action. Oftentimes in life there was no one in the wrong, and yet you would have to be on opposing sides regardless. Seeing the bow in Isaac's hands, though, something within Leonel shifted. He couldn't remember ever running into a true bowman yet. In his life, he had never met anyone more accurate or skilled than himself in this respect. He really wanted to see just what kind of strength the family of bowmen could produce. Leonel's palm flipped over, revealing a sleek black bow. It was quite a beautiful construct, but its quasi-bronze level had long since become outdated. Even still, it had followed Leonel for several years already. Of all his weapons, this was the one he was probably the most familiar with. The gazes of the Arundo family flashed with rage when they saw Leonel's actions. They couldn't see into his thoughts. How could they believe that he was doing anything more than mocking them? Leonel had displayed skill in the Luxnix's force arts and the spear, but now he wanted to be a bowman too? But Isaac felt completely different. There was something about Leonel's demeanor that shifted when the bow touched his palm. He went from a normal young man to a towering mountain. An invisible pressure pressed downward as though there was no distance that was safe, no defense that was impenetrable. Today, Isaac thought to himself, slowly drawing his first arrow and tightening his back, even if I have to give up my life, I will take you down with me. Twang, twang, TSSSSS. 2 streaking arrows were released at once, each from opposite sides of the arena. At least, that was what it would seem like. However, if one had been paying especially close attention, it would have been just barely perceptible that Leonel had released a fraction of a moment later. Isaac's gaze flickered, numerous calculations being performed in his mind every second. He deduced the ending in a fraction of a moment and released a second arrow and a third. Leonel took a step to the side. His hands became a blur, mirroring Isaac's actions in a single blink. Bang! The first 2 arrows collided, creating a scene that stunned those watching. They split into 4 pieces, each one being split in 2 by the other in an astonishing feat the crowd had simply never seen before. Never had 2 arrows been so perfectly matched in such a way. But such a sight didn't even have time to settle in before the second and third volleys met one another. Leonel's expression flickered, a wide grin spreading across his face. Isaac's second arrow deviated in its path just before it met his own second. Skimming against the side, it threw Leonel's second arrow off course and right in the path of Isaac's own third arrow. In just a breath, Isaac used Leonel's second arrow to deviate the path of his own third arrow, forcing Leonel's own third arrow to miss completely. Leonel's second arrow flew by the right of Isaac's head, and the third flew by the left of his waist. But he didn't move a single inch as though he already knew that exactly this would happen. At the same time, the forced deviation of Isaac's third arrow by Leonel's second resulted in both of Isaac's arrows flying in a straight line, right for Leonel's head. For the first time in his life, Leonel had been outmaneuvered in a battle of snipers. But, rather than being enraged or saddened, he laughed, a vast violet aura exuding from him without his even noticing. Leonel was forced to tilt his head to the side to dodge Isaac's line of arrows. But in the split moment of being off balance, Isaac had already launched 4 more arrows, his gaze focused and his mind running on overdrive. He had never felt so focused in his life, so absolutely in control. This battle, he would win it. Right when Leonel shifted his head to the side, the first in line's second arrow suddenly dipped down, ripping into his shoulder. A skidding white mark was left on Leonel's skin as the arrow almost drew blood. His mind had been quick enough to pick up on the change, but he hadn't been quick enough to activate his bronze runes in that area, causing the white mark that was there now. But Isaac seemed to have already long since been aware of how strong Leonel's body was, because the third arrow, which had been following the trail of the second, fell in line perfectly. As though taking the white mark on Leonel's shoulder as a landing strip, it burst with a flood of force, piercing into Leonel's left shoulder. A spray of blood began to fall down Leonel's arm, his grip over his bow turning somewhat weak. However, there was no chance for rest. A volley of 4 arrows was already in the air, and it was hard to tell just what sort of unpredictable tricks Isaac had hidden within them. Chapter 192, Lit seemed. Chapter 192, LT seemed. Leonel's expression flickered. The instant the force surrounding the arrow lodged into his shoulder dissipated, he used his variant earth affinity to send it flying out of his flesh. The wound itself immediately began to heal, Leonel's passive healing factor having reached ridiculous levels after reaching the second awakening of his healing branch. Isaac hadn't expected for Leonel to deal with his wound so effortlessly, so he was somewhat caught off guard. This wasn't because he thought his arrow would be lethal, but rather because he expected Leonel to have to be forced to find a moment to pull the arrow out. And he thought that Leonel would also have to at least weather the injury for the duration of the battle. But it seemed that he was wrong. Isaac's expression fell for only a split moment before his determination was lit ablaze once more. His gaze rapidly shifted between the 4 arrows he had released into the sky, completing another series of calculations in the blink of an eye. His aura blazed, his bow force wrapping around his body like a howling wind. The twang of his bowstring became like the chords of a symphony. Every pull and release had its own unique rhythm. He didn't care about the depletion of his state of mind. He didn't care about the tingling pain at the tips of his fingers. He didn't care about anything outside of the target right before him. Leonel rolled to the side. Having lost the initiative, his body was forced into weaving and dodging, his gaze flickering with an excited light. Isaac was the best marksman he had ever met. His skill was immaculate. His calculative abilities were lesser than that of himself, but his talent and grasp of timing were impeccable. The moment he seized a leg up due to a folly on Leonie's part, he didn't let up, his assault only becoming more overbearing and relentless. There was no cover for Leonel to take, no partner he could use to distract his enemy, and as though by some tacit agreement between the two, Leonel refused to use any skills classified outside his talent as a bowman. Bang, 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 bang. Plumes of smoke rose up outside the arena as arrow after arrow left craters in their wake. Steam began to rise off of Isaac's skin. His fingers trickled with blood, his back burned from the strain, and his shoulders cried out. But he pulled one arrow after another, slowly forcing Leonel back into a corner where he wouldn't be able to step either left or right. Isaac slowly shifted to the side, taking his first steps of the battle. His base remained steady and his feet were heavy. Everything he did was perfect and without flaw. He forgot about everything else, his mind touching an ethereal state where even the pain and aching of his body vanished. And then, bang, a towering pillar of force rose into the skies. Isaac's aura shifted, his arrows beginning to carry with them the screeching sounds of metal grating on metal as they tore through the skies. At that moment, Ornick and Gnor's gazes narrowed, their expressions becoming serious. Natural bow force. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Isaac broke through just as he forced Leonel into a corner. And yet, the man himself didn't even seem to notice. All he could think about was growing powerful enough to defeat the enemy before him, releasing an arrow with enough strength to rip through any defense before him. Sub-u-u, shub-u, shub-u, shub-u. The arrows whistled through the skies, their momentum leaving streaks across space and threatening to tear lines into the fabric of reality. However, while they were far from accomplishing such a feat, they were more than enough to shred apart Leonel's defenses. Bang, 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 bang! A cloud of dust billowed into the skies, covering the scene of everything in the corner of the arena. The crowd watched on in awe. A battle that had started with such a fascinating beginning had turned completely one-sided and lost much of their attention. But the instant of Isaac's breakthrough, it was as though all eyes had been glued to him. Natural bow force. Wasn't the conclusion obvious? However, right then, before the smoke could completely clear, a laughter sounded from within it, causing the plumes of debris to forcefully disperse. Leonel's figure was revealed. Much of his clothing had been drenched in blood, but the skin beneath was completely unscathed. What was obvious was the fact the final volley of arrows carrying natural bow force hadn't touched a single hair on his head. I understand now. It makes so much sense. So you can use bow force like that. Leonel was absolutely fascinated. When he thought of the potential applications and what he could do when he gained the skill to do so, he was ecstatic. Maybe he didn't even realize how much he loved the bow until now. Maybe he loved it even more than he did crafting. It was almost a shame that he was given the spear domain heirloom instead of the bow domain heirloom. Let's finish this. Leonel, who was now confident in his ability to dodge Isaac's arrows, stood to his full height, tall and proud. He didn't seem prepared to run as he drew his bow, even knowing that Isaac held the initiative in his hands. He exuded all the unbridled confidence in the world. However, just as Leonel was about to knock another arrow to begin his counter, he blinked, slowly lowering his hands. Isaac still stood tall, blood trickling from his fingers, but he was completely unmoving. He swayed slightly in the wind before he fell backward, crashing outside of the arena. He had given everything he had in that last strike. By the time the last arrow was released, he had already lost consciousness. He was in no state to battle. It seemed that Leonel had won. Chapter 193, Hushed. Chapter 1193, Hushed. Leonel returned to Earth's seating arrangements, a bit disappointed, but also somewhat relieved. He didn't want to have to kill Isaac. Not only had he just enlightened him to many things, but he also understood where Isaac was coming from. Leonel had long since grown past the point of allowing guilt to weigh down his soul and threaten his life. But he had also come to the conclusion that those that wanted revenge on him for things he had done in the past weren't individuals he would hate. In the future, he would have to cross and harm a lot of people. That was a weight he would have to carry on his shoulders and accept. The moment Leonel sat back down, after appeasing his grandmother and insisting that he was doing just fine, he immediately entered a state of meditation as the battles raged around him. The battles started up again in full force, but Leonel had entered his dream world, several dream clones standing around and performing the same actions again and again. Leonel was absolutely fascinated by Isaac's bowmanship not only because of its applications, but also its simplicity. Although the amount of skill it took to use it at high levels was obscene, the entry was simple. It was the sort of thing that was accessible to everyone but very difficult to get extremely skilled at, kind of like driving a car. Anyone could take a vehicle from point A to point B. But how fast could you drive a car without losing control of it? 150 kilometers an hour? 200 maybe? Anyone could park, but how many could parallel park with ease? And what about drifting into your parking spot? Anyone could drive manual, but how many could drive automatic? The layers of complexity and skill increased almost instantly. Similarly, Isaac's bowmanship started simple but very quickly became complicated. In the start, it was a game of balance and projectiles, but then it evolved into aerodynamics and fluid dynamics, and at its highest levels became the physics of chaos and chaotic events. To make a potential complex matter simple, Isaac essentially coded his arrows in bow force, decided the shape and weight the bow force would take before he released the arrow. All of the random movements of his arrows from start to finish had never been a form of telekinesis or a special mind technique, but were rather all examples of bow force manipulation. By tweaking and adjusting how bow force was applied to an arrow, you could cause delayed and seemingly random events to occur long after it had left the bow. The result was catching even someone like Leonel, who almost always had everything in his grasp, completely off guard. The most shocking part of it was that the more clever one was with their application, and the more decoys you used, the more complicated the calculations became, and the more difficult it was for a person to see through the truth. Leonel was so used to being able to directly pinpoint the trajectory of an arrow or projectile, because it always followed a simple parabolic shape. He only had to take into account gravity and the force behind it, adding in a sample of the sound it caused for extra measure, and he could tell almost everything about it from the location it was shot from to exactly where it would land in the blink of an eye. But with this, it was like Leonel's world had been turned completely upside down. Fluid dynamics was among the hardest branches of physics even in the 25th century. The variables only increased as you rose through the dimensions. And this wasn't even the most complicated application of Isaac's bowmanship that Leonel could think of. Leonel was so immersed in his own world that it took a tap from his grandmother for him to realize that it was actually once again his turn. Oh, right. Leonel smiled. The depth of complexity was so great that even after that session, Leonel felt that he had only touched the tip of the iceberg. The way force interacted with regular bow force versus natural bow force versus enlightened bow force varied so wildly that Leonel had to prepare separate calculations for each. Then there was the matter of considering the atmosphere he was in, the kind of force his enemy was proficient in, and even how fast or slow his opponent was breathing. If Leonel wanted to be as accurate as he normally was with normal arrows, he had to take even the tiniest detail into account. Leonel was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't even realize that the crowd released a deafening cheer when he stepped onto the arena. They were so excited by the next matchup that they let it all out. Right, I didn't check. Leonel rose his head to look at the billboard. But his eyes caught sight of something that made him realize there was no point. Before him, a beauty holding a mask in one hand and a battle axe in the other stood. Ina met Leonel's placid gaze with her own cool amber one, the delicate sculpting of her features revealed for all to see. No one knew why Ina had taken her mask off, but Leonel had a few guesses. Either way, she crushed the mask between the squeeze of her long and slender fingers, a bloodthirsty killing intent hanging around her. The shards of the mask falling to the ground seemed to be the signal for the battle's start. Ina's force became like a towering pillar of crimson, the quantity and quality being so much that it felt like the entire arena would collapse. Even before she moved, the stage beneath their feet shattered like an egg, making it difficult to tell just where it began and just where it ended. Leonel found himself falling as the platform collapsed, his feet still beneath him as his gaze remained locked onto his opponent. Bang! Ina accelerated forth. Her speed was so blazing that it put Siller to shame. The difference might as well have been night and day. Her long black hair fluttered to her back, her amber irises glowed with a fierce gold, the stride of her long legs and the tone of her powerful torso winding up as she raised her battle axe. The shimmering blade reflected the sun's light as she chopped down toward Leonel's head. In what felt like the blink of an eye, she had already appeared before him, her strength causing the arena to tremble and quake. Bang! She sliced down with all of her might. Orenik's expression changed. Protection. The billboard in the skies hurriedly glowed, sending out a wave of force that protected and reinforced the surroundings. A blade force shot through the earth, rising like a wall of dividing light and continuing to the point it crashed against the spectator stands. Screams of horror and fear resounded as the golden barrier quaked, threatening to crack beneath the pressure and collapse entirely. The strength was absolutely unfathomable. If Ornik hadn't reacted so quickly, it was impossible to tell just what would have happened to the arena. Numerous gazes landed on the collapsed stage, no one caring for even a moment about the other battles that had been forced to stop amidst all the commotion. But what they saw when the smoke cleared was something they would have never expected to see. Their goddess had her head buried into a man's chest, uncaring for his bloody and sweaty mess of a ripped shirt. She wrapped her arms around him so tightly that it seemed as though she was scared he would disappear. A hushed silence fell over the arena. Chapter 194, Thoughtful Words 1. Chapter 194, Thoughtful Words 1. The battle between Leonel and Ina wasn't even meant to occur so quickly. As two undefeated participants, their turn should have been delayed as much as possible. But, due to how poor Leonel had looked in his battle with Isaac, and the fact Isaac himself was also undefeated for the time being, despite winning, Leonel lost priority to the Arundo family heir. The result of these series of events was this battle occurring a lot earlier than anyone could have expected. But, even then, no one could have expected a fight with such an explosive start could end like this. First, some held the hope that maybe Ina was using some sort of bear hug attack. As for why she would do such a thing when she had an enormous battle axe at her disposal, who knew? But when it came to matters of fandoms and unrequited love, people were willing to believe the most ridiculous of things. But it soon became apparent that this wasn't what was happening at all. No one knew what to do. The other battles had come to a grinding halt, the audience's attention was entirely on the duo, and even Ornik had no idea what he's supposed to do to shit. And here I thought because that Viola family was wiped out, she would be easy pickings. Ganor mumbled beneath his breath. Even when the Void Palace was taken into account, Ganor could only think of maybe 2 or 3 beauties on the level of Aina, and each of them was far beyond his reach. He was starting to regret having volunteered to come to this place. There was nothing but disappointment around every corner. If Aina was untalented, he might still be able to do something. But from what it seemed from her previous battles, one of those golden tokens was almost guaranteed to be for her. If it wasn't certain before, that attack just now practically set it in stone. Wait, this is a huge scandal, isn't it? Ganor suddenly began to laugh. That Richard guy said she was his fiancée. Then that Miguel guy went to save her, and there's a bunch of rumors going around about that. But now she's hugging a third guy on stage. Fuck, this is more entertaining than watching these weaklings battle. Ganor slapped his armrest, finally sitting up for the first time. All he lacked was a bucket of popcorn. Ornik couldn't help but roll his eyes. The mighty Void Palace's selection had turned into a soap opera, and this guy was just eating it up. Where was the dignity and pride he should have had as a disciple of the strongest organization of the human domain? Ornik didn't seem to notice that while he was shaking his head, his eyes too hadn't left the scene before him. Ornik and Ganor weren't the only ones with their own reactions. When it came to the geniuses of Earth, not to mention Savan, Yuri, and Miel, they were all stunned. Even Leonel's grandmother wasn't sure of how she should be reacting. She felt like she was in the middle of a teenage drama she was about 200 years too old for. Well, she's very beautiful. But what about her character? My grandson doesn't seem to be very happy with her. What do I do? Rowija felt the need to remind her grandson that when a man draws a boundary, he should keep it, or else his woman would never respect him the way that she should. However, she felt that it wasn't her place to overstep again. She still felt like she was walking on eggshells around her grandson, scared to push him away. It was the kind of thing that could only be solved with time and patience. No matter how much Leonel said it wasn't a big matter, Rowija still felt the need to only slowly integrate herself. As for Leonel's brothers, they were stuck between deciding whether they should be high-fiving or preparing for the next world war. When it came to the women, their eyes glowed as though they were watching a great romance unfold before them, their hearts fluttering as they wondered when they too would meet the man of their dreams. Savan and Yuri looked toward one another. They felt that Aina had way too many surprises in store for them. Neither of them had ever expected things to go down this route. They had spent the last couple days with Aina, but she seemed to be no different from the Aina they had known long before her personality was taken away from her. It was difficult to tell what had changed or what was truly going on in her mind. In that time, they had all dodged the issue of Leonel, not wanting to hurt Aina, and Aina herself never brought him up, so they had never gotten an accurate read on what her thoughts were. In fact, now that they thought about it, Aina should have figured out that Leonel was in her group a while ago. They had been preparing for their own battles so much that they hadn't picked up on these tiny details, but she most definitely had. This should mean that this matter was likely planned by her. She had wanted to do this from the very beginning. But what exactly would the result be? Miel himself watched on with a complicated expression. This was his daughter, his little girl. Every father would feel some hesitation when it came to trusting their children and choosing their partners for a lifetime. For Miel, it was especially difficult because he knew everything that Aina had gone through. After all, much of it was his fault to begin with. He knew that his daughter had had her first boyfriend while he was away, but this was the first time he had laid eyes on the young man while knowing that he was the boyfriend in question. He couldn't help but stare at Leonel's face for a very long time, his brows furrowing into a deep frown. Aina, though, didn't seem to care about the eyes and ears and everyone else. In her world, there was no one else but her and the young man before her. She controlled her breathing, taking in his scent, and trying not to allow the wave of familiarity and comfort to overwhelm her emotions. When she finally settled the violent trembling of her throat, she began to speak words she had thought about endlessly over the last several days. I'm sorry. Chapter 195, Thoughtful Words 2, Chapter 195. Thoughtful Words 2, the voice was soft, but there were too many strong individuals in attendance for it not to be heart. But once again, it was as though Aina couldn't be bothered to care. Usually, it was always Leonel putting up sound barriers, making the two of them invisible. Aina didn't know how to communicate silently, nor did she care to. I know the words don't mean much, but I still wanted to say them. I know that I hurt you. I was so worried about protecting myself and putting up barriers so I wouldn't have to suffer pain again that I put the only man I cared about in harm's way. There's nothing that I can say to change what I've already done, but I still want to say these things. No matter how this ends, the one thing I don't want you to think is that I don't care for you. In fact, I care for you so much that I often don't know what to do with myself. It controls so much of my day, takes up so much of my mind, and yet I've never really told you. Aina squeezed Leonel hard, her eyes squeezing shut. She could remember all the times that Leonel had shown her care and affection, how much effort he had put into chasing her for so long, and how persistent he was in making sure that she was always happy. There was never anything that Leonel did that hurt her that was done with another choice at hand, and even the things that did leave her shambles were actions he took that were for her benefit. Ultimately, he had wanted to protect her, but how much had she protected him? Ina could think of so many times Leonel's care for her was clear and obvious, but when she placed the same scope on herself, why was it that she couldn't do the same? What did she give him? Her body. Was that all she could do to show her affection? What then was different from her compared to any other woman? But when Ina recalled her memories, remembering the ups and downs of their relationship, she realized that it wasn't that she hadn't done anything. It was rather that she was so focused on barring herself from the world that the things she had done might as well have not been done at all. I'm not very good at speaking about how I feel, but I want to become better at it even if it's embarrassing, Ina grit her teeth. These were things she never thought she would tell Leonel, things she thought she would take with her to the grave. However, faced with the idea of losing Leonel forever and realizing that maybe she might never have another chance like this, she had resolved herself to do it. And there was no person better for her to lean on while she did so than the man she had before her now. The reason she had attacked so viciously at the beginning, the reason why she had made it look like she was going to strike all out, was because this was the only way she could make certain that Leonel wouldn't dodge out of the way. It sounded ridiculous when you said it like that. After all, she was attacking him, why wouldn't he move? But Ina knew Leonel very well. She knew him so well that she was certain that he'd be able to read the trajectory of her attack even when no one else could. Ina understood where Leonel's headspace was at right now. He probably wanted nothing to do with her. If she tried to hug him normally, it would have never worked. She had to catch him off guard. It was ironic. But only with his support could she speak these words. Because without him, she felt lost and alone. I liked you from the first time we met. You always had a bright smile and everyone seemed to gravitate toward you. I couldn't really understand because your status was so much lower than theirs. Those noble kids like to snub their nose at everything, but you seem to always be able to get past those barriers. When you confessed to me a few days later, I was immediately overwhelmed. Embarrassment wasn't an emotion I think I had ever felt in life up until that point. But, for some reason, meeting gazes with you for the first time snapped something into place within me, and it was as though I could finally feel within the normal range of what a person should. When Ina began, she seemed to still be hesitant and slow. But as she continued, her words flowed much smoother and faster. It became easier as she continued, as though it truly was just her and Leonel. I really wanted to say yes, it was my first instinct. I didn't think about anything else, and it was at the tip of my tongue, but my body shut down, and I forgot how to think. I was too embarrassed to even respond, so I ran away instead. And after running away the first time, for some reason, it only became harder and harder to say the word I wanted to from the very beginning. I began to make excuses and focus more and more on the very goal I had had from the very beginning. Revenge for my mother was too important to me to consider other things, or at least that's what I convinced myself of. And maybe it was one part true, but after seeing your talent, it became nothing more than an excuse I told myself to not be forced to confront it. Instead of facing my feelings, I hid from them and they began to pop up in the worst of ways. Sometimes it was benign, but other times it became very dangerous. I almost reached a point where I didn't care about anything else, so long as I could satisfy myself in these small ways no one else would ever know about. And it all started with my hair. Chapter 196, Thoughtful Words 3. Chapter 196, Thoughtful Words 3e. Chapter 1196, Thoughtful Words 3e. Decent. I like to learn things about you and found methods of doing so. I couldn't go to your games because they were often at night, and there was a small period of time between classes and curfew I could use to train. But I always watched the live streams. During one of your post-game interviews, the interviewer asked you whether you preferred girls with short or long hair. I remember not liking the question. Shouldn't she have been asking you about football? And why was she so flirty? But I distinctly remember you saying long hair. Back then, I remember being traumatized, and I agonized over it for several days. A part of me thought you just answered randomly because the interviewer made you uncomfortable. But another part of me couldn't help but look in the mirror, hating my short hair. I always found long hair to be annoying. It also got in the way. It took way too long to dry after a shower, and whenever I trained I had to make extra care not to let it get tangled or caught by an opponent. But after that day, I couldn't bring myself to cut it anymore. Ina thought too highly of Leonel's opinion. Even if it was a joke, even if it was an offhanded comment to get the interviewer off of his back, she still did it at a great inconvenience to herself. She had always been about optimizing her training, but for the first time in her life she chose to do something decidedly against her philosophy just for the small chance at making Leonel happy. She lost count of the number of times she had done exactly that. She stopped wearing tomboyish clothes and started wearing dresses to school. She began to worry about her appearance a lot, even changing the settings of the mask that hid her scars to a slightly more beautiful setting. She even remembered regretting choosing a setting that was so normal when she could have made herself the most beautiful girl in school with the change of a few settings. These were all small and petty things she did for herself that no one could ever prove otherwise. They were all small and under the table, and many of them happened over such a long course of time that Leonel would have never thought that he was the trigger for any of it. Many would have thought that Ina was simply growing up, sliding into her feminine charms more as she matured, just like every other little girl did. How many young girls were boorish tomboys in their youth, only to become prim and proper young ladies when they grew? It wasn't a rare thing at all, but Ina was practically going against everything she was, just to fit into an archetype she wasn't even sure that Leonel liked. She couldn't talk to him outside a classroom setting without her brain turning into a bonfire, so all she could do was pick up hints and clues from his passerby conversations with his friends and the tidbits she grasped from interviews. She built an entire persona, a woman that wasn't even truly herself, just to make Leonel happy. And the sad part, he had already liked her. He had already said as much. In fact, he told her almost every day, without reserve and without the slightest hint of embarrassment. I remember every time you confessed, I could recall them all. And each time I respected you so much more, liked you so much more, because you could do exactly what I seem to have no ability to do, express your feelings as openly and honestly as you want to. She didn't hide even the most embarrassing things she had done, like the time she painted the nails on one hand blue and the other violet, and tried to see which one Leonel noticed because she couldn't figure out which was his favorite color, or the time she did hanging drills at the end of her training, hoping she would lengthen her spine during the period she thought Leonel might like taller. Girls, or that time she spent practically all the money she had earned during one of her summer internships on a jersey signed by Leonel that, to this day, sat in a corner of her spatial ring, a jersey she never thought would ever see the light of day. She spilled practically everything a young and naive girl would do for the sake of her crush. Except the difference was that normally nobody else but her should have been aware of this obsession, but she revealed it all without holding back as though she was truly scared that Leonel wouldn't understand just how much she cared. I did all of these things, but I could never take the final step, and I knew that I was running out of time. That day was coming, and afterward, I didn't know if I would ever see you again. It was one of the greatest regrets of my life, not being able to drum up the courage to explain things to you. Ina wasn't wrong to feel so guilty. In her worldview, Leonel was of common birth, and his gene analysis exam was also unimpressive. By all rights, he shouldn't have been a talent of any kind, and he would likely be among the very first to die during the metamorphosis. Ina's own crippling anxiety led her to the point where she chose her own comfort over potentially saving the life of the young man she had pined over for 4 years already. It was then that she should have realized just how much of a problem her own emotions were becoming. It was then she should have realized that she was letting something other than her reason dictate her actions, but by then it was already too late. I was racked with guilt, and I couldn't even look you in the eye. Things only became worse after the first trial, and my benign actions became decidedly less so. Chapter 197, Thoughtful Words. For Chapter 197, Thoughtful Words. For back when the metamorphosis first descended, Leonel remembered thinking that this was really the end, and that this would really be how he died. He had already concluded that the Paradise Islands had fallen, and his father was dead, and now he was certain that he would follow not long afterward. In those moments, he felt lost and alone. He remembered the only thing he had wanted in those final seconds he thought he had was for Ina to look at him, to just spare him one glance as that portal-like wormhole approached them. He remembered feeling as though his heart was being stabbed through because even then, even when there was nothing else to live for, the girl he had chased for 4 years didn't even want to look at him. Even now, he could remember how each individual strand of her hair had fallen to the back of her head before he was sucked away and completely lost consciousness. However, what he hadn't known was that Ina didn't look him in the eye because she couldn't. In those moments, she thought that Leonel was dead, that she would never see him again. It hurt for Ina to admit any of this, but she gritted her teeth and did so anyway. She felt that she had to. When I saw you came out alive, I was the happiest I had been in a long time. But I felt that I didn't deserve you. I had done such a horrible thing, all because I couldn't open my mouth to speak, so I did something I thought would make you hate me, and I killed Conrad in the most gruesome way possible. Even now, Ina could remember Leonel's smile fading from its usual bright ray of sunshine. That was the moment the thing she did for Leonel became twisted and dark, so much so that she had a hard time even looking at herself. I realized soon after that what I did was wrong. You had been going through a tough time back then, adjusting to a new world. And instead of supporting you like I should have, I gave you another dose of trauma. Ina didn't realize how bad it was until Leonel went out to fight those A-grade invalids all on his own. He was suicidal, and it was her who had pushed him to that point. Of course, this wasn't true. Leonel had also let himself be killed by that Mayan girl, his guilt having become far too much. But this wasn't something Ina learned until much later, so the guilt of pushing the man she cared for to such a point weighed on her even heavier. And now, she had almost caused Leonel's death not just once, but twice. Luckily, I was able to find you before things got any worse, but I still couldn't open my mouth to say anything. When those bandits came to take advantage of how tired you were, and I saw how angry you got when they disrespected me, even to the point of not caring about the deaths and killing them directly, one part of me felt happier than she ever had, but another part only felt even more guilty. Me, being the idiot that I am, instead of expressing that in words, punched you in the chest to wake you up from your anger. I was just so mad that you kept putting others before yourself, that you kept putting me, a woman who didn't deserve your care or affection, before yourself. Aina bit down on her lip hard, as she brought herself to parts of her planned words that were the hardest to say. Even compared to the others, she found that she was almost dying on the inside piece by piece as she said them, but she refused to repeat her past mistakes. Aina took a deep breath. Your memory is very good, so I'm sure you remember the Joan of Arc zone we entered. Back then, I didn't know what to do, and I felt like I was making mistake after mistake. Not even the small kinds of mistakes, the kinds of mistakes that you couldn't take back and you would regret for a lifetime. But to the me of back then, the appearance of that zone was like a heaven-sent opportunity. Despite the fact I knew it was an 8-person limit, I lied to you and said that it was 2. Leonel remembered this especially well. He remembered Uncle Montez telling him that maybe the easiest thing for a scanning device to do was set the entry limit. It might make a mistake in deciding exactly what the quests and main mission were, but it would never make a mistake in something so fundamental and easy to measure. Leonel had already concluded back then that Aina lied to him, but he didn't mind. The time they spent in the zone had brought them closer together, and he had already put his rose-tinted glasses back on. He had also learned about her family back then, so he had assumed that she wanted to gather more treasures to get stronger, faster. But he had never thought that the truth was, I wanted to spend time with you. I didn't know how to make it happen, but this was the very first chance we seemed to have. I never seemed to have trouble talking with you in class about work-related things, so I thought that if we had a task to finish together, it would be easier for me to finally speak with you, first in W. And I was right, we grew a lot closer, but I still felt a heavy amount of guilt. This was something I ran from for a long time. Even when we fought against the Royal Blue Fort together and you teleported me away, the fear of being found out by you fueled my anxiety even more, and it made me shut down the possibility of coming back. I didn't trust you with my burdens. I didn't tell you the truth about a lot of things. I couldn't even bring myself to explain how I almost died at the puppet master's hands. But it was never your fault. It was always mine. I didn't trust you because I couldn't even trust myself. I made so many mistakes, hurt you in so many ways. Aina finally couldn't hold back her tears. They began to drench Leonel's chest like a flood. I'm sorry, Leonel. Please let me make it up to you. I'll spend the rest of my life doing so if that's what it takes. I love you. Aina gripped the back of Leonel's shirt hard, pushing out those final words with all the strength she could muster. She struggled to clear her gaze, looking up with what little stamina she had left. It was like explaining all of these things had left her beaten and battered, her heart itself being covered in bruises of blue, green, purple, and the deepest of blacks. But what she saw when her head looked up left her breathless, as though she had been knocked down once again, her barely paused tears coming back in a second torrent. However, this stream seemed far from finishing. Those indifferent pale violet eyes looked down at her. They didn't carry hatred or malice. It was almost as though they were gazing upon a stranger, a person of times long since past, a woman it had no feelings for. And then his lips moved. So what? Author's note. Fusher's note. I had to binge so much Andrew Tate to type out those last 2 words. I need a cleanse. I'm gonna go hit the gym hard, then drown myself to sleep. Until tomorrow, lads. Cries, why Leonel? Why Chapter 1198 Fury? Chapter 1198 Fury? Aina felt a crushing feeling in her chest, her vision going dark for a moment. She wasn't quite sure how to breathe or even think any longer. Her hands slipped from Leonel, her arms no longer seeming to have the strength to hold on. Her knees grew weak, and an imbalance she would have easily been able to correct in her peak condition was her undoing. She fell to her butt, her vision blurred and her mind foggy. The wind seemed to be sucked out of the arena, a response no one could have expected falling to their ears. However, the silence that followed didn't last very long at all. ILL kill you. The enraged roar shook the arena even more violently than anything Aina could have done. The golden barrier of force directly shattered in one location, forming an enormous hole as a streak of crimson tore a path out from it, the furious howl of a father penetrating the skies. Leonel didn't even have the time to turn his head in that direction. All he could do was stir his lineage factor, his bronze runes vibrating to life in full force, and a halo wafting with violet fog appearing above his head. Bang! The fist threatened to collapse an entire side of Leonel's face. The skin of Leonel's cheek splintered, the bone beneath cracking, and his eye on that side went completely blind. His body went limp for a moment, his brain rattling around his skull like an unleashed ping-pong ball before he shot out from his position like a speeding bullet. The wind howled and whistled, much of what remained of Leonel's shirt shearing apart beneath the pressure. Before Leonel even landed at his new location, Meal violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. But he completely ignored the feeling of his inner organs shearing to pieces as he prepared to launch an even more powerful attack. Much of his momentum and force had been dissipated by the golden barrier, and his own injuries, which had yet to heal, definitely didn't help. But all he could see was red. If he didn't kill this boy right here and now, he wouldn't know what to do with himself. Bang! Leonel crashed into the golden barrier, his entire body suddenly becoming racked by a wave of pain. Wave after wave surged through him as he felt his bones snap one after another. Even after using his runes to disperse the impact and spread it throughout himself, the result was just more of his body being torn apart. His one good eye, however, continued to look forward, a frosty light hidden within them as they watched Meal preparing to jump forward one more time. The look within those pale violet depths could only be described as malevolent. A smoldering abyssal valley of darkness and destruction. Even as Leonel coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, it never wavered. Just as Meal was about to bound forward one more time, though, an almost shrieking shout called out, stopping him in his tracks. "Stop! Stop it right now!" Ina's voice caught Meal completely off guard. The fury in his gaze hadn't even waned in the slightest, even meeting Leonel's cold gaze over a distance of several hundred meters. He wanted nothing more than to tear this boy limb from limb. "If you hurt him again, I'll never forgive you." Ina spoke with what strength she had left. "Please take me away. I don't want to be here anymore." Leonel slid down from the golden barrier, a few cracks quickly mending in his wake. An entire side of his face had become a swollen monstrosity, but the other side maintained a cold indifference that continued to meet Meal's gaze. Meal's body shook with rage, but when he felt his daughter weakly tugging at his robes, he couldn't help but feel his own heart breaking. There was no rage worth leaving his daughter in this state. He turned his gaze from Leonel, sweeping his daughter into his arms. He sent a glance backward, the crimson in his eyes glowing and his flowing red hair seemingly having become a raging dragon of its own. The oppressive atmosphere in the air seemed to grow palpable. It only became more so after Meal reached out a hand, causing the Berzinger family's heirloom to snap into his palm. In those moments, it felt like the reappearance of a warlord. There was no doubt that had Meal had this blade in his hand, he could have single-handedly wiped the Viola family from existence. With a step, he vanished from his location, shooting through the rapidly closing gap in the barrier. Leonel could feel his face and body healing exceptionally slowly. There was no doubt in his mind that this was simply the difference between being attacked by a being in the same dimension as you versus one in a higher dimension. Despite the fact most of Meal's strength had been dispersed by the barrier and the fact he was heavily injured, Leonel had still ended up like this. A chorus of boos began to rain down from above. If it wasn't for the barriers, there would likely be a lot of things thrown in Leonel's direction as well. But his gaze continued looking ahead in the same direction, as though Meal was still standing in the same spot. The rage of the crowd only grew with each passing moment. They vented all their fury and frustration. When what Leonel did sunk in, they became almost feral. Leonel, though, couldn't seem to hear any of it. He had an anger bubbling up within him, but he didn't know where it was coming from. He thought that maybe it was because of Meal, but with his impeccable memory, he knew that this anger had been bubbling within him even before Ina's father's outburst. No matter how hard he thought, putting every single one of his split minds to work, he couldn't understand why, and it only made him angrier. Fuck. Leonel's shout was sudden and completely unexpected, drowning out the crowd as though they weren't even there. The barrier to his back shattered, and soon after, he vanished, leaving the arena entirely. Chapter 199. Do you? Chapter 199. Do you? Leonel's fists fell like a torrential storm. He stood within a cave carved by his own fists, his rage only seeming to become worse with each passing moment. Leonel couldn't ever remember being this absolutely furious before. Every time he tried to consider why that was, he just couldn't pinpoint it, and it fueled his tirade even more. A violent crimson aura hung around him, suffocating his violet fog. The killing intent was so thick and viscous that even the sixth-dimensional creatures in the surroundings didn't dare to get close. Bang, 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 bang. Blood flew from Leonel's fists and his lips, his body having come nowhere close to healing from Meal's strike. To make matters worse, the mountains of planet Montex were known for their hardness, even to the point they could grow to a height of piercing into space without faltering. Yet Leonel's fists kept wailing, a harsh and grating whistle emitting from them every time he slammed forward. It was stupid. It was all so stupid. That was the perfect opportunity to use the spider construct on her father, yet he missed it. She was a warrior maybe even more powerful than himself, yet he had turned her away. Her words had been sincere, and even if he didn't care for them, shouldn't he have at least respected them? He couldn't think clearly. His mind was covered in a haze, and he couldn't line up his beliefs properly. He was absolutely furious, but he didn't even have a target. He simply kept punching the walls of these mountains. His lungs were screaming, his limbs were on fire, and his bones couldn't even properly heal under the strain he was putting them under. The cave only grew deeper and deeper. Leonel was absolutely relentless, and he didn't even seem to show any signs of slowing down. But while his mind was at one gear, his body was at a completely different one. No matter how much fuel his mind had, his body wasn't in a state where it could keep up. Bang! Leonel's mind tried to pull his body along, forcing it to break into Tier 4. But that was when he rammed into a wall. His feet faltered, his fist missing the wall before him and his body falling to his knees. He tried to stand, but it all suddenly hit him like a ton of bricks. Breathing felt like he was swallowing hot coals, and his blood rushed through his body like molten metal. He coughed and wheezed, mouthfuls of blood and pieces of flesh coming from his lips. Leonel's vision swam, but his mind was still in overdrive. After receiving so much rest over the past few days, it had far too much energy. Even if he wanted to pass out, he couldn't do it, let alone the fact he wanted to continue furiously swinging his fists. It was right at that moment that he suddenly felt a palm touch his back. Even in the state his mind was in, he hadn't been able to sense anything before it approached. His head snapped backward, but when he saw what was behind him, his mind went completely blank. It was a woman he had impossibly clear memories of. Those twinkling emerald eyes were all too familiar, filled with warmth and unconditional affection. The cave Leonel's fists had excavated already traveled more than 100 meters in, shrouding everything in complete darkness. And yet, her light smile radiated a light of its own. Eleanor kneeled by her son's side, her brows furrowed in worry. She had been fretting over every tiny detail about how she would face her son again, but in the end, her motherly instinct won out. Even if Leonel hated her, she couldn't continue to watch out without doing anything. Seeing the violent aura around her son and the deep crimson taking over his irises, she couldn't help but react this way. What she had never expected, though, was for that violent crimson to vanish almost the instant he laid eyes on her, his eyes even watering. Mom? All the reflexes in the world couldn't have prepared Eleanor. She found her son's arms being tightly wound around her, causing her to enter a state of shock for a long while. But soon after, she was on cloud 9. Not only had her son recognized her instantly, he didn't seem angry in the slightest. There wasn't even a bit of hesitation in him at all. Eleanor wrapped her arms around her son. Feeling the state of his body, she nearly couldn't hold back her own tears. When it came to how Eleanor and Velasco wanted to raise their son, they were practically at two opposite sides of the aisle. Velasco would let Leonel jump into a vat of boiling oil, even if he knew it was a mistake. He thought that Leonel needed to grow on his own. Even when it came to the treasures he left behind for Leonel, all of them could only slowly unlock their potential under Leonel's own efforts. Eleanor, though, would lock Leonel away in a safe room with padded cushions for walls if she could have. The treasures she gave Leonel were instantly valuable and far beyond what even most large families would give their children. If they saw their son in such a state, Velasco would probably force Leonel to heal on his own. Eleanor, though, couldn't possibly wait for such a thing and instantly began to use her snow force on him. Miel's influence vanished like a fragrance in the wind, Leonel's body quickly returning to its peak state in just a few breaths of time. However, his grip on his mother only tightened. Eleanor sighed, rubbing her son's back. Though there was a silence between them, Eleanor could feel the heaviness of Leonel's spirit. Eleanor might not have been there, but she had still watched her son grow up. She knew well that even when Leonel lost his temper, this wasn't how he reacted. "Do you regret it?" Eleanor finally asked. Chapter 1200. A little bit. Chapter 1200. A little bit. Leonel didn't answer for a very long time. For a moment, Eleanor began to worry about the same thing her own mother had. Had she been away from Leonel's life for too long to be able to ask such a question? Should she have waited longer? But the result wasn't what she thought it would be. "I regret how I did it." Leonel's voice was still somewhat hoarse. When he pulled back from his mother's embrace and leaned back against the walls of the cave he had created, a flickering sort of indecision was still within his gaze. He still couldn't understand. "How you did it?" Eleanor probed. Despite her streak as a clean freak, something she seemed to have only passed on to her son in part if it was for Leonel, she didn't mind sitting on these dirty floors. "There was no need to be so cruel. I don't know why I did that. The words came out before I could even control them. I just don't think I want to be with her anymore and didn't want to give her an opportunity. But I should have figured out another way. You don't?" Eleanor looked deeply at her son. Leonel's rage seemed to be fueled by something other than what he said. But she couldn't tell exactly what that was. That said, his statement was as clear as day. "My mind is too clear and my path is too straight without her. I've made more progress in just a few days than I used to make in months. My head used to be filled with thoughts of her and even the lens I saw the world through was filtered through her first. But when I let go, everything improved." "And that's what you want? To follow your path over everything else?" "It's not what I want, it's what needs to happen." Leonel closed his eyes. "This world is filled with nothing but trash. Maybe I was angry because today I became one of them." Eleanor's expression softened even more considerably than it did before, her finger gliding over her son's forehead and fixing the sweaty strands of his hair. "And what is your goal? To unite the dimensional verse," Leonel said softly. Eleanor's heart skipped a beat. Even with his eyes closed, Eleanor could sense the determination of her son. "It's quite stupid, isn't it?" "That's what she said, anyway," Leonel continued. "But maybe it is. I left the arena today even though I know how important getting into the Void Palace is. And I don't even feel like appearing for the third day of the selections, not that they would even allow me to make it past. Leonel felt like an idiot. His mistakes compounded. Now he had let himself down, and he couldn't even enter the Void Palace anymore. Great on his part, really. Top tier. Eleanor smiled and shook her head. Her son was clearly still unaware that the tokens were all in her hands. She flipped over a palm, and a gem of shimmering amethyst appeared. It was carved into the shape of a coin the size of a palm. On its body, a dark and brooding palace could be seen. Leonel's eyes snapped open. He could feel a strong might coming from the token. A might that could only come from a higher dimensional material. Just looking at it, it was at least on the same level as the memory ore Uncle Montez had given him, if not beyond. This is the amethyst token. Mom can give it to you, but you have to promise not to tell your father. He'd throw a fit. Leonel was stunned for a moment before he began to laugh. His laugh was in one part ironic, another part because he truly found the situation to be funny, and a final part sad. This world was truly unfair. Who knew how many were risking their lives for a chance to grasp this amethyst token, yet his mother was handing it to him without him having proved anything. Did Leonel think he could get the token on his own? Yes. But it didn't make a difference to him at all. After all, even if he did earn it the normal way, he would have to rely on talent he was lucky to be born with to do so anyway. Of course, Eleanor didn't care about all of that. She wasn't exactly sane when it came to matters related to her son. Maybe the only reason Meal still had a head on his shoulders was because Eleanor's heart softened for that little girl. But even then, she didn't reprimand her son. Luckily, it seemed that Leonel was aware of his own mistakes. Leonel took the token, moving it between his fingers. It carried a great heft to it. Can you give this to her? Leonel asked. Eleanor blinked. Are you sure? Every representative is only given a single one. Even I can't get you a second. The advantage of having one is very great. One of my regrets is that I wasn't patient enough for my true talent to awaken and couldn't get one myself. Leonel shook her head. She deserves at least this much for an apology. Revenge for her mother is very important to her, and her luck is less than that of mine. I have you and Dad, but well, anyway, a gold token is enough for me. Eleanor smiled, a hint of sadness in her eyes. This wasn't because Leonel had turned down her goodwill, but because she could hear the affection in her son's voice, and it most definitely wasn't aimed toward her. However, Eleanor also understood from her own experience with relationships that no outside party could ever force anything to happen. She would have to wait for Leonel to figure it out himself, and she hoped that it wouldn't be too late for him by then. I guess that little girl isn't so bad. Maybe I can help her out a little bit, 9. On another side of Planet Montex, Ina sat in silence, her tears having dried. She looked off into the distance blankly, not even budging when she noticed Savon's presence behind. Chapter 1201. Couldn't decide. Savon sat to Ina's side, silently slipping her hand into her friend's. She didn't say anything for a long time, just keeping Ina company. The small home they had rented had quite beautiful scenery around it. The air was fresh, and the view from the mountain was gorgeous. Whether it was cloud, bird, or sunset watching, it was perfect for them all. The two women sat on a terrace taking in these sights. Savon had already made Meal promise to keep Yuri away. Maybe it was because it was the first time Savon had shown the smallest hint of a temper, but Meal only looked at her deeply before agreeing. As far as Savon was concerned, Yuri was the worst possible influence for Ina right now. In truth, Savon wasn't sure if she'd be a good influence either, because she was very, very angry with Leonel as well. But she still felt that it was better than whatever Yuri would have done. Just the same way Meal had wanted to kill Leonel, Yuri definitely had wanted to do the same. It was just that she was a step slow, and she couldn't have possibly broken through the barrier without revealing her true strength, something her adoptive father always drilled into her not to do. Thank you, Savon, Ina said lightly. Savon blinked. For what? For always being there for me. I don't know how I can repay you, but I definitely will. As much as I owed him, I owe you just the same. I'm sorry for waiting so long to tell you that. Savon's gaze misted over, her tears threatening to fall, but she quickly wiped them away with her free forearm. You are the closest thing I have to family left, Savon said softly. You don't need to apologize to me. You're my sister. The two women tightly held on to one another. Are you doing okay? Savon broke the silence. Ina smiled a bittersweet smile. I'll be fine. I hurt him and he hurt me. Now we're even. Savon frowned. She didn't like hearing things put like that. A bit of the anger she had built up for Leonel almost spilled over, but she managed to control herself. In the end, she sighed. Even if you made a mistake, that doesn't mean you have to become a punching bag. Ina's expression softened, her smile becoming small. I was thinking about how hard it was for him all these years. There's only so much I can remember by thinking back. I don't have his memory. The stuff I spoke about only scratched the surface. I don't think I was worth all the effort he put in, but I still made him wade through hell and high water when I could have solved it all just by opening my mouth. Savon's gaze flickered, her expression changing from time to time before she finally asked the question. You still want to be with him, right? I do. Savon hadn't expected Ina to answer so quickly. It was weird. Savon had actually come with the intentions of talking Ina down. Though she was angry with Leonel, she still felt like the two were a match made in heaven. She didn't want to see them crumble because of a single heated exchange. But, at the same time, she didn't want Ina to take this matter too casually either, which was why she had responded like she had. Ina had seen her faults and apologized for them. If Leonel wasn't able to forgive and forget, then there was no point in them moving forward at all. If one partner held onto something and refused to let go, there was simply no hope for a relationship at all. She didn't want to see Ina spend a lifetime making up for mistakes she had made as a naive teenage girl who didn't know how to approach her first love. Now, though, it seemed like this second worry was going in full force. Then, what do you want to do about it, Dottie? Sivan asked. Ina's gaze turned misty. Puss, I don't know what to do. At that moment, a flash of light appeared before the two women. Both Sivan and Ina looked up somewhat stunned, finding it hard to believe what they were seeing before them. Sivan never thought she would see a woman more beautiful than Ina. Of course, this was less about their raw features, and more about a mature air and confidence that Ina just hadn't quite yet grasped. But it was a shocking realization nonetheless. As for Ina, she found herself suddenly feeling overwhelmingly self-conscious. She didn't know where to put her hands, and her gaze flickered several times as though she couldn't decide whether she should be looking down or meeting the gaze of the woman before her. Eleanor smiled, her visage seeming no different from an angel's to the two young girls. They suddenly felt as though they were looking upon an idol they could look up to for a lifetime. Eleanor crossed her legs, sitting on the ground across from the two women. But if you looked closely, she was actually hovering a half-inch above it. My son gets his airheaded side from his father, Eleanor said with a light laugh. He wanted to apologize, but it seems he doesn't realize that he should do these kind of things in person. I'm sorry to say that my son also wanted to make it clear that this is just an apology, but Eleanor's words took Ina through a roller coaster of emotions. From figuring out that this was indeed Leonel's mother, to hearing that she was here to apologize, to understanding that it was just an apology, her mind felt like it was being punched from all sides. An amethyst token appeared in Eleanor's palm. She grabbed Ina's hand and slipped it in, pressing down the latter's fingers over the token. Ina subconsciously squeezed it tight. By the time she realized what had happened, Eleanor had already helped her deal with loose strands of her hair and even straightened out her clothing before vanishing into thin air, leaving her in a daze. In the skies above, Eleanor watched on with a complicated expression. She remembered that just a day ago she had really hated this little girl. But Ina's words today and her willingness to bare her heart for all to see had changed Eleanor's thoughts of her entirely. As many would say, winning over a mother-in-law was about as good as winning over a son. I've given you a key. You just have to figure out how to open the lock, she thought to herself. On planet Luxnix, a scene one would have never expected to see was taking place. If the Luxnix were aware of what was happening, it was hard to guess how many mouthfuls of blood they would cough up. While many of the Luxnix family's upper echelon was away at the second day of the selection, a boy stricken from their family records was standing in a vault that held their greatest treasures. Leonel couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He couldn't decide whether his mother was a saint or a common thug. Chapter 1202 O Chance. Chapter 1202 O Chance. Leonel had never seen such a vast store of wealth in his life. However, he didn't begin rushing about, snatching everything he could catch a glimpse of. He had been serious when he spoke to Elodie. As far as he was concerned, the Luxnix family was one of his starting assets. While it might seem great for him to plunder them now, the reality was that this would only harm him in the long run. Though no one had told him, he was certain that the other heirs were far ahead of himself. And, even if the Luxnix family was willing to fully back him, that wouldn't go a very long way in changing his current state either. While it was true that the Luxnix had been hiding their true abilities, and that they were actually beyond the Montex and Viola, by how much was that the case? At best, Leonel could figure that they were at or a step below the weakest seventh-dimensional families. Though that was a whole lot better than being just at the pinnacle of the sixth, it still wasn't nearly enough. One only need to look at the gap in Void Palace entries to see that Leonel was correct. The Luxnix only had a single entry above the nominal disciple ranks in their history. Granted, this was because they made the generation of Leonel's grandmother lay low, but even if they were taken into consideration, they would have at most had two more such entries, one for Rosija and the other for Snowstar Order. However, if the conversation between Ornick and Gnor was anything to go by, even the decent talents of the Morales could get a slot so long as the right person gave the okay. The gap was simply far too enormous. After reaching a state of calm with this train of thought in mind, Leonel began to look around once more. I only need a set of two things. I'm not sure if what I need for my second divine armor would be here, but if it is, that's excellent. As for the second matter, I will have 10 extra essences worth of fifth-dimensional evolution ore after I finish. But I've yet to decide what to spend it on. During the last few days, the progress Leonel had made was enormous. He had already decided on the design and makeup of his second divine armor, and he had truly gone all out. The truth was that thanks to evolution ore, Leonel could continue to use his current divine armor all the way up until the quasi-sixth dimension without it holding him back too much. While using it for so long would multiply his power like it did in the past, it at least wouldn't be a hindrance. But, due to the wealth his mother had left for him, Leonel realized that he didn't have to hope and pray to stumble upon the right ores any longer. He could just outright buy them. That said, why buy them if they were already here? He was just hoping that the Lux Nix would have what he needed. Leonel was very much looking forward to the synergistic effects of 2 divine armors. It had to be remembered that Leonel's divine armors became a part of him. He couldn't just casually discard them. That was why building up an affinity through their use was possible. His spatial affinity had managed to keep up with him through the 5th dimension because he used evolution ores, but it had already greatly weakened on a 6th-dimensional world. He wanted to see how it would evolve further with the stack of 2 armors. Still, the result of that was fairly predictable. The idea of what to use his other evolution ores on, though, that was a different matter entirely. Should I use it on a transportation treasure? The Void Palace is probably in a 7th dimension environment, right? If I don't have 6th dimensional transportation to use at the very last, moving might be difficult. I probably can't bring out or use the segmented cube so casually anymore over there. I could make something for little Blackstar instead. The little guy is my strongest partner, and he was probably right to ask for me to make something for him. I've never forged for a beast before, but it shouldn't be too much different even if the shape composition is a bit odd, or maybe something for Vice and Candle? Leonel had stuck true to his word and allowed Vice and Candle to live their lives. Unsurprisingly, they had even more trouble ingratiating themselves than Elthor, and they ultimately still ended up spending most of their time in the segmented cube. Candle had a great amount of social anxiety, and Vice was still mirroring everything Candle did, taking her as a template to hide his real thoughts. He wasn't a psychologist, so he had no idea how to take steps forward. The Void Palace definitely has savants of its own, or maybe there's even a whole department of them. It would be greatly helpful to Candle and Vice to take part like that. But I also have a feeling that the Void Palace keeps a very tight leash on such powerful existences. Is it right to trust them? Leonel was conflicted. On one hand, he didn't trust the Void Palace at all. If there was anything the Dimensional Verse had taught him, it was that strength talked. If the Void Palace wanted to use savants, they had to make sure they didn't grow too powerful, a lot like Leonel had tried to do. On the other hand, though, Leonel knew that he was ill-equipped to even try. Maybe that's just a chance I'll have to take if I want them to live a normal life. Leonel's thoughts and footsteps suddenly came to a grinding halt. After a moment, his gaze brightened and a grin spread across his lips. They really do have it here. Excellent. It seems the core of my 2nd divine armor is decided. One more coming, today. A3, Chapter 1203. Dark LC, Chapter 1203. Dark LC, the Ore Leonel, laid his eyes on an ore that seemed to flicker between a crystalline blue and a deep abyssal black depending on what angle you looked at it from. The container around it was made out of a very special 6th-dimensional glass material, and yet even it still fogged and allowed crystalline sheets of ice to form on it from time to time. While this might not seem like a big deal on the surface, it very quickly became one when one realized that this ore was only of the 5th dimension. This ore was known as dark ice. The description of this ore was quite eerie. It was known for its ability to freeze over even space itself, causing reality to solidify before cracking it apart like glass. Leonel had been reminded of this ore while watching Corollas fight. Corollas' space affinity ability was destructive, but it was a kind of beautiful demolition to watch in real time. When Leonel watched spiderwebs of space spread through Corollas' attacks, even while he did something like walking through the air, her felt his dreamscape tremble. When he connected that feeling to his memory of this ore, something seemed to click into place. Leonel had already decided the path of his divine armors, and that was spatial affinity. The space element was far too versatile and useful to him. It was already too late to just pivot to another approach, just like how he couldn't just change the formula of his metal body's needs either. His path was set in stone. As such, Leone could only build up from his current starting position. The problem was, he kind of regretted it. The spatial element had been greatly useful to Leonel. It was because of it that he was able to defeat the Puppet Master, someone far beyond him at the time, successfully. Since then, he had relied on it heavily, especially when he had to fight those stronger than himself. It was only recently, when Leonel began to battle 6th-dimensional existences and entered a 6th-dimensional world, that the spatial domain of his divine armor became useless. But, observing Aina made Leonel realize that he was stretching himself too thin. He had too many strengths, he couldn't possibly maximize them all, at least not within a short time frame. He felt like what he should do is focus on his greatest strength, his innate node, and build everything around it, if Leonel could use his innate node. Freely and without consequences, he was certain that there might only be a handful of people capable of matching him at his dimension level, and all of these people would either have to have outstanding abilities or control over an innate node on the same level as himself. Leonel had already maximized his metal body's foundation to accelerate himself toward being able to use Scarlet Star Force freely, use Star Core to build a sturdy base, and then he picked ores that maximized his ability to withstand forces of the light and fire elements. Leonel felt that he should have done the exact same with his divine armor, but he had been too naive to think that he could have a little of everything, and it was causing his overall battle prowess to suffer. The bad news was that there was already no going back. Leonel couldn't just undo what he had done without causing great harm to himself. However, what he could do was pivot and begin to slowly build a counter to his problems. The solution Leonel landed upon was dark ice. Rather than damaging his foundation to restart, Leonel instead chose to build upon it and synergize with it in a way that would be conducive to his goal. As such, he turned toward an ore that could both build upon his spatial affinity but simultaneously deviate towards something that could help manage his innate node. Leonel chose to approach his problem from two sides. On one hand, his metal body would lay a strong foundation, growing steadier toward a day where it could withstand his scarlet innate node. On the other hand, his divine armor would begin to build a strong affinity toward the ice and water elements, not to mention the opposing darkness elements, to balance out the damage inevitably left behind. Leonel's ultimate goal was to build his final divine armor with the core of an element that stood on the same level as his Scarlet Star Force, Void Star Force, top 10 in Star Forces, top 3 in Darkness Forces, top 1 in Water Forces. It would become the perfect counter to Leonel's Scarlet Star Force, and a divine armor constructed by it would complete the cycle Leonel had planned for him and maximize his strength to an extreme in the future. New novel chapters are published on freewebandyoval.com. Of course, there were too many things Leonel had no idea how he would do. For example, was it even possible to make a force the core of his divine armor instead of an ore? Would he have to create a forging technique capable of infusing a force into a metal and changing its properties? Truthfully, he could already posit a few potential theories on how he would do this. But that still left the largest elephant in the room unquestioned. How the hell would he find Void Star Force to begin with? It didn't need to be explained just how rare forces on the level of Void and Scarlet Star Force were. Leonel could spend a lifetime looking and still never find it. Still, Leonel chose to push this away into the future. If anything, this was the least ambitious of his goals. If he could unite the dimensional verse, why would he fear finding the source of a single force? Leonel reached out his hand and grasped the ore. He didn't mind anything about the future as he stepped into his segmented cube. All he could see was his Force Crafter's bench, his mind enraptured by the designs swirling about his dream world. This would be his greatest craft to this day. His fingers crackled and popped, his gaze turning a frightening cold. And then he began. He had no idea that a certain bronze tablet in the Luxnix family's territory was glowing a shade brighter than it normally did. Chapter 1204, not only, Leonel's fingers glided through the air in a rhythmic motion. As the connection between himself and Little Tolly increased, he was able to exert more and more control without the use of these techniques. However, no matter how strong their connection became, there would never be a method more precise, accurate, and fast than this. Leonel's fingers didn't have the ability to break through the sound barrier of the sixth dimension, but this made his control even finer and more controlled. Without having to compensate for the changes caused by vast booms of pressure, Leonel found his skill to have reached another level entirely. Little Tolly split into dozens of parts, each of which seemed to take turns of their own in listening to Leonel's commands. Ores of all shapes and sizes glided through the air, completely unobstructed by one another. Leonel's crafter's workbench vibrated to the rhythm of his movements. Above each semi-spherical well, a new environment was formed. In one section, one might find temperatures as high as the surface of a star of the third dimension. In another, it might be barely enough to boil. Third-dimensional waters. The rhythmic tapping of Leonel's foot seemed to control hidden force arts within his workbench, his mind tweaking and managing everything to the most perfect degree. Leonel had done a lot of training with this workbench to make it through his dad's program, but this was the very first time he had felt the need to use it. It could only be said that he was truly going all out. Hours ago, just after Leonel vanished in a rage, the arena fell into an odd sort of silence. Maybe the first to speak amongst it all was actually Ganor, but due to certain matters, the only ones to actually hear him were the envoys of the Void Palace along with Ornik. Holy shit, did you just see what I just saw? Ganor was absolutely speechless. Ornik slowly nodded, about to open his mouth, when Ganor's next words cut him off. He actually turned down such a beauty. What the fuck? Damien, use that ability of yours and find out where she went. She's vulnerable. This is the perfect time to pounce. I can't miss this opportunity. This time, Ornik couldn't stand it anymore, directly kicking Ganor's throne. He seemed to use enough strength to shatter it completely, but under some odd sort of martial art, the throne instead vibrated wildly, sending tingling sensations up the elbow Ganor had been leaning on. Ornik, fuck. Ganor grabbed onto his elbow, his teeth chattering. Even for a higher dimensional being, the funny bone was still the funny bone. Can you be serious for once? Didn't you see his transformation? Ganor paused after hearing this, falling into silence. Then, after a moment, his eyes widened, his pupils constricting. He was in the sixth dimension. Compared to the memories of lower dimensional beings, his was on another level, at least for things that occurred acutely. Thinking back to what he had seen, he realized that it did, indeed, warrant his shock. The first three doors lay the foundation. They allow one to gain the most basic abilities of the metal synergy. Lineage factor. The fourth door forms the crown upon the forehead, but it's at most superficial and can't be said to solidify until the fifth door. This boosts one's Earth-variant affinity to great heights, and it's the minimum requirement for practicing some of the more core techniques of their family. The sixth door is where things truly begin to change because the bronze runes appear. The cover, the skin and lines that travel either straight up and down or straight left and right. In a generation of the Morales, only 1,000 would manage to open their sixth door in their first try. Upon opening the seventh door, the bronze runes will etch onto the muscles and the inner organs. Only if one opens up to at least the fifth door would one have a chance of opening the seventh door on their subsequent attempts. Upon opening the eighth door, the bronze runes will etch right into the bones. It's an excruciating process, and among the reasons why so few manage to open the ninth door on their first attempt. However, even to make it this far, one needs to have opened at least the sixth door on their first attempt. New novel chapters are published on freewebandyovel.com, and then there's the ninth door. Upon opening this door, the halo and the most coveted innate ability of the metal synergy lineage factor, gravity domain, Ganor said slowly. In order to have a chance at opening the ninth, one would have to open to at least the seventh door on their first attempt, but even those odds are slim. Only those who open to at least the eighth on their first attempt might have a decent percentage chance. Aurinik and Ganor let it sink in. They had come to a sixth-dimensional sector only looking for a chance to escape the harsh environment of the Void Palace. That place couldn't be considered a school for cheating the younger generation. It was more like a hellscape where only those who could survive would get respect and those who couldn't would be treated like trash by the side of the road. 2. Make matters worse, after entering the Void Palace, it was impossible to leave casually without certain privileges, and yet to think that they would actually stumble upon such an opportunity instead. If Leonel was a random bastard of the Morales family who just so happened to open the ninth door not just once to enter the fourth dimension, but twice to enter the fifth, his price would already be astronomical. However, they had all seen the violet aura that wafted out from Leonel's halo. It made what should have been his gravity domain somewhat different from what it should be in practice. And, if Aurinik recalled properly, there was even an odd hint of red in there that carried a violent sort of suppressive aura. Leonel was not only a talent, but his lineage factor had mutated. Chapter 1205, Freed Minds. Chapter 1205, Freed Minds. Eventually, Aurinik was forced out of his world of dreams and aspirations to realize that he should probably do something about the mess left behind. He didn't feel very bad about not being able to stop Miel from taking action against Leonel. If anything, he was just a bit worried that he would lose control over the atmosphere. After all, this was the second time someone had interfered with seemingly no consequences whatsoever. But it was already too late to worry about that. He could only press forward. Soon, the billboard was back up and the rounds proceeded as though nothing at all had happened. A masked man stepped onto the arena after Leonel and Ina left to fight his battle, going all out and eventually defeating his opponent before returning to his feeding arrangements. He, like many others, were entirely focused on themselves and claiming a spot for the third day of the selections. Shockingly enough, though, neither Leonel nor Ina returned. In fact, there were many others that simply didn't show up to their battles, causing forfeits by default. Toward this matter, Aurinik wasn't very caring, surviving a strike from a sixth-dimensional existence. While only being Tier 3 was more than enough to give Leonel a nominal disciple spot and he could justify it with ease. So, he wasn't worried about missing out on Leonel in the slightest. Leonel didn't care about what was happening in the arena. Truthfully, the only reason he would go now would be to support his friends and defeat Miguel. When it came to the latter, Leonel felt like their clash would happen without a shadow of a doubt very soon. Selection or not, it simply didn't matter. After all, wasn't Leonel quite literally in the Luxnix estate currently? He had no need to go and meet Miguel. Soon enough the latter would come to him. As for his friends, well, Leonel was a bit ashamed to meet them currently. It was the first time he had felt such a feeling in his life. The matter with Ina didn't matter so much, or more accurately, the fact that it was her wasn't important, nor was their history. Leonel felt like he had let himself down with the way he reacted, and that was the foundation of it all. When had he ever lost his temper like that? When had he, even when simmering with rage, not reacted calculatively? Even when his best friend of over a decade was betraying his trust and almost costing him his life? Wasn't he still calm and cool-headed? He had stepped completely outside of his character, and he was disgusted with himself. What kind of leader could he be if he didn't have perfect control of his emotions? There was simply no excuse. As a king, he couldn't afford to be human and to have flaws. He had to be perfect not for the sake of himself, but for the sake of those who trusted him. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The whistling, sharp winds of Leonel's fingers became more defined and controlled, his mind becoming calmer and more focused and refined as he dialed in on his purpose. He had given Ina an apology, but he felt like he owed his brothers an apology as well. Who they followed was a reflection of themselves. If their king was such trash, what did that say about them? He refused to make this mistake again. No, he would never make this mistake again. That was something he swore to himself and on his heart. It was simply a shame that Leonel hadn't seemed to learn just yet that there was no amount of level-headedness that could eliminate something who held to your core. Bang. TSSSSSSSS. Leonel opened his eyes slowly, a spark of a radiant blue reflecting deep within them. Something, at the right angle, his pale violet eyes would seem more silver than violet. Now, they seemed to have gained a tinge of a blue character to them, something flickering. The temperature of Leonel's body cooled considerably, and the color of the world seemed to change. No, it wasn't that the color of the world had changed, it was almost like it had instead gained a small filter to it, allowing Leonel to see things he hadn't quite been able to see before. Was a water force affinity feels like. It's so different. The Morales family's lineage factor could only be said to be fantastical. To give one the ability to gain affinities simply by assimilating ores and special metals, it was no wonder they stood atop the seventh dimension of the human domain. Leonel hadn't felt like this when his spatial affinity gained a wild boost to it, but that was likely because space elemental force didn't really clash with anything he had known. On top of that, he was quite green to the dimensional verse when he made the change, so it wasn't really upturning any of his world views. But, after seeing and truly feeling water force for the first time, Leonel couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It was completely antithetical to his exceptionally high fire elemental affinity, and it was as though he was looking through the world in a completely new lens. The kind of inspiration it gave him leagues beyond anything he had ever experienced before. The feeling was so much more intimate than when Leonel used his spear domain lineage factor to feel the affinities of different spears. He had tested out all sorts of spears, he had even touched water domain spear before, but this was completely different. The difference was akin to a person telling you their life experiences and the hardships they had been through versus you experiencing that life in their stead. It couldn't even be compared. Leonel reached out a hand. A globule of water force quickly formed, and soon a smooth sphere of blue waters appeared before him. It was so precisely controlled that it almost looked like a glass orb instead. His fingers snapped and the sphere of water suddenly froze over. Space crackled as lines of fine ice appeared in seemingly empty air. Just as Leonel was about to continue his tests, a frostiness coating the tips of his pale violet hair, his gaze narrowed. He had been so focused on his craft that he hadn't really been paying attention to anything else. He completely trusted that his mother would never let anything happen to him. But now that he had suddenly freed so many minds, he finally noticed it. The silver tablet is trembling. Chapter 1206. Chapter 1206 until Leonel took a step and vanished from the lab setting, appearing within the treasure vault of the Luxnix with his segmented cube hovering above his palm. With the structure of the Luxnix estate, much of its important structures were hidden underground. This was only to be expected from a family that had been forced to lay low for 3 generations. After all, they couldn't remain stagnant while they waited. So much of their moves either came in the form of top-secret espionage-like missions or were conducted in hidden spaces like this one. The treasure vault of the Luxnix was no different. It was like an enormous steel sphere buried deep within the ground. The curving silver walls made Leonel feel especially small, as even with the ample lighting in the surroundings, he could still just barely make out its very highest point. All around, the very same orbs of golden light that floated about. The Luxnix estate on the surface floated here as well, outlining what felt like an infinite number of shelves. Up above, many hollow cylindrical structures hung. At first glance, it looked like they hovered upon nothing, but Leonel was just barely able to make out that they were actually being held up by extraordinarily thin lines of force. These hollow cylinders had no base or top, like a piece of rolled-up paper. However, their insides were lines with more shelves that carried even more treasures. From his position on the ground, Leonel could easily look up and see into these cylindrical stores. With a glance, he could tell that the most valuable materials of the Luxnix were placed up there and out of reach, and though they seemed like a single leap away, Leonel was certain that the protections were not simple. When Leonel stepped out, his first instinct was that whatever was causing his silver tablet to react like this had to be in one of those structures up above. Originally, Leonel had completely ignored what was above for 2 reasons. Firstly, those were all most definitely 6th-dimensional treasures. In fact, with the Luxnix family's level and history, Leonel wouldn't be surprised if they had managed to get their hands on a few 7th-dimensional treasures here and there. Ultimately, though, Leonel both didn't need such high-level treasures to forge his divine armor, and even if he did, little Tolly and he weren't quite ready yet to forge something so intricate with ores at that level. The second reason was so that he wouldn't be tempted to take anything. Mature decision not to take anything he didn't need, but there was no need to tempt himself any further. But now, Leonel shook his head. It's not up there. That means it's somewhere else? Leonel took out the silver tablet. After connecting the dots and finding out about the 3-finger cult, he had been far more cautious with how he used and exposed it, so, although it had a certain usefulness in battle, he didn't use it. The silver tablet looked just the same as he remembered it. A solid rectangular block, perfectly polished, and there was still writing in a language on it. Leonel couldn't even begin to understand, and even the dictionary was stumped by. What was truly odd was that Leonel had a feeling that this was less and language and more like a code, as though the silver tablet was being encrypted. As for why he felt that way, well, it was for the same reason he could grasp the silver tablet's abilities without trying to do so. The tablet seemed to have formed some connection with him that gave him a vague inkling about its abilities. Outside of that, Leonel had also gotten a vague inkling about what its purpose was as well, but rather than getting a tangible explanation, what he instead understood was that the day he could decipher the words on the tablet would be the day he understood what its purpose was. When Leonel took the tablet out, its glow grew a measure and the vague tugging became tangible. That way, huh? Alright. Leonel flickered and disappeared, not wasting time. As for the matter of who remained in the Luxnix estate, he didn't really care. His mother would probably be back soon, and most were occupied with the selection. As for those that remained, how could they ever expect someone like Leonel to be roaming about their most secretive regions? Leonel didn't step out of the underground location. Instead, he followed a host of wandering tunnels. The craftsmanship of the Luxnix was actually quite good. Leonel walked through numerous tunnels, and he even came across a few straggling members of the Luxnix who hadn't gone to the selection. However, maybe it was because of Leonel's confidence and uncaring attitude, but none of the people he came across did more than give him a glance. In their eyes, since Leonel could be here, he was meant to be here. In addition, this was the location for the Luxnix's hidden forces, so by necessity, most here were unknown existences to the outside world. Plus, they could all sense dense Luxnix blood from Leonel. It was easy to tell that he was one of their own. Halt. Exchange the proper merits here before continuing forward. Leonel's good luck didn't last for very long, though. When he felt that he had come close and could even feel what the silver tablet wanted him to feel on the other side, he found himself in a heavily guarded region. The location was a temple in an underground city. Beyond it, Leonel could sense a staircase that led up, probably to the surface. It was likely one of the many entrances to that location, and it was clearly not something just anyone, anywhere, could see whenever they wanted. However, as quick as this change occurred, Leonel's mind was even quicker. With a flip of his palm, the snowy star pendant his grandfather had given him appeared in his hand. The reaction of the guards was almost immediate. Without hesitation, they all bowed. Leonel didn't say a word as he strode forth, his mind completely focused. He climbed up the longest set of stairs he had ever had, the pleasure of climbing in his life, a keen anticipation in his heart. A blinding golden light was waiting for him on the other side. It took just a moment for Leonel's gaze to adjust and for the room of what could only be described as worship opened up before him. However, Leonel could only find himself focusing on just one thing, a bronze tablet, eerily similar to his own. But this one had words that rearranged in his mind and projected a tangible meaning to him. He could read the very same prophecy that the Luxnix had and feeling. The same thing Michael had. In fact, he could even feel his blood stirring, as though something deep within was trying to stir itself awake and shine through. For a moment, Leonel even felt that the third awakening of his wisdom branch was a single step away. He couldn't help but stand in mute shock. At least he did until, I've been waiting for so long. Chapter 1207. What? Value? Chapter 1207. What value? Leonel's gaze sharpened, but he couldn't find who had spoken. The temple the bronze tablet was housed in was completely empty, but Leonel wasn't very surprised by this. It was likely that it took an enormous amount of merits to step foot in here to begin with, so it was rare for anyone outside of the Star Order elders to come here, and likely maybe Michael since they care for him so much. However, judging by the shift in Leonel's lineage factor just now, the reason one would exchange so much to meditate upon the bronze tablet was for the sake of helping their awakenings along. For people on the level of the Star Order elders, the likelihood of receiving more breakthroughs was minimal at best. The result of this was a treasure that was rarely put to use for anyone. Outside of the pride of the Luxnix family, Michael himself. This was all to say that Leonel was alone. Or, rather, he should have been. So, where was this voice coming from? You can stop looking around, young one. You likely wouldn't be able to see me unless you had a special pair of eyes. Leonel took this advice almost instantly and activated the second awakening of his wisdom branch, taking the Snowy Star Owl's eyes for himself. But even then, he couldn't see a single thing. The voice chuckled. Unfortunately, our Snowy Star Owl's gaze can't be considered special enough. We are quite insignificant in the grander scheme. Hearing this, Leonel gave up and calmed himself. If he had been exposed by an elder of the Luxnix, he would just accept it. Regardless, now that he knew this tablet was here, he would definitely get his hands on it eventually. This was only the second tablet he had confirmation of. As of now, the third tablet, which he speculated was in the possession of Ina's father, was just that, speculation. He had no way of knowing if his deduction was reality just yet. There's no need to be so on guard, my descendant. Didn't I say that I've been waiting for you? The voice chuckled. Once more. Waiting for me? Why is that? Leonel finally spoke, realizing that there was probably no harm in entertaining this. Spirit? For a bit. Because you're the light that will bring us to glory. Leonel's gaze narrowed. Who are you exactly? Me? The voice chuckled. Just a fallen elder. Leonel's dreamscape released several sparks, his gaze lighting up. Your Wise Star Order? The most recent Wise Star Order from 3 generations ago? The voice fell into silence, clearly not having expected Leonel to make such an accurate guess so swiftly. But, very soon, he came to an understanding. I see, so your ability is so helpful in this regard. This is a very good thing. Your natural talent already comes with so many strengths of its own. Your ability being more cognitive will give you good balance. Leonel's brows shot up. It was rare for people to see through what his ability was. In fact, most assumed that one of his lineage factors was his true ability. But that was a good thing for him. After all, one should keep their ability hidden for as long as they could do so. However, this man had to have earned the title of Wise Star Order for a reason, right? As for how this man had protected his consciousness for so long, Leonel assumed it had to do with the tablet. After all, didn't his current silver tablet have thousands of lives waiting for him to resurrect? Unfortunately, Leonel was wrong this time, but it would likely take more information for him to understand this. Leonel took a deep breath. My relationship with the Luxniks is quite complex right now. I don't know how easy it will be to lead them to glory, as you say. I'm more glad to hear that you aren't adverse to it. Wise Star Order almost smiled through his words. I was partially ready for you to demand our destruction. Leonel shook his head, confirming that Wise Star Order was indeed aware of what had happened to him. Not everyone is at fault for this. I'm relieved. I am truly relieved. Wise Star. Order's voice carried a doting air to it. The more he observed Leonel, the more satisfied he seemed to become. Without even meditating upon the tablet, Leonel had actually already completed so many awakenings. How could he not feel gratified? Ancestor Wise Star Order. I'm very curious about this tablet, though. This is my very first time seeing it. Can you tell me about it? This was always my intention. This bronze tablet was found in a zone by our ancestor, and can be considered to be the root of our family's origins because it was from it that our lineage factor was birthed. Leonel's brows rose. Did that mean his silver tablet also had a lineage factor hidden within it? But something about that deduction felt off. Leonel was uncomfortable because he had so little information. Him drawing conclusions now felt like throwing darts blindfolded. Everything we take pride in as a Luxnix originated from this starting point, but it is exactly just that, a starting point. I'm ashamed to say that in our millennia of progression, none of those who share our blood has ever been able to dig up the truth behind it all. After my death, I made use of my ability to tether my soul to the bronze tablet so that I could continue to analyze and understand it. Before my time came, I had come to grasp a timeline for the words written upon the tablet and understood that these matters would take place 3 generations later. It was only after my time, though, that I grasped some deep-rooted truths. Of these truths, I can only say that I've understood a small inkling. Have you ever wondered why the representation of our lineage factor is a 12-sided star and not a feather or an owl? What value does the Northern Star have for us? Chapter 1208, Regression. Chapter 1208, Regression Leonels. Gaze narrowed, his ears subconsciously perking up. He would be lying if he said that he wasn't interested in hearing the truth behind this matter. He too had considered it an oddity. In his own low-level understanding, he found it weird that something like Snowforce came from a northern star. Snowforce was indeed a star force, but shouldn't the type of star in question be called Snowstar? Leonel himself accepted that this was a crude line of reasoning that even a 5-year-old could think of. It was ironically because of this that he didn't pursue it too far. Who was he to say what the star should or shouldn't be called? For all he knew, all these names were chosen randomly. Snowforce didn't even sound like it made any sense for a star elemental force already, so why did anything else need to make sense? Just as Leonel was quite eager to hear the explanation, the laugh of Wise Star Order entered his ears again. Truthfully, I don't really know either. Leonel was speechless. Was this old man pulling a prank on him? He wasn't even sure how to react to that. Seeing Leonel's reaction, Wise Star Order only laughed harder. In fact, he laughed so hard that Leonel was a bit worried about his health. And then, he felt somewhat bad. This old man had probably been stuck here in silence for who knows how long. This was the first human interaction he had had in a very long time. It was no wonder he was acting like this. Leonel's view of the world was still very much Earth-centric. Though lifespans had about doubled to tripled thanks to Earth's technology, the idea of being secluded for decades at a time was still foreign to Leonel. Even he could only stand to focus on a single problem for a few days at most. He had no idea how Wise Star Order had done it. I'm just pulling your leg a bit, young one. I don't have the full story, but I do know a bit. The fundamental truth is that the Snowy Star Owl lineage factor is just a starting point. Beyond the 12 awakenings, there's something more. 12 awakenings? Leonel's brow arched upward. Yes, Wise Star Order confirmed. There are 3 branches of the Snowy Star Order lineage factor. Each branch has a total of 4 awakenings. Once you complete these 4 awakenings for all 3 branches, your Snowy Star Owl lineage factor can be said to be complete. And then, Leonel pressed, and then you will have a choice before you. You can either continue forward with a perfectly blossomed lineage factor, or you can regress. Leonel's pupils flickered. Regress? Yes, regress. Beyond the Snowy Star Owl there isn't an evolution. Rather, there is an opportunity for an exchange. You can give up everything the Snowy Star Owl has given you and trade it in for a higher class bloodline. But you will need to start from the very bottom once again. Leonel's brow furrowed. The idea of starting from the very bottom in exchange for a higher class lineage factor didn't sound terrible to him. He had awakened his snowy star owl lineage factor for the first time 3 or 4 years ago, and yet he had already progressed so far without the help of the bronze tablet. Of course, Leonel had an idea as to why this was. His snowy star owl lineage factor was heavily reliant on Snowforce affinity, and everything was centered around it. However, because of his innate node, Leonel's base light elemental affinity was already far beyond anything his density of bloodline could compare to. As a result, by virtue of his innate node alone, he was guaranteed to have high-class Luxnix blood. Beyond this, Leonel felt that whatever he was exchanging his bloodline for was highly likely to be related to the snowy star owl to begin with, so it was probable that his innate node would continue to give him a great advantage. The issue here, though, were the variables. What if this new bloodline wasn't as compatible with him as the snowy star owl? What if he was wrong about their relation and this new bloodline didn't respond well to his innate node at all? He could think of too many things that could potentially go wrong. That's an interesting expression you have there. That other youth didn't hesitate to purge his Luxnix blood, and he hasn't even told anyone of the change. He's only interested in climbing to a higher peak. What's left behind doesn't matter much. Leonel's brows furrowed further. I can't say that I'm much different than he is. The issue is, I just don't know if it's worth it. And judging by what you're saying, there'll probably be more than just this one chance to purge the gained lineage factor and take on a new one, right? So then you have to consider the variable that even if this coming lineage factor isn't useful, there may very well be one in the future that is. Plus, there's the problem of techniques. I used to believe the snowy star owl lineage factor was weak and not very useful until my mother gave me your techniques. If I have to start from scratch to build techniques that are suitable instead of relying on several generations worth of trial and error, it might not even be worth having a stronger lineage factor if the end result is weaker overall to begin with. Leonel had learned this lesson the hard way. In fact, when he thought about it, even his metal synergy lineage factor only seemed far more powerful only because metal body and divine armor were such excellent synergistic techniques. Though he was confident in creating his own techniques if given enough time, how much time would that be? And how many times would he have to undergo the same thing? And, the greatest problem of all, while his strength was undergoing these peaks and valleys, how would the people who needed his support do in the meantime? Your concerns are valid, but ultimately the decision is up to you. What I can tell you is that considering how far these prophecies say you must travel, a lineage factor of the 6th dimension will quickly become useless to you. Still, those are matters for the future. In the present, I can describe to you the lineage factors that come next. Well, at least the 2 that I know of. Chapter 1209, Those Words. Chapter 1209, Those Words. The first lineage factor after the snowy star owl is the white stone elephant. At least I believe this is the translation. It is possible that it could be the white-scaled elephant. Either way, it's a powerful and robust beast. I'm sure you remember the vision you saw when your snowy star owl lineage factor first awakened. The sight of a majestic bird flying through the starry skies, crossing galaxies with a single flap of its wings and leaving roads of gold in its wake. The white stone elephant is no less majestic. It doesn't have the snowy star owl's speed, but for what it lacks in it, it's capable of making up in spades with its looming presence. Its body is covered from head to toe in a tough, white, leathery skin that almost appear to be scales at some angles. A singular gem takes the centerpiece of its forehead as home, its ankles at, surrounded by halos of gold, and its tusks shimmer like gems. Wise Star Order seemed to have a way with words, or maybe Leonel's imagination was just too vivid compared to the others thanks to his dream world. But regardless of what the truth was, Leonel could almost see the majestic beasts before him, the rings of gold following its slow and methodical steps. The white stone elephant has 3 branches. The strength branch, the healing branch, the wisdom branch. Once again, much like our snowy star owl lineage factor, the healing branch is considered to be a secondary benefit. But, as you can see, secondary doesn't necessarily mean weak. Leonel's thoughts sped up, quickly incorporating the information he learned. In truth, the loss of the speed branch was quite devastating to him as it was. Perfect for countering the weakness of his metal body. Though it didn't seem like it now, Leonel's body was actually very heavy. It only became more so thanks to the fact Starcore ore had become one of his fundamental building blocks. With his light elemental affinity, it was still possible for Leonel to supplement this loss with techniques. But the innate speed boost his bloodline provided him couldn't be easily replaced on a whim. That said, an improved wisdom branch might be worth the trade-off. After all, while Leonel had said his greatest strength was his innate node, that was only because it was tangible and not auxiliary. When it came to his greatest strength that didn't directly translate to combat power, that was, without a doubt, his mind and ability. But this led to another problem. If he gave up his snowy star owl lineage factor, what would that mean for his mind? Would it regress as well? The answer was likely yes, but was the trade-off worth it? Leonel felt like a big problem had been laid at his lap. But there was no easy answer or fix. Plus, wasn't this a problem many people would like to have? The following lineage factor is the starry-tailed fox. Among the 3 lineage factors we know of, the originator of this one is definitely the most beautiful. A sleek and slender fox with radiant white fur that often appeared silver depending on the angle. Its eyes were like 2 orbs of endless gold without start, finish, or depths capable of being fathomed. Its tails were both ethereal and real, both spiritual and corporeal. It's difficult to pin an exact number on them, but at maturity, they were as vast as the starry skies and just as endless. They're the kind of creatures that seem almost too beautiful to be of this world. Truthfully, what I know about this beast is far less than what I know about the snowy star owl and the white stone elephant. Just gazing upon it made me feel as though my head was being split in 2, so I am uncertain if I was able to see through to its true abilities, and everything is a bit foggy. I unfortunately don't dare to try again, or what remains of me may very well be forcefully dispersed. But, as far as I can tell, there is the wisdom branch which makes a reappearance, the speed branch, the healing branch, and there's a 4th branch that might be called the spirit branch, or the star branch, or the tail branch. I'm honestly not sure if any of this is correct. The only thing I'm certain of is that the wisdom and healing branch seem to be recurring. As for everything else, I have no way of confirming. Leonel fell into his thoughts. It seemed that this starry-tailed fox was more in line with what he needed. If for nothing else, he might have to suffer the regression of the white stone elephant just to ensure that he could gain access to the starry-tailed fox one day. In addition, from these conclusions, it seemed that these creatures all shared another similarity. They shared colors of white, silver, and gold, while also placing great emphasis on their purity. The images that Y Star Order described all fell in line with this. In that case, there was a high likelihood that they were also connected by a string of light, elemental force as well, or, at the very least, star elemental affinity. Regardless, Leonel had a leg up. After all, Scarlet Star Force was a top 10 star force in existence as well. Ancestor Y Star Order, what elemental affinities do these creatures have, and what dimension are they considered to be in? Ah, excellent question. Seems I've gone a bit senile and forgot something so important. All of these creatures seem to have a light and star elemental affinity, that is, the thread that connects them. The white stone elephant uses a force known as gem force. The starry-tailed fox uses a force known as spirit or ethereal force. I'm not sure which is the name. It might be neither of those. I am certain that it is a light star elemental fusion force, though. As for their dimensions, the white stone elephant is 7th dimensional, and the starry-tailed fox is to the 7th dimension what the snowy star owl is to the 6th dimension. It is considered to be at the very pinnacle. It has almost no opponents at its level. Leonel's gaze sharpened. This alone was enough for him to take the risk. A lineage factor at the pinnacle of the 7th dimension, the very same as the Morales family, would be endlessly beneficial to him. However, what Y Star Order said next surprised Leonel even more. It's just a feeling this old man has, but I believe that the starry-tailed fox isn't the last. It's just that this bronze tablet doesn't have anything beyond it to offer. Also, I have to warn you, for every shade of blossoming light that the starry star owl, white stone elephant, and starry-tailed fox represent, I have also sensed a dark counterpart that can't be reached with this tablet either. Leonel's gaze narrowed when he heard this, his mind drifting to those words once again. A union of light and darkness will reveal the 12-pointed star. Chapter 1210. Reason? Chapter 1210. Reason? If Michael could feel the uniqueness of the auras on the characters, Leonel could definitely do so as well. But as many potential meanings as Michael could think of, Leonel could think of 100 times more. This wasn't just because Leonel's mind was faster than Michael's, but it was also because Leonel's scope of knowledge was beyond Michael's in this regard as well. From Michael's perspective, he was likely completely unaware that other potential tablets existed. If you approached this from the perspective that this was the one and only tablet there was, then how would you view things? You would probably believe that any and everything written on the tablet could be accomplished by it and it alone, right? From Michael's perspective, he could probably sense the shadows Y Star Order mentioned as well. However, he probably believed that the reason he couldn't see them clearly was because he was the light. As such, if he wanted to learn more about those shadows, he would need to find darkness to meditate upon the tablet. Then, their union would result in something more powerful than the individual sum of their parts. This was probably why Michael felt it was more likely that this union involved marriage or, at the very least, copulation, though he could think of other possibilities. This was the one that made the most sense given the understanding he had and the scope of his knowledge. Truthfully, no one could blame him for reaching that conclusion. But, for Leonel, who had a silver tablet in his possession and was even aware that there was potentially a second bronze tablet in the hands of Ina's father, his perspective was different. If you add in Y Star Order, supplementing Leonel with his knowledge, then Leonel's view was even broader than it was originally. With this like this, the hypothesis that has the highest odds at 68% is that there are two sets of tablets. One set allows one to grasp the darkness's lineage factors, and the other set allows one to grasp these light lineage factors. In that case, the odds that this refers to Aina, at least for now, is nearly zero. Aina gained a darkness affinity from her Abyssal Panther bloodline, but firstly, that's only a fifth-dimensional creature, not enough to be a shadow to the Snowy Star Owl. And secondly, I would assume that she would need to meditate upon the twin tablet to this one to gain whatever lineage factor is on the other side, something I don't believe she has done with Aina's abilities. To ingest bloodlines, though, it's not impossible that she could fit the description in the future. Unfortunately, I don't know if I'll be able to keep an eye on that anymore or not. Leonel shook his head. His hot head had gotten in the way. He really shouldn't have snapped like that. Still, even if I think I've understood the mystery of this tablet well enough, what about my silver tablet, and what? About Aina's father's bronze tablet? What are these tablets? Are they all just stores of power and lineage factors? But my tablet doesn't have a lineage factor hidden with it like this one does. Is it that I need to find the bronze tablet counterpart to my own silver tablet so that I can start at the beginning? After all, if there needs to be an exchange from start to end like it is here, then maybe. The hidden lineage factor in mine won't appear until I do. Does that mean Aina's father has a lineage factor bestowed by his own? Leonel's head spun with all sorts of thoughts, but he couldn't seem to come up with a conclusion. He only had 2 data points, and yet he was trying to extrapolate. It was a recipe for disaster. Leonel shook his head. Speculating on matters he had so little information about was nothing more than a waste of time. Instead, he preferred to ask Wise Star Order the question he had held back from asking until this moment. Ancestor Wise Star Order, when you chose to tether your soul here, what purpose did you have for it? Was it really just to pass on this knowledge to me? The question was an obvious one, at least to Leonel. He didn't get lost in the fantastical nature of the world that was opening up wider and wider to him. Rather, he was able to see the obvious flaw sitting right before him. Earlier, Wise Star Order had implied that Miguel had already shed his lineage factor before. This meant that by now, Miguel, at the very least, had the Whitestone Elephant bloodline at his beck and call. Logically, this meant even if he didn't understand things to the detail that Wise Star Order described, he had still figured out enough to understand how to improve and upgrade himself. The rest of this were things that Leonel could have learned himself, especially since his perspective on these matters was even wider than Wise Star Order. Wise Star Order could only speculate that there were more tablets elsewhere, but he had no idea that there were tablets completely unrelated to the one that right here. So long as Michael gained the starry-tailed fox's lineage factor, he too would be able to conclude that there was more still waiting for him elsewhere. This was all to say, neither Leonel nor Michael needed these matters explained to them. At best, Wise Star Order had secluded himself here, torturing himself for what was probably hundreds of years, and for what? Exactly? To make sure his juniors grasped knowledge they would have anyway a few years earlier? Maybe Leonel could be considered a genius to have grasped this so quickly, and maybe someone else would have skipped over this thought a bit too quickly, but as far as he was concerned, it didn't take a genius to see that there was something wrong with this picture, so he needed to know. Were the intentions of Wise Star Order more secretive and sinister than it seemed? Or was there another reason? Chapter 1211, Chapter 1211, A hushed silence fell over the temple, Wise Star Order seeming to not want to answer immediately. There was one very important thing that had been left out in all of this, something that had been nagging at Leonel even more so than the oddity of Wise Star Order's actions, and that was the existence of the title Wise Star Order to begin with. What did Wise Star Order, Snow Star Order, and Northern Star Order even mean? Since the lineage factor of the Luxniks had originated from this tablet, then these titles should have come from it as well, correct? In that case, what did they mean? Another oddity even beyond this was the title Snow Star Order, from Wise Star Order's deductions. It seemed that the Healing Branch and the Wisdom Branch were recurring themes. In addition, this all seemed to double back to the 12-pointed star, or, in other words, the Northern Star. That begged the question, how was this related to Snow Star Order at all? It seemed odd. The only one of the 3 titles that seemed out of place. Of course, there was the possibility that it was a special title reserved for the Snowy Star Owl, but that just opened up more questions than answers, because in such a situation, this would mean that the oddities here were the title of Wise Star Order and Northern Star Order. But logically, an anomaly of 3 things couldn't be 2 separate parts of the whole, right? Leonel's mind was spinning in overdrive. From what he understood, the Northern Star Order title was very rare, so rare in fact that it had been many, many generations since it last appeared. The Wise Star Order title appeared 3 generations ago, but didn't seem to receive the same rarity attached to it. What was odd was that according to Leonel's grandmother, Wise Star Order and Snow Star Order appeared in history at about the same rate, while Northern Star Order almost never did. By now, the oddity was obvious. If Leonel was the creator of the tablet, an existence he had to assume was either alive or had at least once been, what would his purpose be? Likely, it would be to pass down their lineage. In that case, how would the titles be related to this? Well, in all likelihood, those who received these titles would be the ones the creator placed the greatest hope in. the creator wouldn't be able to pick and choose who ended up with their tablet. However, if one was intelligent enough to be capable of passing on their lineage through a tablet, wouldn't they also be capable of maximizing their effort? If Leonel put himself in such a person's shoes, what would he choose to do? Well, instead of throwing a fit and stressing over exactly who was lucky enough to find their inheritance, I would instead tag them. I would give them just enough strength to build up an empire for themselves and allow them to procreate and germinate through several generations. By then, an investment in what once was just one or a handful of people would suddenly become an investment into millions, billions, even tens of billions. Then, at my leisure, I would go through these individuals one by one. Over hundreds of years, thousands, tens of thousands, and even more, the number of individuals I would be able to test and groom would be almost too much to count. Eventually, I would get lucky. I would find a candidate that matched my requirements and smile upon realizing that everything had finally worked out. Then I would bestow such a person a title that would raise them above the rest. Such a person would have the greatest chance of maximizing my lineage and ensuring that what remains of me blossoms forth, growing to the potential I always knew it had. Of course, these were just Leonel's thoughts. It was a logical progression of things he felt had a better than 90% probability of being true, though he was certain that he was also missing large chunks here and there, not to mention several fine details. But why was this all important? What weight did it carry? Well, just logically speaking, if such a person was indeed a genius and they chose to create multiple of these titles, the names given wouldn't be meaningless, right? In fact, such a person would likely place dividing tiers among these names where certain titles would be worth far more than others were. If Leonel was such a person, he would most definitely rank Snowstar Order at the very bottom. After all, its origin was the weakest of the lineage factors, and it was tied to the weakest of the beasts. As for Y-Star Order and Northern Star Order, they would be far better. They encompassed a potential that touched upon all the beasts and were applicable to all of the lineage factors. Logically, then, wouldn't Y-Star Order be just as rare as Northern Star Order? At the very least, even if Y-Star Order was a step below Northern Star Order, it should still be more rare than Snowstar Order, right? So the question was, why was it that Y-Star Order had appeared so frequently in the history of the Luxniks? Shouldn't such a powerful title be more scarce? As the creator of this lineage factor, wouldn't I feel far more selective when handing out the most precious of my titles? Of course, that was just an oddity. What if it was just a coincidence? It might be. After all, Leonel knew so little about these matters, definitely far less than his great ancestor Y-Star Order. Unless it is that there was never more than a single Y-Star Order to begin with. Maybe, since the very beginning, such a prestigious title had only appeared once, and its importance was cleverly hidden over the years by the very same man. Leonel's lips curled into a smile. You can read my mind, right, ancestor? So I don't really need to waste my time repeating all of this? Leonel flipped his palm, a silver disc appearing in his hand. Hey, you useless hunk of metal, what's Ancestor Y-Star Orders? Ability Index? Pinye? 2HS, a replying to seed, a debut S. Ability Index, Soul Manipulation, Tier 5, Immortality S. Leonel chuckled dryly. Son of a bitch. Chapter 1212, Soul. Chapter 1212, Soul. Leonel had already memorized the known ability indexes, so he didn't really need the dictionary to explain anything more to him. Seed, root, form, manipulation, immortality. Even if he hadn't memorized these 5 titles, just by the fact that Y-Star Order was in Tier 5 to begin with was shocking enough. There was only one group of people who could enter the 5th tier, savants. Leonel had to say that the creator of these tablets surely chose well. There probably was no better choice for a title like Y-Star Order than a savant with a soul ability. Leonel felt like this was a great opportunity. He really wanted to find out how savants who hadn't been locked up since their youth functioned. From what it seemed, Y-Star Order was kind and even somewhat pitiable. However, Leonel was well aware that those who fell on the spectrum savants normally did were actually very good at falling in line and displaying an outward facade to fool those around them. In fact, if you weren't careful, you would very quickly find yourself being manipulated. Apparently, though, Leonel didn't realize the irony in his own thoughts. Someone else would have already fallen into Y-Star Order's rhythm. The moment Leonel felt pity for his ancestor, it was pretty much over. Y-Star Order most definitely hadn't wasted his years of immortality. If Leonel also blindly trusted him, what chance did he stand? Leonel shook his head. I wouldn't be surprised if the instances of Northern Star Order appearing in history were fabricated as well. You really thought ahead, just in case a Northern Star Order really did appear one day. You would have a backlog of fake history to rely upon, so no one shone light on you. But the question still remains, why? With a savant leading the charge, you could have done all of this yourself. What are you here waiting for? It can't be that you really want my body, right? Leonel smiled, but for some reason, it didn't seem to travel to his eyes. There was something decidedly cold about the current atmosphere. I see. Wise Star Order finally spoke, the slight bubbliness of his words having faded. Stripped down of all its emotion, his voice wasn't exactly cold, but it was just a step away from robotic, as though there wasn't anything particularly human left of him. So, you're a lot like me. It's no wonder my usual act doesn't work. Wise Star Order took a breath, but it seemed to be a habit rather than a necessity. You were a bit too naive, young one. The dimensional verse is far more vast than you can imagine, and a single wrong step could bring you ruin. Even being a savant isn't enough to guarantee anything. Just to get these fools to bide their time for 3 generations, I had to dedicate an entire lifetime to servitude. And, even then, I needed to kill a few idiots who wanted to ignore my prophecies. If it wasn't for the fact that I do indeed need your body, I would prefer to have you as a subordinate. You and I can see the world similarly, and I wouldn't have to worry about you doing something foolish. Leonel chuckled. You should pick someone else's body. If you try to take mine, your immortality ability won't be worth much. I hope you choose smarter. Wise Star Order didn't seem to hear Leonel's words at all and instead sighed. If only I wasn't born human. What good is a soul manipulation ability if my soul is so weak? What good is being immortal if my body still rots after a couple centuries? Oh, are there races with more powerful souls? Of course there are. Do you think I've wasted my years of life? My knowledge of the dimensional verse is beyond anything you can imagine. I've even left the human domain and traveled to places even those uppity cowards of the Void Palace don't dare to step foot in. I've seen a race of people who are born as nothing but souls. Their childhood is made up of nothing more than constructing the bodies they need to live in. Their souls are so powerful that each is like their own blazing sun. I've seen a race of people whose infants could kill a 6th-dimensional expert with a single stomp. I've even seen a race of people that can swallow planets and shit out moons. The humans' race is so pathetically weak that I'm almost baffled they still dare to call themselves emperors and empresses in this domain. They're just lucky that this domain doesn't have an 8th-dimensional region, or else what peaceful existence they do have would be torn to shreds in an instant. But then again, pretty soon, this shitty human domain will have one, huh? By then, there'll be no place to hide. I already don't have any more time to waste in this place. I need this family to grow stronger so I can take those final steps, and your body is simply excellent. Your mind is robust, so I won't have to shave off my own strength as much as I usually do. You have a high-class innate node, usually only those elemental races can form, and it happens to be the perfect innate node to speed up my evolution through the 5 light star beasts. When I have enough strength, I can finally go retrieve the next tablet from those arrogant elemental races and touch upon the final stage of evolution. Plus, you're also a Morales. Not worth much in the grand scheme, but in terms of humans, there's no better body to take. Oh? You know about the Morales? Of course I do. Leonel could practically hear Wise Star Order's sneer. Even after I hid the secret of the tablet away from your grandmother for so many years, that bitch was still progressing too fast. You came at the most convenient time for me to finally stall her growth. I never understood why humans place so much emphasis on their emotions. She could have long since rivaled the greatest experts of the human domain by now if she wasn't so soft. However, it's good for me this way. This family can only be led by me. Leonel suddenly laughed. You know, I originally felt quite bad for you, but now I think it would just be best if you died. Chapter 12.113, Pretending? Chapter 12.113, Pretending? Wise Star Order seemed to be stunned for a moment before he chuckled. You're still pretending? You're not like everyone else. Leonel didn't respond, his gaze having turned a frightening cold. But, toward this, Wise Star Order only released his first genuine chuckle. He was truly stunned that Leonel had gotten mad at him. If Leonel was mad because he caused him to be harmed as a child, that was fine. In fact, Wise Star Order could understand that. He would be mad having been outclassed and manipulated as well. As for the fact that Leonel had quite literally been a baby at the time, Wise Star Order didn't seem to care. However, Leonel seemed to be enraged by the words Wise Star Order had said about his grandmother. To be mad about such a ridiculous thing. Wise Star Order laughed once more. I'll never understand. I really won't. Forget it. This is nothing more than a waste of my time. The tablet glowed and a vague figure emerged from it. It was clear that the reason Leonel hadn't been able to seize Wise Star Order earlier was because he had been hiding away in the tablet. If the Snowy Star Owl's gaze could see through the tablet so easily, it wouldn't be a 6th-dimensional creature. In fact, it would have to be maybe the most powerful existence in the dimensional verse. However, without the tablet's protection, Leonel could see Wise Star Order just fine. And, quite frankly, he looked like nothing one might expect. He was a man probably even more handsome than Elthor. He exuded a cold aura that could make women swoon, and there was an arrogance in his gaze that looked down on the world. His hair was white and flowing, but his gaze was a gentle gold. The individual fibers of his irises layered atop of one another, giving the illusion that one was looking into a nebula lost in the depths of space. Even Leonel had to admit that this was a beautiful man, maybe a bit too beautiful. As a child of the universe, blessed with the right to become a savant, maybe this was how he should look, though. Wise Star Order took a step through the air, appearing before Leonel in the blink of an eye. The pressure he exuded was enormous. Just with his soul alone, Leonel could feel a depth he couldn't even begin to fathom. There was no doubt that Y-star order in his current state was most definitely not in the 5th dimension. In fact, Leonel had a feeling that he wasn't in the 6th dimension either. At a minimum, the soul before him was in the lofty 7th dimension, a height that the current Leonel couldn't even grasp toward. The gap was simply enormous. When Y-star order said that his soul was fragile, that was only a matter of relativity. It didn't matter how fragile a 7th dimensional soul was. To a 5th dimensional being, it might as well have been a god ascended beyond a god. And yet, Leonel matched his gaze, a depth of cold detachment within them that seemed unmoved and unbothered. Y-star order scanned Leonel from top to bottom. The difference between them was so large that he didn't feel the need to rush. Plus, with how large the gap in their dimensions was, Leonel was indeed correct. He could read Leonel's mind. This didn't have much to do with his ability, but was rather a matter of a gap in dimensions. Reading Leonel was as easy as Leonel could read the pages of a book. This was what a true gap in dimensions represented, a gap that even Leonel couldn't close. Are you confident because of your mother? Your father, maybe? I must say that your father is indeed a man I have to fear. Unfortunately, he isn't here, and even he wasn't able to see through the protections of the tablet. As for your mother, she is powerful enough to eradicate the Luxniks single-handedly right now, but she is still within the 6th dimension. What threat does she pose to me? Y-star order said these words and scanned Leonel again. But nothing about his expression changed except for his smile becoming colder. I have over 10 million minds, each thinking different thoughts. You only have one to sift through them all. Those are odds I quite like. How about you? Leonel asked evenly. Y-star order's gaze turned colder. You overestimate yourself, young one. If you are so confident, why are you talking so much? Come on and try your luck. Leonel's gaze also became colder. The entire sector was focused on a singular arena hundreds of thousands of miles away from this place. The Luxniks estate seemed to be quite calm at this moment as well. No one seemed to be aware that a cold war with a weight beyond anything anyone could imagine was occurring right this moment in an inconspicuous temple. And then, Y-star order smiled brightly, suddenly turning into a beam of light that entered Leonel. Leonel's gaze flashed, his mind steeling itself and activating. He didn't trust his own reaction speed against a 7th dimensional existence. For all he knew, the gap could be so wide that his mind would wipe instantaneously. As such, he set one of his Ez to take out the silver tablet and activate its personality wiping function the instant Y-star order vanished into his body. It was a moment that occurred in less than a split second. The moment Leonel felt the cool sensation of the silver tablet entering his palms, he knew he had won. Without his personality, Y-star order's consciousness would be gone, leaving his soul as nothing more than a ball of energy without form. However, when the tablet flashed and Y-star order's soul was targeted, a sudden laughter resonated through Leonel's body. Young one, like I told you before, you truly overestimate yourself. 10 million minds? Did you think that this was a feat? Even with a single mind, I can have 10 million thoughts simultaneously and without effort. Scanning all of your thoughts and organizing which were decoys and which were reality was as easy as breathing. Do you think I was unaware of this trump card of yours? Leonel froze, feeling his body losing control of itself. Unfortunately, Leonel had made a great mistake. When Miel erased Ina's personality, he had to wait until she was in a state of absolute vulnerability. Her mind had to practically collapse first. Despite being her father and knowing that Ina would probably trust him to do it normally, he still had to take this approach. Why? The answer was simple. The tablet wasn't omnipotent. It couldn't just rush about erasing the minds of people as it pleased. It needed one's guard lowered to the greatest possible degree. A 7th dimensional expert, 2 evolutions above Leonel, and completely on guard, was the exact opposite of the situation Leonel needed. Leonel's gaze flickered, its coldness fading and a sigh leaving his lips. It seemed that his lack of information had finally caught up to him. There was only so much that could be done through deduction. His luck had run out. Chapter 1214 Ellenstead, Chapter 1214 Ellenstead, Leonel didn't seem to be enraged. It was more so that he had already expected as much. It was an inevitable end. Every day he seemed to be learning about fascinating and great things, but too often these were matters that others were fully aware of or could have been explained to him long ago. The fact that Y-star order mentioned going to seek out a second tablet after he had enough strength was enough to prove that he at least knew something about these matters, enough for him to be ready for everything Leonel was prepared to throw at him. Y-star order was correct. Leonel had overestimated himself. 10 million minds sound like a great feat and an enormous number, but one had to remember that the gap between dimensions was akin to the difference between mortals and gods. By the 5th dimension, millions probably shouldn't even be considered a large denomination anymore. The fact that Y-star order could treat it like a joke didn't really fill Leonel with humiliation. He just felt inadequate and foolish. Maybe he was an idiot for taking offense to Ina's lack of belief in him. She probably knew far more about the dimensional verse than he did. In that case, her reaction to his dream wasn't cruelty, it was just a dose of reality. The harshest realization of it all was that even if Leonel was correct and 10 million minds was far too much for Y-star order to sift through, it wouldn't matter. Even if he had caught Y-star order off guard, the silver tablet still wouldn't have been able to wipe his personality. Leonel thought that he might be enraged when he faced death or feel fear in the very least. But he didn't react those ways at all. Rather, it was almost like because he could see the logic behind his death, he could accept it. He didn't know how to feel about this. It was much less dramatic than the last time he almost died. Well, there were multiple of those times, but there were only two he could remember that truly felt so close. The second was of course this moment right now, and the first was the day he almost died at the hands of that Mayan girl. His guilt had reached such a peak at that time that he felt like he deserved to die. In a lot of ways, it was similar to this moment in that he saw the logic in it. Leonel was rational and logical to a fault, or at least that was the way he liked to see himself. Because of this, he could never understand why some thought themselves to be better than another. There was no objective metric by which you could judge the value of a human being. There were only various lenses you could see worth through. Leonel's talent was seen as oh so valuable in the world he was currently in. But it was exactly just that, only valuable in the world he was currently in. What if the dimensional verse was absolutely peaceful and they entered a world where battle prowess and the ability to throw the strongest punch was meaningless? Would his perceived value still be the same? In Leonel's mind, unless one could come up with an objective metric by which to value someone, all of this was just worthless. No matter what world you live in, 1 liter of water would remain 1 liter of water. 1 second of time would remain 1 second of time. The wavelength of blue would remain the wavelength of blue. Unless someone could give him the worth of a human with an objective, unadulterated, and indelible number, you could never convince Leonel otherwise. Maybe somewhere deep inside, Leonel was fascinated with finding out what this objective metric was. His fascination with crafts, his pursuit of unity and peace, maybe it was all because of this one purpose. But it didn't seem to matter much now. He had finally slipped up. Leonel sighed. Old man, you really screwed me over this time. Leonel's mind flashed with images of his father before he stopped thinking altogether. He didn't feel like giving Y-Star Order the satisfaction. The only chance he had now was for his dad to realize that he was no longer Leonel. Maybe then he could get revenge from the afterlife. He wasn't mad at his father for not teaching him about the dimensional verse. No matter how much his father knew, there was a limit to his knowledge as well. Eventually, Leonel would run into something his father hadn't taught him, and then what? There was no way anyone could know everything about such a vast world. What would set people apart were those who were either lucky enough to never have to face the unknown, or powerful enough that the unknown didn't matter. Clearly, as lucky as Leonel was in life, he still wasn't lucky enough, and, as powerful as he thought he had become, he was still an ant. Leonel relaxed, but what he hadn't expected was for the moment he did, for a shocked scream to ring through his mind. Leonel didn't seem to react to this like one should. He calmly turned his attention toward his ethereal glabella, the location Y-Star Order must have entered, and what he found made him raise an eyebrow. Oh, I see. Leonel's almost deadpan voice filled Y-Star Order with an almost endless amount of fury. How is this here? How? HOW. I made sure to have them take your innate note out of you. Y-Star Order felt himself crumbling away beneath the might of Leonel's 7th star. It swirled about slowly but menacingly, a harsh aura of destruction wafting outward. The moment Leonel was born, Y-Star Order had decided on his vessel. He was absolutely perfect, but the Scarlet Star innate node was too dangerous. It was deadly to practically anyone who came in contact with it, let alone a fragile soul. So Y-Star Order devised a plan to have it taken out of Leonel. His original intention was to let Leonel grow without it, take over Leonel's body, and then snatch the innate node back from Michael, thus completing his machinations. After all, there were certain troubles associated with transplanting high-level innate nodes that would act as stumbling blocks for Michael, slowing his progress enough for Y-Star Order to overtake him with ease, even with Leonel as a starting point. However, even with all his vast stores of knowledge, he could have never expected that Leonel would regrow his innate node. How was that even possible? He had traveled so much, seen so much, absorbed so much, but he had never heard of such a thing. Leonel watched as Y-Star Order struggled, his emotions hardly fluctuating. It was like it wasn't his life being saved right this moment at all, almost as though he was watching a movie from a third perspective. He was simply unmoved by it all. He didn't feel any happiness or relief. Instead, I guess I really am just lucky. You should have feared my father more. Chapter 1215 meaningless? Chapter 1215 meaningless? It was quite ironic. Just earlier today, Leonel's grandmother was warning him about the dangers of Scarlet Star Force. Her exact words were that Scarlet Star Force was one of the only forces she knew of that could cause harm to a higher dimensional being, while even at a lower dimensional level. However, when faced with Y-Star Order, Leonel hadn't even considered using it. Firstly, whatever damage a force could land required it to actually land in the first place. Leonel had no confidence in landing an attack on a 7th dimensional being. Y-Star Order had already proven that his mind worked even faster than Leonel's own. It was foolish to even consider such a thing. Secondly, Leonel had still underestimated his own innate node. Even though he remembered the words his grandmother had said, he didn't think that this would apply across 2-dimensional levels. Though Leonel had fought 6th-dimensional experts in the past without the use of his Scarlet Star Force, there were multiple factors to take into account. For one, they were exceptionally weak amongst 6th-dimensional beings. Compared to the sixth-dimensional existences of the Luxnix family or seventh-dimensional families, it could only be said that the mere fact they could share the same title was grace enough. The second important point was the environment. Because of the preparations Leonel had made, the core abilities a sixth-dimensional existence should have weren't accessible, thus weakening them further. Third, Leonel had a detailed breakdown of all of their abilities ahead of time thanks to the detailed report of the Radix. With the opportunity to set up a battle plan ahead of time, he was at too great of an advantage. And finally, Leonel's body was built on the foundation of the lineage factor of a pinnacle seventh-dimensional family, and he had brought it to just a single step away from the sixth dimension before the battle even began. Yet, even with all of these advantages, that battle had almost cost him his life. Knowing all of this, when faced with a seventh-dimensional existence like Y-Star Order, even Leonel was a bit baffled by the result. This was especially so because Y-Star Order wasn't a normal seventh-dimensional existence. It had to be remembered that savants could not access the strength everyone else could. This meant that they couldn't progress through the dimensions like everyone else could, nor could they comprehend universal forces. This was the exchange they made for the power they were granted. This meant that the seventh-dimensional pressure Leonel was feeling from Y-Star Order wasn't a result of his true dimension level, but rather a reflection of how much he had honed his ability throughout the years. Leonel had assumed that because Y-Star Order's ability was tethered to his soul's mobility and immortality, that it would naturally translate into its durability. And that it did. The issue wasn't durability, but rather durability in comparison to a corporeal body. Why was it that a supposed seventh-dimensional being was forced to bide his time and scheme as he had? Why did he go so far to cover up his ability as a savant, even to the point of fabricating the birth of several Northern Star Orders in order to hide his trail, and even spending an entire lifetime as a good Samaritan, all to ensure that the maximum number of individuals possible would believe his philosophy? Didn't it all point toward him not being as powerful as he seemed? A savant like Weiss would always be able to protect himself because as he grew, his ability to lock space would continue along with him. What did he have to fear if everyone around him couldn't move? A savant like Candle would always be able to protect herself because as she grew, her ability to reflect attacks would grow along with her. What did she have to fear if every assault levied toward her was reflected back toward her enemy? A savant like Monkey would always be able to protect himself as he grew. His ability to multiply his strength seemingly indefinitely would always grow along with him. What did he have to fear if there seemed to be no end to the strength of his fist and the number of copies of himself he could make? All of the savants that Leonel had met to this point had abilities that directly translated to strength or excellent defense. But what would you do when you were a savant like Y-Star Order? You would, presumably, be born in a family that treasured power. But you could display none of your own in your youth. All you had was your clever mind and a title bestowed to you by a mysterious entity with a purpose you knew nothing of. In that sort of situation, what would you do? Wouldn't you have to bide your time and scheme, hopping from valuable body to valuable body, strengthening it to reach your goals, and then abandoning it before it died of old age? Wouldn't you be forced to do exactly what the current Y-Star Order had done? But ultimately, your innate disposition would still be fragile and weak. As much as Y-Star Order had tempered his soul over the years compared to a true seventh-dimensional existence, it was lacking considerably. While his soul was leaps and bounds above what one could expect from even a seventh-dimensional being's soul, when compared to a seventh-dimensional being's body, it was several steps below. The soul was ultimately a fragile construct. Even when supplemented with such a powerful ability, this fact didn't change. In fact, Y-Star Order's soul was only about as durable as Leonel's body would be once he brought his metal body to the sixth dimension. Y-Star Order had been a man who took every step meticulously, making sure to cover his bases, had actually fallen to a boy due to bad luck just when all his years of diligent planning were finally about to pay off. Wasn't his life far too meaningless? Chapter 1216, Other Way Around. Chapter 1216, Other Way Around. There was one large matter that still left Leonel deep in thought, though. The soul manipulation ability was more than just about a soul being able to exist without its body for extended periods of time and giving the soul shape. It came with a great boost in intelligence similar to other mental-type abilities, came with an enormous boost in soul durability, and, most importantly, came with extraordinarily sensitive senses. Honestly, when Leonel had read the description of the Soul Manipulation Ability Index, he had assumed that Tier 5 practically aligned with an indestructible soul. But hearing the screams of pain and agony of Y-Star Order, even to the point he couldn't even maintain his form properly anymore, Leonel realized that at least that assumption had been wrong. But what about the rest? With the sensitivity of a person with a soul manipulation ability, it should definitely be far beyond Leonel's own. Was it not possible to sense? Leonel actually wasn't sure. He had been walking around with a massive ticking time bomb in his right kidney, but no one had ever said anything about it. In fact, now that he thought about it, his grandmother, who also had senses far beyond himself, warned him to watch out for Michael. From her words, it was clear that she was also unaware. When Leonel's thoughts led him down this road, he realized there was another person whose ignorance was a bit baffling. Leonel wasn't sure of the abilities of the world spirit, at least not entirely, but he would think that his mother's internal sight was probably pretty powerful as well. But she hadn't said anything about his regrown innate node either. Previously, Leonel hadn't linked all of these things because he wasn't aware that regrowing an innate node was so impossible. It was only after he heard Y Star Order's shock that he put two and two together, finally understanding why his grandmother was so worried. No one but he was aware that he had regrown his node. Even those he fought at Valiant Heart Mountain, back during the last time he had been forced to use it, all died at his hands. I see. Is this a sort of protection, or is it something else? Y Star Order didn't even notice that my innate node was back until he ran into my 7th star. He didn't confirm until then. Interesting. Young one, you win, I yield. Leonel, who had tuned out Y Star Order's screams, raised a brow. Honestly, Leonel wasn't being neglectful. He was ignoring Y Star Order because there wasn't much he could do in this situation other than observe the status quo. While he could take control of his 7th star to absorb more Scarlet Star Force, he would just end up hurting himself. And, quite frankly, Y Star Order's wisdom was beyond his own. He clearly lived up to his name. This wasn't a man Leonel could just outsmart because he wanted to. Why couldn't you sense my innate node? Y Star Order, who was experiencing the pain of a lifetime, was speechless. What the hell was this little brat asking him right now? But he seemed to want to grasp onto the last strand of hope he had, so he answered. He and Leonel weren't exactly normal people to begin with. Maybe there really was no better time than now for this. I couldn't sense your innate node even if I wanted to. Even now I can't. The only explanation is that it's grown to a point where it will return to nature soon. Return to nature? My innate node will leave me? Leonel blinked, not liking the sound of this. No. Y Star Order grit his teeth, doing his best not to call Leonel a fucking idiot. Forces on the level of Scarlet Star Force are called true state forces. There are only a few, and each represents the greatest pinnacle of a particular element. When it returns to nature, it means that it is in perfect union with its surroundings and is accepted by both your body and the universe. Y Star Order felt like bashing his head against a wall. The philosophy behind this was deep and complex, but it felt like thousands of drills were twisting into his body at once. How could he focus on this lesson and that at the same time? The appearance of an innate node comes with a phenomena. The more powerful the innate node, the more powerful the phenomena. Usually babies like you die, but your father was powerful enough to protect you, so you lucked out. This phenomena represents the fury of the universe as you are stealing something from it. This punishment is even worse for humans than certain other races. The pinnacle state an individual with an innate node can reach is a return to nature state. That's a stage where your innate node is no longer a foreign object, but rather becomes a true part of yourself. Similar to a savant, the burden of usage drastically lowers when such a state is reached. The beginning stages of this transition is denoted by a large influx and increased concentration of natural force nodes, and you will begin to hear your force nodes speak to you. Y Star Order spoke these words as fast as he could, expelling them almost like hot air. If it wasn't for Leonel's thinking speed, he probably wouldn't have picked up on all of it. Leonel's gaze lit up. Oh? That sounds great. Y Star Order, probably pissed off by Leonel's reactions, just sneered deeply, a cold laughter filling Leonel's mind. I don't know what you did to be approaching such a state so early, but it's not a good thing for you by any stretch of the imagination, especially not with the nature of Scarlet Star Force. At your pace, within 100 years your innate node will return to its natural state. Usually, only those old bastards of the elemental races who've seen tens of thousands of years of life would be able to reach that stage. Their minds are far stronger than yours, and their paths have already been set in stone. But you're nothing more than a little brat with a ticking time bomb hovering somewhere within his body. If your innate node returns to nature without you fully comprehending and grasping it, it'll be controlling you, not the other way around. Chapter 1217, Just Energy? Chapter 1217, Just Energy? Controlling me? It's just a source of energy. Leonel's brow furrowed. The disdain in Y Star Order's short silence spoke volumes. However, Leonel waited patiently. After all, it wasn't his soul suffering in infernal hell. Y Star Order could be as disdainful as he wanted, he didn't care. It's not just a source of energy, fool. Y Star Order no longer held back. Since he had already acknowledged that Leonel was a lot like him, he also understood that there was no point in holding back. Whether or not he was nice with his words didn't matter. Leonel had already decided whether he would care to listen to his proposal or not. Everything else was meaningless. In the lower dimensions, energy might just be energy. But, the higher the dimension, the more energy gains character of its own. Why do you think universal force relies on comprehension? Why do you think artistic conception can become so powerful? Why is the dividing line between mortality and the God path, the unshackling of the mind, and the visualization of the fifth dimension? Lower dimensional worlds have no idea where consciousness comes from. They think that it just sprouts up from nowhere. Your Earth is a bit more interesting as it leaned very heavily into science, far better than those primitive third-dimensional worlds that could barely boil water, but even they were lacking. It's not a secret where consciousness comes from. Consciousness is birthed from energy. The forces of the dimensional verse all represent certain kernels of truth, certain philosophies, and embody certain values. When a living creature is born, they are the result of an amalgamation of these forces. Life, at its root, is just a random assortment of these vast energies. Who you are as a person is randomly decided by how these energies come together. Why is it that savants have minds that work so much differently from normal individuals? It's because they are so hyper-talented in one area that we lose the well-roundedness many others have. The result is a fixation on one path and an imbalance in personality that those who can't see the world the way we do find odd and feel a need to fit into a box. Every force in existence has a disposition it slants to. The closer to a true state force you become, the more the weeds are cut away and the more striking a singular powerful thought remains. By now, I'm sure you know exactly what that singular thought for your Scarlet Star Force is. Leonel's gaze narrowed. Destruction. Leonel's mind began to piece these things together. So it seemed that when he tried to force the formation of his 10th node, feeling that his body was missing something, he had accidentally caused the accelerated growth of his innate node. Right now, it was much larger and much more powerful than it should have been. Wise Star Order had said it would take 100 years. Leonel didn't know how true or false this was. But what he did know was that in the grand scheme, 100 years wasn't a lot of time. A sixth-dimensional existence could live for over 500 years without much issue. A seventh-dimensional existence could experience over 1,000 years and live into the several thousands. Leonel wasn't sure about beyond that, but from what it sounded like from Wise Star Order's words, eighth-dimensional existences were indeed real, and they lived on the order of tens of thousands. These numbers didn't become outrageously large to Leonel until the seventh dimension. There were people back on Earth who could live past 200 years old, so it wasn't too much of a culture shock to him below that. It was just that this wasn't the norm for the rest of the dimensional verse. This aside, saying Leonel had 100 years left was like putting a looming guillotine over his head. If his Scarlet Star Force had as much potential as he thought, maybe only the pinnacle of the eighth dimension could compare. There was simply no way Leonel could comprehend anything to that depth in such a short time. Those long lifespans weren't just for show. That was how much time it took even the most gifted to reach those levels. I see, Leonel's gaze sharpened. His feelings about his previous close shave with death practically rolled off his shoulders as though it had never happened. He had already accepted that his luck was a large part of the reason he could stand here today. He wouldn't let his close call force him to waver. In fact, he felt that his mind was firmer and he already wasn't far from Tier 5. He seemed to be blazing through the fifth dimension just as fast as he had the third. I will hear you out and thanks for this information. It's greatly helpful to me. Why should I save you after you tried to kill me instead of waiting until you're weak enough for the silver tablet to work on you? Leonel wasn't entirely sure how it worked, but what he was sure of was the fact that memory and personality were separate thanks to his experience with Ina. That meant that if he used the silver tablet, it shouldn't affect Wise Star Order's memories theoretically. However, as for whether this would allow Leonel to absorb them, Leonel had no idea. It was a nice thought, but he wasn't sure if it was a thought he had had from watching too much anime with his dad or if it was feasible. He also wasn't even sure where he would absorb it. He didn't have a tangible soul with a form like Wise Star Order did. For all he knew, after his personality was erased, Wise Star Order's soul would just slowly dissipate. It might be more feasible if Wise Star Order used Dream Force, which Leonel had an exceptionally high affinity in, but from what it seemed, Wise Star Order used regular Soul Force. There was also the problem of how strong Wise Star Order's soul was. It was definitely far stronger than Leonel's own. Would Leonel's mind implode if he tried to absorb it? Leonel simply knew too little to act. There were far too many variables. Realizing this was his chance, Wise Star Order pounced on it. I can guide you. Chapter 1208. Second Generation Wastrel. Chapter 1208. Second Generation Wastrel Leonel was tempted to probe Wise Star Order by just saying, why would I accept that when I can just take your memories for myself? But he decided against it for the moment. He had no confidence in bluffing Wise Star Order, at least not with something he was so ignorant of. Trying to do so would just put him on the losing end. Why would I trust any advice you give me? I have a technique. Wise Star Order replied just as quickly, clearly already prepared. In my travels, I've come across a lot. In the race, I mentioned Born as Souls. They have many soul-related techniques. They're called the spirituals. The technique is the technique. It binds the two of our souls into one and ties our fates. So long as one of us dies, the other will as well. This will ensure that I can't harm you. When Leonel heard this, he sneered. You expect me to believe that you're willing to use this technique? This is essentially you giving up your immortality. Do you take me for an idiot? If it was anything else, Leonel might have been inclined to believe it initially, but this was too ridiculous. Without Leonel's influence, Wise Star Order was an immortal. If he tied his life and death to Leonel, he was losing an infinite amount of lifespan. Leonel would never believe something so ridiculous. Of course, the other path laid before Wise Star Order was to die right now. But Leonel still felt that this ancestor of his would choose hundreds of paths before he chose this one. Just looking at how scared he was to die even after living for so long spoke volumes. On top of that, the idea of tying his life to someone else disgusted Leonel. He wasn't sure why, but it left him deeply uncomfortable, almost as though he was compromising his sense of self for a person who he didn't even trust. He couldn't explain it beyond this. Y-Star Order furiously shook his head. There's no such thing as true immortality in this world. Just being in the presence of your Scarlet Star Force is shaving years off of me. At best, I would just live 100 or so times the lifespan of a normal individual of the 8th dimension. I've already lived over 20% of my time through. Leonel's expression didn't change much to this response. He had somewhat expected it. True immortality seemed a bit exaggerated. But even then, Y-Star Order was giving up hundreds of thousands of years. Leonel wouldn't live nearly so long. Seeing that Leonel wasn't biting even after this, Y-Star Order's expression fluttered wildly, being antsy. Every moment he spent here, he lost decades off his life. Even for him, he would soon run out. The destructive capabilities of this force were way too potent. He was right to take precautions against it while Leonel was a baby, but who knew that things would still turn out this way? All right, sure. Leonel smiled. Unfortunately, before Y-Star Order could get excited, Leonel spoke again. I will call my dad here and he will inspect your technique in my stead. If he says that there's nothing wrong with it, we can go ahead with your idea. Y-Star Order's expression changed wildly and he began to cough. There's no need to do this, right? Why not? It's just a small measure. He's pretty fast. He will probably get here soon. It's not too much of a problem. He's a bit of a dick sometimes, but he's a good father. Y-Star Order panicked. He'll definitely kill me. He won't agree at all. Don't you want to grow on your own outside of your father's shadow? They'll always call you his son unless you can surpass him. Do you have any idea the kind of weight the name Velasco Morales holds? The agitation in Y-Star Order's voice only seemed to grow. No, I'm actually very okay with being a second-generation wastrel. I've already accepted it. Today, my arrogance almost got me killed. I have no intention of going through that again. I have no ambition any longer, and I'll just live out the rest of my life in peace. Find a beautiful wife, have a few kids. You damned brat, you're messing with me while I'm dying? Leonel chuckled coldly. It's you who is playing with your own life. I have all the time in the world. Keep trying to play me for a fool, and your sand will run out. Y-Star Order grit his teeth, his fury almost palpable. His soul wavered in and out of existence, almost as though it might flicker out completely any moment now. What do you want? Y-Star Order squeezed out. It's simple. I'm sure that among those techniques of yours, there's an enslavement method. I don't doubt it. After all, that's the only reason you'd have so much confidence right now. You probably believe that you'll be able to take control of me one way or another. I want that method. You have hundreds of thousands of years left to live. As for me, even if I make it to the 8th dimension, I will still only have a small fraction of that. If I don't, well, you'll be set free even sooner than that. That's the price. Exchange my lifetime in your servitude and I will let you go. If not, well, rot in hell, ancestor. Leonel's ultimatum was straight to the point and held not a single thing back. He sat in leisure waiting for Y-Star Order's response, and, surprisingly, it came not too long later. I agree. Good. Smart men don't waste time with meaningless things. Give me the formula for the technique. I will analyze it myself. You won't call that man here, right? I may have been trying to trick you before, but he really would kill me. My dad? Leonel laughed. Don't worry, I have methods outside of him to deal with this. Leonel looked at the dictionary in his palm. Without a word, Y-Star Order began to use the last dregs of his energy to push the technique outward. Chapter 1219. Finished. Chapter 1219. Finished. Leonel took his time. He wasn't trying to torture Y-Star Order, but it was rather that he wouldn't play games with his own life. The technique that Y-Star Order passed on to him was unlike anything Leonel had ever seen before. It almost made all the Force Art languages that he had learned to this point seem like chicken scratch. Ancestor said that this technique came from the spirituals race. Is the gap this large? His gaze couldn't help but narrow. The difference was akin to going from a coding language filled with redundancies to one that was elegant and streamlined. In fact, what was particularly beautiful about this Force Art language was that it didn't seem constrained in the same way the others Leonel had come to know were. For example, the Morales family's Force Art was best used for crafting. The Luxnix family's Force Art was best used to form beast constructs. However, the Force Art of the spirituals seemed like it could do it all. It was so perfect that there wasn't a single weakness. After a while, though, Leonel realized that it was just an illusion. It wasn't that this Force Art language had no weaknesses. It was rather that the weaknesses weren't visible from his perspective and weren't nearly as glaring. It was likely that this Force Art worked perfectly for specific use cases related to the soul, but Leonel wouldn't be surprised if the spirituals had other languages to deal with other matters. Leonel couldn't help but be intrigued. He suddenly wanted to know a lot more about this race and how they built their understanding of Force Arts to this level. Leonel had no intention of switching his Force Arts. Though this Force Art system seemed to have no weaknesses and it could perform all sorts of tasks, how well it could do them was a separate matter. It was this that made Leonel realize that the spirituals must have other Force Arts. But to think that a Force Art not even created for those purposes could still fulfill them, what about those designed for crafting? How much better are they? The only shame was that Leonel didn't know enough about soul-related matters to understand just how magical this Force Art language was. To have the ability to tether things as fragile as souls, while simultaneously not causing any harm to them, was baffling. Just to understand how great of a feat this was, most humans couldn't even grasp the concept of a soul. Even Leonel didn't know where his was or how to sense it. Yet, just by observing this technique, Leonel could feel an odd emotion welling up within him. It was similar to that feeling one got when they stared into the mirror for too long. That feeling that told you that maybe the you that you were looking at wasn't actually you. The more you stared, the more foreign the you had always known seemed, and the more difficult it became to reconcile with the fact that nothing had changed from the moment you started to this moment here. Something stirred within him. First it felt as though he was gazing upon the formation with his eyes, and then it felt like he was gazing upon it with his mind, and then it suddenly felt as though he was gazing upon it with something even deeper than his mind. Leonel's ethereal glabella stirred, the rotation of his 7 stars becoming faster and faster. Fuck. Wise Star Order felt like banging his head against a wall. This was his last chance. This stupid fool had actually lost himself in meditation. The force arts of the spirituals were very unique, and Leonel's analysis of it could only, at best, be considered to be about 10 to 20% accurate, with the rest of it being nonsense. The spirituals had a very unique way of protecting their intellectual property and their discoveries. Most outside their race that gaze upon their force arts would feel as though their souls were being ripped out from their bodies. Eventually, exactly that would happen. Then, the use of the force art would change and one's soul would become entrapped. Once this occurred, they would become nourishment for the force art and breathe life into it, causing a self-destruction sequence of the intelligence to take place. But why was Leonel's soul actually so sturdy? Son of a bitch, who the hell is Dreamforce affinity this high? Why Star Order suddenly realized that he really was out of luck this time. He didn't have any more tricks up his sleeve. In order to ensure that Leonel trusted him as much as possible, he had even been forced to give the real deal over. Leonel had managed to sense his soul before the force art could rip it out. And, with his Dreamforce affinity, he could take control of it before anything bad happened. The force art of the spirituals originally didn't have any force within it, it was just a drawing. Only by using the soul of the spectator as fuel could it then self-destruct. Its main design was created to use a meditation trick to fool the ignorant into letting their souls free, but it didn't actually have any strong suction force of its own. Fuck, I hate this kid. Once Leonel grasped the technique properly, he was finished. He wouldn't be able to hide anything from Leonel, and even all his lies would be seen right through. He would be a true slave, and there was nothing he could do about it. It was all too infuriating. A slow breath left Leonel's lips. His mind felt so much clearer than it ever had before. Though his number of split minds hadn't increased, his thinking speed felt like it had doubled, making the effectiveness of the split minds he already had increased by at least a fold. His gaze sharpened, and his understanding of Dreamforce seemed to have jumped forward another measure. Leonel suddenly had little doubt that his simulations would be even more accurate than they had been in the past. Let's begin then. Chapter 1220, L Don't Like L. Chapter 1220, L Don't Like LT, Why Star Order Deflated. As expected, after sensing the fringes of his soul for the first time, Leonel grasped the technique not too long after, especially considering that it wasn't much of a technique per se. Soul-bound was a contract. So long as you had the skill to draw the force art, there wasn't much else to it. And the fact that Wise Star Order was just a soul and didn't have a body made it even easier, not to mention the fact he was already within Leonel's ethereal glabella. Drawing a force art within his own domain like that made things easy on him. Soon, Wise Star Order found himself bound, his mind and thoughts completely opened up to Leonel. The only saving grace about this matter was that he was finally not being continuously assaulted with pain because he could finally leave Leonel's mind. Wise Star Order didn't seem to be doing too good. Aside from the fact his expression was dark, he had suffered no small amount of injury, and the result was him being nothing but misty fog from the waist down. Even some of his torso got the same treatment. He gazed toward Leonel deeply, but Leonel himself was still a bit enraptured by that mystical feeling this force art had given him. But, unfortunately, it didn't feel nearly as good as the first time. It was like the trick no longer worked on him anymore. Your Dreamforce affinity is abnormal. Wise Star Order said coldly. What is abnormal about it? It's just related to my ability. Leonel said casually. No, it's abnormal. Your affinity is what you would expect from a savant, but you're clearly not one. I would bet that you haven't even truly stepped into tier 4 of your ability. It makes little to no sense. Leonel raised an eyebrow. He looked up to meet his ancestor's gaze. But then he soon realized that he didn't need to observe him to know whether he was lying or not. Their connection told him all he needed to know. It seemed he would have to flex this muscle a bit more because it required him getting a feel for his soul and sensing what it was telling him. It was almost like he had gained a new limb and he needed to learn how to use it. I haven't stepped into tier 4 of my ability? I thought I had already. Leonel was a bit off-put by this as well. The tier of your ability can't be decided by how it functions in a 5th or 6th dimensional world. What are you thinking? Then is it decided by how it works in a 7th dimensional one? Leonel asked. He hadn't ever felt his ability dip down in strength when going between worlds, so he always just assumed it never would. No, fool. Your father was born in a seventh-dimensional world. Why would your ability take a dip down in one? The true strength of an ability is decided by how it performs on a void battlefield. A void battlefield? Why Star Order sighed. It seems that this would be his life now. Guiding a literal toddler to learn about things almost anyone would already know about. They're the locations between domains. The pressure they exude is unlike anything you've experienced. Even those born on eighth-dimensional worlds cannot take them lightly. From what I can see, your ability would be at best at the lower reaches of Tier 3 on even the weakest void battlefield. In the worst case, it would fall near the higher reaches of Tier 2. Leonel's brows shot up. That was an enormous change. The levels of Leonel's ability were opening, awakening, visualization, control, and finally manifestation. He could still stand it if his ability fell to Tier 3 because visualization was what he probably used the most often. If he fell out of Tier 4, he would lose access to abilities like Dream Counter and Dream Sense, but it wouldn't be the end of the world. Falling out of Tier 3, though, that would be an enormous hit to his battle prowess. Visualization allowed Leonel to recreate objects and simulate reality in his mind. If he lost that, he would lose his Dreamscape, Dream Sculpt, Dream Clone. Practically all of his ability's best strength would vanish. All Tier 2, the awakening level could give Leonel was an added sensory perception and his Dreamforce affinity. But, because his ability couldn't project Dreamforce like other Dreamforce-related abilities could, this was all but useless. Leonel's expression went through several changes. He had never expected something like this. How do I strengthen my ability? Why Star Order really didn't want to answer, but it seemed he didn't really have a choice. Didn't you just take the first step? Comprehend Dreamforce more. That's the root of everything you can do. But you already said my Dreamforce affinity is higher than it should be. Then why would my ability level be so low on a void battlefield? Since when did affinity have anything to do with comprehension? In fact, the higher your affinity, the tougher it makes it in some respects. People like you just do without understanding, and it's a detriment. Leonel almost couldn't help but chuckle at this. The irony was palpable. He spent so long running away from doing things on instinct, and yet he had neglected what he relied on instinct the most to do. From the very beginning, everything related to his ability came naturally to him, and things only got better after he swapped out Soul Force for Dream Force. Now that Leonel was aware, though, the change he had to make was simple. He just had one other pressing question, one that was burning at the back of his mind. He would never forgive himself for not getting an answer to it. How the hell do I stop old bastards like you from reading my mind? I don't like it. AN, last chapter for today. A3, Chapter 1221. A show, Chapter 1221. A show Leonel and Y Star Order fell into a full-blown back and forth, much to the latter's chagrin. However, there was no escaping it. If he wanted to make his life the smallest bit easier, he had no choice but to follow along with Leonel's wishes. The only way to protect your mind from higher dimensional beings is by using a higher dimensional treasure. I don't have a seventh dimensional treasure just lying around. If I did, would I have almost died to you? Give me a better answer than that. There's no better answer. There's just the answer and nothing else. What do you take me for? I can't just conjure things up out of thin air. Can't you just protect my mind for me? Are you an idiot? Seventh dimensional existences can tell the difference. You want to expose the fact you have a savant in your head? They'll probably think that you're being controlled by me and they'll kill first and ask questions later. What the hell is this? Didn't you say my dad was OP? Wouldn't these seventh dimensional old fogies think twice about doing that? OP? What is that supposed to mean? It means overpowered. Then say as much. Are you slow? In the head? You can't say words like you mean them and have to abbreviate things. I swear, every generation gets more foolish than the last. Species are supposed to evolve over time, not the opposite. Stop changing the subject, old man. Can't you just stick to the topic? It's not my fault you don't understand simple things. The more powerful your father is, the more trouble that brings you. You. Think people become strong without making enemies? Even if they don't dare to oppose him openly, if they have good enough grounds to target you, they wouldn't hesitate to do so. Something like your mind being taken over by me is more than good enough grounds. Leonel shook his head. Just tell me whether I can use my dad's name to scare people or not. What is wrong with you? Why Star Order was truly speechless. You think I was joking about being a second-generation wastrel? I've been using my dad's status to break the law since I was in middle school. I have no intention of stopping now. That old man must have known. That's why he hid all of this from me. I have too much catching up to do. Why Star Order looked up toward the ceiling and sighed. Why hadn't he realized just how shameless this little bastard was until right this moment? Who the hell said they had law-breaking to catch up on? Where was this young man's dignity and moral compass? If there was any guilt about trying to snatch Leonel's body before, it had all vanished into thin air now. Why Star Order had a feeling that following this boy around would be far more dangerous than all of his previous adventures combined. If you want to get yourself killed, just be sure to release me before that happened. Your father might be able to run rampant in Void Palace as he pleases, but you definitely cannot. Having backing only works if it's actually there, and, from what I understand, the Void Palace selections should still be ongoing right now, and yet you're here. On top of that, there's a golden token in your spatial ring already. That means that your mother just handed it to you without you earning it. If you think that that doesn't come with consequences, you have another thing coming. Leonel chuckled. It really would be his luck to end up like this. In all the books and anime he had watched, those with backgrounds always had it easy. How is it that he would end up in trouble because he had one? Where was the justice? Here, that said, Leonel didn't particularly care. Entering Void Palace was too important. While he hated relying on other people, his parents were an exception. He had been like that since he was young. He wouldn't give most people the time of day, but his mother and his father were too. He would accept the kindness of without batting an eyelash. It was just that his father's kindness had to be taken. A bit more forcefully. Never mind all of that. I bet the Luxniks have a treasure that fits the bill though, right? Maybe something in your secret stash? I doubt that you've traveled the world for so long and haven't laid your hands on any treasures for yourself. Wise Star Order's lip twitched as he stared daggers at Leonel. He really wanted to say no, but he could already feel Leonel's soul probing him. Finally, he spoke through gritted teeth. Yes, I have treasure stores of my own, but there's only one deposit on this planet and the others aren't easy to reach without adequate strength. Also, the one here might be easily accessible, but it's nowhere near as valuable as the other ones. What are you so nervous for? I'll only steal from you when the time comes. Wise Star Order's face stiffened. Was this supposed to be a consolation? The question is whether or not this treasure store of yours has what I need or not. If it doesn't, there wouldn't really be much of a point in unearthing it now. Wise Star Order took a deep breath. Yes, it should probably have something that's appropriate for your needs, but you really don't need it, so long as you can comprehend more of your innate node. Anyone who tries to get a read on you would see nothing but an endless black hole. Didn't you say some nonsense about how there's no better answer before? Now look at you. Leonel stood, shaking his head. Where are you going? Obviously to your treasure store. How long would it take me to be able to grasp my innate node to such a degree? At least a few years. Exactly now. Let's go. Wise Star Order almost felt tears falling from his eyes. Was he really going to spend a lifetime being bullied by a junior like this? However, Wise Star Order's terrible mood didn't last for long when his face suddenly brightened up. Haha, you've been found out. Karma really does exist. Leonel's gaze flickered, suddenly feeling several powerful auras converging toward the temple. But then a light bulb suddenly snapped to life within him and he grinned wildly. What are you laughing for? Come here, ancestor. Let's put on a show. Wise Star Order's face warped. Chapter 1222 cleared up. Chapter 1222 cleared up. When the Luxniks learned of what happened, they were quite baffled. About 10 minutes after Leonel had passed through the guard and made his way to the temple, the guard in question realized that there was something wrong. The star pendant wasn't something that could be given out casually, and all the times it had been given out had been well documented. There shouldn't have been a situation where a pendant holder was unknown to him as a guard. In fact, the last time the pendant was given out was several decades ago due to matters surrounding that incident. Simply put, no one as young, green, or weak as Leonel should have had the pendant in their possession. Of course, a member of the older generation could have handed down their pendant to a junior to make use of this opportunity, and there was nothing necessarily wrong with this, as it could be used as the receiver pleased. But something about this matter was still nagging at the guard, for the same logical reasoning as he had concluded previously, he should still know of Leonel. Any descendant prominent enough to be trusted by an elder-level character to such a degree should have been wildly known, and the only one with such cachet that he could think of was Miguel. But Leonel was obviously not Miguel, and Miguel had free reign to enter the temple whenever and for however long he pleased. It was already too late for the guard to go after Leonel to question him. He was under strict orders to never step foot in that temple. The secret within was something only the highest echelon of the family would be aware of. Not even all of the Star Order Council were in the know. Without a choice, he could only report this matter up and hope that he was being too cautious, or if he was truly in the wrong, that the punishment would be lenient. Due to these series of roundabout methods, Leonel ended up spending over a half hour with Wise Star Order, only to find himself surrounded the moment he wanted to step out. However, as shocked as the Luxniks had been that such a faux pas occurred, they were even more so when Leonel strolled out of the front entrance of the temple as though nothing at all had happened. The temple had two entrances, one from the underground city, and the second was the one Miguel had used the night he fought Aina. This entrance was located deep within the furthest reaches of the Luxniks' estate and was the most well protected. All around there were the homes of Star Order elders. Even the Patriarch's personal home could only sit at the outer reaches of this location. So, when several pinnacle sixth-dimensional existences converged onto their most treasured place, ready to face whatever threat had finally unearthed their deepest secrets, even managing to steal a star pendant of their family to complete the final steps. The last thing they expected to see was a young man, a fraction of their age, walking out with his hands in his pockets. Even if there had been no one there at all, it would have been easier to accept than the result that lay before them now. The elders immediately frowned deeply. The reason was obvious. They could sense a dense Luxnix blood coming from Leonel. With the sharp internal sight their Snowforce affinity gave them, this was far too easy to pick up on. This sort of density overshadowed even the armheads of this generation. What was going on? Leonel smiled lightly and scanned the crowd. When he landed on a particular older woman, his brows raised. "It's you?" Sparking Star Order's gaze narrowed. Her mind was sharp even in her old age. Plus, the impression Leonel had left on her wasn't too small, as he was one of the only two to stand up to her aura. Back then, she hadn't cared enough to properly scan Leonel, but realizing just how dense his blood was, she couldn't help but be off-put. "Sparking Star Order, you know this brat? He should be a member of the branch families." Sparking Star Order started slow before her eyes sharpened. He was invited into the estate by Fluttering Star Order. The atmosphere of the elders completely shifted when they heard this. Though Sparking Star Order didn't elaborate, they all jumped to the conclusion together. Was Fluttering Star Order responsible for Leonel entering the temple? How dare she? Sometimes not saying too much was worth more than laying everything on the table. A conclusion reached personally would always be stronger than one fed to you line by line, especially when the person in question was as biased against Fluttering Star Order as she was. Wrong. Leonel's voice shook. The elders awake, their auras locking onto him with a greater momentum this time. Obviously, they all believed that Leonel was lying to cover for his benefactor. "Do you take us for fools?" Sparking Star Order sneered. "You're wrong." Leonel shook his head. "You're saying that I'm lying? That Fluttering Star Order didn't invite you here? That's not what I meant," Leonel yawned. He was a bit tired after finishing his second divine armor, but he hadn't gotten time to rest since then, unfortunately. "I mean to say that I'm not a part of your branch family. I was never a part of your branch family." Sparking Star Order's gaze narrowed, not really understanding what Leonel was getting at. Very few had connected Fluttering Star Order's actions to the appearance of Leonel that day, and only one star Order elder had appeared, so they weren't all familiar with Leonel's face either. But very soon, all of this confusion would be cleared up. Leonel's gaze sharpened and his disposition shifted, a slight violet hue hanging around him. Something about him exuded a heaviness only matched by a lofty mountain range. "My name is Leonel Morales. Chapter 1223. How dare you? Chapter 1223. How dare you?" The pupils of the elders constricted. "Ah, you all seem to remember now. Indeed, I was the little baby of back then, the small child you struck from your family records. You know, I have to ask, when you all chose to do that, was that because you were all afraid history wouldn't see you as villainous enough? Or is there something I was missing?" Leonel's eyes blinked as though he was truly waiting for an answer. However, there obviously wasn't one coming. The elders continued to stare at him, not quite knowing exactly what words they should be speaking right this moment. "What are you all wasting time for? Kill him." Sparking Star Order growled. Her cane tapped the ground, sparking flames jetting outward and threatening to swallow everything. The strength she exuded was a striking dichotomy compared to a small and frail body. It was a wonder that in such a small old lady could say such harsh words and even exude such great strength. "Wait." An elder known as Layered Star Order stopped her. "What are you doing? You need to think about this. If we really kill him, we really will lose Northern Star Order for good. Plus, back then she was already able to kill Snow Star Order and wipe their entire family line out. Even if she hasn't progressed, she isn't someone we can take lightly, and she's already aware of all of our trump cards. You can't just casually kill her grandson because you feel like it." Sparking Star Order frowned, but her brows relaxed not soon afterward. "How many Northern Star Orders have there been in our history?" Sparking Star Order asked. Layered Star Order frowned, but still responded. "Number 13. And how many talents on the level of Michael has there been in that time?" Layered Star Order's gaze narrowed. It had to be understood that Michael's talent was beyond just what was known. There had been a great fanfare around his birth before Leonel overshadowed it, and that was before he gained the root of Leonel's talent. Toward this, though, Leonel's cold aura couldn't help but dispel as he chuckled. "See what you did, ancestor? They think the Northern Star Order title is worthless enough for them to just blatantly ignore because of you." Wise Star Order rolled his eyes and ignored Leonel completely. He realized winning a war of words with this brat would cost more than he was willing to give. To the Star Order elders, though, Leonel's laughter carried a mocking mirth to it that those with skin much thinner than Sparking Star Orders couldn't quite handle. Michael's talent? Even if it was great before gaining Leonel's innate node, was it really something to brag about now, especially in front of the person that made it possible? Of course, they had no idea that Leonel wasn't laughing about that at all. As for the matters related to Michael's talent, he didn't really care. At least he had chosen not to care. If he did, any chance of reconciling with this family would be thrown out of the window. He chose to take satisfaction in forcing them to bow their heads instead. Boy, some things in life just aren't fair. My hell almost died the last time the innate node was transplanted. If forced to go through it again, you both might really die this time. The risk isn't worth it. In addition, Michael's base talent cannot be transferred like yours can. The harsh truth is that the current Michael is far beyond what you would be if you still had your innate node and is a far more worthy investment for the family. If you want to keep your life, I would advise that you stop overestimating yourself. Layered Star Order seemed to be a more neutral's order, but he felt that Sparking Star Order's words made sense. What was done and couldn't be undone. In addition, if things were placed in a vacuum, he wasn't wrong either. Leonel with Scarlet Star Force wasn't worth as much as Miguel with it. That was the reality. At the same time, Layered Star Order still lived in a fantasy land where all the greatest powers of the Luxniks could come together. If Northern Star Order and Leonel could just fall in line, not to mention Leonel's mother on top of that, their charge into the 7th dimension wouldn't be impeded. Unfortunately, their planet Luxniks didn't have 7th dimensional potential. They had already cleared all of their zones and reached the peak of their powers. If they wanted to charge into the 7th dimension, they would have to launch an attack on a higher level world. They had to gather as much manpower as they could to accomplish this feat. In response, though, Leonel only chuckled some more. This time, he really was laughing at the elders before him. However, before they could respond this time, he spoke. "You hear that, ancestor? They don't like your choice and successor." Leonel seemed to speak into thin air. The foggy form of Y Star Order formed before the elders could question it for too long. This time, however, Y Star Order wasn't his usual handsome self. Instead, he looked like an old man with a foot in the grave, exuding an ancient aura as he looked down upon his disappointing descendants. Huh? Does that mean Ancestor made himself look more handsome than he really was? Y Star Order, who could easily read Leonel's thoughts, almost faltered in the sky. He was a lofty existence who had seen the corners of the universe. Why would he need to make his soul look more handsome? What good was a handsome soul without a body? He really wanted to strangle this brat to death, but he managed to refrain. 3 generations, I asked you all to wait. If I didn't return, would you have burned my Luxniks family down to the ground? The pressure of a 7th dimensional being pressed down from above, making the Star Order elders shudder. Y's Star Order was just an empty display case, but he was a damn good one. Whether it was his aura or the prestige he had built up over generations, the elders no longer dared to take this matter lightly. I did so much for the benefit of the family that you've even taken it for granted. I will tell you all the truth. In the history of the Luxniks, there has only been a single Northern Star Order, and she was destined to be far more powerful than myself. The remaining stories were all fabricated by me so that our enemies would underestimate the weight these titles held, allowing us to lay low. But, instead of cherishing this opportunity to grow as you should, you've begun to infight and are even whittling down the strength of my Luxniks family. How dare you? A strong gust of wind almost pressed the elders to the ground, the rage of Y's Star Order feeling so tangible that even Leonel almost thought it was real. It is real, you little bastard. I've never suffered such a loss in my life. Chapter 1224. Again, Chapter 1224. Again? Sparking Star Order's expression wavered, his irises trembling. She had never expected such a thing to happen. Of all the situations she could have thought of, this was by far the one most out of left field. The remaining elders were all stunned into silence. It was one thing if Y Star Order was back, but it was another thing entirely for him to be exuding this kind of aura. There was only so much prestige could do for a person without the backing of strength, and there was no greater strength to the Luxniks than the 7th dimension. The truth was that the Luxniks had a few elders primed and ready at the pinnacle of the 6th dimension, prepared to break through under the right circumstances. But none of them had momentum even close to sparking Star Order, and the worst part was that one of them was Leonel's own grandmother. Just when the elders were stuck, not knowing what to do, a violent, all-encompassing aura suddenly descended from the skies. Who dares touch my son? Despite the fact that nothing had happened to Leonel, Alienor was already enraged, seemingly sensing the volatile atmosphere and easily picking up on both Y Star Order's aura and what remained of Sparking Star Order's flames. Bang! The valiant and overprotective mother crashed down from the skies above, not even caring to slow her descent. The elders found themselves sprawling backward. The only one who was completely unaffected was Leonel himself, as even Y Star Order found himself been thrown back like a broken ragdoll. It was clear that this wasn't because Leonel was so strong, but rather because Alienor took special care not to harm him. God damn it, Y Star Order questioned his life choices once again as he was sent flying. What sins had he committed to deserve this? Y Star Order had hardly finished this thought when he instantly thought of dozens, but in expected fashion he completely ignored these thoughts and kept feeling bad for himself. Alienor rushed to Leonel, scanning him up and down, as though the slightest injury might set her off. Toward such a reaction, Leonel could only chuckle a bit bitterly. Where were you when my ex-girlfriend's dad nearly blasted my head apart like a watermelon? Of course, Leonel would never actually say these words to his mother, considering the concern in her eyes right now. She had only left him for a few hours, believing him to be completely safe since. It was rare for individuals to enter the treasure vault, and even if one did, Leonel's presence likely wouldn't be questioned. But who would have thought that Leonel would actually make it all the way here? After cupping Leonel's cheeks for a third time, Alienor turned a venomous glare toward Y Star Order, who only just managed to readjust himself. You finally decided to show yourself? Y Star Order cleared his throat, looking toward Alienor with an incredulous expression. What was this woman going on about? Don't try to play ignorant with me. What did you do to my son? I swear if you harmed one hair on his head, I'll make sure that you spend the rest of your life in a fiery pit of hell. Wise Star Order looked toward Leonel, but the latter had rolled his lips over one another, holding back his laugh with as much skill as he could muster. If Alienor found out how close Leonel had been to death to just now, Wise Star Order really might be finished. Objectively, the reality wasn't all that funny. It almost cost Leonel his life. But even the most terrible things could be amusing in retrospect. This scene was the equivalent of watching a little girl reprimand her grandfather, except 10 times better. How could Leonel not sit back and watch? Plus, it was in Leonel's best interest that his mother didn't over-worry about this matter. Wise Star Order was far more useful with him than he was dead. He had a feeling that his speed of improvement would shoot up like a rocket with this schemer by his side. What? You think we weren't aware that someone was tampering with historical records? My view of the dimensional verse might still have been shallow at the time, but my husband's scope is far larger. If talent on the level of my mother appeared all throughout Luxnick's history, there would be no Viola or Montex, and the Luxnicks would have entered the 7th dimension long ago. And don't give me bullshit about you doing it for the sake of the family. We're all adults here, so I'll ask you. One more time. What did you do to my son? Wise Star Order was speechless. Velasco indeed had a deep understanding of the dimensional verse and where talents could fall on a spectrum. After meeting his mother-in-law, he was skeptical that Northern Star Orders had appeared 13 times in their history, so he immediately felt that something was wrong. Unfortunately, Wise Star Order had been correct. Even Velasco had no ability to see through the bronze tablet, so he didn't find Wise Star Order's soul. That said, he still had his suspicions. Still, there was little more he could do than warn his wife and leave behind a fail-safe measure. Alienor lost her patience, her emerald irises glowing like 2 green flames, her palm flipped over, a necklace appearing in her hands. Its chain was squeezed between her palm, its pendant dangling in the air before giving off a radiant light. Wise Star Order released a screech. Almost instantly his body warped, returning to his originally handsome form that left him writhing in pain. But what was most shocking was that within Leonel's ethereal glabella, a second screech resounded and was forcefully ejected from Leonel's forehead. Leonel watched on, shaking his head. This sight left him without words. Son of a bitch, the old bastard almost conned me again. Chapter 1225. Suddenly. Chapter 1225. Suddenly. How many layers of schemes was that by now? As cautious as Leonel tried to be, he still almost fell for this old man's trap. After so many centuries, millennia even, of scheming, how could Wise Star Order be so simple? First he had tried to gain Leonel's trust by playing the part of amiable elder. When that was seen through, he was prepared to take over Leonel's body in a more forceful way. He then pretended to fall for Leonel's trick when in reality he had read through his junior's thoughts like a book, perfectly countering the ability of the silver tablet. After that, he ran into a roadblock with Leonel's Scarlet Star Force, but rather than giving up there, he tried to trick Leonel into a pact that really would have given him full control over him. Then, when Leonel saw through that, he already had a secondary trap laid with and was waiting for Leonel's soul to be sucked away. By then, Leonel was already 4 or 5 levels deep into Wise Star Order schemes and felt that he was fine now, especially since he could read his ancestor's mind now. It could be considered an equal exchange, or so he thought. Leonel had no idea that while he was distracted and meditating upon, getting lost in an all-new world, Wise Star Order's screams in his mind no longer had anything to do with his Scarlet Star Force, but were rather due to his ancestor splitting his soul in 2 using a technique he had snatched from the spirituals. Leonel executed with one of Wise Star Order's soul, but his second half was completely unfettered. Not only did this allow Wise Star Order to bide his time and wait for an opportunity, due to the oddities of 2 souls and how they could interact with, Wise Star Order was still able to keep bits and pieces of information hidden away from Leonel. At the same time as all of this was going on, Wise Star Order could slowly build up immunity to Leonel's Scarlet Star Force. With one half of his soul perfectly healthy and the other in perpetual pain, he could use the former half to continuously heal the latter half while using the latter half to deepen his comprehension. The core ability of soul manipulation was the power to allow the soul to adapt to any environment, even if that environment was an entirely new body, and Wise Star Order had been prepared to push this to the absolute limit. If he succeeded, not only would he be able to evolve the durability of his soul to an all-new level, but when he was finished, he could still take hold of Leonel's body and no one would be any wiser. By that time, he would have spent so long observing Leonel that he would know all of his habits, all of his quirks, all of his mannerisms. In addition, the incident with the Luxnicks would be so far behind them that even if Velasco or Alienor suspected anything, it would be unlikely to come back to him. Leonel had never thought that when Wise Star Order shot out of his body with just half his body left, that it was because he had split himself. He had assumed that it was because of damage caused by his Scarlet Star Force. But to think he had just been outclassed like that, it was an excellent plan. Leonel couldn't say that he had been outsmarted, as he would only consider this to be so if both parties had access to the same information, but he had definitely been outplayed. This ancestor of his was truly an old bastard, but he was a very smart old bastard. Leonel wasn't mad. If anything, he was just impressed, wholly so. The tenacity and grit of his ancestor was commendable. Unfortunately, you should have feared my dad more. Leonel shamelessly said these words for the second time that day, but this time, Y-Star Order truly roared into the skies, more infuriated than he had ever been before. Hey Mom, huh? Eleanor, who was still enjoying torturing Y-Star Order for daring to scheme against her son, still dropped everything to give Leonel attention. If I wear that necklace, he won't be able to mess with my mind, right? Eleanor blinked. That's right, this was crafted by your father. He gave it to me when he visited Void Palace a few months ago. In that case, don't kill the old man. He's very useful to me. Eleanor's brow furrowed, though this necklace worked once with the scheming nature of Y-Star Order. What guarantee was there that it would be enough next time? For all they knew, he was already scheming something else. I know he's dangerous, but that only makes it better. If I have such a looming guillotine over my head every day, I'll always be on my toes. If one day I never have to fear schemes from him anymore, then whose schemes would I have to fear? Gaze glowed as he met his mother's eyes. Today could be considered his most humiliating display. Despite the fact his face didn't show it and he seemed quite relaxed and indifferent, smiling even, there had been a fire lit within his belly. The dimensional verse seemed to want to remind him just how insignificant he was, just how worthless his accomplishments to this point had been. He had been slapped, not just once today, but already too many times to count, each one more resounding than the last. He would never forget this day. He would brand it on his heart. Seeing the look in her son's eye, Eleanor couldn't help but waver. She could normally bulldoze her husband into doing things her way 99% of the time, but whenever he got that look in his eye, that unwavering gaze that met hers and felt as vast as the skies, she knew that no amount of lioness tactics would work. She took a deep breath and lowered her hand, lovingly helping her son to put the chain around his neck. You must remember to be careful, she said softly. Leonel grinned. I will. His gaze shifted past his mother, landing on the elders who were still struggling to stand, a deep fear etched into their eyes. None of them could seem to see the depth of Eleanor's strength. It was simply unfathomable. Tell Michael that I'll be taking back my innate node on the third day of the selections. I don't particularly need it, but I also don't think I need much of a reason to take back what's mine either. A deep battle intent raged within Leonel. Michael was his better, huh? Such a thought suddenly pissed him off. Chapter 1226, From Black to Red, Chapter 1226, From Black to Red. There was nothing the Luxnix family could do about it. Eleanor had displayed her strength in the most straightforward way possible, and yet she hadn't spoken a single word. They all suddenly understood just what it meant to be a sector-ranked disciple. Sparking Star Order looked on blankly, her face pale to an extreme. She felt quite hollow, almost as though the hit of her lack of descendants was landing for a second time. Little Lion, you're really making your mother worry here. Eleanor wrapped her arms around her son's, her face matching her words quite perfectly. She still felt uncomfortable leaving things like this. When they returned to the Void Palace, although they would both be in the same place, it wouldn't be a simple matter for her to see Leonel. Not only would she have many responsibilities to return to, but the work that would soon be dropped on Leonel's plate wouldn't be small either. Unfortunately, she wasn't her husband. She couldn't move about unhindered in the Void Palace, at least not yet. She was already worried enough about Leonel going over there, but if she had to worry about Y-Star Order as well, it was a bit much. Mom, Eleanor's ears perked up, expecting to at least hear words of reassurance. But what she got instead was, how'd you and Dad meet? I need ammo on the old man. Eleanor was so caught off guard that she sputtered with laughter, forgetting her worry for a moment. It seemed that her son had been poorly influenced by her husband. They were always saying the most ridiculous things with the worst timing. As for Leonel, he was very serious with his question. That old man had spent years making fun of him for how often he had failed to ask Ina out. Then, just recently in the Dimensional Cleanse trial world, Leonel thought he was finally going to get some fatherly advice from his dad, only to find himself on the end of another joke. That said, his dad had said one meaningful thing back. Then, in the midst of laughing at his pain, you spent 4 years chasing after that little girl. She probably thinks you'll always be there for her whenever it is she wants to come back. That was about the only useful thing he said, and he was probably right. But the old man talked a big game. Leonel wanted to know what sort of pathetic state he really had been. The first time I met your father wasn't in a setting you would think. He was one of my mentors when I first entered the Void Palace. Ah, so the old man's a groomer. This is good stuff, Mom. Keep it coming. Leonel was already grinning ear to ear. This start couldn't have been more perfect. He could already think of an endless amount of ammunition from this fact alone. Eleanor laughed. Truthfully, it wasn't like that. The Velasco of back then did indeed purposely flirt with every woman he came across, about as directly opposite to his own son as you could get, but it was the kind of overt flirting that never went anywhere. There were probably a few airheads who took him seriously and fell head over heels, but Eleanor had pretty much ignored him. Our relationship remained like that for years, until I became a galaxy-ranked disciple. Back then, your father was in charge of the trips we would take to the Void battlefields. As galaxy-ranked disciples, you were obligated to spend at least 3 months of the year on one, Once again, I happened to be under the supervision of your father. I wasn't quite powerful enough to go off on my own like the top geniuses of our rank, unfortunately. I didn't have access to my ability, our Emperor's might lineage factor, and most of the strength of the world spirit was still sealed. But those moments allowed me to get to know your father a little bit more. He had always been a lively man, and he was able to protect me from a lot of abuses I would have had to suffer otherwise. I was lucky to have him as a protector. Damn it, Mom, don't get lovey. Dovey on me, I need ammo. Though he thought this, Leonel didn't interrupt. Still, your father and I could only be considered senior and junior at that point. He was too busy chasing skirts and falling asleep in brothels. There were at least 2 or 3 pregnancy scandals going on with him at any given time. The more Eleanor spoke on it, the more fiery her gaze became, almost as though she was thinking about ripping Velasco a new one when next she saw him. Leonel grinned. Excellent, excellent. I could never see your father in that way because of his disposition back then. Trying to change a person is a waste of time. They will change when they feel like it and never a second before. Remember, little lion, when a person shows you who they are, always be sure to believe them. Looked off into the distance, the peaceful ambience of the Luxnix estate particularly resonating with her right this moment. Leonel gazed down at her side profile but didn't respond directly to this. He just let it sit in his mind, rolling through his thoughts. Everything changed that day, though. Your father was so furious that the Void Palace realized that the happy and laughing mentor could actually be a madman when he wanted to. Back then, the Void Palace almost fell to its knees. It didn't make much sense. He was a domain disciple, but there were countless elders and old ancestors who had lived so much more life. But it didn't seem to matter to your father. That was the day your grandfather died, and your father's fury dyed the black of the Void Palace red. Chapter 1227, Brown. Liquid Chapter 1227. Brown Liquid Leonel sat upon a mountain peak in silence, his conversation with his mother running through his mind. After that event, his father had become a lot more subdued, and it seemed it was his mother who slowly helped him to return to a semblance of his former self. Once that fact settled in, the rest of their story practically wrote itself. The Void Palace experienced Val's fury once. They had no intention of going through it again, just to enforce a dated pregnancy rule. In the end, Leonel was born, and his father became a much more reserved man. What Leonel cared the most about, though, wasn't the fact his father was such a different man from himself, and it wasn't even about all the ammo he had gotten himself. It was rather about the fact that his father had chosen to aim his blade toward the Void Palace in all his rage. Even without having been there, Leonel didn't need to be a genius to understand. The Void Palace had played a part in his grandfather's death. Leonel's gaze flickered with rage, the dense rock he was sitting upon cracking beneath just the slightest intention. If that was true, he wouldn't mind finishing what his father started. Leonel blinked several times as though he was scaring his fury away. When he turned back, he found Joel standing there and couldn't help but sigh. Joel had initially thought that Leonel's fury was aimed toward him, but it was clear that this wasn't the case. He plopped down by Leonel's side, handing him a bottle of brown liquid. Even if Leonel had been mad at him, there was no way he would just turn away and leave now. It was precisely the moments where Leonel was acting the most unlike himself that he needed his brothers by his side. Leonel looked at it and chuckled. You know I don't drink, Joel smiled. I know, you've always been a pussy in that regard, sipping on your little girl drinks. Hey, there's nothing wrong with a little cosmopolitan in your life from time to time. It's your loss, not mine. Leonel wasn't very surprised that the usually reserved and silent Joel was so vulgar and outgoing in private like this. Joel only spoke like this when it was only the two of them. Whenever the others were there, he'd always take the role of second in command, his actions serving to amplify Leonel's own. Leonel's shadow was quite a large one to fill. Not everyone could pull off the kind charismatic leader role that everyone would still follow to the depths of hell well. Most would end up being too nice and lose the edge a ruler should have. So, Joel didn't try to tap dance it at all and only less loose in very rare occasions. Knowing this, Leonel couldn't continue to refuse the bottle and took a swing. But he almost immediately began coughing. What the hell is this shit? Rubbing. Alcohol? Are you trying to poison me? Joel burst into a fit of laughter. It's good stuff, right? Joel threw his head back, taking 2 deep gulps. Leonel didn't know how he did it. He felt like his whole body was burning from just a single sip. He was really putting his metal body and Scarlet Star Force to shame today. He tried to keep up with Joel, but he found his vision swimming. The fogginess of his mind wasn't something Leonel had experienced before. This was definitely some strong alcohol, definitely fifth dimensional. Who knew how Joel got his hands on it? The two ended up half passed out, staring up at the sky of dusk. The day had waned on them without them even noticing. You know, man, Joel hiccuped, you let things bottle up inside you too much. I've never seen you snap like that. Leonel let out an odd cross of a laugh, cough, and wheeze. It seemed like he might hack up a lung. I know, it was embarrassing, right? I didn't even know how to face you guys. There you go again. Why is that your first reaction? Your first reaction. Everyone wanted to be there for you. I did something stupid. Everyone does stupid things sometimes, not me. Never me. It doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense. Leonel didn't even seem to be stringing together coherent thoughts anymore. If he ever remembered this night, he would definitely swear off alcohol. He liked to have full control of his faculties, and he most definitely did not at this moment. Luckily, this was one of the few times he would have such a luxury with his mother watching over him. This might be one of the last times for a long while that he could get to do this. Not everything has to make sense, idiot, Leonel hiccuped in response. It was hard to tell whether he registered these words or not, but what he did know was that he was very tired. He still hadn't rested since he finished his divine armor, and his head butting with Wise Star Order hadn't helped in the slightest. If Newton didn't want everything to make sense, we wouldn't have calculus, Leonel eventually said. Do you think Newton was thinking about calculus when he was boning his wife? He probably would have been better at it if he did. Joel rolled over, sputtering out a swig he had taken. He coughed out his laughter, half dying and half fighting for his next breath. In his drunken state, Leonel's words were at least 10 times funnier than it should have been, and air seemed to be even harder to get. Only you would say that. Only I'm always right. Well, Mr. Always right. Newton didn't actually have a wife. The man died a virgin. Is that the role model? You want? Leonel finally didn't answer. Immediately. And when he did, he was half asleep. Fuck. Chapter 1228. Violet and Red. Chapter 1228. Violet and Red. The days passed, and the oddity of the second days of the selections ended just as oddly, with many having not a single clue how things could proceed like this with so many talents absent. However, Orinic and Ganor continued things as though nothing had happened. They simply didn't care. If these people didn't want to participate, it was their loss. This was the Void Palace they were talking about, the strongest organization of the human domain and the location where all of its talents converged. From the beginning, they weren't worried about the talents of this sector very much to begin with. In fact, now that Orinic thought about it, it was quite baffling that that woman would come to oversee things here. Usually, such a high-ranked disciple would never come to such a weak domain as it was unnecessary. At best, they would usually bring a higher-ranked galaxy-ranked disciple along, but that was all. Orinic didn't think very much about this, though. Despite his usually meticulous and thoughtful disposition, in the years of time he had spent in the Void Palace, with so many young nobles with outstanding backgrounds and greater talent than himself around him, he had learned to not ask questions and mind his own business. In the end, when the third day arrives and many had questions about just what was happening, Orinic didn't care enough to explain things. He simply focused on his task and prepared things as he should, taking with him a list of those he thought deserved to participate. However, he didn't realize just how odd this coming day would be. And maybe odd wasn't enough to describe it. Leonel woke up with a groan, feeling as though his head might implode. It wasn't until after he used dream sense and dulled it considerably that he finally seemed capable of seeing straight once again. But even then, that just gave him a clearer view of the sun shining down at him as though it was some sort of cannon of light. No more alcohol, never again. Leonel had only just barely woken up when he heard a sputter of laughter. He still hadn't gotten control of all of his faculties, so he assumed he had made a mistake, but when he tried to move, he heard it again. Don't wake up the lovebirds, how could you be so inconsiderate? He woke up on his own, just look at them. It's like a match made in heaven. I think I'm feeling a little bit jealous. Why hasn't Cap ever cuddled with me like that? His arms wouldn't be able to fit around your fat gut. Aren't you asking for too much? Leonel blinked, not quite understanding what was happening. All he could feel was that burning light in his eye, and his mind was working at least tens of times slower than it normally did. Soon, though, he managed to blink enough that he could get a semblance of a look around. His head tilted, and he managed to catch a few silhouettes standing nearby. Suddenly, Leonel heard a light groan and felt a shifting in his arms. At that moment, he froze, thinking the worst. He had been so numb to everything that he hadn't even noticed that there was something in his arms. When he looked down, his breath got caught in his throat. I can't. The wheezing laughter broke out like waters rushing through a crack in a dam. The silhouettes fell over in Leonel's eyes, tripping and holding on to one another as they practically hacked up their lungs. Someone tell me you got a picture. I took at least 100, but I need more. That dazed look is too perfect. They really look like they're in love. Send it to me. I need it on a t-shirt. I'm never going to forget this moment. I knew Cap never drank because he'd be a terrible drunk, but I didn't expect this out of Joel too. I'm wheezing. I can't breathe. Leonel's lip twitched. The thing in his arms was precisely Joel. The two were coiled on top of one another as though they couldn't bear to let go. The greatest shame was that Joel was still asleep, and Leonel couldn't even extricate himself quickly. Damn it, weren't you supposed to be the drinking veteran? How'd you let this happen? It's too much. My stomach hurts. I think I'm gonna die laughing. I've never seen Cap's face so red. Don't worry, Leo. Violet and red is a pretty good combination. You look good. I'm 100% supportive. Women are too complicated. Anyway, this is a marriage I can get behind. I better be the best man. Let's get purple and red suits to commemorate this day. You, best man? No one wants to hear whatever cringe speech you'd come up with. I definitely need that. Fuck you, and you're eloquent now? Guys, there's two of them. You can both be best men. Another chorus of laughter rang out. What was maybe the worst was that even the three Leonel trusted the most had let him down. Arnold, Drake, and Alan had lost their way, corrupted by the machinations of Raj, Gil, Milan, and Franco. Arnold's face seemed just as stoic as ever, but the amusement in his gaze wasn't something Leonel would miss. Drake had long since covered his mouth, trying to hide his smile. As for Alan, he kept adjusting his glasses as though that would hide the twitching of his lips. Leonel realized at this moment that he'd never be able to live this down. No more alcohol. Never again. I swear. He searched for tears to shed but had none to give. The worst part was that according to his simulation, this was because the alcohol had completely dried him out. At that moment, Joel groaned and shifted in his sleep, but he still hadn't woken up, so he just snuggled tighter into Leonel's arms before smiling contentedly. Puffed. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 1229. Laughter. Chapter 1229. Laughter. Leonel had no choice in the matter. He could only take evasive maneuvers. Escape. Laughter rang out toward his back, but he scurried away on a beam of light. His useless accomplice, Joel, still clung on to him for dear life, so he had to do the only thing he could and get rid of dead weight. Joel finally woke up when he hit the ground, looking around in confusion to figure out what was going on, a chorus of laughter becoming his only backdrop. As for Leonel, he had already vanished into the distance and down the mountain. Fuck you guys. Those words echoed from Leonel, but that only made them all laugh harder. A laughter rang out in the middle of nowhere. Leonel laughed harder than he had in a long time, his eyes finally finding the tears it needed. He wiped them away with a forearm, but the smile on his face didn't seem to have any intention of fading. Hey, old bastard, you did that, huh? You're already so ancient, but like pulling these kind of pranks on kids, you're one sick individual. Leonel held the necklace pendant around his neck up to his face. After that day, his mother ended up sealing both halves of Y-Star Order into this pendant. Of course, his mother didn't allow their ancestor to fuse back into one, forcing him to remain in a weakened state with both his halves unable to communicate with the other. And yet, both halves were also now subservient to Leonel. That said, Leonel had learned his lesson already. He would never be too comfortable around this old man, no matter how chains and weights were holding him down. For all he knew, this old man had yet another layer of plans. I have no idea what you're talking about. If you have certain proclivities, don't blame it on me. Y-Star Order spoken differently. Yay. I know it was you. You can't do anything to me, but you can definitely do something to Joel since I never explicitly said anything other than not harming them. Either way, from now on, no more schemes against my friends. I still have no idea what you're talking about, young one. Anyway, point me toward that treasure trove. I need to drown out this headache with riches. The lip of Y-Star Order twitched. He knew that Leonel was doing this on purpose, but there was nothing he could do about it. The location of the treasure trove was indeed close. Y-Star Order hadn't lied about that. But it was extremely well hidden, so much so that Leonel wasn't surprised that it had never been found. As shameless as Y-Star Order was, he used his own burial ground, taking advantage of the esteem and respect the Luxniks had for him to protect his things. Luckily, Leonel now had just as much free reign in the Luxniks' estate as Michael did. Now that Leonel thought about it, the second day of the selection had probably already ended and Michael had likely returned, but the latter hadn't tried to find him. But, as far as Leonel was concerned, it didn't matter. There was only one place he could be come the third day. Leonel had his own war to fight, and that he did. Entering the treasure trove. Y-Star Order was like entering a field of mines. Every corner had danger, and Leonel felt a close shave with death at least 3 separate times, and at least 11 other times he was almost severely injured and managed to escape by the skin of his teeth. Leonel knew how dangerous it would be, and he had even purposely not used the link between himself and Y-Star Order, making it a true game of back and forth. The fact he was also hungover only made it all the more difficult, but the smile on Leonel's face didn't fade even once. This damned brat, he's a masochist. Y-Star Order could feel that Leonel was already getting used to his type of thought process. He wasn't outsmarting Y-Star Order, rather he had done a psychological evaluation on his ancestor just based on the small amount of time they had known each other. Leonel then used his conclusions about Y-Star Order's disposition to guess what he would do next and how he would have acted. When Y-Star Order realized this, a cheeky smirk spread across his face. Little bastard, you want to get a read on me? I've spent thousands of years reforming and reshaping my character time and time again. If you think that this is enough to thwart me, you've got another thing coming. Y-Star Order didn't seem to realize that he had begun to have fun as well. It could only be said that the two men were weird individuals. One was smiling while his life was on the line, and the other was grinning as he tried to take the former's life. There was no way anyone could look at such a situation and conclude anything but the fact that they were a pair of madmen. On planet Montex, a familiar young woman sat in the same spot she always had, looking off into the distance as though Leonel's mother was still there. Those around her were a bit worried, as she had yet to move since those matters of several days ago, but Sivan had also convinced them not to bother her. Things were better like this. After all, between being able to catch a glimpse of her through the terrace window and her locking herself up in her room, this was much better. At least this way, they could ensure that she didn't do anything stupid. The days ticked by like this, and on the night before the third selection, something seemed to click. Ina's gaze regained its focus, the moon seeming just a bit brighter and a light smile spreading across her face. She rose to her feet, her hand still clutching onto the amethyst token. Her gaze seemed to radiate a meaningful thank you. As to who it was for, it was, of course, Leonel's mother. She entered the home on the mountain and vanished into the bathroom, leaving Neil, Sivan, and Yuri a bit at a loss. Chapter 1230, Life Grade. Chapter 1230, Life Grade. Leonel took deep and steady breaths, his body beaten and bloodied, but a white smile clear beneath it all. He stood at the center of Wise Star Order's treasure trove, his wide grin shining as though it gave off its own light. All that work and you're actually so poor? You should have told me earlier. Leonel laughed. Wise Star Order's expression darkened. Poor? Even the weakest things he cared enough to keep around were of the pinnacle of the sixth dimension, with the majority being within the seventh. Though it was true that this wasn't anywhere near his best treasure trove, it was more than enough to drown out someone so wet behind the ears. What do you know about wealth? Even the sixth-dimensional things here are very unique and can't be easily found elsewhere. Even among lower-dimensional items, there will always be certain materials rarer than even their higher dimensional counterparts. What do I know about wealth? Well, do you have anything better than this? Leonel's palm flipped over, revealing a shimmering bow with a string connecting its heads that shone like crystals woven into a fiber. The twin white-maned lions on opposite ends of it seemed to roar to life, exuding a suffocating pressure that blanketed the surroundings. Wise Star Order's next words seemed to become caught in his throat. It wasn't that he had never seen a seventh-dimensional treasure before, or that he hadn't seen one at the pinnacle of the seventh dimension. The issue was, why the hell did this kid have one? It was then that Wise Star Order suddenly realized that Leonel was right. There was nothing here that surpassed this bow in value. In fact, even in terms of rarity, this bow, it was almost unmatched. Wise Star Order could immediately tell that it wasn't a normal Tier 9 gold treasure, but that only made things all the more baffling. I bet that if I shot a couple arrows at you using this thing, you wouldn't be able to take it lightly, huh? Wise Star Order's lip twitched, but he seemed to refuse to answer. Leonel laughed again, tallying up 1 point in his favor. Though he had relied on his mom to do so, he finally got one up on this annoying old man. You ignorant little brat, you have no idea what you're holding. That's not a normal bow. Wise Star Order couldn't seem to take it anymore and snapped. Regardless, Leonel would have found out anyway. It was inevitable. What's different about it? Leonel asked. Do you know what's above the gold grade? Leonel fell into his thoughts. Now that he thought about it, he didn't know the answer to that question. But, at the same time, no one could really blame him for being ignorant about it either. To the Leonel of before, the seventh dimension was the highest dimension there was, at least currently. Though he had heard that Earth had eighth dimensional potential, as far as he knew, that was a matter for the distant future, since even the Morales, the pinnacle of this world, or so he thought, was only at the seventh dimension. Using this logic, he didn't think that treasures above the seventh dimension existed. Or, even if they did, they were all natural occurrences, and there was no one with the skill to forge them into crafts. But it seemed that this wasn't entirely true. What is it? Platinum? Leonel joked. I swear, I'm surrounded by idiots. Idiots everywhere. Wise Star Order shook his head. No, above the seventh dimensional gold grade are life grade weapons. They're living weapons? They have souls? Leonel's lip twitched when he thought of this, remembering how against he was weapons having souls and listening to weapons. He found it to be asinine. If there really was such a thing, it would be more than a little embarrassing. But as soon as Leonel had this thought, he refuted it. If such a thing existed, it would be at the life grade. The spears he was using were still bronze and silver, so how could they have this soul everyone was talking about? At least for now, he was still correct. Maybe if the spear domain heirloom had life-grade weapons down the line, he would reconsider his position. But even then, he didn't really like the idea of listening to a weapon. No, they're weapons. How could they have souls? Did you flood your head with water? Leonel chuckled but didn't respond. A life-grade weapon is the equivalent of an innate node returning to nature. A weapon is usually fused of many techniques, many ores, and many precious resources. When it enters the life grade, there is no longer a separation of the parts that made up the whole. Instead, it all becomes one entity sharing one breath. When this happens, the weapon becomes like a natural treasure, no different from a precious metal you might unearth, and it produces its own natural force arts. As a result of this, it becomes a new existence in the world. And, much like how special forces have characteristics of their own, so too would this weapon gain its own. Much like how your Scarlet Star Force embodies destruction and skews your personality, the weapon or treasure will gain its own personality as well, but not in the most obvious, nonsensical sense, but rather in a purer, more subtle sense. Leonel's gaze glowed. Wise Star Order only explained the raw definition to him, but when he thought about how this might translate to crafting, Leonel felt his heart speed up. If he wanted to create a life-grade weapon, what would be necessary? He would have to create a blueprint so perfect, choose materials so immaculate, and draw force arts filled with such unity that it would all blend together without the slightest imperfection. Only then would he be able to breathe life into it. Just the thought made Leonel's blood rush, a certain enlightenment opening up to him. Unknowingly, his skill as a crafter had just taken an enormous step forward just based off a few words. Then, what makes this Tier 9 gold bow so unique? Wise Star Order shook his head. I don't know who was dropped on their head as a baby and decided to give you this weapon, but if you grow in skill enough, this weapon just needs one more push to enter a perfect state of unity and enter the life grade. It's only missing a skilled enough owner. Leonel was shocked by these words before he grinned. It seemed his bow was in luck. There was no better master than him. What neither Wise Star Order nor Leonel knew was that the claiming of this bow had caused an enormous storm to kick up in Void Palace. This was a bow that had remained untouched for millennia, as the man who had crafted it was very particular about their wishes for what was to be done with it. But, as the mother lioness does, Alienor didn't follow any of those rules when she snatched it away. Who knew what would happen when others realized it was in Leonel's hands? Chapter 1231, One Man. Chapter 1231, One Man. Ambience of the arena was still quite weird and only became more so after Leonel and the people of Earth came. It seemed the fan clubs were still greatly invested into what was happening because almost the instant Leonel showed his face, a parade of boos rang down from above. It was so deafening that the arena quaked beneath it. Leonel rubbed his nose when he saw that he was receiving such reception. There really wasn't much he could do about it. His own fan club had gone up in smoke, or rather, they had practically been beaten into submission, then split between the fan clubs that remained. It was a hard world out there for standums and their celebrity heroes. Man, look at that, Cap. They hate you. Never thought I'd see the day. Raj laughed. Leonel looked over toward Raj and shook his head. True. To his word, the man had really gotten a shirt printed out. Leonel didn't even know how he had managed it, but Joel's dark expression spoke volumes. The man was even more quiet than usual. This actually isn't the first time I've been booed like this. Really? Really. I participated in a tournament for the Slayer Legion a few years ago and they hated my guts. Strong aura descended from the skies. It was so unexpected that a hushed silence fell over the arena as they all watched a goddess descend from above. Orinik and Gnor were in shock. They had just been about to start the proceedings but hadn't expected this at all. They rushed to their feet along with the other envoys, appearing before the angelic woman with their gazes glued to their feet. Dared to observe this woman for too long, not to mention the fact that she herself was a demoness they couldn't match up to a single finger of. She was also a sector-ranked disciple and had a husband whose name sent shockwaves through the human domain. Simply put, they liked their lives intact. The third day of the selections will be directed by me. There will only be one battle between my son and an opponent. Yes, Ornik was ready to agree, but his words got stuck in his throat. Her son? Who was her son? Was it someone who hadn't participated at all? Suddenly, Ornik's eyes opened wide. It couldn't be a coincidence. Her husband was, and Leonel had, son of a bitch. The moment Ornik had this thought, he almost fainted. He hoped to God that Alienor couldn't read his mind or else he would be finished. He swore it was a reflexive statement, really. It was only after Ornik remembered that they were in the same dimension that he calmed down, but even then a cold sweat had already almost drenched him out of his clothing. Alienor didn't pay Ornik and the others any mind. She waved a hand, and an unassuming Michael suddenly found himself on the stage. The envoys quickly retreated, their gazes flickering. Oh, I guess that's my cue. Leonel rose to his feet, strolling toward the center arena. His mother happened to be halfway down his path, and she couldn't seem to control herself as she stopped him. She smoothed out his shirt despite knowing that it would likely be ruined quite quickly, though she wanted to reprimand her son for wearing nothing but sweatpants and a shirt too. Battle without the slightest hint of an armor in sight, she shook her head and smiled instead, forcing the hearts of all those in attendance to skip a beat. She didn't say any words like, be careful, or protect yourself. It seemed that for this matter she was quite confident in her son, even if the entirety of the Luxnix estate was not. Off you go. Just when Leonel was about to walk past his mother, he found another silhouette behind her. He realized right then that his mother was actually an accomplice. There was no way he wouldn't have sensed such a thing otherwise, but it was already too late to do much of anything. Aina stood before him with an expression neither too cold nor too warm. It had been a very long time since Leonel had seen her wear a dress, and even given the circumstances, he couldn't help but feel that his breath had been taken away. The gown was a light blue and a white cloth wrapped tightly around her waist. Her slender shoulders glistened with a healthy tan, and Leonel didn't dare to let his gaze linger along her collarbone for too long out of fear for how much further down it might go. And yet, when he instead chose to look up and follow her slender, proud neck, he found the gorgeous painting that was her face. Those golden eyes didn't waver when they met Leonel's gaze, even though his own couldn't help but be flooded with guilt. They say the eyes were the window to the soul, and for Leonel, who was used to keeping his own placid, what once was a clear conscience seemed far more murky now. Aina didn't say anything. Instead, she only flipped over a palm, a bright amethyst token appearing. Leonel was taken aback. Did this mean she didn't accept his apology? Was she still angry? He couldn't blame her. Leonel didn't care what sort of history they had, but he felt like his response to her outpouring was unacceptable. He even felt he let himself down far more than he had let her down. He had done something he was deeply disgusted with himself for. You need this more than I do. The spring breeze of Aina's voice traveled to Leonel's ears, jolting his heart awake. When he saw the small smile that curled her delicate pink lips, his soul seemed to have left his body completely. There's only one man who should lead our sector to the Void Palace. The best man. Leonel didn't register when Ina hand-grabbed his own and placed the token within it. He didn't register the reaction of everyone around him. He didn't even register when it was that Ina had walked by him and entered the seating section of the Geniuses of Earth. He stood there in a world of his own, the token in his palm feeling heavier than anything he had ever held before. Author's note below, Chapter 1232, Blinding Scarlet. Chapter 1232, Blinding Scarlet. Ina's fragrance lingered in the air, even when Leonel couldn't seem to hear or see anything else. This scent alone was imprinted onto his mind and engraved into his very being. He remembered this scent well, a cross of apple and just the slightest hint of cinnamon. The only way to get the perfect profile of this smell was to use the force herbs he had planted so many of in the segmented cube. But the segmented cube had obviously been with him this entire time, so the only way this would have worked was if she took it with her. Leonel hadn't been to that garden since Ina left. For all he knew, all those force herbs had died, or maybe there wasn't any of them left at all. Scent was probably the sense most capable of triggering memories, and not only that, but it was intertwined with emotions so deeply that they couldn't be divorced from one another. What Leonel did know was that this smell had most definitely not been on Ina that day, or else even with all the foolish rage in the world, he might not have been able to speak those words. What Leonel didn't know was that Ina had only taken a single flower with her, feeling too guilty to justify any more. She had kept it with her all this time and managed to convince herself to finally use it. Over a year later for this very moment. Leonel's gaze slowly regained its focus, looking down at the amethyst token in his hand. His heart didn't feel the heaviness at all. In fact, even though his hand felt as though it might fall through the earth at any moment, his heart felt as light as a feather, and his gaze was as calm as a lake's surface. Ina handed him this token. What did it mean? Leonel felt that it was quite clear. She spoke of leading the sector, but the momentum in her gaze was far deeper and vaster than that. She gave Leonel this token, telling him that he needed it more than she did, because she knew of his goal. How could the future king of the dimensional verse be subservient to another? Even in his first step toward glory, he should always be at the front, his back in full view of everyone else. Leonel's foot trembled slightly and he seemed to vanish. In an upswell of wind, he landed on the arena just as Ina made it to the seating arrangements of the people of Earth. She smiled gracefully, even bowing her head slightly. Too many were too speechless to say a thing, but Rosija didn't seem to miss a beat. Sweet child, come sit next to Grandma. Rosija brought Ina to her side. Before she could protest, wrapping her arms around hers, Miel watched this scene with a dark expression, but there was already nothing else he could do about it. It seemed that his daughter had made her decision, and as furious as he was helpless. Leonel seemed to sense a dense, murderous intent that wasn't coming from Miel at all. His gaze shifted from the amethyst token, sifting through the crowd until it landed on a familiar man, the very man who had almost blown his head to bits with a single punch. His expression didn't change much, nor was there any rage in it. He didn't seem to be angry with Miel at all. In fact, maybe he was a bit thankful. Who knows what else he might have said had he not been snapped out of that state. With a flip of his palm, the amethyst token vanished and a light breath left Leonel's lips. Something about his disposition shifted, and the stone beneath his bare feet creaked and whined almost as though his weight had increased tenfold. When he finally looked up to meet Miguel's gaze, the latter was looking back, unmoved. Even after being forcefully teleported to the stage, and even after learning of who Leonel's mother was, the needle hadn't budged for him. His expression was even more indifferent than Leonel's own. In fact, there was no coldness either, just a blank wall anything could be painted on. Even after all this time, Leonel couldn't quite get a read on Miguel, at least not as easily as he could seem to grasp others. He was a man of few words, and he didn't display any outward emotions. He was about as difficult to read as Leonel would say he was. However, Leonel felt he knew enough. This was a young man who sought nothing more than power. He was decisive and unfeeling. He did things at his greatest convenience and didn't care about what harm he caused otherwise. He didn't feel shame, not because he couldn't, but rather because he felt he had never done anything shameful. The words and opinions of others were meaningless to him, all that mattered was his own. Leonel knew quite a bit, enough that it was odd that he would say that he still didn't quite have a read on Miguel. But he had his own reasons for saying so. There was a silent lull that took place, a gentle gliding wind riding the silence at an unhurried pace. Orenic didn't dare to start an event that Alienor had proposed, so he sat in silence, feeling that if this was the case, the battle could be considered to have already started. As for the amethyst token in Leonel's hand, he chose not to say a single word about it. Suddenly, the two vanished. The sound of stone meeting stone and metal crashing against metal resounded through the skies 3 times, 3 sonic booms and wild outflows of wind jetting forth in their wake. A moment later, Leonel and Miguel appeared, where they had always been, the only difference being the turbulent wind around them. Miguel was entirely unmoved by an almost blinding streak of scarlet that fell from the corner of Leonel's lips. You are weak, Miguel said plainly. Chapter 1233, Lament and Overwhelm. Chapter 1233, Lament and Overwhelm. Leonel wiped at his blood with a thumb, rolling his shoulders back until he heard a satisfying crack. Beside himself, he released a yawn, stretching his neck from side to side. It seems he was still a bit tired from yesterday, but that couldn't be helped. As for Miguel's words, they were probably true. At least in that exchange, he really was the weaker of the two. The envoys of Void Palace couldn't help but frown. The wielder of an amethyst token bleeding was something that had never happened since its inception. Or, more accurately, one had never bled during their selection. The entire point of the amethyst token was to represent invincibility, and Leonel was decidedly not that. The rest had dismissed his battle with Isaac, thinking that he was just fooling around. After all, Leonel was a spearman, not a bowman. This made perfect sense considering which family he came from as well. But this was getting harder and harder to accept. It didn't matter that Leonel was in Tier 4 while his opponent was a half step from the 6th dimension. Invincibility was invincibility. You either were or you weren't. There were no technicalities in real life. Leonel, though, didn't seem to care about the opinions of others. He was just a bit intrigued that Miguel had actually spoken. Oh? Is that a justification? Leonel smiled. Justification? Why would I need something like that? Oh-ho. Leonel chuckled. That's not a bad response. Indeed, why would you? And here I thought you were caught up in a few words written long before you were born. Whether those words have anything to do with me or not is meaningless. If they have nothing to do with me, I will force them to change their minds. If I have no fate with them regardless, then so what? Do I need the legacy of a fool who can't see straight? Leonel erupted into laughter when he heard these words. With each bellow, a stronger and denser violet fog seemed to waft out from him. Beneath its presence, the world itself seemed to slow. I really want to see what expressions that indifferent face of yours can make in defeat. Battle in my life, and the first most definitely won't be to you. The two shot forward in unison. This time, they took no care to hold back, the entire platform shattering. A surge of cracks raced toward each other from opposite sides of the stage, following the wake of the two young men as though they were speeding to catch up. Bang! Leonel's forearm collided with Miguel's own, the cracks finally reaching up to them as they hung in the air for just a fraction of a moment. The ground beneath them sunk and collapsed, forming a pit gained depth before blasting outward and blowing even the surrounding stages to smithereens. With a single tap of her foot, Alienor surrounded the entire region in a familiar golden glow, saving the audience from another potential horror story. Leonel and Miguel didn't miss a beat. Even as they fell from the skies, their knees and elbows clashed, each boom resonating like the collapse of a mountain. With every collision, Leonel felt his internal organs shake and quake. The gap in their strength was undeniable, and the penetrative power of Miguel's force was deep and immeasurable. Not only was his strength beyond Leonel's, but his application of it was in another world. However, the smile on Leonel's face became a grin, and that grin quickly became a fiendish spread of pearly whites that seemed to radiate a light of its own. In that moment, bronze runes raced into existence around his skin, a crown marking his forehead and a halo hovering above his head. Bang! The next collision of their knees sounded like metal meeting metal, their elbows clashing soon, after to sound like hammer meeting anvil. The two crashed onto the ground, Miguel's body suddenly erupting with a mysterious golden-white force that twinkled as though tiny crystals were falling within it. The moment Leonel landed, collided with him again, it was as though he had gained 10 layers of armor. Miguel was as unmovable as a mountain, his strikes were sharp and decisive, and though not as fast as one would expect from a Luxnix, it carried an overbearing quality to it that made one feel as though a giant was stomping down on you from above. This sort of momentum alone was enough to make most fall into despair. It filled you with the kind of emotion that made you feel small and insignificant, like a speck of dust among the stars or a drop of water amidst the ocean. However, something about it only made Leonel fight back harder. As though he couldn't feel the pain of his limbs and fists crashing against an immovable wall, he collided with it again and again, his movements becoming faster and faster as he seemed to release everything he had. Miguel looked like a deity, his golden hair hanging in the air unaffected by its surroundings, his fists and kicks jetting out while his torso seemed unmoved and unhurried. Even his gaze didn't flicker as he met Leonel's onslaught, almost as though he was watching a toddler put together their final tantrum. Lament. The word came out of nowhere, and yet the strike that followed behind it was unlike any that came before. A mysterious energy layered Miguel's fist, his strength crashing toward Leonel like a fall meteor. Leonel's gaze flickered, his own fist jetting outward, wrapped by universal force he had been holding back on all this time. Bang! Leonel felt his arm threaten to collapse, his feet leaving 2 trenches in his wake as he shot backward. Overwhelm. Miguel didn't move from his spot. He didn't feel like he had to. 1 meter, tens of meters, it didn't matter. When he spoke, the world listened. A second fist surged forward, the air snapping and cracking as sparks of fire formed beneath the sheer speed of the strike alone. Leonel's pupils constricted. This strike was at least 10 times the strength of the last. He had no chance to block this with his fists. Chapter 1234, bang. Chapter 1234, bang, bang. A pillar of smoke rose in the air, the ground combusting as though an explosive had been hidden within. But just as quickly as Miguel's strike landed, the mighty roar of a bear resounded. The smoke and dust plumes were forcefully disrupted, a concentrated beam of light jetting outward like a laser, relentlessly piercing through the skies as though it might split anything in its path in two. In that moment, a 10-meter-tall bear rose up on its hind legs. Beneath the dispersed smoke, its aura towered and its strength pulsed. In all directions, not much unlike its roar. Even the ground itself seemed to want to submit. The bear was both illusory and not, its body covered from head to toe in resplendent golden fur and its eyes shimmering like stars that held the depth of the universe. However, while its body itself seemed ethereal and unreal, on top of it was an armor of dense gray, so heavy that what remained of the stone beneath. The bear cracked and shattered further. Without hesitation, the bear charged after the beam of light, following after it with a tremendous momentum. Leonel trailed its back, much of his figure hidden behind the enormous beast construct, but his gaze had become cold and focused, his fiendish grin giving way to a calculating light. Miguel, of course, recognized the bear construct, but he had never seen it appear with armor. In just a moment, he could tell that Leonel had fused the Luxnix Force art system with another. Even after realizing this, though, he didn't spare any thought toward being impressed, nor did his expression fluctuate. His palm flipped over, a sword as light as a feather and as thin as a finger appearing in his hand. The moment it did, his whole demeanor seemed to change. His indifferent expression, unmoved by the world even if the moon fell from the skies, gained a bit of haughtiness between his brows. An arrogance that had been buried deep within his bones blossomed like a blooming flower, his first hint of an expression shining forth. The individuals of the Luxnix watched on with widened eyes. They hadn't seen Miguel use his sword against a member of his generation since he was 10 years old. No, that wasn't accurate. Those like Elodie and Siller were technically a part of Leonel's mother's generation. The truth was that Miguel had never used his sword against a member of his generation, and he hadn't used it against the generation plus one his senior since he was a child. Miguel's sword pierced forward. It seemed to carry no momentum with it, no forcefulness or power. In fact, it could only be said to be beautiful and elegant. The kind of strike that looked pretty in a practice book and could be expounded upon in a painting, but lacked the foundation of comprehension and strength it should have had, or so it seemed. The beam of light separated into two beneath Miguel's sword as though it was nothing more than a dying flame's final twinkle. It split past his shoulders, continuing toward the barriers in the distance where it seemed to have lost all of its momentum. And yet, bang, the barriers shuddered and threatened to collapse. The power behind it was so great that the arena itself shook and quaked, the rustling of the pillars that held it up making a few cowards feel as though they should prepare to run. However, for everyone else, they couldn't seem to take their eyes off of what they were seeing for even a moment. The elegant stroke of Miguel's sword didn't lose momentum in the slightest. He only took a single step forward, and yet he seemed to appear dozens of meters away in the next instant. The final roar of the bear construct resounded, and it even sounded somewhat sad, its body collapsing into two pieces before vanishing into sparkling motes of light. Leonel, who had been following very closely behind, narrowed his gaze. He had indeed fused the Luxnix Force arts with another. He had used fourth-dimensional star core, which he could produce with ease thanks to his metal body, and then strengthened it with Camelot's magic system to form a new defensive mage art. And yet it was split in just a single strike, even with the coldness of his gaze. Now, a flicker of rouge couldn't help but manifest as his heartbeat grew steadier and deeper. In that moment, his fiendish grin almost returned. In a blink, Miguel and Leonel appeared before one another. Just when it seemed that Leonel would suffer the same fate as the beam of light and the bear construct before him, his aura bloomed, the temperature plummeting as a spear of black ice appeared in his hands. Leonel didn't hold back for even a moment, his level 2 spear force bursting forth and a blinding golden spear splitting the crown on his forehead in two. Orynnic's expression changed wildly when he saw this. A seventh heir? The shock even overshadowed the fact Leonel had had level 2 spear force from the very beginning. Bang! Spear and sword met. A wild crackling of ice and a plummeting temperature appearing to one side, and on the other a blazing golden-white light shimmering with falling gems. The two shot backward beneath their opponent's strength, but just as quickly as their feet landed, they sprung forward with an even faster pace. Spear and sword left after images in the air, the collision of blades, light, ice, and force feeling like a fireworks ceremony of untouchable proportions. Miguel's level 2 sword force vibrated wildly. His speed touched another level as he swapped between techniques of the Luxnix as though he was doing nothing more than breathing. He didn't even seem to have trouble interrupting his technique midway to switch to another, countering Leonel's spear play at every corner. Leonel's gaze almost seemed to rage with a ring of gold and crimson, the spear domain lineage factor's mark on his forehead growing in brightness with each passing moment. Miguel retrieved his sword, the arrogance between his brows only growing. Divide. His voice was layered and almost seemed like a fusion of a god and devil, commanding the world to yield beneath its call. Leonel didn't take a single step back, the raging violet aura around him growing in size to the point a miniature humanoid figure appeared before his head. Dragon's might. Bang, Chapter 1235, Night, Chapter 1235, Night, shing, 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 shing. The sound of sharpening blades rang out in all directions. In that moment, a strong inner will pulsed, fusing into the surroundings and making the air feel several times heavier than it had in the past. Leonel's spear pulled back and drew an arc upward through the air. It moved so quickly that a streak of blackish blue was all anyone could seem to see, the strength of his level 2 spear force multiplying several times over in the blink of an eye. Michael didn't miss a beat, activating wet star droplets. In almost the same instant Leonel had. Despite the fragile look of his blade, it clashed with Leonel's almost demonic spear without losing ground. Michael found that the strength of his words had dampened the moment that small violet humanoid figure appeared. It was as though his will was clashing with Leonel's, canceling each other out. This was the first time Michael had ever experienced someone nullifying his words, and for yet another first time, his gaze couldn't help but narrow. Suddenly, Michael shifted, retrieving his sword and guarding it against his body as though to take on a fencing stance. His free hand pressed his fore and middle fingers together, the odd white-gold precipitating crystal force around him concentrating toward the tips of those two digits. Instead of pursuing, Leonel's dream force surged, the halo above his head pulsing as though it had a mind of its own. High Valiant, Sealy Gem, Conception. A violent upswell of force surged out in all directions, splitting the battlefield into two sides surrounded by a tornado of rotating winds. On one side, 4 silver pillars rose up from the earth, depictions of battles and grandeur etched onto their surfaces. Beneath its presence, it felt as though space itself had been frozen, as though it could be paused, undone, flattened and lengthened at the behest of Leonel. There was no doubt that after fusing with his divine armor, Leonel's space affinity had taken another enormous leap forward. In fact, due to the evolution ore his mother had granted him, even 6th-dimensional space bent to his whims. On the other side, the sparkling droplets of crystal that had surrounded seemed to quickly gather, sticking to one another and quickly growing in size beneath the strength of a mysterious command. It was a sight that was objectively gorgeous, but it only became more when Michael's free hand trembled, a final twinkle of light breathing life into the gems that fell around him. In that moment, dozens of crystal wolves formed on the ground and dozens more crystal hawks took over the skies. It felt almost impossible to catch them with the naked eye unless the sun's rays hit them just right, but when they did, a beautiful sight one could hardly match was seen. All this time, the crowd had been on the edge of their seats, not having been prepared for the kind of battle they would witness today. But this scene made them all gasp in admiration in one moment, then feel their hearts seize in the next. Those that were sharper felt the danger force their small hairs to stand up. These beast constructs made Leonel's previous formulations feel like nothing more than child's play. Each and every single one of them had the strength of the 6th dimension. Leonel's gaze narrowed from within his Valiant seal by Yant seal. It seems that his speculations were correct. The root or the power source that gave the Luxnix Force Art system its lifelike characteristics wasn't entirely related to the language itself, but also in the uniqueness of Snowforce. It was only when incorporating it that it could show its full strength, something that naturally happened since Snowforce had a positive impact on Soulforce and internal sight. The problem then became obvious. Michael had stepped beyond Snowforce, but his Luxnix Force Arts likewise gained an enormous boost along with it. Leonel had been so worried about what a lack of techniques would look like if he abandoned the Snowy Star Owl that he hadn't realized that it was all already right under his nose. The Crystal Beast constructs shot forward. Their speed was far beyond what Michael could muster, and they had already appeared before Leonel's barrier in the blink of an eye. Michael stood straight tall, his sword-wielding head pressed to his chance as he entered a perfect stance. In that moment, his energy began to gather, his strength slowly accumulating. Even to this point, Michael hadn't suffered a single injury. His body seemed to still be warming up to the battle, almost as though it didn't feel like it was necessary to snap itself fully away. Even the arrogance between Michael's brows was only very slowly becoming more prominent. It felt like his true face was only now beginning to be shown to the world and everything else was nothing more than an elaborate facade. The howl of the wolves resounded as they pounced toward Leonel's barrier. Bang, 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 bang! Leonel's pupils constricted. For the first time, cracks appeared and began to race about his Valiant seal like spider webs. He had always known that there was a limit to just how much pressure his self-created mage art could take, but he was still astonished by this. This was just a few of Michael's beast constructs. What if he had attacked personally instead? Leonel didn't linger on these thoughts for long, his force surging as the cracks mended. In that moment, the barrier began to bulge, numerous bubbles appearing as he formed one crystal world after another, each attached with its own law. They shot outward. Before the beast constructs could react, they found themselves being enveloped by the violet-hued spears. Just like that, they lost their connection with Michael, becoming nothing more than piles of useless gems. Leonel's palm closed into a fist, crushing them to ash. The skies. It felt as though everything had fallen into darkness. It was the kind of shift that made one feel as though a natural phenomenon was descending, the kind that commanded the attention of all. Leonel had just not been among them because the beast constructs was something he knew he had to deal with first, even knowing that Michael was preparing something. But, when he saw it, Leonel's gaze pervaded with a piercing coldness. Up above, the high sun had completely vanished, replaced by a blanket of darkness. The first of the universal cycles was the Four Seasons realm. This first stage embodied the call of the seasons, leaving its four pillars up the interpretation of the masses. The second universal cycle was the heavenly body realm. This second embodied the rotation of the celestial behemoths that called the skies home. It touched upon the artistic conception that gave them their beauty and unique character. The third universal cycle was the natural light realm, the birth of dawn, the brightness of day, the decline of dusk, and the darkness of night. It didn't take Leonel long to realize that Miguel had grasped a night comprehension for his sword. Everything felt so all-encompassing and grand, even to the point of blanketing the entire arena in black. Leonel hadn't even grasped the heavenly body realm yet, but he was facing someone who had grasped night with his sword. Leonel had never understood why the natural light realm existed beyond the Four Seasons and heavenly body realm. It felt like it should have been the very first he came to understand. There were only more of these inconsistencies lingering beyond, and this was the honest reason why he had never been able to step beyond it. After the natural light realm came the cosmos realm, which was divided into comprehension of the galaxy, sector, domain, and universe. This seemed like it somewhat made sense, at least in this case the cosmos was indeed beyond the seasons and the heavenly bodies. But right after that came the pinnacle of universal force, the constellation realm. In this realm, one would create 4 constellation pillars for yourself, each representing a different portion of your strength. That sounded all well and good, but how the hell was a constellation beyond the cosmos? For Leonel, who liked to have a logical progress to everything, and a solid understanding of everything he grasped, it threw his mind for a loop, resulting in him stagnating in the Four Seasons realm for so long. If he had a choice in the matter, it would be natural light realm, then Four Seasons realm, then heavenly body realm, followed by the constellation realm, and finally the cosmos realm. That all made so much more sense. So what the hell was this? Leonel shook his head. He seemed to have completely forgotten that he was in battle and currently facing an attack powered by the artistic conception of the sixth dimension. However, Michael didn't seem to have forgotten at all. Who knew how everyone would react if they knew what was going on in Leonel's mind right this moment? The dichotomy of light and darkness seemed to play for Michael exceptionally well, his own brightness only being accentuated. Leonel's gaze somewhat regained their focus, his mind still feeling dissatisfied. Maybe he should grill the old bastard about it. From darkness comes light, shroud the world and multiply my might. Michael raised his sword high in the skies, it trembling slightly beneath the accumulating force. I life rend. A blinding light divided the night as Michael's sword fell. Sorry everyone, just one chapter today, chapter 1236. El Impossible, Chapter 1236, El Impossible. Leonel could feel the artistic conception behind Michael's strike just as clearly as he could see the scythe of force blazing toward him. It was as though something about Michael's comprehension had a breath of life of its own, whispering into the ears of all who saw it. Of course, this wasn't out of the kindness of its heart. Rather, it was due to an inborn arrogance, the kind that refused to allow itself to be unknown and ignored. The roar of force was deafening, and as everything else fell to darkness, it was the one and only source of light. Leonel's lip couldn't help but curl. Faced with such an unbridled haughtiness, the hidden foundation of his own persona that silently fueled his every action and thought seemed to have been stirred. For Miguel to make it seem like he was the only source of light in this world before him, how arrogant could you get? Kinetic domain. Leonel's hair whipped about wildly, its short strands moving about like they had minds of their own. The dense violet aura around him only grew denser, the subtle purple color of his barriers thickening to the point it was almost impossible to see anything other than the outline of Leonel's figure through them. The force in the surroundings seemed to have been quelled beneath Leonel's forcefulness, but the gap was simply too large. Kinetic domain was built on the foundation of a quasi-silver spear, making it a half-step from the sixth dimension. However, the universal force Michael was using was fueled by a sixth-dimensional comprehension. The difference was enormous, but Leonel was also ready for this. Michael's weakened by as much as 20%, this energy being snatched away by Leonel. With a single stomp forward, Leonel's figure forced the arena to quake. The 4 pillars that surrounded him only glowed with a fiercer light, so brightly in fact that they seemed to blend into one, making it go almost completely unnoticed when 2 of them vanished from thin air. Leonel took another heavy stomp forward, his legs crossing the violet barrier before him, but his figure so shrouded by light that it was only possible to notice with exceptional internal sight. But even then, the trouble was that any attempt to do so felt like throwing a rock into an ocean. With Leonel's greater comprehension of internal sight thanks to his study of the Luxnix's manipulation techniques, he had a deeper appreciation for exactly what it was. Ultimately, internal sight was just an outward projection of soul force, and even more fundamentally, was just a blanket of energy. In that case, why wouldn't his kinetic domain swallow it up as well? all anyone could see to focus on was the collision of two blinding lights. So, when they suddenly found Leonel appearing just a single meter away from Miguel's figure, his spear raised high in the air and his force having reached its peak, their eyes couldn't help but widen. Miguel had only just unleashed a powerful strike. It seemed to have taken a few seconds for him to cast. It was impossible to prepare a defense so quickly. Also, they couldn't wrap their heads around just how Leonel had done it. Teleporting past such an attack wasn't child's play. If that was possible, Space Force would be ranked even higher than it was, and those that wielded it would be invincible. The more force density an environment has, the more difficult it is to use Space Force. Even the likes of the Radix family, far inferior to Miguel and the Luxniks, were able to take advantage of this principle to make Leonel's teleportation abilities useless. The higher the quality of the Force, the more difficult it became. In addition, the more volatile and unpredictable the Force, the greater the unpredictability of teleportation as well. This was all to say that when Miguel prepared an attack with sixth-dimensional strength like he just had, teleporting even in the general vicinity should have been almost impossible, especially for a fifth-dimensional existence like Leonel. But the fact Leonel had not only done so, but he had even teleported directly through the line of attack, appearing right in front of Miguel, it was a feat extraordinary to a degree that was almost impossible to describe. However, what happened next was somehow even more baffling. Miguel's gaze narrowed, his free hand already gathering his odd white-gold gem-like force again. But he had only just began when his pupils constricted, the hairs on the back of his neck rising. Under the astonished eyes of the public, two blinding pillars rose to Miguel's back, their violet barrier twinkling for just a moment. In that instant, Miguel's attack collided with Leonel's other barrier, the sound of space whining and groaning, feeling like a fork scraping against the bottom of a pot. Bang! The barrier shattered. But Miguel's blade force had also vanished into thin air, for all but a single moment. A second bang resounded. This one, however, was right behind Miguel. To his front, Leonel's spear descended, the coldness in the latter's eyes carrying with it an intent that wouldn't be denied, the kind of intent that seemed to match and then overshadow Miguel's own, as though it had had its dignity challenged. To his back, an attack of his own design assaulted him. It had dimmed considerably from the first time he had levied it, but that didn't seem to matter given the situation. He had just deployed his force, he couldn't do so again so quickly and easily, and any attack he did form would be far too flimsy. Leonel's spear fell, fueled by a portion of Miguel's own strength. His calculation was perfect and without flaw, even down to the landing location of Miguel's own strike. He would end this right here. Bang, bang. The cacophonic booms of the landed attack resonated throughout the arena, its entire foundation sinking down by what felt like an entire meter. Chapter 1237, Woken. Chapter 1237, Woken. The experts in the crowd found their hearts skipping a beat. Redirecting attacks using Space Force, teleporting them through space and changing their trajectory, was so by far and away more difficult than simply teleporting through volatile force that it could only be labeled as impossible. Being able to perfectly reflect attacks even, was so difficult that it took one being a savant like Candle to be able to do it. Leonel had redirected attacks before against the oceanic beasts of Earth. But they had been so much weaker than him to begin with that the two feats couldn't even be compared. If a sixth-dimensional expert wanted to reflect the attack of a fifth-dimensional one, it was a matter of a wave of a palm. They were essentially a god to a mortal to begin with. However, doing so with an attack at, or even worse, above your level like Leonel had, was so unfathomable that if it wasn't for the resonating booms, the entire arena would have fallen into complete silence. The expressions of those of the Luxniks were incredibly ugly. The truth was that after seeing Aliénor's strength, they realized just how ignorant they had been. They had all been aware that she was still within the sixth dimension, so they never thought too much of her strength. This wasn't too surprising. Earth had only completed its metamorphosis about 5 years ago, so when Aliénor blossomed to her true strength, the Luxniks had already concluded what they believed her limits were and had no idea just how vastly she had improved. They had no idea how large the gap between two individuals of the same dimension could be. It only made matters worse that Y Star Order, their most respected ancestor, had chosen Leonel's side to begin with and now even seemed to have been enslaved by Rosia's branch of the family. The Starry Order elders of the family already understood that they had lost this battle, but it was hard to just shift their mentalities after decades of placing their hope in just one young man. Many of them still hoped that Miguel would win, even if it wasn't logical, they were human after all. Seeing such a scene before them, it was difficult to accept. But maybe luckily for them, they weren't the only ones with a frown on their faces at this moment, because oddly enough, Leonel himself was among them. Leonel held onto his spear firmly, it bowing beneath his strength. Compared to its usual black ice form, it was currently smoldering and filled with an unbridled heat that scorched even the air. But it was also precisely because of this that the fog and plumes of smoke took so long to clear. And when it did, Leonel's gaze couldn't help but narrow further. Just about 10 meters away from Leonel, Miguel seemed to be in a sorry state. His untouched robes had been torn to shreds, leaving barely enough to cover his decency. However, that was all. Miguel's skin shimmered like it was carved of crystal. There was a hint of blood at the corner of his lips and several cracks across his body, but he still rose slowly from the ground, a light cough leaving him. The haughtiness between his brows seemed to have undergone an evolution. It was so pronounced and clear that it almost felt like one was looking at a completely different person. From indifferent, standoffish, and cold, Michael was only a blinding chain of precious metals away from looking every bit the part of a lifelong gangster. Michael ripped the top of his robes away from himself, spitting out the mouthful of blood that was accumulating on his tongue. The cracks that ran along his toned body slowly fused and vanished one by one, the thumping of his heart suddenly treating his body like an instrument to project outward. The beating resonated with the crystal that coated him, vibrating his body to a special frequency that pulled at the heart. Leonel could see at a glance that Michael wasn't just arrogant, he was also a bit of a madman who happened to also be extraordinarily hard-working. Not everyone could just swallow metals and end up with a physique like Leonel's, especially for Michael, who was born with the snowy star owl lineage factor that wasn't known for its robust body to begin with. Every line of muscle, every inch of definition, every outlined striation and pulsing vein was the result of his own meticulous work, and it seemed that Leonel had finally knocked him awake. Michael rose his palms to his hair, running his fingers through it and slicking it back. His actions were slow and didn't seem very special, but the oppressive aura he was giving off only seemed to grow as the thumping of his heart grew louder and louder. By a certain point, it no longer sounded like the steady beat of an organ, but had rather become a thrumming war drum, the gems that coated his body becoming thicker and thicker. Michael threw a glance toward his thin sword. It had fallen a pace before him and was so deeply entrenched into the ground that only the hilt was visible. With a wave of his palm, the sword flew to Michael's hand. One would have thought that he had done so for the purpose of battle, but what he actually used it for was nothing short of jarring. Michael gazed at the sword for a moment, raising it up to eye level as though he was trying to inspect every detail, and then his mouth suddenly opened wide. His canines lengthened and a growl left his lip. Clang, clank, click, clank. He bit down hard, the blade suddenly shattering into countless pieces he swallowed with a single inhale. The gems that coated Michael's body began to glow a healthy light, complex royal blue runes beginning to swirl about within them, making him look more like an otherworldly treasure than a human. Bang, bang. Within Michael's palms, two enormous great swords appeared. Each was over 2 meters long and 2 feet wide. Their weight falling to the ground alone left 2 enormous craters. Michael didn't seem to care he had begun to sink into. A fiendish, devilish grin spread across his lips, his body seeming to grow a size. I was already sick and tired of using that twig. Since you've woken me up, come and taste true strength. Michael's foot rose into the air, the momentum of the world following his step. Chapter 1238. Blazing Dawn. Dauntless Day. Chapter 1238. Blazing Dawn. Dauntless Day. Michael was so fast that Leonel could only react on instinct, quickly crossing his spear over his chest. It was like those enormous great swords were no heavier than a single feather, or so it seemed with the ease Michael swung them. The spear across Leonel's chest immediately found itself bending in protest. Despite the fact Leonel had wanted to use it to protect himself, a strong, surging force bent it to the point it barreled into his sternum, causing his body to bow backward and fly out with a bang. A projectile of blood flew from Leonel's mouth, his entire ribcage threatening to shatter. If it wasn't for his bronze runes dispersing the force throughout his body, maybe his lungs and heart would have been riddled with bone shards by now. Leonel could tell that Michael had instead lost his speed and, most importantly, his agility. However, when it came to a straight line bound and leap forward, strength alone could often overwhelm speed. And now that Michael had taken the initiative, he proved this about as well as you possibly could. Michael howled, his hair fluttering about wildly. He looked like a beast that had been released from its chains, his attack and pursuit relentless, as though he couldn't feel fatigue. Every time he landed, the ground would collapse. Every time he shot forward, an abyss would be left in his wake. Every time he attacked, the air split, and sparking flames followed his swing as the atmosphere cried for mercy. Leonel found his body being beaten and bruised. He managed to find a way to block every time, but he could never escape the pain that came with it. His wrists threatened to shatter, his shoulders were continuously almost ripped from their sockets, and his legs and torso were beginning to show signs of deep internal bleeding, splotches of a grotesque blackish violet spreading beneath their skin. Blazing Dawn. Dauntless Day. The gold of Michael's hair and eyes became like a blazing sun. Even his eyebrows followed suit, the endless flood of it making him look like a deity descended from the skies above. And yet, his coarse laughter and his fiendish grin warped that persona, giving him the image of endless bloodlust, the kind that could only be matched by a god of war. AAA. Michael's howls caused the golden barriers that protected the audience to tremble and vibrate. The crowd could only imagine just how loud it was for Leonel, who was trapped in there. Whether by coincidence or design, everyone seemed to have landed on the same conclusion. This arena had become a cage, and Leonel happened to be stuck in there with a beast. The Luxniks had quite frankly never seen this side of Michael. Not only had he abandoned the light flexible sword that was the symbol of their family, but he didn't even seem to be using Snowforce any longer. They couldn't help but feel that the Miguel that they had all come to know was a facade from the very beginning, nothing more than an image he projected out to them. This was the true Miguel. An unrelenting, furious, battle maniac who wielded his swords like clubs and bellowed out war cries as though he wouldn't be satisfied until the whole of the dimensional verse heard his name. Bang! Leonel against the golden barrier, another cough of blood leaving his lips. By now, his clothes were in tatters. Where his skin was exposed no longer shone as resplendently as they had before. Even his bronze runes seemed to have dimmed considerably. Miguel's relentless pursuit didn't pause for even a moment. Blazing like a golden meteor, he shot into the air, falling down toward Leonel with both his great swords raised high above his head. His hair and eyebrows gave off wisps of white gold fog. His eyes had begun to glow so bright that the whites had vanished, replaced by orbs of gold that pulsed with light. Leonel watched this scene, a light breath leaving his lips. Even that alone made him feel like his entire body was on fire. All right, if a brawl is what you want, come and have a brawl. Leonel's eyes closed for a moment, making it truly seem as though he had given in. But when they opened, his eyes too had become nothing more than orbs of light. However, his own blazed like shimmering sapphires, his aura imploding in the form of a pillar that seemed to want to pierce the skies, star fusion. Wild plumes of sky blue smoke shot out from Leonel, his body suddenly vanishing from its position and appearing above Miguel. His white shirt was ripped from himself, revealing a torso no less ripped and defined than Miguel's own. His bronze runes were flooded with vital star force, causing them to pulse with the very same blue light as his halo hung above his head. Miguel continued to fall, unable to change his direction. But Leonel had already closed in, his feet slamming down on the top of the former's back and driving him into the ground. Bang! Miguel twisted in the air, blocking Leonel's foot with the flat of his blade and swinging forward with his other, his gaze lit with thoughts of splitting him in two. But what he found instead was Leonel's own blade. Spear and sword met in the skies, the reverberating impact sending Leonel spiraling so far into the air that he crashed into the barrier once again. At the same time, Miguel careened into the ground, falling into such a deep pit that it wasn't immediately obvious what happened to him. Unfortunately, though, this wasn't the kind of battle that had lulls and pauses. Two almost mindless roars shook the stadium. In the ground below, Miguel's aura alone shattered everything in its path, forcing the rocks to crumble and the surrounding walls to fall into the abyss. The elevation where the stages and platforms had been at fell by more than 50 meters, leaving a sinkhole that spread out for hundreds more. In the skies, Leonel's bellow shattered the ceiling of the golden dome, shards of white gold glass falling in all directions and precipitating in a beautiful rainfall. And then a streak of blinding blue and another of blinding gold tore a path toward one another, meeting in the skies and causing a boom that deafened the ears of all those that heard it. Chapter 1239. Once more, Chapter 1239. Once more spear and great swords met in an endless torrent of attacks. Every collision caused shards of whistling wind to fly out in all directions. It was the kind of display of power that made one cringe and turn your head away, worried that their bodies wouldn't be able to handle what came next and find itself bent awkwardly and out of shape. However, the wild grins on both of their faces seemed to paint a different picture entirely. They were completely relentless. Even when they were pushed to the ground, they sprung back up like springs, already prepared for the next 10 exchanges. Bang! The two were forcefully separated, finding themselves on opposite sides of the arena. Their breathing was even and deep, the thumping of their hearts and the rushing of their blood booming like drums and falling like waterfalls. Miguel exhaled a deep breath, a fog rising up from his swords as though they were being seared with heat. Dying embers of dusk. The four cycles came together. Without even stepping into the sixth dimension, Miguel had actually comprehended the entirety of the natural light realm. The glow in Leonel's gaze intensified. The strength of 1, 2, or 3 facets of a universal cycle was absolutely nothing compared to when they were deployed all at once. Only upon doing so would the true strength of universal force shine through, the only light of night. Blazing dawn. Dauntless day, dying embers of dusk. The cycle of day, night, dawn, and dusk rotated about the skies, the center of the world being Miguel himself. Leonel exhaled his own breath. He hadn't even bothered to bring out his 4 seasons comprehension. Because it was true state, it could probably match 1 stage above, but 2 was too large of a gap to bridge. If he brought it out now, he would only end up countered and put himself on the back foot. But Leonel had more cards than he had shown. In the Dimensional Cleanse trial zone, Leonel had formed 3 forms of, not just 1. The issue was that the amount of vital star force he had was so small to begin with that executing just the first form only lasted a few minutes. Unfortunately, most of the accumulated vital star force Leonel had left the trial world with had been taken away by the segmented cube. Of course, it was vital to saving his life and making sure no lingering injuries crippled his hands, so it was a worthy exchange. Due to this, though, it took Leonel weeks to even months to accumulate enough vital force just for a few minutes of usage. At least, that was the case in a weak galaxy like the Milky Way. But Leonel wasn't there any longer, now was he? Leonel had already been on planet Luxnix for more than a month. Not only was it a pinnacle sixth-dimensional world, it was perfectly chosen by the Luxnix for its high light and star elemental concentration. In that case, wasn't it perfect? The first stage of star fusion was. The second stage, though, Leonel's lips spread into a wild grin, the red in his eyes pulsing as the blue about him became a blazing curtain of crimson. Star fusion, combustion. A chorus of red raced across Leonel's body as he howled into the skies. His own cry sounded for more maddened than anything Miguel had been able to form. His body seemed to spring to life, a pair of wings that stretched outward for 10 meters each appearing to his back, and his body being covered in delicate white gold scales, each etched with golden runes and shaped like small miniature feathers. The billowing fog emitting from Leonel's head seemed to make his hair turn scarlet and lengthen, snaking out in all directions like wild hydras surging out from murky waters. With a single flap of Leonel's wings, the air around him shattered like glass, the ground splintering like an eggshell and the howling call of his roar being left behind by the sonic boom of his own speed. He appeared before Michael in the blink of an eye, but the latter had already swung down one of his great swords, the power behind it carrying with it the strength of the natural light realm. Bang! The two erupted into a flurry of exchanges. Leonel's body seemed to be nearly invulnerable, even in the rare instances where he suffered an injury. It closed so fast that it felt as though it had never been there to begin with. Miguel's skin shimmered like crystals, his impenetrable gem force and relentless attacks backing his domineering nature. He fought nothing like a Luxnix. There wasn't the slightest bit about him that was elegant or refined. Not the slightest hint of what it meant to embody purity was on his mind. All he cared about was being the best, his arrogance prepared to make even the darkness of night and the light of day revolve around him. The two clashed and separated, their collisions rebounding all across the arena in a way that was almost impossible to follow. The crowd found their heads swiveling from side to side almost uncontrollably just so that they could try their best to keep up. Leonel retracted his spear before releasing an endless torrent of pierces. His speed was so blinding that it felt as though dozens of spears had appeared in his hand. Miguel swiped one of his great swords to the side, brutishly slapping Leonel's spear to the side and swinging down from above. Leonel took a fast and strong step forward, punching out toward Miguel's chest. The sound of metal and crystal meeting resounded through the arena. Miguel flexed his back and widened his stance, absorbing the blow completely as he continued to swing down from above. Leonel's gaze flickered as he rotated to the side, barely stepping out of the downward swing and stamping down toward Miguel's wrist. However, as though he hadn't noticed, Miguel's forearm simply flexed, the blue runes swirling about his crystal skin jumping to life. In that moment, Leonel suddenly felt as though his foot had slammed into a steel wall. To make matters worse, Miguel suddenly released his grip on his sword, his palm snaking upward at an odd angle and catching Leonel's ankle. Leonel found himself being raised into the air, his gaze frighteningly cold. Bang! His body was pummeled into the ground, only to be raised again. Force surged about Leonel's ankle, forcing Miguel to let go. Hooking the crook of his knee to Miguel's arm, he used the momentum to swing himself to the latter's back, choking around Miguel's neck with one arm and raising his spear to behead him with the other. Miguel roared, his neck bulging and his back erupting as a strong surge of force that sent Leonel flying backward. With another howl, Miguel beat his chest, sinking further and further into an undying madness. And then his skin began to change once more. Slowly but surely, the crystal morphed into something more tangible and heavy, fusing with the new coming substance and making it far stronger than it had been just alone. Chapter 1240, Judgment. Chapter 1240, Judgment. The crystal that coated Miguel's skin seemed to rapidly shrink, concentrating the pulsing blue runes that had run within them toward his forehead. His muscles bulged a fold in size, suddenly gaining a rough texture to them and eventually losing all of its color. Before the eyes of everyone, it became a thick, leathery coat, one that bulged with both power and a pure, unblemished white that gave off its own light. At the same time, Miguel's hair and eyes lost their gold color as well, becoming bright shades of white. It almost became impossible to see his hair as anything other than strings of lights. It didn't even look real any longer, having completely lost its physical form. The illusory form of a majestic elephant appeared to his back, a surging tide of gem force flooding the surroundings. Miguel didn't even seem to try, but everything was suddenly coated in his aura. The ground and even the golden walls that surrounded them all began to grow crystal formations of their own, almost like rapidly spreading ice-forming crystalline constructs. With a snap, Miguel's great sword flew back into his hand. A single flex of his forearm caused the sturdy metal to whine, the imprint of his palm and fingers being etched onto its body. The level of strength it took to accomplish such a feat was simply beyond one's wildest imagination, and yet he had done so on nothing more than a whim. Miguel's head tilted to the skies, a roar escaping his lips. Explosive concentric circles of collapsing and booming wind shot out along with his voice, shattering everything in its wake. In that moment, a surge of force began to violently shoot toward Miguel, his chest and stomach expanding by a size as the gem on his forehead only grew all the brighter. Leonel flipped through the air, landing on his own 2 feet. His body was still covered by a blazing fog of red, a line of smoke rising from his body and becoming a thin line of energy in the air. From the moment Michael ate his sword, Leonel had already understood what his ability was. Leonel had run into this ability before, but this was either a mutated form of it, or it was a unique ability that mimicked what the original ability could do. Of course, this ability was the Swallower Ability Index, the very same ability shared by Hephaestus of Valiant Heart Mountain. Hephaestus was able to gain the abilities of the beasts he ate, but this was a byproduct of the Steel tier, or Tier 4, of the Swallower Ability Index. Of course, Hephaestus could only do this for low-level beasts, so there was a heavy cap on when his ability was Tier 4 and when it was not. But Miguel seemed to be very different. Leonel was absolutely certain that Hephaestus could not eat a sword. The unspoken limitation of the Swallower Ability Index was that whatever was eaten had to be organic. But, clearly, not only was Michael not bound by this, but he even seemed to be capable of swallowing the force in the atmosphere, forcefully refueling himself and making it all his own. When faced with such a person, not only was their stamina practically endless, but their affinities suddenly became whatever they wanted it to be. If Hephaestus ate a low-level creature and it happened to have a sturdy bone structure, he would gain a portion of that. If it had a fire elemental affinity, he would also gain a portion of that, so on and so forth. But what about Michael? If he swallowed force itself, what did that represent? What did it mean? What if he swallowed a force crystal? A pure force crystal? With his ability, could he give himself whatever affinity he wanted so long as he ate enough? In fact, couldn't Michael hunt and kill humans as well, swallowing their ethereal glabellas to take from them what he pleased? This level of innate talent was something even he had to respect. Leonel slowly walked toward Michael. He could somewhat understand how the Starry Order elders felt. Michael might, quite frankly, be one of the only people in existence capable of adapting to an innate node that wasn't his own. In fact, he was capable of adapting to almost anything, so long as he had time and the resources before him. Leonel's spear swept out to his side, the casual action causing many of Michael's forming crystalline structures to shatter beneath the wind pressure alone. The sound of shattering glass and falling crystals resounded, the beauty of the resonance feeling nothing like the sight of the destruction. Michael's inhale ended, the devilish grin on his face having grown only wider as his gaze landed on Leonel. He seemed to have grown an extra foot tall. His body up to his neck was covered by thick, leathery skin, and his eyes were nothing but glowing orbs of white, following the tone set by his hair. The twinkling gem force around him only grew further in density, the small shards suddenly growing to the size of fists hailing down from the skies above. The rough beating of them and Michael's heart seemingly fusing into one deathly rhythm. Judgment. Michael's voice seemed to have dropped by an entire octave. Even before the attack came, Leonel's pupils constricted, his body flipping backward and just barely dodging an enormous crystal pillar that had appeared from thin air. However, his feet had barely touched the ground again when his wings were forced to flap with all their strength, sending him beaming out of the way of another falling crystal pillar. Michael's uproarious laughter resounded as these thick, destructive pillars continued to manifest from thin air. Judgment, 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 bang, 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 a relentless barrage fell. The momentum was so great that the wind pressure alone made Leonel feel as though his skin was being torn in two. The golden barrier could finally no longer withstand the pressure. 3 crystal pillars fell all at once, cutting off Leonel's path of retreat from all sides. When they hit the ground in unison, everything shattered, shards of gold flying wildly throughout the arena. Chapter 1241. Bestial Offensive. Chapter 1241. Bestial Offensive. Leonel's expression flickered. Having these wings seemed cool, but it made the over-kilometer-long diameter of the arena seem far too small. To make matters worse, because Leonel had become used to them being nothing more than an illusion, having them become a sudden tangible part of him left him feeling awkward and uncoordinated. He realized then that he definitely should have spent the last few days going over the Luxnix family techniques that helped use these enormous pair of wings instead of getting lost in his game of chess with Wise Star Order. But, as they say, hindsight was 20/20. The coldness in Leonel's gaze returned. He had lost himself in having fun in this battle, and he hadn't been his usual self. The battles he had fought in the dimensional verse until now all felt like a struggle of life and death, so he never wasted time playing around. He would drown his opponent out in calculations and cut the simplest path to victory every time. Often, he didn't even have emotions or straying thoughts of his own. He was like an efficient machine, executing its orders. At this point, feeling that he was very quickly running out of power-ups to use, and simultaneously feeling that Miguel still had depths he had yet to expose, Leonel was tempted to revert to his usual battle style. It was quite ironic just how perfect a reflection of Leonel that Miguel was. Though the latter didn't have the former's calculative abilities, most of Miguel's battles usually ended just as easily. With what Michael had comprehended from Leonel's innate node, he had even been able to one-shot the patriarch of the Viola family. Michael hadn't used any of these comprehensions against Leonel, much like Leonel hadn't used his ability index much at all either. Of course, whether or not such comprehensions would be effective against Leonel was another matter entirely, but it was still the principle of the matter that truly counted. Michael felt he didn't need to use Leonel's talent to defeat him. He could do it on his own. From the very beginning, he was better. The three pillars savagely fell, Leonel's head tilting up and a smile spreading across his face. It wasn't laced with madness, nor was there a fiendish aura to it. All it carried was a childish excitement. Leonel remembered well the first time he had experienced such a feeling. He was within Camelot's zone facing an army of demons. For the first time, the weight of killing others wasn't at the forefront of his mind. After all, what he faced weren't humans. They were cold-hearted monsters ready and willing to tear him limb from limb. That was the moment that apprehension, anxiety, and guilt gave way, becoming the emotions that he had always felt, that he had always wanted to feel, a giddy excitement. It was clear that he had already made his decision. I'm not just a knight. I can be considered a mage, too. It seems I won't be able to find out the limits of combustion today. Bang, 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 everything collapsed. The arena began to sink. The golden barrier shattered to pieces. Harsh screams and cries of terror called out as many feared for their lives, feeling as though in the next moment they would no longer be among the living. Eleanor reacted just as quickly. She had originally used the same defensive mechanism Ornick had because she didn't think that things would need to go so far. But it seemed she had underestimated these two boys a bit. It wasn't that their raw strength was so great, but their wills seemed to take tangible form, strengthening their attacks. They had already gained characteristics of the sixth-dimensional god path before even stepping foot into it. Leonel with his king's might, and Miguel with the odd power behind his words, Eleanor lightly tapped her foot, an enormous barrier forming. However, while her son's was a delicate violet color, her own was a vibrant green. In a moment, everything settled just for an instant, that is. Bang! The three crystal pillars shattered to ash. Just as the gem shards shot out in all directions, an enormous pillar of violet force shot into the skies, outlining Leonel's figure as several force arts began to be quickly drawn in the air. The pupils of those who understood constricted. Most force arts were completely invisible to the naked eye as they were drawn by the ever-so-elusive soul force. For Leonel's own to take form, and for them to even witness their drawing like this, shuu, shoo, 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 shoo. Arrows of earth, fire, and light fell from the skies. But just as quickly as they formed, they evolved into spears and javelins, falling from the skies like a torrential rainfall. Michael's crystal constructs responded in kind, the skies becoming like the clash of fireworks, explosions of force, rock and stone erupting and fluttering motes of light falling from their collisions. On the ground, the two tore a path toward one another, one bathed in white and the other in violet. Leonel seemed completely invisible when strengthened by his king's might, and yet Michael seemed just as much so. Every time Leonel dug deeper, he seemed to find a new ceiling, his strength climbing and growing. It was as though even when he said Leonel had awakened him, he was still in a deep sleep, slowly opening his eyes wider and wider with every collision. Michael opened his mouth wide, biting at Leonel's spear, only to receive a swing of its butt to the side of the face. His head spun to the side, but he easily used that momentum to his advantage, allowing his torso and feet to spin into two great slashes with his great swords. Leonel also followed the momentum of his spear's blunt attack, carrying it over to place it in position to block both swings. His feet sunk down into the ground, his body quaking beneath the impact, only for him to realize too late that Michael had sent 3 attacks, not just 2. A kick formed the third prong of the attack, colliding with Leonel's lower torso. Michael's wild, almost bestial offensive style forced Leonel to eat a loss soon after he had. Chapter 1242. Shiver. Chapter 1242. Shiver. Leonel skidded backward against the force of the kick, but the blow was forcefully dispersed to the ground beneath him. His control over the earth element had skyrocketed to an even higher level after entering. It felt as though the entire planet itself was backing his fight. His spear snaked forward, aiming for Michael's head, throat, and heart in quick succession. Every time he pierced it was as though a raging flood dragon followed his movements, his spearmanship becoming so pure and unabashed that it breathed like it had life of its own. Michael's swordsmanship was several times more wild and lacked structure or foundation. Compared to the technique-driven style he had had while using his thin sword, and his ability to shift through one technique after another, always countering Leonel perfectly, he might as well have been a caveman now. But there was a special sort of air that was carried along by those simple strikes. They cut off all paths of retreat and thwarted deadly strikes with the greatest of ease, the explosive power that backed them feeling like they carried the weight of an entire world. Before anyone could realize just what had happened, over a day had already passed, each still being just as relentless as the other, and it feeling as though they had an endless amount of trump cards and rebuttals to thrust at their opponent. However, it was slowly becoming clear that one had more to give than the other did. Leonel could apply this self-created knight technique he had formulated to amplify his mage arts. In addition, the drain on the vital star force supply he had was much lesser, as well as half the burden was taken on by his mind. Unfortunately, having great stamina versus having the ability to endlessly replenish your own were two different matters. Leonel, of course, had the gold-scaled koi fish, but he hadn't used its ability even once. Though he could probably say that it was his beast companion and get away with it, he didn't even think of doing so. He wanted to see to the depths of Michael's limits, to force him to give everything he had and still realize that there was a taller mountain beyond. But it was becoming increasingly difficult to do so. The gap was large. Some would even say too large. Leonel had more than held his own, especially considering he was still holding back even at this moment. But Tier 4 was Tier 4, while Michael was a half step to the 6th dimension. Leonel's smile didn't fade. He found himself to be amusing. He didn't just want to win, he wanted to win his way. Leonel's spear blade swept along the ground, a massive wave of molten earth following it to attack Michael. A crystal whale construct formulated into the skies. It was over 50 meters long, carrying with it a weight that couldn't even be fathomed. Boom! It dropped like an anchor before Leonel's attack, causing an explosion that took both at once. If it wasn't for the barrier formed by Alienor, there was no doubt that the destruction would have only been all the more violent. Leonel let out a heavy breath, sparks of fire leaving his lips. Deep breaths expanded and contracted his chest. A few fractures that could be found littered throughout his body, healing far more slowly than they had at the beginning of his battle, despite the fact the second awakening of his healing branch was very much active. In his moment of reprieve, Michael had already closed the distance. Damn. Leonel's mind reacted quicker than his body, an enormous shield of earth blocking the swing of Michael's blades. The twin great swords burst through, finding Leonel's spear laying in wait. But his defenses seemed weaker than usual. Leonel found himself flying through the air, shaking his head inwardly. He seemed to have been in a battle of equals with Michael. But whenever each brought out a new trump card, wasn't it always him who was sent flying? This was exactly why he was so hesitant about bringing out all he had. If things were like this at this stage, shouldn't he find an opportunity to win before Michael went all out? Leonel laughed at himself. What a silly thought. He hadn't been using his mind much during this battle, and he had actually let such a ridiculous conclusion to fester and grow to this point. Why was it that he had allowed Candle and Vice to roam free? Wasn't that because he would have to defeat all the savants of the dimensional verse one way or another? Why was it that he had kept his mind in reserve during this battle? Wasn't it so that he could bask in the feeling of an enjoyable battle? So why was he suddenly doing something so contradictory to both? A subtle feeling just within Leonel's grasp lingered before him. Sparks went off in his dreamscape, a network he had begun to build to rectify instinctual battling and logical battling feeling just a step away. It was like having a word ready at the tip of your tongue, but easy 10 times more infuriating. This feeling, Leonel closed his eyes, his breathing becoming steadier and steadier. Wasn't he the one who had said it didn't matter? If he wanted to claim that position at the top of the mountain for himself, why should he be constantly worried about the progress and strength of others? As long as he, himself, was strong enough. What did the rest of it matter for? What did the rest of it count for? Nothing. Nothing at all. The halo above Leonel's head began to glow a devastating brightness in that moment. As he flew through the air, it expanded to almost a meter in diameter, shooting down to Leonel's feet before slowly moving upward. Bang! Jang! Leonel landed, and a cloud of dust shot in all direction. But in the next moment, a sight that none who had come this day would ever forget appeared. Leonel's figure vanished from sight beneath the commotion, but space itself seemed to freeze over. Everything was suddenly encased in a cube of ice, space itself solidifying into a tangible plane. And then, crack, everything splintered. As though space had become a sheet of glass, it shattered, and yet it all seemed to be held together by an invisible force. The plumes of dust slowly began to clear, revealing a tall silhouette. The temperature plummeted by several degrees, a cold shiver creeping up the spines of many. Chapter 1243 Style. Chapter 1243 Style. A harsh cold spread out in all directions, the air cracking at its seams as though dome of glass had just been shattered and was now barely holding itself together. Bright blues, deep purples, and swirling blacks surged out in all directions, suddenly dispersing to reveal an armor the likes of which those here had simply never before laid their eyes upon. The divine armor was fitted with many plates, forming a complex and interlocking array of metals that made movement as smooth as fabric. It exuded a frosty aura, appearing as though a layer of beautiful blue, silver, and black ore was coated with a thin and reflective layer of ice. It spread out upon Leonel's wings without missing a single beat, flaps of metal sheets opening and closing as though it was breathing, releasing frosty steam that froze over space all the more. The helmet that covered Leonel's head completely hid his gaze, but the shimmering golden spear upon his forehead and the bronze halo above his head told a story of their own. Orinic's gaze narrowed. The divine armor technique was most definitely among the strongest of the Morales. But not everyone could forge their own, let alone to do so at this level. In fact, of all his abilities, Leonel's crafting was maybe the most untouchable. Miguel found himself stuck within frozen space. As fragile and on the verge of collapse as the world around them now seemed, it was anything but. Just the tiniest movement made him feel as though all his strength was being snapped out, and the slower he moved, the more icicles formed along his skin, only slowing him even further. Leonel's dark ice divine armor had stacked with the characteristics of his warping domain divine armor. The latter was a fourth-dimensional divine armor evolved to match a fifth-dimensional one, while the former was the same for the fifth and sixth dimensions. The result was a devastating ability even those well into the sixth dimension could not ignore. Leonel's palm flipped over, his kinetic spear vanishing to reveal his water domain spear. It looked almost like a trident, its body covered in blue, sapphire-like scales, and its head having one very prominent spear blade and two much smaller ones jetting off to the side at an angle. Michael roared even as Leonel shot into motion once again. The skies cracked, motes of sparkling space falling in all directions. While Leonel himself shot through these falling shards of space as though they were nothing, Michael was forced to dodge them as they came. Those that managed to touch upon even his force froze it in time, space, and functionality, rendering it completely useless. In the A moment, it was like only half of Michael's strength could be deployed, the rest of it being swallowed up by Leonel's dark ice domain. Strength. Michael swung down, meeting Leonel's spear. But behind it, he found a relentless, overflowing pressure. It was as though he was facing an ocean's tide. One wave came forth only to recede, and for a second to replace it, and then a third, then a fourth. By the sixth, Miguel's own strength had been completely eroded away, his arm turning numb as he was forced to take a step back. Leonel's spear spun in the palms, a barrage of pierces, sweeps, and slices. He chained them all into a combination of lethal strikes. He could truly feel the essence of the water domain spear. Something within him had clicked. All this time, he took up a spear, was flashed with the images of its previous owner, and forcefully grasped its domain. But he had missed something very important. The peak spears that stood at the height of its grade never flashed him with any images of its previous owner. Only the sub-spears that littered the base of its hill did so. Then there was the domain. Was it really something he had comprehended? Not really. Didn't his divine armors come with domains themselves? He didn't have to comprehend his divine armors, the ability just manifested due to its nature. That was when it all snapped into place. The spear domain would exist with or without him. Whoever picked up this spear would be able to use this domain. There was nothing special about him in the slightest. All this time, he had thought that he was ignoring instinct for the sake of gaining a deeper, personal understanding of his spear. He wanted to grasp it on his own, to not have his mind clouded by the comprehensions of others. But, in doing so, he had been diverted down the wrong path. When Leonel first claimed his duality spear, it fought against him. Anyone would logically conclude that this was because the spear had a soul, but Leonel had conveniently ignored this. It wasn't because he couldn't accept that there were certain things he simply didn't understand yet, but it was rather because he didn't want to lose himself down the rabbit hole such an acceptance would lead him down. While all of Leonel's stubbornness was in one part due to his endless pursuit of logic and understanding, another large part was just his ego. It wasn't just about pursuing logic, but it was also the satisfaction he felt knowing that he had ripped something apart to its bare bones and that it laid out before him, unable to hide any of its secrets from his eyes. Leonel felt his heart pump, his spear technique becoming faster and more subtle. He had never considered himself to be skilled in the spear. He forcefully integrated comprehensions he gained and sometimes relied on his spear domain lineage factor, but he had always been lacking in something fundamental. Even back when he fought the branch members of the Luxnix family, he still admitted that their raw skill with their weapons was still beyond him despite the fact he defeated them with ease. What was he missing? Why wasn't he a true spearmaster? Why did wielding his bow and his spear feel so different? Why did one come so naturally while the other moved along so slowly and so awkwardly? It was style. Leonel had never breathed his own life in his spear. Wise Star Order had said it quite clearly. Only someone who had their heads flooded with water would think that weapons could have souls. Wasn't it obvious why the domain spears didn't have the memories of previous owners attached to them? It was because Leonel was meant to be the owner. His soul was meant to be their soul. Bang! A blinding golden light shot up into the skies. Chapter 1244, nothing. Chapter 1244, nothing. The golden spear hovering before Leonel's forehead suddenly grew a size. A ring of light formed on either side of it, wrapping around Leonel's helmet and forming a crown with a blinding golden spear as its centerpiece. It and Leonel's bronze halo seemed to resonate, the two vibrating like twin pieces of precious metal. In that moment, Leonel felt as though his eyes had suddenly opened wide. His level 2 spear force trembled. From a neutral white color, it blossomed forth, suddenly becoming sprinkled with flecks soft gold. Leonel's gaze became hazy and unfocused, and yet his assault only grew more powerful. If before it had felt like Leonel's spear was a raging flood dragon, at this moment, it truly became one. Water force bent to Leonel's will without the slightest inclination of resistance. With every pierce, it would fuse with Leonel's king's might and his level 2 spear force, forming a roaring eastern dragon that made Michael feel as though he was being pummeled by a mountain. Michael sliced down with both his great swords, trying to behead the dragon roaring toward him. But he suddenly found both his blades being rebounded away as though he had just collided with a blade and not two beast constructs. Shing! Shing! Leonel suddenly found that he could only use twice, but he didn't even blink a single eye. His movements flowed seamlessly from one motion to the next. Whereas his spearmanship in the past had felt like a disjointed union of powerful individual moves, his calculative mind and skill seemed to have finally fused into one. Each attack became like a sacrificed chess piece that set up the next. Each significant strike was like a fork of pieces on the board, one of which Mihail would have no choice but to sacrifice to move forward. Each combination led to another, then another, an endless chain and torrent of barrages that had no sight and end. The beauty of roaring water dragons beneath shattered ice particles of space was too much to describe. It felt as though all those spectating had been transported to another world, only to experience the battle of a deity of ice and water versus a deity of light and darkness. Michael recovered from Leonel's sudden and enormous leap in strength as only a genius could. His fiendish grin only grew livelier. "Come on!" Leonel's spear howled, the ring on his finger flickering with an imperceptible glow. Every time it collided with Michael, a shockwave would travel through the latter's body, jetting out from his back in powerful concentric circles. At the same time, Michael found his own strikes being severely weakened and sometimes entirely frozen by Leonel's domain, only leaving him susceptible to stronger attacks. Had it not been for his tough elephant skin and its superiority in dimension, he would have long since been littered with holes. And yet his laughter only became more resounding, his force building up momentum as though it was endless. Bang! 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 Leonel's spear spun, wheels of water following its trajectory. Every time it did, he landed another strike, 3 falling in quick succession. Michael's inner organs finally couldn't seem to take it anymore, his mouth overflowing with a combination of trickling and jetting blood. 3 large dents appeared in his tough skin exterior. Leonel's third blow nearly piercing all the way through and reaching bone. Beneath his mask, Leonel's breath heaved, his face drenched in sweat. He was already nearing his limits before he put on his divine armor, but now he was only approaching them all the more. Even the ice-cool nature of it couldn't seem to stop his body from overheating. As for his innate node, he never thought of using it even once. The Luxniks seemed to believe that it would be in better hands if it was with Michael. Leonel had no need to prove himself to them as he had the backing of both his mother and Wise Star Order, however, with this pride etched deep within his heart, that wasn't nearly enough. That innate node was his own. Whether he cared to use it or not was none of the business of the Luxniks. But, right here and now, he would show them just how wrong they were. Leonel pulled back his spear once more, his force surging throughout his body. He squeezed out the last bit of vital star force he had, his gaze lighting up and blooding with such a fierce light that they almost shone through his visor. Dragons mighty. Leonel poured the last of his strength into his dark ice domain, increasing its strength to the point Michael was truly frozen in place, shards of what looked like broken glass surrounding his body and his swords, to the point he was completely unable to move. The miniature humanoid fog of violet rose from Leonel's head, sitting above his spear crown with a lofty air and presence. He wouldn't allow anything in this world to block his path, even if it was himself. The bellow that left Leonel's lips must have been heard all across planet Montex. The will blanketed everything it reached, suffocating the spectators until they seemed to have lost the ability to think any thoughts. Their gazes were all focused on the very same young man. That was, until he seemed to vanish. The separation of Leonel and his spear seemed to have gone up in smoke. Though logically they all felt that there must have been a human behind the supreme strike they were witnessing, their senses told them instead that there was nothing there at all. All that remained was the strike in all its gorgeous beauty. A flood dragon of water, transparent and clear to the point the spear within could be seen. Its scales were outlined by a sharp spear force as the sound of a blade gliding along a whetstone resonated throughout the surroundings. And then, it collided with Mihail's torso, landing right upon the very same shallow wound Leonel had caused previously. But at this moment, everything seemed to pause for just a second. Silence fell, space froze, and a hollow, soft wind glided by at a gentle pace. And then, Mihail's touch outer skin was torn to shreds, the spear exiting through a bloodied hole much too large for its slim body. Chapter 1245, 10%. Chapter 1245, 10%. Leonel's breath came out in heaving swallows. His arm hung out, parallel with his piercing spear, his body not even having the strength to hold his other arm up. Michael should have been blown backward, but the dark ice domain had forcefully kept him in place, forcing his body to take on the full brunt of the strike and tearing a hole the size of 2 fists all the way through his chest. A wheezing cough left Michael's lips, his body still being held up by shards of frozen space. Half of Leonel's spear had gone through his body, coating its sapphire scales in a dense mass of thick, flowing blood. Michael's fiendish grin slowly faded, his gaze meeting Leonel's own. "Maybe one day we'll have a real fight," Leonel said through his heavy breath. Michael didn't say anything in response, his eyes having lost their previous glow and expression going back to how it had always been. It seemed baffling that he had ever been that howling young man from before. But, even without more words than that, the two had come to quite a deep understanding of one another. Leonel very much meant the words he had spoken. This Michael he had defeated was maybe, at best, 20% of what his true strength was. In fact, according to Leonel's estimation, that was an overly positive view. This was probably closer to 10% of Michael's true strength, most likely less. On the surface, this seemed ridiculous, but looking at things from Michael's perspective, they likely began to make sense. Michael was an extraordinary talent. This was something that no one could deny. He was born only a few months ahead of Leonel, so their ages were quite negligible, and in another life they would probably have grown up to be as close as Leonel and James had once been. With the talent he was granted, Michael had made it to the quasi-sixth dimension years ago. However, he didn't have the background to allow him to enter the Void Palace outside of their selections like those from more prominent families could have, so he could only stall in his own progress. That said, this didn't mean that Michael didn't improve at all. In fact, he had improved almost daily, leaping forward by unfathomable lengths. It was just that it was all reliant on Leonel's innate node. Michael could gain affinity with practically anything just by eating enough of it. But why would he divert his attention when such a powerful force was within his body? There was no doubt in Leonel's mind that Michael's comprehension of Scarlet Star Force was several folds beyond him. They couldn't even be compared. When things are looked at from this perspective, you could begin to understand the problem. Michael's entire battle style and form was predicated on Scarlet Star Force. Even without using the Force itself, just the comprehensions of destruction he had gained and the numerous techniques he had formulated around it would speak for themselves. Much like how Leonel had recently decided to build the foundation of his strength with his Scarlet Star innate node as the foundation, so too had Michael reached the same conclusion. Except, unlike Leonel, he had the constant guidance of experts, so he had made this logical conclusion much earlier on and had stuck with it. The best analogy was that Leonel was battling a fish, and he had suddenly made that fish battle on land instead. The fact Michael had pushed him to this extent while handicapped in this fashion spoke volumes not only about his talent, but also his deep-seated pride. Leonel doubted that Michael had even known the innate node within him wasn't his own until recently. Why would the Star Order elders ever tell him such a thing? Even if they ultimately agreed with such a decision, there was no need to run their own names through the mud in the process. Of course, there were probably benefits Michael had gotten from the Scarlet Star innate node that couldn't be completely divorced from his current battle prowess. For example, he had likely only graduated from the Snowy Star Owl lineage factor so quickly because he could gain the affinity boost from Leonel's innate node. However, Leonel had a feeling that this wouldn't matter much. If he hadn't had the innate node, with the backing of the Luxnix, he could have just been force-fed all sorts of high-level light elemental crystals and pure crystals. By then, the result wouldn't have been as exaggerated, but it would still be comparable. The largest difference would only become more obvious as he left the White Stone Elephant behind, continued onward. Leonel was even more certain that without his innate node, Michael would have been able to build his combat prowess with a different foundation, and though he would also be weaker than if he used Scarlet Force, he would still be able to beat the current Leonel. It was almost too obvious. The reason why Michael's sword swings had all been so simple and wild was purely because all the techniques he had were purposely not used by him. To put things in the most blunt way possible, even now, Leonel could not defeat a full-powered Viola family patriarch. But Michael had done so in a single strike. All of this said, this battle was designed to be unfair from the very beginning. Had Michael hoped to rely on his destructive capabilities, he might have lost even sooner. Leonel's current innate node only hurt him because it had grown too far out of his control. However, the innate node Michael currently had was at a level where Leonel could not only easily bear it, but he was basically immune to it. Still, Michael had no idea that Leonel had regrown his innate node already, and he was very much unaware of how Leonel would have countered him easily. No matter how you looked at it, Michael was an unfortunate loser in this situation. Leonel took a deep breath and began to move, but Michael had already done so. In a move that stunned those watching, he pierced a hand into his own right hip, ripping out something that shimmered with a blinding red-gold light. Then, he tossed it toward Leonel before the last of his strength wavered and he collapsed. Chapter 1246. So OG, Chapter 1246. So OG, Leonel caught the innate node in a hand. Seeing how small it was, he couldn't help but sigh. All of this was caused by a small thing barely the size of a thumbnail. That was right, the innate node within Michael looked like a piece of a gem one might not even notice by a roadside if it wasn't for the blinding like it was giving off. It was completely unlike Leonel's own, which was so large it had taken over his entire kidney. At a glance, Leonel could tell that while Michael had been able to adapt, he hadn't been able to do so perfectly. For one, the innate node hadn't grown along with him. Though Leonel wasn't certain if it was meant to grow to the exaggerated size of his own, he was pretty sure that this was far too small. Secondly, the aura that this innate node was giving off was only at the 4th dimension. Michael was already a step away from the 6th, and yet the innate node he had taken from Leonel had only crossed a single-dimensional barrier in all these years. It was clear and obvious that the transplant wasn't perfect, and if it wasn't for Michael's ability, it likely wouldn't have shown any progress at all. What was even more obvious was that the help Michael had gained from this innate node to progress his lineage factor was far less than Leonel had originally assumed. Realizing these things, how could Leonel not feel that things were practically comical at this point? All this commotion for this. At the same time, though, Leonel felt an apprehension creep up within his heart. His innate node was actually so powerful that proper comprehension of it had given Michael so much strength. Leonel suddenly coughed. His divine armor faded away as he fell backward. I'm tired as hell. Leonel was asleep before he even hit the ground. He didn't even register that having lost the support of his spear, Michael had fallen at the same time. Leonel's eyes opened slowly, finding himself staring at a familiar ceiling. He had been stripped down to his boxers again, though, causing his lip to twitch. I really need to talk to Mom about this. Leonel was in the process of shaking his head when he smelt a familiar scent lingering in the air. That fragrance of apple was undeniable, and it definitely wasn't coming from him. At the same time, he was definitely alone in this room right now, so that could only mean, damn it. This time, nothing stopped Leonel from shaking his head. Leonel looked toward his hand to find that his innate node was actually still in his palm. Then again, there were probably very few people who could hold a Scarlet Star Force innate node and not be affected by it. Whoever took it out of him the first time definitely suffered greatly. It was a miracle that Michael even survived. Leonel raised his hand up above his head, taking a good look at the innate node. It didn't seem as bright as it had before, and even looked to be quite docile. It hummed with a steady rhythm as though it was feeling content and happy. Leonel didn't know if that was an illusion or if it was real, but it was definitely the feeling he got. Hey old man, is there any benefit to having 2 innate nodes? Do you take me for an encyclopedia? Despite the discontent in Y-Star Order's voice, he still didn't take long to answer. Yes, that's exactly what I take you for. I'm gonna really enjoy killing you one day. Just answer the question. How the hell would I know? Regrowing an innate node is supposed to be impossible, and being born with an innate node at all is an extraordinarily rare event. The only examples I know of individuals being born with 2 were cases where they were born with completely different innate nodes. I've never heard of the same person being born with 2 of the same. So there are people who've been born with 2? Yes, there are plenty of people born with far more talent than you arrogant little brat. When did I ever say that I was the most talented person in the world? Sounds like you're projecting, old man. Y-Star Order only snorted in response. I've heard of a child born to the spirituals born with 9. A few of them were common, but 3 of them were true state elements on the same level as yours. Didn't you say spirituals were born without bodies? How could they have innate nodes? Doesn't that mean they just built a body with 9 because they felt like it? I'm living with an idiot. Do you know anything about the bodybuilding process of the spirituals? So why are you drawing conclusions so easily? Plus, do you have any idea of how finicky true state elements are? You can't just take one because you feel like it. Leonel chuckled. He often asked and made a lot of low-level mistakes around Y-Star Order. These were deductions he could easily make himself, but the easiest way to get this old man to talk about what he knows was like this. He called Leonel arrogant, but which of them truly was more so? The old man probably wasn't stupid enough to think that Leonel was so slow, but it could help in the long run regardless. So you're saying if this person had been born a regular human, they would have had 9 innate nodes regardless? That's crazy. Does that mean he had 18 nodes formed in the 3rd dimension? No, fool. It's because they were born a spiritual that they could have such talent in the elements. A human would never... Wait, what kind of nonsense did you just say? 18 nodes? Get me out of here, I can't do this anymore. There's only so far you should take this retardation act of yours. Leonel raised an eyebrow. I actually wasn't trying to be stupid there. I have 10 nodes. You have 10 nodes, so Y-Star Order's voice trailed off. What did you just say? Chapter 1247? I'm gonna kill him? Chapter 1247? I'm gonna kill him? Leonel raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he had ever heard shock in Y-Star Order's voice. Even when he had been taken off guard by the fact Leonel's innate node had regrown itself, it had been marred by so much pain that it didn't shine through the way that it should have. And, quite frankly, if Y-Star Order had to decide what he was more shocked by, it was definitely this realization. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with me? Y-Star Order didn't even have a witty comeback ready this time. He was caught between wanting to strangle Leonel to death, bashing his head against a wall, and praying to a non-existent god to explain to him if he had already died and entered the gates of hell. Y-Star Order took deep breaths. His murderous thoughts would only end up harming himself. He had become used to controlling his impulses enough that he calmed eventually, shaking his head furiously. Say what you said one more time. I'm hungry, Leonel murmured. He sat up, ready to ignore Y-Star Order to go and deal with that, but he suddenly found a familiar table once again spread with food. However, this time he hadn't been able to smell anything because it was all so perfectly packaged and ready. Leonel blinked and walked over, opening the first container. When the aroma hit him, he felt his legs go weak. This food, it was heaven sent. He had never felt such a strong need to stuff his face until his body imploded. This time, he didn't control his impulses, immediately diving in. Just the first bite made his blood lap around his body, surging around at ungodly speeds and making his heart sing. This is so good, you little bastard. Answer my question. You didn't ask a question. Leonel spoke between muffled bites. You stupidly asked me to repeat something you already heard the first time more than clearly enough. What's wrong with you, old man? Have you gone senile already? Y-Star Order's deep breaths got louder. Leonel thought about making a lewd joke, but he eventually refrained. This old man really seemed like he might explode any time now. Alright, fine. Where are these supposed 10 nodes of yours? The first is in my brainstem, 2 down my spine, 1 for each of my lungs, 1 in my stomach, 1 for the outflow of blood through my heart, and 1 for the inflow. Finally, there's 1 in my left kidney, and my Scarlet Star Force innate node is in my right kidney. Wise Star Order fell into silence for a very long time, almost as though he had to go and confirm this for himself. Unfortunately, his perception was limited while stuck within the necklace, so he could only vaguely make out that Leonel was, indeed, telling the truth. But that only floored him all the more. Why? Wise Star Order was a savant, so he had never had to form nodes of his own. Or, more accurately, he couldn't. This was the trade-off that came with being granted among the most powerful talent potentials in all of the universe. But that didn't mean he didn't have a strong fundamental understanding. Unlike other savants, Wise Star Order could take over bodies. As such, he had certain methods to circumvent his limitations as a savant. No body he had ever taken over had been in the third dimension, so he had never experienced it personally, but he knew exactly how important the foundation of nodes in the third dimension could become in the future. Why? Don't you think that's the perfect setup for nodes? Basically, my entire respiratory system is boosted by force. Unfortunately, after my innate node regrew, I abandoned much of my initial goals for my nodes. Most of my strength comes from either my raw body strength or external force now. What? Yeah, Leonel said absent-mindedly, still devouring container after container of food. Because all of my nodes are connected and work in a feedback loop of sorts, I have to be careful because of my Scarlet Star Force innate node. For example, when I take a breath, oxygen floods my lungs. That process is immediately amplified by my nodes, and it facilitated the diffusion of oxygen into my bloodstream. That blood will make it to my heart and be rushed out by yet another node. Then there's the matter of my kidneys and stomach. My blood is constantly being passively purified, but not as much as it technically could. Together, the system is efficient. But because of the bottleneck of the weakness of my body, I can't make full use of it. If I let it all go and work like it was meant to, I feel like I would burn up from the inside out. If I wasn't limited like this, I would have probably reached the peak of the Snowy Star Owl lineage factor a long time ago. Wise Star Order found himself taking long breaths again. If he still had a heart and lungs, it would probably be leaving out of his throat right this moment. He really couldn't control himself any longer. If he heard one more nonsensical thing, he might completely explode. Let me get this straight. You formed 10 nodes capable of perfectly supplementing your body's strength in every way. But because you were afraid of a node you were born with as a baby, you put it under lock and key and continued like nothing was wrong? Leonel blinked, pondering for a moment as he swallowed a mouthful of rich soup. He wanted to describe it as liquid gold, but he was certain that gold wasn't anywhere near as appetizing. For a moment, he almost forgot to answer the question. Well, it's not exactly like that. It wasn't the innate node I was born with as a baby. It's like 100 times bigger than it was then, and I hadn't had it all my life. That thing's dangerous. 1. I'm gonna kill him. I'm really gonna kill him. Chapter 1248, Regulator. Chapter 1248, Regulator. It took a long time for Wise Star Order to calm down, or, more accurately, for him to stop writhing under the torture the necklace put him through to force him to calm down. Even after he was heaving for breath for a reason beyond his anger, it still didn't seem to have faded. For as long as he could remember, Wise Star Order had always hated stupid people. This was why his last life was among the hardest to pull off, because he actually had to be nice to idiots. It was a torturous hell all to its own. After his centuries of sacrifice didn't pan out like he wanted, he had reverted to his old self. No, he was even worse. If he hadn't been restrained, he might have really killed Leonel, even if it meant never getting the answers he wanted. Do you have any idea how important your nodes are to the foundation of your strength? How is it that you've even survived this long? Well, I have a pretty special magic system backing me. Thanks to my mage core, using atmospheric force is pretty easy. So, ignoring my nodes has always been pretty easy. Leonel's mage core had blossomed into an enormous tree by this point in his ethereal glabella. It was covered in the same 5-colored leaves that had made up the original, but now there was a 6th slowly germinating and rooting itself. It had a radiant blue color and was sometimes misty, sometimes icy, and other times as free-flowing as water. From the very beginning, the mage core represented the true state of Camelot's magic. With it, Leonel didn't need a spiritual medium like a wand or a staff to use magic. As such, ignoring his own nodes had been exceptionally easy. Wise Star Order paused. He had been in Leonel's ethereal glabella before. Of course, he had been distracted by the 7 stars, but there was no way he'd miss the mage core, especially after he had hidden the second half of his soul away. Leonel's mother had a lot of new things he could learn about the mage core and the techniques she had left behind for him, but he had yet to get to them just yet. Do you have any idea what you've been doing to yourself? Leonel laughed. Why don't you just explain instead of tiptoeing around everything so you can have more chances to call me an idiot? Ignoring your own nodes is like trying to breathe with your lungs clipped. It's like trying to speak without a tongue. It's like trying to eat without your fucking stomach. How could you be so stupid? Leonel shook his head. You think I don't realize this is a problem? but what do you want me to do about it? The innate node Michael took out of him was the size of a thumbnail. Mine is the size of a fist. Do you not understand my dilemma here? Y Star Order was taken aback again. What? But it's the size of a fist. It's taken over my whole right kidney. If I don't restrict my nodes, all of my blood would flow through it. If that happens, I'll literally burn from the inside out. You wouldn't even have a chance at taking over my body anymore at that point. Y Star Order was, once again, left entirely speechless. An innate node the size of a fist? That was completely unheard of. To put this matter into perspective, the fact Leonel had formed his regular nodes out of 100 cells already placed him at the pinnacle of geniuses. What made innate nodes so special, aside from the power of force they held, was the fact they were so large to begin with. A fingernail compared to the size of a 100-cell node was astronomical. If you also consider the fact that a 10-cell node was already considered to be quite large, then the fact that most could only form 1-cell nodes, and you'd understand just how exaggerated this matter was. Y Star Order couldn't even begin to wrap his head around what the hell a node the size of a fist represented. In fact, his head felt light and he didn't even want to argue anymore. Explain how you formed your 10 nodes to me. Leonel just gave Y Star Order a casual explanation. He had felt like the only way to reach 100% compatibility with his nodes was to form 10. It was the only way to ensure that he got both his kidneys as that everything would be balanced. After listening, Y Star Order fell into deep silence. Leonel could feel him calculating something, though he felt that his tools were more lacking than his were to do so. Was this how normals people thought? It seemed slow and inefficient. Though that conclusion was only considering Y Star Order's raw soul strength. He still computed things faster than Leonel overall, he was just wasting his max potential. But that could only be expected considering he didn't have Leonel's ability, nor the higher level Dream Force. I see. By the time Y Star Order had spoke, Leonel was already on his last container of food, the satisfaction he felt not wavering in the slightest. It should be a series of compounding factors, trying to form both nodes at the same time. Your father's concoctions, the fact that the locations you chose happened to mirror each other perfectly. The fact that one of those locations happened to be the exact location our node had been birthed into in the first place. The fact you were actually stupid enough to try. You really are a lucky bastard to be alive right now. Leonel raised an eyebrow. There's something you're still not telling me. It's not that I'm not telling you, it's that it's far above your pay grade. Why do you think there's a hard cap at 9 nodes? What's regulating the limits? What's stopping people from forming 10, 11, 12, 50 even? You basically stole energy from the regulator of the dimensional verse and used it to do something that should have been impossible. Chapter 1249, Better Analogy. Chapter 1249, Better Analogy. Leonel placed down his final plate, his brows furrowing. Regulator? You're not a complete fool when you decide so. Think about it with that head of yours. When a weapon reaches the life grade, it becomes a holistic whole, fusing to become something of complete oneness and becoming a unique existence. Across cultures, there are countless philosophies that follow that sort of mantra. Leonel nodded. He could already think of one, and that was just Earth. The concept of 1 giving birth to 2, and 2 to 3, and 3 to 1. A cyclical beauty. It seemed that the life grade was very much like this philosophy. Since you know, then the answer is both simple and complex. What is the bigger example of oneness than the entire dimensional verse itself? Leonel froze. He didn't know if he was imagining it, but he felt as though a strong breeze had brushed against the back of his neck, sending a tingling sensation down his back. Y Star Order frowned. He understood. The Luxnic's ancestor hadn't expected this. Understanding this was both a blessing and a curse, and it was also the key to grasping the God path far beyond the first step at the 6th dimension. But the curse portion of this all weighed exceptionally heavy. It was all speculation, and even Y Star Order had only heard tidbits and rumors about it. For once, he had harmed Leonel without even trying to do so. He had genuinely not expected Leonel to grasp anything from the words he had just spoken. The difference between understanding and truly understanding were two different concepts. It was like the difference between knowing that a car ran on gas and understanding how combustion engines worked. They couldn't be compared. The fact that Leonel understood what he meant with just a single sentence spoke volumes about the kind of level his mind worked at. Seems you screwed me this time, old bastard. You win another round. Y Star Order's lip twitched. He understood to that depth as well? I really didn't even do it on purpose this time. How could I think a fool like you could have a little bit of intelligence? What Leonel had understood was complex and multi-layered, but he was fairly certain that his conclusion was correct. Everything is a matter of perspective, he thought to himself. A weapon is considered to be on object, but how many metals is it forged of? And could it even be considered independent of its creators? And even if it entered the life grade, would it really, truly be one existence? What about its atoms? What about the parts of its atoms? The parts of those parts? Everything can be broken down into something smaller, technically. But that also means that the larger your scope and the broader your sight, the bigger your definition of oneness becomes. A city, a country, a planet, a star, a solar system, a galaxy. On a large enough scale, even a universe can be counted as one. In that case, if a universe is a perfectly closed system, wouldn't it too be in the life grade? Maybe it would be at a level within the life grade we can't fathom, but it would still be at that level regardless. In that case, could it too have its own personalities? Leonel had concluded all of this in an instant, and that comprehension made him feel like he had been marked somehow. As though he was now being constantly monitored, it made his hairs stand on end. Swoosh, bang, sh. Leonel's body increased by a size before being squeezed back down, the definition of his muscles seeming to only grow. Tier 5. The fifth dimension should have been far slower than the fourth, and in Leonel's case, it technically was. After all, he had leapt through the fourth dimension in a single bound. But that was only because he had practiced metal body first, something it had taken Leonel months to years of effort to reach any sort of accomplishment in. But his pace through the fifth dimension felt blazing. He wasn't even relying on, like he could have. His mind was constantly evolving on its own without even much conscious effort. Leonel had a feeling that this had to be related to his king's might. Something about his will being tangible made breaking through these shackles feel exceptionally easy. One way or another, you would have been marked by the regulator. Your Scarlet Star Force innate node is basically a natural disaster waiting to happen. Just consider this an early initiation. I feel like we're missing the important topic at hand here. There's nothing more to say. Congratulations. You've learned about the glass ceiling. Feel free to feel despair. It'll give me some sorely needed entertainment. You've been stuck in a bronze tablet for years. I'm sure you can do with some boredom. What do you know? The Luxnix family estate is always filled with drama. You'd be surprised how much fun you can have peeking into everyone's private lives. If you're a pervert, just say so, old man. I'm not going to let an impotent virgin like you ruin my fun, brat. Leonel's lip twitched. Virgin was fair enough, but when did he become impotent? He had a ceiling tile with a hole through it to prove his point. You're one to talk. You couldn't even have sex with your own body even if you wanted to. Take that back. Oh, did I strike a nerve? Oh my, I'm shivering in my boots. I'm going to enjoy killing you. Why? So you can have sex with my body. You really are a pervert. Why Star Order seemed to realize at this point that he was close to losing the war. How had he let Leonel catch on to one of his weaknesses like this? He had slipped up. Without a choice, he forced himself to change the subject. Just stop holding back your nodes, brat. The entire point of a nodes is to connect with your others. At this point, you're like a constipated middle-aged woman on menopause. You need to release. And now that you've waited so long, it's going to hurt like hell. Couldn't you have picked a better analogy? Chapter 1250. Basin, Chapter 1250. Basin, I need you to understand how horrible what you've done to your body is. Have you never held in a fart for too long? I don't understand how you don't feel uncomfortable all over. Plus, do you never sleep? How did you even manage to keep this up? Leonel frowned. He had never felt uncomfortable. Plus, even if he did, what was a little discomfort compared to being fried to ash by his own innate node? A part of him still somewhat believed that Y Star Order was trying to trick him again. But he deduced that that was unlikely. Also, it wasn't very difficult to manage this because he just set one of his minds to the task. You're pretty vulgar for an old man. Now that I think about it, I have 2 savants under my wing. You can train them. Y Star Order had been too surprised today, so he had begun to think a measure before he spoke. Still, hearing that Leonel had 2 savants with him made him speechless again. Since when did his kind start to grow on trees? But, worst yet, what made Leonel think he could train them? He had his ability, and they had their own. Plus, wasn't he afraid that he'd use the savants to mess with him? The relationship between master and disciple was pretty special, and savants could either be much harder or much easier to manipulate than a normal human. He was playing a risky game here. What makes you think I can train them? Even if you don't have their abilities, I'm sure you have a deep understanding of what it means to grow powerful as a savant. Plus, you've seen a lot. What are their abilities? One has a spatial lock ability, the other has a defensive mirror ability. They both seem to be variations or mutations of known ability indexes, Vice with a spatial affinity ability index, and Candle with an energy shield ability index. Wise, lucky brats. Y's Star Order was jealous. If he had those abilities instead of his own, he would have been able to do great things. In the end, he shook his head. He wasn't naive enough to believe that was true. If he had been born with another ability, not only would he have lost his long lifespan, but he might not have been able to keep his abilities a secret. By then, he would have become a weapon of war for the Luxnix like so many other savants before him. All right, I'll guide them, but don't blame me when they become more loyal to me than you. Leonel chuckled. What choice did he have? He was completely unequipped to care for savants and the actions of his grandfather, though a risk mitigation measure had made them only more unpredictable. Y Star Order definitely wasn't normal, and he had his quirks. But he still functioned within realms of reasons to certain predictable limits. He was on a spectrum, but it wasn't to the point Leonel couldn't understand him. Vice and Candle, however, were completely antisocial and couldn't properly interact with the world. They needed a mentor like Y Star Order if they would be Leonel's guards in the future. Plus, what other option was there? At least he had a modicum of control over Y Star Order. If he handed them to some teacher with unknown motives at the Void Palace who knew what could happen. Leonel stood, arranging the containers. After he was done, he thought for a moment before pulling out a large basin 3/4 the height of a normal man. Then, he filled it up with cleansing waters. He thought that he should at least do this here and like this. If he was really going to die, then hopefully his mom and grandmother would be able to stabilize the situation. If he was within the segmented cube, who knew what might happen? That, don't tell me, I've heard the spiel already. Just rip the band-aid off now. I use this water to flush my toilets. Good, good, now focus. I'm trying not to die here. Leonel threw his boxers to one side and hopped in, a cool and refreshing feeling hitting him from head to toe. Even after so long, sixth-dimensional cleansing waters would never not feel soothing to an extreme. I need a new word for you. Idiot and fool doesn't seem to cut it. You have this kind of treasure and you don't even know how to use it. How are you supposed to use cleansing water properly if you've sealed off your nodes? It's through them you're supposed to take in the greatest benefits. Why are you using it like normal water? Y-Star Order had reached the point of shedding tears. He truly couldn't take it anymore. Leonel stopped listening to the old man. He had only brought out cleansing waters because they had an exceptionally high boiling point and its specific heat made regular water look like a highly conductive metal. No need to overthink it, just relax. Leonel slowly released control over his nodes, allowing force to flow through them naturally. He began very slowly, only going bit by bit. Even if this was the natural state of things, after so long doing things the wrong way, he didn't think that letting it go all at once would be a good thing. But then, the pain came. A heart-tearing bloating began to push out from within him. Leonel grit his teeth, his skin beginning to glow a fierce red. But just as that was happening, as though a sieve had been connected to the inside of his body, Leonel suddenly felt the cleansing waters around him drill into his pores and enter him. His mind was suddenly on full alert, but the feeling felt so good that his inhibitions seemed to all be released at once, an involuntary moan leaving his lips. Somehow, with timing blessed by the gods, the door to Leonel's penthouse suite opened at that moment. Leonel's and Ina's eyes met across space, but the former's face was still contorted with pleasure. With most of his body being submerged underwater, making it difficult to see much of anything outside the strong outline of his collarbone and upper chest, the situation was simply impossible to explain. Ina blinked and smiled lightly. Without a word, she went to the table and scooped up all of the containers into her arms. Her steps were elegant and unhurried, a radiant beauty beyond words exuding from her. Just the delicate fragrance she released alone was more enticing than even she could imagine. Her appearance only made it harder for Leonel to control how the cleansing waters were making him feel. For a moment, something within his lower belly truly did light on fire, though it was hard to tell if it was lust or his innate node trying to burn a hole through him. To Leonel, this was even worse than getting caught snuggling with Joel. He couldn't even find the words to speak. I will bring you dinner later. You can focus on your relaxing. With a click, the door closed.